Chapter 1. Rebirth. Upon opening her eyes, Yushuinga gazed up at the exquisite chandelier adorning the ceiling, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Had she not been ensnared in a bloodletting spell by Yushinhua in the dungeon? In an instant, she instinctively summoned the energy within her, a reflex honed through a year's worth of evasion. Regardless of her current predicament, her first instinct was to seek refuge and safety before contemplating her next move. Yet, with a graceful leap akin to that of a splendid koi, nothing transpired. The sensation within her signaled that she was now an ordinary individual. At that moment, voices wafted in from outside the door, voices she could never forget, her manager, Lu. She sat up, surveying her surroundings. Was this a hotel? Next to her lay a long-lost mobile phone, and upon checking, she discovered it displayed the time. February 21st, 11 p.m. The year was 2078. Yushuinga felt her breath quicken. Had she truly been reborn? Reborn in the year preceding the invasion of the game? Little did anyone know, a year from now, the entire Blue Star would be engulfed by a game titled World of Warcraft, The Fear Rift. This game sought to establish a foothold on Blue Star, arriving in 2078 in a form that linked the two realms. It had undergone 3 brief beta tests, each lasting merely 7 hours, devoid of any forewarning and almost entirely unnoticed. Nevertheless, a few hundred individuals, either out of boredom or serendipity, had downloaded the game. During the 3rd beta, a leak caused the number of early participants to swell to 6 figures. Among those who had partaken in the beta, some would forever lament their decision to engage for just a few minutes, while others soared to great heights, transforming from mere fish to dragons, her younger brother being one of those who ascended rapidly. February 22nd at 2:22 a.m. marked the onset of the first beta test. Yet, she had little interest in saving the world or alerting everyone to the impending alien invasion. The process, fraught with numerous limitations, would be considerably drawn out. The casualties inflicted by one's own kind would far exceed those caused by foreign invaders. As Yushuinga reflected on her current situation, she changed into a more comfortable outfit. Although 4 years had passed, the events of these few days remained etched in her memory. For tomorrow heralded the day when destinies would irrevocably alter due to a mere game. Yet she found herself intoxicated and delivered to the bed of a company executive by her manager, Lu. In that moment, driven by a sense of impending doom, she had managed to repel that individual, but the consequence was an unending stream of scandal, relegating her to various lowly social gatherings where the roles she secured were no more than that of maid or a minor character who endured slaps and cold water. As Yushuinga stepped out, she was greeted by Lu, who held a bottle of wine, flashing a familiar smile. "Shuinga, care for a drink?" In that instant, Yushuinga felt an urge to eliminate her. Yet the trials of evasion had taught her not only endurance, but also the art of disguise. She returned a smile even warmer than Lu's. "No, my brother is in trouble. I must return." With that excuse, Lu realized she could not retain Yushuinga any longer. In her heart, Yushuinga was the quintessential supportive sister, with half of her earnings from acting funneled into her brother's pockets. The younger brother, upon expressing his longing for his sister, is perceived by her as a fool who would go to great lengths to return. Lu, fully aware of her circumstances, concludes that unless she claims her entire family has perished, there is little chance of retaining Yushuinga's attention. However, this rationale seems implausible, especially since Yushuinga had witnessed her making a call to her family just the previous day. Taking a deep breath, Lu reassures herself not to be hasty, for opportunities still abound. She smiles and says, "It's quite late. Please wait a moment while I summon Xiao Wu to assist you." Why Yushuinga nods in agreement, as she currently resides in the hotel provided by the production team, and indeed requires transportation. With less than 3 hours until the game's internal testing begins, she must return home to prevent Yu Xuanhuan from playing. In her previous life, Yu Xuanhuan had already participated in the internal testing, acquiring extraordinary capabilities that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. Yet she concealed this information, observing as Yushuinga endured trials in the entertainment industry. She even utilized the resources and income earned by Yushuinga for her own development. Ultimately, she masqueraded beside her for 3 years, and even when Yushuinga was pursued in her 3rd year, she believed Yushuinhuan to be innocent. This entire charade was merely a ploy to strip Yu Xuanga of her divine talent, a truth she only discovered moments before her demise. Nonetheless, Yu Xuanga ensured that Yu Xuanhuan would not triumph easily. She endured excruciating pain, awaiting the emergence of the true puppet master, only to detonate the device. Name die together affixed to her, aiming to take everyone present that day along with her. In her final moments, she realized she was but a villain in a novel, a sister obsessed with the male protagonist, Yu Xuanhuan. How absurd it is that in an attempt to follow trends while adhering to certain conventions, one resorts to such repugnant tactics. Upon entering the vehicle, she handed Xiao Wu 1,000 yuan, stating, "If we reach home within 2 hours, I shall grant you an additional 2,000 as a bonus." Xiao Wu's earlier grievances about being awakened in the dead of night dissipated instantly, and he responded in a broadcast tone, "Boss, please fasten your seatbelt." An hour and 40 minutes later, Yu Xuanga, her complexion pale, sat in the passenger seat. They had arrived, though her spirit felt nearly detached. "What was your occupation before you came to work here?" she inquired. Xiao Wu opened the payment QR code and replied, "I was a hearse driver." Understanding now, Yu Xuanga transferred 2,500 yuan, instructing, "Run to the convenience store across the street and fetch me a small bottle of white liquor." Having financial means made negotiations effortless. Xiao Wu's service attitude soared, and he returned in under 10 minutes with a small bottle of white liquor. Yu Xuanga had been reborn at 11 p.m. the previous night, and by the time she returned home, it was already 1:47 a.m. She poured the liquor into a glass, filled another glass with water, and, bearing both, proceeded to her brother's room. After a couple of knocks, the door swung open, revealing that this lazy fellow had indeed not yet slept. With both siblings blessed with striking appearances, Yu Xuanga exuded a gentle and intellectual charm, while Yu Xuanhuan appeared innocent and harmless, though the latter's heart was darker than anyone could imagine. She extended the glass of liquor to Yu Xuanhuan, saying, "Here, let's toast. Sister will soon earn enough to buy you a villa." Yu Xuanga prided herself on not being a fool. Her years of manipulation by Yu Xuanhuan stemmed from the latter's almost unwavering compliance with her requests, a stark contrast to the brothers online who only sought to exploit their sisters. This younger brother truly possesses a remarkable acumen. Whenever there is something delectable, he waits for Yu Sungu to return home so they can share the meal. He dutifully fulfills any request made by his sister, and when Yu Sungu finds herself in the throes of romance, he becomes particularly possessive. Having received pocket money from Yu Sungu, he diligently saves it up, and earlier this year, he purchased a villa for her, which is notably registered in her name. Such a brother, Yu Sungu, having been deceived in her previous life, finds it somewhat justifiable, though perhaps it is unjustifiable. Yet what can she do? Her own foolishness and indulgence have led her to this point. However, now that she has pierced through the fog, she realizes that Yu Sunhuan has indeed done everything within his power, and he has reaped all the benefits he desired, thanks to the collaboration of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua, the couple who support him. That villa, which moved her to tears, was financed with her own money. Shouldn't it rightfully belong to her? What is she truly feeling grateful for? Consequently, she immediately purchased a larger residence for Yu Sunhuan. Fortunately, she was timely in her rebirth and was still in the house-hunting phase, hoping to quietly surprise her brother. The low-level manipulation of emotions is a collective family effort, while the high-level manipulation resembles a combination of tactics. One person strikes, another tends to the wounds, and yet another serves tea and provides a moment of respite. Nevertheless, there is still time in this life. Naturally, the good brother Yu Sunhuan would not refuse his sister's request, even if it was 2 a.m., even though she was well aware that she would succumb after just one cup of liquor, and even if Yu Sunji's reasoning was vague. Yet he did not furrow his brow. His face reflected only concern. "You must take care of your health. Money can always be earned as long as we are together as a family." Yu Sungu clinked her glass against this, with an expression of helplessness and indulgence. Yu Sunhuan downed the drink in one go, and then, swaying slightly, collapsed. Such unreserved trust. Why Yu Sungu gazed coldly at Yu Sunhuan, sprawled on the floor. From a master bedroom nearby, sounds emerged. Likely Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua had heard the commotion. She hurriedly entered Yu Sunhuan's room, dragged him inside, and closed the door. She sat on the sofa in his room, opened her phone, and fixated on the time the game would only be available for 7 hours. She had no intention of leaving tonight, despite the fact that Yu Sun-Huan would typically remain inebriated until dawn. She was uneasy that, in her past life, Yu Sun-Huan resembled the protagonist of a wish fulfillment narrative, thriving effortlessly, claiming all the finest things for himself. His gifted talent was unparalleled, the only S grade in the entire Blue Star. Even after marrying into the Su family, where the eldest daughter initially regarded him merely as a charming pet, she ultimately became his devoted admirer, suppressing herself under his influence and eventually fixating on his divine talent. Chapter 2. Extracting the divine talent. On her way there, she even contemplated whether to wait until Yu Sun-Huan downloaded this game before incapacitating him. Surely, a year later, when he comprehended the significance of the game, he would be heartbroken. However, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished. She dared not take the risk. What if she were 2 minutes late and he obtained the talent? The one who would suffer heartbreak would be her. Yu Sun-Gu resolved to remain in Yu Sun-Huan's room that night. As the clock struck 2:22, she promptly searched for World of Warcraft, Fear Rift in the application store. Upon witnessing the crimson moon on the app, she felt an undeniable sense of tranquility, convinced that this lifetime would be markedly different, that Yu Xuanga was nearly racing against time, oblivious to the multitude of players engaging in the game on this particular night. She was acutely aware, however, that every fleeting moment held immense value. Skipping the opening animation, she promptly entered the character creation interface. Uncertain if it was the game's magic at play, she noticed that the default character resembled her own visage to a striking degree during the facial customization phase. Yet, she had ambitions to stir up trouble within the game, and thus could not allow such a likeness to persist. After clicking on a random face and settling upon one that bore little resemblance to her own, she casually designated the name Gowuin. The backdrop of the game unfolded in a fantastical world, teeming with various races and factions, all of which found themselves in perpetual opposition. However, in their invasion of Blue Star, they formed an alliance. While humans could not transform into other races, Yu Xuanga meticulously selected her character's race, for each bore unique talents. She yearned to ascertain whether selecting a race would grant her access to its inherent abilities through her character. She had vanquished countless beings from various races, many of whom posed significant challenges. Yet, the one she dreaded encountering the most was the undead. The undead were among the rare few races endowed with dual racial talents. Undead will empower those who had long since perished. The more desperate the situation, the stronger their resolve. When health dipped below 5%, all attributes would double, and if it fell beneath 1%, those attributes would again be doubled. Consumption, the ability to restore health through the consumption of flesh, was almost a miraculous turnaround skill. Should someone reduce her health to below 5%, she would double her attributes upon recovery from over 1%, and then if her health plunged below 1%, she would once more double her already enhanced attributes. Thus, when facing the undead, if she could not swiftly reduce their health below 6% and unleash a devastating attack to eliminate them, the direst outcome would entail confronting an enemy with quadrupled attributes. Moreover, consumption provided her with an additional means to recover health through flesh consumption, even after all healing skills and potions had entered cooldown. In her previous life, she had often found herself in a state of weakness, akin to patiently awaiting death. If consuming flesh could restore her health, how could she possibly be vanquished? Upon selecting undead as her race, her character's complexion visibly paled and emaciated. In a world where a mature combat system had invaded Blue Star, the heavens naturally bestowed a chance for survival upon its inhabitants that on the day of the game's invasion, every human was granted a singular opportunity to draw a divine talent, a privilege also afforded to all other races upon their birth. This was merely a measure of balance, a crucial factor in the rapid ascent of Blue Star's inhabitants and their resistance against the incursion. Following her character's creation, she too had this opportunity. At the moment her character was finalized, the screen transformed into a celestial expanse. Though it was merely the size of a smartphone display, Yu Xuanga felt as if she stood beneath an infinite cosmos, her insignificance juxtaposed against the billions of stars. With a casual tap, the stars cascaded toward her like shooting stars, the screen emanating a sound akin to shattering glass. Role-playing a class you possess the extraordinary ability to assume any identity, and upon successfully convincing 10,000 individuals to recognize you as that person you may eliminate them, absorbing their essence. They shall become part of your character roster, allowing you to seamlessly transition into their life. And tools or skills can unveil your disguise, and you may revert to your original state. However, after 3 such retractions, the character's entry in your roster will vanish. Skill 1. Life. As easy as breathing, you may store up to 3 alternate identities. Skill 2. I'm a Shadow Queen. You can mimic any skill you have witnessed, albeit at only 20 of its original potency. This was a divine gift from her past existence. In her previous life, this very skill led to her being hunted by the Sioux, Han, and Liang clans, yet it also enabled her to elude capture for a considerable duration amidst the relentless pursuit of these 3 formidable factions. Although this skill is merely of a rank, its potential, when wielded adeptly, rivals that of shrank, particularly in its significance to the elite. To usurp the position of a clan leader or even a city administrator is a pursuit fraught with implications that in this lifetime. Presented with the opportunity to start anew, she naturally yearns for something superior. Yu Xiunga decisively deletes her account, forging a new persona. This is not an act of recklessness. The reclusive gamer, who once dominated the field, recounted in an interview how, during the initial testing phase, he dismantled his account out of dissatisfaction with his lackluster attributes, ultimately taking a significant amount of time to select a more favorable talent, leaving him with little time to engage in the game. That in the grand scheme, the potential bestowed by one's talent far outweighs the mere duration of gameplay. Yu Xiunga persistently creates new characters, extracting talents, and discarding any that do not meet her expectations. Several alluring talents caught her eye during this process. Broker a rank. After facilitating a transaction between 2 parties, you may claim a 5 commission. Skill 1. The cost of free. Should both parties engage in a barter, there exists a 5 chance that you will replicate an item skill, transforming it into your own. Skill 2. Making friends. If the trading parties attempt to circumvent you, employing this skill will ensure that the lesser valued item from the trade materializes in your possession. Transcendence a rank upon usage. This skill elevates the level of an item, available for use once every 30 natural days. Master of Deception a rank. You possess the capacity to pilfer any object, attribute, or even talent. However, you are granted but a singular opportunity to steal from each individual, regardless of success or failure. The secret to remaining undetected lies in the rejection of greed. Skill 1. This item seems familiar. Utilization offers a 10 chance to steal 1 item from the opponent. It also bears a 5 chance to extract 1 point of a random attribute from them. Skill 2. Defying fate. As long as I remain alive, I am the god of thievery. This skill has a 0.05 chance to steal an opponent's talent. Yu Xiunga lingered the longest with the Master of Deception skill. It was simply too enticing. Her hesitation did not stem from ethical principles. After the game's incursion, she had resorted to murder nearly every day. Having taken lives, what was theft in comparison? This skill was undeniably tempting despite its low probabilities. She was aware of numerous items that could enhance skill probabilities. After weighing the pros and cons, Yu Xiunga ultimately decided against it. The danger of this skill was too great, as it could easily incite hostility from other players. Moreover, this divinely bestowed talent could not truly alter the course of her life. After numerous attempts to delete and recreate her account, she finally beheld the moon approaching amidst the twinkling stars, accompanied by a voice that resonated directly within her mind. Greed, restraint, adept at disguise, you are deemed worthy to walk the earth as the god of thieves. God of thieves shrank. You possess the ability to steal all manner of things from this world: items, attributes, talents, even life itself. A true thief would never shun greed. The god of thieves cherishes theft as one cherishes life itself. If an individual possesses something you desire, there exists no justification for hesitation. You may employ your skills on the same individual repeatedly, yet from the second use onward, each act of thievery will deduct 20 of your health. Skill 1. I want this, and this. By utilizing this skill, there exists a 20 probability of pilfering an item or a small sum of money from the target, and a 10 probability of stealing 1 point from their highest attribute. You cannot target beings of a lower life. Tier the god of thieves never preys upon the weak. Skill 2, the thievery of the god of thieves can also resemble that of a bandit. I apologize, but I have taken everything from your home. Wagering the name of the god of thieves, you may steal the divine talent of another. This skill may only be used once in a lifetime by the god of thieves. If the stolen divine talent exceeds strength, failure may ensue. Skill 3, come forth. Summon your alter ego upon use. It allows for a temporary transformation of appearance, form, and scent, impervious to any item or skill detection, lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 6 hours. Skill 4, where has that gone? Passive. Upon a successful theft, the victim will momentarily forget that they ever possessed the stolen item, only recalling their loss a day later. In that moment, Yu Xuanga resolutely chose this talent. 5 minutes prior, is being a thief not a poor choice? 5 minutes later, I shall have it. Chapter 3. The Thief God, S rank. All S rank talents possess a unique and exceedingly rare quality. In the second year following the game's invasion, various leaderboards emerged, revealing that nearly 80 of the individuals on the top combat strength list had their information thoroughly extracted through items or talents, while the remaining 20 managed to conceal their identities through unknown means. Among the nearly 80 individuals whose information was revealed, only 2 possessed S-rank talents, both of whom ranked within the top 10. Remarkably, these 2 were connected to the male protagonist. One was his brother, and the other was his second wife. The divine S-rank talent seemed to be an exclusive privilege of the male and female leads team. Even if she were unable to develop for the next year, she was determined to acquire this talent. This ability would not only facilitate her rapid ascent, but also suppress her adversaries. More importantly, she harbored an audacious idea regarding skill 2. As Yu Xuanga selected her talent to enter the game, it was already 4 o'clock. Ever since she drew the S-rank talent, her heart had not settled. The character materialized in a bustling yet dimly lit city, surrounded by pale-faced pedestrians, most of whom appeared to be from the undead race, suggesting it was the main city of the undead. Character Go Wuan, level 0, divine talent thief god, S rank, race undead, race talent, undead will consumption health, 100 magic, 100 strength, 5 constitution, 6 intelligence, 10 agility, 11 luck, 8 charisma, 9 in addition to these basic attributes. There were more intricate advanced attributes such as critical hit rate, critical damage, accuracy, cooldown reduction, and so forth. Currently, she was penniless, and her immediate priority was to find a way to earn money and learn skills. She approached the nearest little figure with a question mark above its head, and after a brief conversation, she received a quest to exterminate the city's rats, with a reward of 10 copper coins. Although Yu Xuanga was not an avid gamer, she always valued efficiency in her endeavors. She first explored the entire city, accepting every available quest, from exterminating rats to delivering messages and running errands to purchase corpse bread. It was only after her quest list was filled that she began the tasks. Along the way to deliver messages, she casually dealt with rats, and while buying corpse bread, she conveniently helped the blacksmith procure some wine. In just 1 hour, she completed 17 tasks, earning a mere 2 silver coins and a tattered cloth bag, which serve as a spatial pouch containing 6 slots, capable of stacking similar items up to 99. Yet, these were not her most significant gains. During this hour, rather than merely completing quests, Yu Xuanga had been mingling in the streets while simultaneously undertaking tasks, using her thief god talent on every NPC she encountered. With probabilities of 20 and 10, the chances were indeed low. It was not guaranteed that stealing from 100 individuals would yield 20 successes. The laws of probability often mirrored the mysteries of the universe. On fortunate days, one could achieve perfect success, while on less fortunate days, the low success rate could lead one to question their very existence. Perhaps drawing the thief god talent had exhausted her luck for the day. During her questing, she had stolen from at least 100 NPCs, but only succeeded 3 times. With a luck stat of 8, achieving only 3 successes was disappointing, yet the rewards were plentiful. The Rune Backpack, a beautifully crafted accessory the size of a palm, contains 24 compartments. Upon acquiring it, Yu Xuanga promptly equipped it. Each individual possesses one equipment slot at their waist, in addition to 2 bag slots, and she equipped both bags in preparation to transport them to the real world. Upon opening the bag of coins, she discovered 18 gold coins. The exchange rate for gold, silver, and copper coins is 100. In her previous life, after 3 years of existence, she had engaged in numerous and scrupulous deeds relying on her skills, yet her account held barely over 300 gold coins before her demise, underscoring the true value of gold. After completing all available quests, Yuxiunga refrained from accepting further tasks and instead chose to learn skills. The 7-hour gaming window allowed for minimal advancement, as those who had previously gained a head start were able to enter the top 100 rankings with B and even C level talents due to acquiring skills from the alien races during the closed beta phase. These racial skills could not possibly be imparted to the inhabitants of Blue Star post-invasion. While it is not that the Blue Star individuals lack specialized skills, acquiring them demands considerable time and effort. However, during the closed beta, the world was abruptly gamified, allowing for the swift acquisition of knowledge in this brief 7-hour span. Now, characters in the game were perceived as kin by the aliens, enabling Yuxiunga to easily learn various skills from NPCs of her own kind using wealth, even if only at a rudimentary level, which constituted a considerable fortune. With funds in her possession, Yuxiunga hastened towards her destination. The character panel revealed only 2 professional skill slots, indicating her capacity to learn merely 2 professions, while life skills were unlimited. During her journey, she acquired all available life skills: cooking, beginner; fishing, beginner; first aid, beginner. Almost instantaneously, Yuxiunga transformed from an inept cook into a skilled chef, and the dishes created with her culinary skills could enhance attributes. Although the attribute boosts were modest, she did not hesitate to invest 1 gold coin to learn every recipe available. First aid allowed her to craft bandages. However, in a world where everything had been gamified, Blue Star's contemporary medicine was not inferior. Nevertheless, acquiring this knowledge, albeit minimal, was better than none. The professional skills within the gaming realm are numerous, broadly categorized into 3 major types: gathering, herbalism, mining, crafting, alchemy, sewing, engineering, jewelry making, leatherworking, blacksmithing, and service, enchantment, inscription. Yuxiunga dismissed gathering and service. The former was too easily replaceable, as many materials could be obtained through monster drops, while the latter offered low earning efficiency. She entered the potion shop and spent 5 gold coins to learn beginner alchemy. She has directly unlocked 8 potion recipes: basic healing potion, basic mana potion, water breathing potion, basic invisibility potion, basic strength potion, basic agility potion, basic constitution potion, and basic intelligence potion. Any of these potion blueprints could fetch a high price of 500 gold in her previous life, placing her among the top 100 in wealth. Apart from a guild master and a few affluent individuals before the game's intrusion, the wealthiest players possessed just over 700 gold coins. With only 13 gold coins remaining, she proceeded to learn all the alchemical recipes available for her basic alchemy skills. After mastering 37 alchemical recipes, her account balance dwindled to 6 gold coins. She then visited the herbal shop to purchase the necessary herbs for crafting basic healing potions. In a large city, the herbs required for this fundamental potion were quite affordable. A single basic healing potion sold for 1 silver coin, while the herbs to create it cost 50 copper coins each. She spent 4 gold coins to acquire 400 sets of herbs for the basic healing potion and 400 sets for the basic mana potion, with the remaining funds used to buy ingredients for 3 sets of basic invisibility potions. At this point, it was already 5:32, and she found herself completely broke. With the server scheduled to shut down at 9:22, she had less than 4 hours left. In her previous life, she had also learned a rather useless potion blueprint. Once a Blue Star person mastered the blueprint, the method of concoction would be ingrained in their mind, as if a video of the potion-making process were playing in their head, allowing players to learn from the potion masters shown in the video. Rounded off, it was akin to following an online tutorial for cooking. However, now that her character remained in the game, Yuxiunga merely needed to click on the concoction button, and the progress bar would fill rapidly, yielding a potion in less than a second. Yuxiunga almost always ran, directly concocting at the cauldron in the corner of the potion shop. By 6 o'clock, she had processed all 800 herbs. Initially, her low proficiency occasionally resulted in failed attempts. But as she grew more skilled, she succeeded consistently. Now, her inventory contained 397 bottles of basic healing potions, 392 bottles of basic mana potions, and 3 basic invisibility potions. She barely paused for a moment, only stopping for a couple of seconds to swipe a quick item whenever a stranger entered the shop. With 803 successful concoctions, her alchemy skill had reached the intermediate level, enabling her to upgrade her alchemy and learn new recipes. However, the pressing issue remained. She was out of money and would need to seek loans from NPCs. While she could sell the over 700 potions, excluding the invisibility potions, to the potion shop owner, the selling price was 1 silver coin, and the purchase price was merely 80 copper coins. Even if she sold everything, she would only earn just over 6 gold coins. Yet advancing from basic to intermediate alchemy required 100 gold coins. It was a drop in the bucket. She would have to return to the streets, or rather, become a thief once more. Chapter 4. The Thief of the Gods, or perhaps a common bandit Yuxiunga, once again meandered through the necropolis, seizing every opportunity to undertake tasks, pilfering from NPCs, and even the patrolling guards did not escape her dexterous fingers. Her maximum thieving range was a mere meter. Yet as long as she could approach, nothing was beyond her grasp. Even the beggar nestled in the corner was not spared from her control of the game character. After all, one could never know if they were a hidden master. From 6 to 7 o'clock, with just over 2 hours remaining before the server shut down, Yuxiunga finally decided to call it a day. In addition to her 1 point in physique, she now possessed a level 40 purple bow, a prize she had deftly acquired from the innkeeper. Without hesitation, she made her way to the weapons shop and sold it at a pittance. The shopkeeper, clearly familiar with the bow, incessantly emphasized the considerable risks he would incur by purchasing it in the dialogue box. However, Yuxiunga was unyielding, fully aware that a common level 20 purple weapon typically fetched 500 gold, and this was a level 40 purple item, one she had never even laid eyes upon. She started her bargaining at 3,000 gold, eventually reducing her offer to 1,000, steadfastly maintaining this price despite the numerous transaction prompts that appeared. This was her absolute bottom line. She understood that such an item would be a hot commodity for anyone. After 5 minutes of negotiation, just as she contemplated conceding due to the preciousness of time, the transaction was finally successful. Yuxiunga promptly maneuvered her character back to the alchemy master, spending 100 gold to elevate her alchemy skill to an intermediate level, followed by clicking to learn all available recipes, which cost her over 200 gold. Subsequently, she traversed a good portion of the city to reach the Goblin Quarter, where she sought out a goblin engineer, barely reaching her knees to learn engineering. This decision was the result of careful contemplation, whether it was jewelry, leatherworking, or tailoring. These were all professions tied to equipment crafting. With the requisite materials, they could produce items, yet she recognized that her time was precious. The equipment produced at the initial stages of these professions was exceedingly limited in utility, and pre-game invasion, they would not serve her. Post-invasion, they would swiftly become obsolete. However, engineering presented her with significant advantages. Even basic engineering allowed for the crafting of firearms, ammunition, and explosives. More importantly, she was aware of the source for the blueprint of Repair Robot, but the prerequisite for learning this blueprint was achieving an advanced level in engineering. She quickly paid to unlock engineering and learned all available recipes, additionally purchasing materials to craft 10 firearms, 500 units of ammunition, and 100 packets of inferior explosives. Utilizing the Goblin's crafting station, she produced 10 guns, 5,000 bullets, and 100 packs of low-quality explosives, elevating her engineering skill to an intermediate level. After clicking to upgrade, Yuxiunga again learned all the available blueprints. Finally, with just over 300 gold remaining, she returned to the herb shop, exchanging all her funds for herbs, filling every remaining slot in her inventory. At this point, it was already 8:45. Not far away, Zaijiu lay on the ground, snoring, as the voices of Yuqingshan and Ichiwa echoed outside the door. Yu Xiuanga walked to the bathroom in Yu Zunhuan's room, turned on the faucet, and pretended to be bathing before returning to the bedside to sit down. The character she controlled ventured to the center of the city of the undead, where the Lord resided. Unlike the peaceful era, the other races had long engaged in battles and plunder, valuing strength above all else. Although she was unaware of the exact number of cities among these races or how their hierarchies were delineated, she understood that becoming a city lord was solely a matter of power. There would be no tales of incompetent nobles ascending to such heights as one might find in novels. Even in her world, where everything had been reshuffled following the invasion of the game, those who ascended to the position of city lord were all individuals listed among the top 100. While the powerful might have a greater advantage in concentrating resources to nurture strong contenders, ultimately, it was the mightiest who wielded authority. The city lord would, at most, listen to the voices of these factions, but power remained forever in the hands of the strongest. At 8:52, Yu Xiuanga's game character was halted by soldiers outside the opulent palace. A dialogue box appeared, and Yu Xiuanga typed, "The anchor point has encountered an issue." While selling purple weapons, she discovered that the game automatically translated her language into that of the other undead. The soldiers were relentless, yet the commotion soon attracted the attention of higher-ranking undead soldiers, and upon entering that phrase again, she was escorted into the palace. The undead city lord, clad in black armor, sat upon the throne at the apex of the palace. A dialogue box emerged. "Did you say the anchor point has encountered an issue?" At 9:13, Yu Xiuanga typed in the dialogue box, "Indeed, I am willing to stake my life on the accuracy of the information I possess, but I require a reward." How audacious! Yu Xiuanga fell silent, patiently awaiting the response. Perhaps to the higher-ups, she appeared as but a dead person, and the deceased often receive leniency. Soon, the captain of the soldiers approached, presenting her with an item. Upon inspection, it was 100 gold coins. TSK. What Yu Xiuanga desired were equipment pieces, yet this was merely an opportunity to seize some easy gains, and she did not wish to be choosy. At 9:17, she typed, "This is confidential. I will only disclose it to the city lord." She attempted to maneuver her character closer to the city lord. To the level 99 city lord, she, at level 1, was akin to an ant. Thus, she faced no immediate obstruction. By 9:20, her character stood beside the undead city lord. At 9:21, she clicked to use Thief of the Divine, also known as the Thief of Robbery. In the name of the divine thief, you attempt to steal the divine talent of the undead city lord, or Lofty. The theft attempt has been interrupted. Target's divine talent level detected as too high. You have perished. Immediately after, her phone screen, as if drained of power, became utterly unresponsive. She glanced up at the clock on the wall. It read 9:22, the second hand just passing the 12. A full 7 hours had elapsed. The phone emitted a shattering sound, first the screen, then the internal components, and ultimately, it caught fire spontaneously. She hastily threw it to the ground. In mere seconds, the phone transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Immediately, a backpack, a tattered cloth bag, and a coin purse appeared on the ground, and in Yu Xiuanga's mind, a character panel of someone she was incredibly familiar with emerged. Character Guwen, level 00001. Divine Gift, Thief God, S rank. Divine Gift, Immortal, SS rank. Incomplete. Race, Human. Racial Talent, Undead will Consumption Health, 100 mana, 100 Strength, 5 Constitution, 7 Intelligence, 10 Agility, 12 Luck, 8 Charisma, 9 Available Attribute Points, 0. The dazzling SS rank made Yu Xiuanga's eyes well up with tears. Even if incomplete, she could see that among the 5 skills under that talent, 3 were glowing, while 2 remained a deep gray. An SS rank talent. Even if she only managed to steal one, it would not be a loss. Referring to the S rank Thief God's talent, none of them were useless. She gazed at the still, slumbering Yu Xiuanhuan not far away, wanting to burst into laughter. She tucked both backpacks into the inner layer of her clothes, with the coin purse occupying one compartment, her focus sharpening as she sensed how many coins were within. She picked up Yu Xiuanhuan's phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and confirmed that there was indeed no game on his device. After transferring him to the bed and covering him with a blanket as she used to, she left the room. Downstairs, Yu Qingshan and Ichigo were preparing breakfast. Yu Xiong'e quietly listened from the stairway for a while. Overhearing Ichigo chastising Yu Qingshan for agreeing to let Yu Xuanhuan buy a villa for Yu Xiong'e and putting it under her name. Following that, Yu Qingshan softly analyzed the situation, encouraging her to think long-term. Yu Xiong'e could earn substantial sums, and a villa was merely 30 million. Over the years, Yu Xiong'e had brought home no less than 70 million. Yu Xiong'e listened in silence until they changed the subject, then returned to her room with a blank expression. It was only then that she examined her talents. However, before she could scrutinize the new divine gift, Immortal, she sensed something amiss. Skill 2, Thief God Steal, which could also be interpreted as a robber's theft. I apologize for stealing from your home. Betting on the name of the Thief God, this skill allows the user to steal the opponent's talent. This skill may only be used once in a lifetime. The second skill under Thief God remained bright. In her previous life, she had possessed various skills or items with cooldowns. Any skill or item during its cooldown would appear gray and unusable. If a consumable item was utilized, it would turn light gray, signifying it had become worthless. Yet now, why was this skill still illuminated? Once in a lifetime? Did her character's death imply the end of her life? So, this meant she could still utilize such a remarkable and wicked talent once more. Yu Xiong'e closed her eyes, taking deep breaths, yet remained unable to calm herself. She had never been so grateful for her decision at that moment. Truly worthy of the S-rank talent, Thief God. She approached the bedside cooler and retrieved a bottle of icy water, draining it in one swift motion. Only after achieving complete composure did she activate the new divine talent. Immortality, Chapter 5, Immortal, SS level. You, the embodiment of death, Skill 1. Wait for me. I shall return home upon your demise. Your corpse shall randomly materialize in an underground coffin, resurrecting 7 natural days thereafter, with a frequency of once every 365 days. Skill 2. Only the deceased shall obey. You may command the souls that have perished by your hand, with the manipulation of time and the number of beings governed by your mana. Skill 3. The Death Mimicry Show. Designate a target who has met their end at your hands, imitating their divine gifts. Only one target may be designated at a time, and upon switching targets, the previously mimicked divine gift shall vanish. Skill 4. I am not mad. I am merely shadowed. When utilizing all dark side skills or items, the effects of these skills are enhanced by 50. Skill 5. The Return of the Fallen. When you're on the battlefield, activating this skill allows you to resurrect all fallen kin, compelling them to continue the fight on your behalf, with a cooldown period of 90 natural days. This talent is almost tailored for the battlefield. Particularly with Skill 5, it is no wonder that the undead could become a city lord. It is clear why this divine gift has been rated SS level. Regrettably, both Skills 4 and 5 are in a deep gray state, indicating a failure to successfully steal. Yet, she feels satisfied, especially with Skill 1. There is always a chance as long as one lives, and even with a lengthy cooldown of a year. This skill remains the most gratifying of them all. Her current life seems rather resilient. Names of foes flicker through Yu Xiong'e's mind. The potions, weapons, and gold in her backpack remain intact, and she has even exploited a bug to acquire the talents of the undead race. If she were to lose with such a start, she would have to admit it was deserved. A knock resounds from the adjacent room, followed by exclamations of surprise. After a swift shower, Yu Xiong'e exited her chamber, seemingly oblivious to the astonished and flustered expressions of Yu Qingshan and Ichigo. She pressed her forehead and said, I signed a new endorsement yesterday, and in my exuberance, returned to share a drink with my brother. I must be off now. Please prepare some hangover soup for him. With that, she departed without awaiting their response. Before leaving, she stealthily pilfered a small sum from the two, only to find she could not utilize her skills. Reflecting on the stipulation that one cannot act against beings of a lower life level, she pondered whether this was because they were not players and thus beneath her life level. What about players of a lower level? Could she not steal from them either? Lost in thought as she exited, she suddenly realized her phone was missing. Thus, donning a mask and armed with her identification, she proceeded to replace her SIM card. Fortunately, although she resides in the entertainment industry, it is merely a small third-tier scene. Being spotted on the street would elicit only a few photographs, not a mob. Shortly after purchasing a new phone and inserting the new SIM card, a call from Lu came through. Pretending not to detect the fury in his voice, she directly requested a 3-day leave. Lu was momentarily speechless at her audacity. "Do you not wish to remain in this circle?" Yu Xiunga sighed. "Please grant me 3 days. I am truly weary. Shall we share a drink in 3 days?" The final words silenced Lu. And contemplating that she would soon provide an explanation to General Lu in 3 days, she restrained her anger and said, "Then please take care of yourself. Do not keep anything bottled up." After a few murmurs of agreement from Yu Xiunga, the call ended, and she drove towards the outskirts of the city. Discovered by a talent scout during her sophomore year, she entered the entertainment industry at the age of 26. Although she had only achieved modest fame, the industry offered quick financial rewards. She harbored no particularly extravagant desires, despite having generously given her parents and younger brother over 70 million. She still possessed over 80 million in her account. Even if she ceased working, her finances would remain secure. However, with the advent of the game Invasion, currency began to plummet in value. As time passed, the number of monsters unleashed into the world increased, and as did the dungeons. Players exchanged items and equipment using in-game currency, and within just 6 months, real-world money was supplanted by gold, silver, and copper coins. She realized that Yu Qingshan and Ichigo had their eyes set on her 80 million. In her previous life, it was on this very day that she nearly found herself delivered to the bald, old CEO by Lu, enduring her disgust to show Yu Xiunhuan the villa. Ironically, the basement of that villa, which she purchased for Yu Xiunhuan, had revealed an entrance to a dungeon. If real estate symbolizes wealth today, then after the game Invasion, possessing a concealed entrance to a dungeon was akin to owning a mountain of treasures. The dungeon served as a temporal gateway for the alien forces, and possessing an entrance known only to oneself equated to having access to all resources yielded by the otherworldly entities within. Was this not a treasure trove? Today, Yu Xiunga focused solely on acquiring the villa she had once gifted to Yu Xiunhuan, ensuring it bore her name. She bypassed the steps of viewing the property and finalized the transaction before dinner. Skipping her meal, she hurried to the flower and bird market to purchase a thrush. With the bird in hand, she stopped by a nearby restaurant to take out some dishes before returning to the quaint villa she had bought with her own earnings. Upon entering, she deleted all the fingerprints and facial recognition data stored in the door system belonging to Yu Qingshan, Ichigo, and Yu Xiunhuan. Settling in, she opened the takeout boxes while twisting the thrush's neck. Then she activated her skill. Only the dead will obey, and almost instantaneously, she felt a connection with the lifeless thrush. With a thought, the bird, its head tilted to one side, took flight, its head aligning itself in a peculiar manner as though an invisible hand had straightened it. Closing her eyes and concentrating, she could see everything through the thrush's eyes. The vast living room, where a woman sat cross-legged on the sofa. Checking the time, she commanded the thrush to fly in circles around the room. After finishing her meal, she tidied up the room. She had yet to stay in this villa, as she had preferred to return to the family home during holidays, desiring to live with her so-called family. She took the thrush along for a drive to purchase clothing and toiletries, continuously manipulating the bird to fly above the car. Before sleeping that night, she instructed the thrush to keep flying without pause. The next morning at 7 a.m., she checked her mana, which still stood at 20 points. Controlling the lifeless body of a thrush to fly incessantly for 12 hours requires merely 80 points of magical energy. One might wonder how much it would take to govern an adult. On this particular day, Yu Xiunga dismissed Ichigo's remarks regarding her already possessing a house while her brother remained in need of one. She meticulously organized her belongings, having procured 3 large storage boxes of the same style. After compartmentalizing firearms, ammunition, and explosives within, she neatly arranged them in a designated space. Whenever necessary, she could easily retrieve the boxes for inspection. She left one fully loaded firearm in another compartment. As for healing potions and mana potions, She preferred not to store them in such a manner. These vital items, which could mean the difference between life and death with mere seconds of delay, needed to be readily accessible, filling an entire compartment for her peace of mind. She ordered a medicinal cabinet from a herbal shop, and, after paying extra, it was delivered the same day. She affixed labels bearing the names of the herbs on the exterior of the drawers, carefully placing the herbs inside, while the surplus healing and mana potions found their place in the bottom row of cabinets. Consequently, out of her 30 gaming inventory slots, she had utilized only 5. Basic Healing Potion X99, Basic Mana Potion X99, Basic Invisibility Potion X3, Inferior Shotgun X1, Storage Box X3. Chapter 6. Only the Dead Will Obey. After utilizing her disguise skill, Yushunga purchased various tools required for alchemy, as well as weapons such as crossbows, long knives, and electric batons, using cash at a store. On this day, she also experimented further with the skill, Only the Dead Will Obey. When she commanded a thrush to remain still on the table for 12 hours, it consumed only 2 points of energy. However, the deceased thrush began to emit a faint odor. It appeared that while this skill allowed the deceased to retain mobility, it could not prevent the decay of the corpse. That evening, Yushunga drove to a shopping mall near Lu Hongxing's residence. After using the skill, Come Here, from her thief talent in the restroom to change into another outfit stored in her game backpack, she exited the stall. Gazing into the mirror at the unfamiliar woman reflected back, she couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the game's talent skills were the most unscientific of phenomena. Not only had her height and appearance changed, but her hair had also become shorter. Yushunga hailed a cab and arrived at the foot of Lu Hongxing's apartment building in just 7 minutes. Her thrush had been following Lu Hongxing since he left work, and although she did not understand why he had not returned to the villa, she was indifferent to such matters. She handed the driver cash and alighted from the vehicle. 3 minutes later, Yushunga rang the doorbell at Lu Hongxing's home. The door was opened by an alluring woman clad in a seductive nightgown, who glanced at Yushunga and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Yushunga replied earnestly, "I am here to see my boss, Lu Hongxing. I have an urgent matter to report." The woman nodded, opened the outer door, and permitted her entry, her expression revealing no discernible emotion. The sound of running water indicated that Lu Hongxing was likely showering. Yushunga inquired, "May I wait for him to study? Just tell him that a manager with the surname Lu has something important to discuss, and he will understand." The woman appeared amiable, leading Yushunga into the study and even pouring her a glass of water. Yushunga stood still behind the door, retrieving the electric baton from her inventory and gripping it tightly. Excitement coursed through her veins, overshadowing any fear. Sometimes she pondered whether she was inherently drawn to adventure. After all, during countless past encounters with life and death, she had only felt exhilaration, never pain. Soon, the sound of running water ceased, and the exchange of voices between the man and woman began. After a while, footsteps approached the study. The door swung open, obscuring Yushunga's figure. As a familiar silhouette entered the study, she swiftly closed the door with her left hand while pressing the electric baton against Lu Hongxing's neck with her right. Within moments, he convulsed and collapsed. Yushunga turned the baton to its maximum power, pressing it against Lu Hongxing's heart without relent. 5 minutes later, he lay still. Yushunga attempted to use the skill, Only the Dead Will Obey, on Lu Hongxing. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat vacant. She commanded Lu Hongxing to rise and then directed him to escort her out of the study, bidding farewell to the woman under her watchful eyes. By the time Yushunga boarded a vehicle heading to the nearby mall, she had 17 minutes remaining on her disguise. She closed her eyes, guiding Lu Hongxing in bidding farewell to the woman, then instructed him to send a message to Lu Zhonglu, arranging a meeting in the office. Meanwhile, Lu Zhonglu was purchasing wine, contemplating where to take Yushunga for drinks the following day, aiming to facilitate Lu Hongxing's actions while extricating herself from the situation. To be candid, Yushunga had been genuinely kind to her, offering a high salary and excellent benefits, and even after achieving fame, she had not discarded Lu Zhonglu. However, there was no profit sharing. Top agents received a share of their artist earnings, and every time Lu Zhonglu broached the topic, she was met with refusal. Lu Zhonglu had no intention of betraying Yu Xuanga, but Lu Hongxing's proposition was too enticing. If she could keep Yu Xuanga under control, she could later utilize her to curry favor with the company's partners, ensuring that the profits not only provided her with a share, but also allowed Lu Hongxing to offer her several promising new talents from this year's additions to mentor. Lost in thoughts of the future, she received Lu Hongxing's message. Lu Zhonglu harbored no doubts. Both were seasoned players, and such schemes rarely left a trail in written form, typically being discussed face-to-face. She returned to the company, carrying the wine and her bag, where a dozen young interns were still working late. Lu Zhonglu smiled at them, and even ordered them a late-night snack before stepping into Lu Hongxing's office amidst their expressions of gratitude. Yu Xuanga did not possess a peculiar penchant for manipulating corpses to engage with enemies. As soon as Lu Zhonglu entered the office, she directed Lu Hongxing to press the knife into Lu Zhongliu's hand. Lu Zhonglu remained in a state of bewilderment, only to witness Lu Hongxing's cold hands tightly gripping her hand holding the knife, forcefully plunging it into his own abdomen. Overcome by extreme fear and panic, Lu Zhonglu could not even scream. She stood there, dazed, as the cold blood slowly seeped from the wound, trickling down her hand. Just as Lu Zhongliu's mind began to overload, Lu Hongxing suddenly dashed out, clutching his stomach, casting terrified glances back at her, emitting panicked cries of awe. Lu Zhonglu felt as if everything were a dream, too frightened to move, uncertain if she were awake or not. Meanwhile, Yu Xuanga's magical energy was rapidly depleting, consuming nearly 1 point per minute, leaving her with only 3 points, though it was sufficient for now. After Lu Hongxing dashed past the interns, he reached the window, ensuring no one was below, and leaped out. Yu Xuanga, clutching her dizzy head from the exhaustion of her magic, knew she had no shortage of magical potions. However, being at home, she could wait for her energy to restore automatically, regaining 1 point per minute. In just over 3 hours, she would be fully replenished. If she continued consuming meat, the recovery would accelerate, allowing for 5 points of health and magic to be restored each minute. The next day, Yu Xuanga was awakened by the sound of the doorbell. Upon opening the door, she found a security guard alongside a male and female police officer. Yu Xuanga maneuvered a sparrow to fly outside, while maintaining an appropriately surprised expression as she invited the officers in. After pouring 2 glasses of water for her guests, the officers inquired if she was aware of the relationship between Lu Hongxing and Lu Zhonglu. Yu Xuanga pressed her lips together, silently conveying her refusal. Under the persistent inquiries of the police, she finally admitted, "I know, and I'm also aware that Lu Zhonglu intends to scheme against me." While she could feign ignorance, it would not account for her recent peculiar behavior. Not only had she taken 3 days off in an unusual display of arrogance, but this homebody had also chosen to reside alone in her villa. Regardless of the thoroughness of the police investigation, she assumed they were already privy to this information in their questioning. The expressions of the 2 officers were evidently well rehearsed, revealing nothing outwardly. However, after another 10 minutes of inquiry, they prepared to depart. It was then that Yu Xuanga inquired, "May I ask if they were arrested for any wrongdoing?" The police provided a formal response, instructing her to await further notification. In the afternoon, Yu Xuanga received a call from Yu Qingshan. His voice was gentle and affectionate, inquiring whether she was facing any difficulties, expressing concern for her well-being, and suggesting she take a break if she felt weary. Having played her part through numerous performances, her tone trembled with a mixture of vulnerability and strength as she confessed her fatigue, mentioning that her agent and the company seemed to be in trouble, and that her investments had drained her finances, resulting in significant pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, even before the call ended, he promptly transferred 1 million. "Father is wealthy. My dear daughter, spend it freely." After hanging up, Yu Xuanga stood expressionless by the window, gazing at the distant lake. Yu Qingshan and Yu Qinghuan were akin to the most skilled anglers. When they sought a substantial catch, they would offer premium bait and occasionally let out the line to lull the fish into a false sense of security. Chapter 7. The wealth of the Yu family. Why did she place unwavering trust in Yu Qingshan and Ichiowa? It was because, during her inaugural year as a star, The two were involved in a minor car accident that resulted in a hospital stay of nearly 2 weeks. She only managed to visit them 3 days later, during which Xu and Huan attended to their every need, overcome with guilt and self-reproach. It was on that very day that they presented her with their entire savings of 5 million. The unexpected calamity struck with alarming swiftness, leaving her parents uncertain of how much longer they would live. Some matters are better clarified sooner rather than later. We are giving you all our money. You shall be the pillar of our family. Your younger brother will inevitably marry one day. Should the money fall into his hands, he might lose his sense of unity with us once he has a wife. You may endure some grievances, but we find solace in knowing the funds are with you. If your brother behaves well, you may share some with him. If not, we shall keep it for ourselves. Yihiguo maintained had uswa misali demanor. Yet her words were laced with affection. Do not hold it against your mother for her frugality. The money saved is ultimately for you. Has your mother ever deceived you? You are the most obedient. Though I often scold you, you are my favorite. What a grand performance it was. Yu Xiwenga considered herself sufficiently restrained. Otherwise, she would not have managed to give away only half of her earnings over the years. She often wondered if she was too cold-hearted, especially since her family had entrusted her with everything. Yet, she always held something back. It wasn't until the 3rd year of the game's invasion, when she was relentlessly pursued by the Su family, that she found herself cornered. In a moment of desperation, she sought refuge in the Yu family home, and it was there that she stumbled upon their secret chamber. How absurd it was, a spacious apartment in the city center. She had thought it impressive that the Yu family could acquire 2 combined floors. Little did she know that the neighboring unit belonged to them as well, designated for the storage of their treasures. This room was directly connected to their study and was utilized as a concealed space. Within it lay 300 pounds of gold bars, 13 boxes filled with antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, alongside 7 boxes of jewels. Indeed, the Yu family possessed little cash. Yu Qingshan was merely a branch of the Yu family in B City, lacking the privilege to partake in the family business. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary professor. However, the true fortune resided in the artifacts his father had inherited from the old Yu family during the division. Just the 300 pounds of gold alone was valued at over 70 million, not to mention the antiques and art pieces. Yet, she had convinced herself that 5 million was all there was, given solely to her, as they placed their unwavering faith in her. Yu Xiwenga pressed her aching heart and reassured herself not to rush. It was not her fault. They were simply too formidable. Yet the more she thought this way, the more her tears flowed uncontrollably. She understood that from that moment on, she would be unable to trust anyone ever again. They had shattered her ability to believe. If those closest to her could betray her, then the sweet words of kin were laced with poison. What she had believed to be unconditional support was merely a calculated maneuver. How could she possibly trust anyone else? Yu Xiwenga opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. She could not wait any longer. If she did not obtain those items tonight, she feared she would be unable to sleep. Today was merely the 25th. Yet Yu Xiwenga felt busier than a dog. She drove directly out, heading to the Shunfeng station to purchase several large boxes, which she then dragged back home. Once at home, she assembled the boxes and neatly stacked them in her backpack before boldly driving to the Yu family residence. By then, the news of Lu Hongsheng being forced to jump from a building by Lu Zhonglu had already spread through the workgroup. After exchanging a few casual words with Yu Qingshan and the others, she feigned a melancholic demeanor and retreated to her room. Yihiguo hesitated. But as Yu Xiwenga ascended the stairs, she could no longer hold her tongue and called her back to discuss the impending visit of Yu Xiwenhuan's girlfriend, the youngest daughter of the Su family. Yu Xiwenga feigned surprise and inquired, "So, you've been secretly dating? How delightful. But which Su family are we talking about?" Ichigo chuckled at this and replied, "You know Su Beige, right? The movie star?" "Yes, that's Su family. Su Beige is the eldest, and the second son, Su Jinxian, was the archery champion in the last Olympics. Your brother's girlfriend is Su Yitong, the youngest daughter of the Su family. They've been dating for about 6 months, and she is bringing her home for us to meet." Yu Xiwenga smiled brightly and encouraged. "That sounds wonderful. You must make a good impression." However, Yu Xiwenhuan observed Yu Xiwenga's radiant smile with a slight furrow in his brow. Noticing the expression in Yu Xuanhuan's eyes, Yu Xuanga felt a wave of nausea. She could not comprehend why, in the narrative, Yu Xuanhuan perceived her as a sister with a twisted attachment to him. She believed she had not overstepped any boundaries. She attributed this portrayal to the author's need to eliminate a character who genuinely cared for the male protagonist, rendering her as a madwoman so that he would have no choice but to painfully dispose of her, subsequently exploiting her talents for someone more deserving, thus aiding his own ambitions. Yet, that was merely the perspective within the story. For her, as the person involved at the moment of her demise, she had peeled away the layers of deceit cloaked in these literary embellishments. He needed her talent, and that necessitated her death. The stains imposed upon her were only to ensure that the male protagonist appeared pure and unblemished. Now, however, it seemed Yu Xuanhuan could not genuinely believe that she regarded him as her possession. Who, after all, was the real deviant? Yu Xuanga suppressed her disgust and agreed with Ichio's remarks without mentioning the matter of purchasing a house. Still, her curiosity lingered. I know Su Beige. His family is quite wealthy, right? Will they be satisfied with our family? Yu Xuanga asked this sincerely, devoid of pretense. Having experienced death once, she could not fathom this situation. Su Beige was known in the industry as a wealthy second-generation heir, with the Su family's assets being worth at least several billion. Would they truly accept Yu Xuanhuan as a brother-in-law? Ichio's expression stiffened, and her voice dropped. So, you see, you already have a house. Can't you buy one for your brother too? Just for the sake of appearances during the wedding, and after that, it could be transferred back to your name. In her previous life, they had never needed to suggest such a thing. Yu Xuanga, suppressing her laughter, feigned exasperation and shrugged. I'm out of money. A friend mentioned a promising investment that could yield substantial returns. I recently went to celebrate with my brother because of it. Once the profits come in, I could use them to buy a villa, but as of now, I truly have nothing. Ichiowa is easily manipulated by Yu Qingshan. Yet she is remarkably easy to deceive. After Yu Xuanga expressed her thoughts, the fury that had surged on her face gradually subsided. She parted her lips to speak, but ultimately fell silent, casting a glance towards Yu Qingshan. Yu Xuanga understood that it was now Yu Qingshan's turn to take the stage. However, she was disinclined to listen and directly suggested, perhaps we should sell this house. The down payment should suffice. The group lapsed into silence, and with a sigh, Yu Xuanga candidly lamented her own inadequacy. The production had yet to be completed, and her agent was once again embroiled in trouble. After uttering a few trivialities, she retreated to her room, her countenance reflecting her professional misfortunes. As she passed the study, she stepped inside and tucked the skeletal remains of a painted thrush into a corner, the flesh having been meticulously removed, leaving only the delicate framework behind. After securing the thrush, she casually retrieved a book and emerged, only to find Yu Qingshan waiting outside the study, his expression gentle. Yet, Yu Xuanga was acutely aware that he was wary of her uncovering the secrets of the study. Maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, she returned to her room, where she began her self-discipline exercises on the carpet, while keeping a vigilant eye on the thrush. She had yet to allocate her upgraded 5 attribute points, as some attributes could be enhanced through training during the initial stages. After an hour of exercise, she refreshed herself with a shower and commenced documenting the secrets and information she had known from her previous life. In her final moments, she had realized she was the malevolent supporting character in a male-centric novel. Yet after her rebirth, she found the specific details of that book frustratingly elusive. All that remained vividly etched in her memory was the overwhelming impact of that character's description. Chapter 8. Emptying the Yu family's wealth, Yu Xuanga leaned against the door of her bedroom, meditating until the clock struck 3 in the morning. At that moment, she heard a commotion outside the door and promptly connected to the vision of her pet thrush. After a brief wait, she discerned the figure of Yu Qingshan appearing at the study's entrance. He first twisted one of the legs of the desk before climbing onto a chair, where he fumbled atop the bookcase for a while. Ultimately, he removed every book from the third shelf and manipulated something in the corner. This action caused the bookcase to swing open, revealing a passage large enough for a single person to traverse. After a short while, Yu Qingshan emerged, cradling a vase. He retraced his steps, closing the bookcase, and meticulously returned each book to its rightful place. As soon as Yu Qingshan returned to his room, Yu Xuanga sprang into action. While the rest of the Yu residents lacked surveillance, she remained uncertain about the treasure room. To be cautious, she changed into a different outfit, donned gloves, and employed her disguise skill to transform into Yu Xuanhuan's likeness. Moving with grace, she entered the study. With knowledge of the location and the sequence of mechanisms, she was confident in her endeavor, and soon enough, the wardrobe opened. Yu Xuanga stepped inside, leaving her thrush at the door to keep watch, ready to alert her at the slightest disturbance. After walking 2 meters, she arrived at another room, likely the secret chamber converted from the adjacent storage area. This room bore no door, evidently sealed off, leaving only the passage to the study. It was of similar size to the study, filled to the brim with wooden crates. These crates were familiar to her from her past life, a time when she had become a fugitive, fleeing for half a year, enduring hardships. Meanwhile, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua were preoccupied with transferring their lifetime's treasures to the living room, preparing for their move to the new villa that Yu Xuanhuan had purchased for them. Their faces radiated joy and pride. Yu Xuanga retrieved a matching cardboard box she had prepared in advance, filled it with the contents of the wooden crates, and with a thought, stored them neatly within her spatial bag, leaving only a pile of empty crates scattered across the floor. After completing her task, she closed the secret chamber and returned to her room, changing her clothes and removing her disguise, smiling as she lay down. At last, she could enjoy a restful sleep. On the 26th, Yu Xuanga rose early to go for a run and exercise. She knew she must be present when Su Yitong arrived. As a fellow internal test player and the rightful partner of the male protagonist, it was imperative that she excel. Yet, she found herself puzzled as to why a young lady of such standing would download an unpromoted game in the dead of night. She could only speculate that perhaps Yu Xuanhuan had been playing, prompting Su Yitong to download the game to join her boyfriend. Alternatively, could it be that the protagonist naturally possessed a certain fortune? During this time, a call from the company informed her that the role she had played for less than 3 days had been reassigned to someone else. Yu Xuanga paid little heed. She had more pressing matters to attend to than the entertainment industry. At 11 in the morning, Yu Xuanhuan arrived with Su Yitong in tow. Yu Xuanga had long since concealed her resentment, and upon seeing Su Yitong, she was even able to smile, impressed by her own composure. However, there was little else to say. She found herself at a loss for flattering words. Even though her brother had often lamented the hardships she endured within the Su family in her previous life, she could not bring herself to curry favor with the Su family on her brother's behalf. After all, the son-in-law was not her own. In her past life, when Su Yitong came to visit, she was preoccupied with her distress over Lu Hongsheng. Unbeknownst to her, this would likely be perceived in a completely different light by Su Yitong. It was probably due to her unsettled mind that Yu Xuanhuan managed to persuade her to believe she harbored an inappropriate affection for her brother, making it easy for Su Yitong to take her at her word. Today, Yu Xuanga maintained a countenance filled with blessings, even managing to sneak a glance at Su Yitong during the toast. It was satisfactory. Although she did not succeed in her theft, the skill had indeed been employed, and she could distinctly sense the difference between a failed attempt and a successful one. It appeared that Su Yitong had become a player. Yu Xuanga pilfered 3 more times, halting only when her health had dwindled to 40, succeeding once in her endeavor. When the success of her theft was revealed, she seized the opportunity to glance at what she had acquired while pretending to be engrossed in her meal. 1 point of luck. In her previous life, Su Yitong was a healer. She had presumed that today she might steal attributes predominantly related to intelligence. Yet she was taken aback to discover that Su Yitong's highest attribute was the elusive luck, which could also be stolen. Perhaps initially, Yu Xuanga had merely indulged in the thrill of inflicting distress upon her adversary by depleting her health to utilize her skills. However, she was now resolute. Even if it meant consuming potions, she would not cease until she had pilfered the luck from Su Yitong, which she could not obtain otherwise. This was an exceedingly rare opportunity. In fact, it might well be her only chance to snatch luck. Luck was already a coveted attribute on the panel, and as others advanced and received attribute points, they would gain 5 points per level, rendering such an occurrence nearly impossible in the future. Yet the more precious the prize, the more patient she needed to be. The Su family's influence far surpassed her own, despite the passive effects of the thief skill. Even if she were to steal something from Su Yitong at that moment, Su Yitong would only realize a day later that something was amiss. However, the power of the Su family was formidable. In the future, she would not only pilfer from Su Yitong, but also from Yu Xuanhuan and his band of brothers. Each time an item went missing, Yu Xuanga had been present the day before for an extended period, occasionally slipping away for a short while to consume healing potions, leaving a glaring opening for suspicion. Such matters required vigilance from the very first act of thievery. Yu Xuanga never believed in luck. Thus, for the next hour, she assumed the role of a good luck charm, offering occasional blessings. Soon, after finishing their meal, when the group settled down for a detailed conversation, Yu Xuanga manipulated her painting thrush to make a call to her own phone using a spare device, feigning a need to leave for work. She descended in the elevator, driving out of the community under the watchful eye of surveillance. Half an hour later, her health fully restored by munching on jerky, Yu Xuanga employed her disguise skill to transform into a robust middle-aged man and return to the community, ascending the stairs to the floor where the Yu family resided. Through the painting thrush left at the Yu residence, she observed that the first floor was deserted. The others were engrossed in discussions in the study, oblivious to the multitude of secrets surrounding them. Through the songbird, she could faintly hear fragments of phrases regarding the Yu and Su family's matrimonial arrangements. The corridor lacked surveillance cameras, yet every individual security door was equipped with its own monitoring system. Yu Xuanga retrieved a basic invisibility potion from her backpack and consumed it. This potion rendered one invisible for a mere 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 7 minutes, necessitating constant vigilance over time. Upon ingestion, not only did her body become invisible, but the items she carried also became cloaked by the potion's magic. She approached and extracted the concealed key to unlock the grand door of the Yu residence. The door creaked open as if stirred by a gentle breeze, only to gradually close again. Yu Xuanga, mindful of the time, entered the study without even shutting the door behind her. Yu Qingshan was seated behind the desk, while Li Qiuhua and others lounged on several sofas, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles. Du Sunghe gracefully Prusuvitong. And at the moment when Yu Xuanhuan draped an arm over her shoulder, she began her covert thievery. She pilfered 4 times in succession, her complexion paling as her health plummeted to 20. After consuming a basic healing potion, her health rebounded to 80, and she pressed on. Another 3 successful thefts followed. Yu Xuanga cast a glance, her heart swelling with exhilaration. Was this what they termed as increasing luck through theft? She constantly reminded herself of the time, with merely 2 minutes remaining before the invisibility would dissipate. She delicately retreated from the room and slipped into Yu Xuanhuan's bedroom, pulling aside the sheets hanging by the bed and concealing herself beneath it. At this juncture, her personal panel displayed a staggering luck value of 10, now accompanied by the phrase, full value. Not long after lying down, the invisibility potion expired. While gnawing on dried meat to rapidly restore her health, she awaited the cool down of the basic healing potion. Thanks to the sustenance, her health replenished at a rate of 5 points per minute. 5 minutes later, as the potion's cooldown concluded, her health had risen to 45. Yu Xuanga refrained from hastily consuming the potion, opting instead to continue savoring the dried meat in her possession. It was only when her level was low that she could steal with such impunity. In the future, as her level increased, she would face daunting health deductions with each successive theft, as the percentage deducted would grow significantly. The basic healing potion offered a mere 60 points, and once she sought to recover swiftly, she would require intermediate, advanced, or even superior potions, rendering the cost of each additional theft exceedingly steep. Just as her health restored to 96, the door creaked open, and voices filled the air. Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan had arrived. Chapter 9. Increasingly fortunate in theft, of course. What couple doesn't retreat to the bedroom for whispers? With that thought, they settled at the edge of the bed, their legs brushing against one another. Yu Xuanga, her mind untroubled and serene, embarked on her clandestine endeavor. She succeeded in 4 thefts, reducing her health to 16. The individual on the bed appeared pale, while the one beneath the bed looked as though she had been dead for 3 days. After consuming a vial of medicine, fearful of making too much noise, she sipped delicately until it was finished. Her health restored to 76. Yu Xuanga's consumption of jerky was unrelenting. Another 3 attempts followed. A grin threatened to distort her face as she mused that her previous gaming session must have drained her luck, for she had only succeeded a few times after hundreds of attempts. But today, she had achieved so much in so few attempts, not only gaining 2 points of luck, but also acquiring an item. The Soros Set Mask 1-3. Grade A upon use, it disguises the character's panel information. The effect activates once the item is stored in the inventory. If the mask is lost, the disguise ceases. Cannot be detected successfully by items of grade A or below. Note, each additional piece of the Soros set collected increases concealment level by 1. Upon seeing this item, Yu Xuanga was overwhelmed with joy, even more so than if she had drawn a point of luck. Unlike equipment, the effects of items are diverse and peculiar. Some activate simply by being stored in the inventory. Others require wearing, while some demand bizarre conditions to take effect. Yet they do not occupy the equipment slots. And certain items can be used in conjunction with equipment. After the initial exhilaration, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Since there was a mask capable of disguising panel information, could there also be components like the Eye of Soros or glasses for detection? Yu Xuanga steadied her breath, awaiting the cool down of her primary healing potion. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and the young couple was merely exchanging affectionate kisses, sparing her from the need to burrow through the floor. Perhaps each individual has a constant allotment of luck each day. After acquiring 2 points of luck and an A-grade item, she remained beneath the bed for an hour, consuming medicine and jerky whenever her health dwindled, stealing whenever it was restored. At that moment, she truly grasped the sentiment that a love for thievery is akin to a love for life itself. Ultimately, she also stole 1 point of charm. Yu Xuanga felt no disappointment. Both charm and luck are attributes that cannot be enhanced with points, and naturally, the more rare items one possesses, the better. She continued her thievery until the couple vacated the room. Soon, the family departed together, and Yu Xuanga surmised they were off to dine. Uncertain if they had attempted to contact her, she disregarded it, as her phone was off and tucked away in her gaming backpack. Emerging from beneath the bed, her countenance ashen and hair disheveled, Yu Xuanga reckoned her current appearance could genuinely frighten anyone with a weak heart, particularly Ichio. With only 16 health remaining, she hesitated to consume any more medicine. Today, in pursuit of stealing Su Yitong's attributes and equipment, she had consumed over 20 vials of primary healing potions and devoured all 20 pounds of jerky in her inventory. Feeling as though her face had broadened considerably, Yu Xuanga returned to her bedroom and took a nap, awakening only when the blissful family of 3 returned home. She glanced at her talents. Armor on. The lights have already illuminated the surroundings. She first employed her disguise skill to transform herself back into the formidable figure she had previously assumed, changing her attire before consuming the invisibility potion. Emerging from the bedroom, she descended the stairs and exited the house. The sound of the door closing was rather loud, so she left it slightly ajar, allowing the occupants within to discover it at their leisure. She then made her way directly to the staircase. As she reached the 2nd floor, the potion's effect waned, yet her disguise remained intact. With an air of composure, Yu Xuanga carried her toolbox out of the community. Before she had even fully exited the premises, she activated the Soros mask, altering her player information. Her current authentic data was as follows. Character, Yu Xuanga, level 00001. Divine Gift, God of Thieves, S rank. Divine Gift, Immortal, SS rank. Incomplete. Race, Human. Racial ability, Undead. Will consumption health, 100 mana, 100 strength, 5 constitution, 7 intelligence, 10 agility, 12 luck, 10 max value, charisma, 10 max value. Available attribute points, 0. Uncertain whether others could perceive the specific skills of her talents, she proceeded with the modifications. The character panel after her disguise now read, Character: Yu Xuanga, level 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. Divine Gift, Broker, a rank. Race, Human Racial Ability, Undead will Consumption Health, 100 mana, 100 Strength, 5 Constitution, 7 Intelligence, 7 Agility, 7 Luck, 5 Charisma, 9 Available Attribute Points, 0. Her attributes had become markedly mediocre, yet she opted not to alter her charisma too drastically. Reflecting on her past, she recalled that even when disguised as a beggar during her escape, she seemed to receive more alms than others. A person's temperament is difficult to conceal. A charming individual remains captivating regardless of their circumstances. Thus, she decided not to make her charisma attribute too conspicuous. She temporarily modified her talent to the A-rank broker, a commendable ability that would not easily arouse suspicion. If the God of Thieves talent were to be revealed, she would become a target of animosity among players. No one would wish to see someone capable of stealing their attributes thrive. In the future, once she acquired a more suitable divine gift through the Death Imitation Show, she would make further modifications. She placed the mask at the deepest part of her storage box, recognizing it as her most treasured item for the foreseeable future. On her journey home, Yu Xuanga pondered whether she had left any vulnerabilities, meticulously reflecting on every detail since her rebirth on the 22nd. The timing of her resurrection was perilously close to the game's beta test, leaving her little time to strategize. Simply returning home in time had been a challenge. If Yu Xuanhuan were to comprehend the significance of that game, would she harbor resentment towards her? While Yu Xuanga was indifferent to any animosity from Yu Xuanhuan, this matter was crucial for her ability to continue concealing herself within the protagonist's camp. Many opportunities could only be discovered by the main characters. Even if she could not disrupt their endeavors, perhaps she could linger nearby, sharing in their fortunes and allowing them to lower their guard. In the 2 years following the invasion of the game in her previous life, she occasionally accompanied Yu Xuanhuan to various secret realms and dungeons fully controlled by the Su, Han, and Liang families. She genuinely obtained numerous valuable items from Yu Xuanhuan. Although she now possesses knowledge of the locations of these dungeons and can infiltrate them using various potions and skills, many treasures cannot be acquired alone. Particularly, some formidable bosses require the combined efforts of dozens or even hundreds to defeat. Reflecting on it, she considers how Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan earned her trust over the years. Indeed, each time they gained benefits from her, they would share some of the costs, such as using her family's funds to purchase a villa worth 30 million, or when a dungeon appeared in the villa, she gifted to Yu Xuanhuan. He had taken her there, but mentioned that it had been seized by the Liang family, and he only held the rights to access it, able to bring her along only occasionally. Even when the Su, Liang, and Han families jointly pursued her, he had risked his safety on several occasions to warn her, allowing her to evade minor crises. Each time she avoided danger due to Yu Xuanhuan's warnings, her trust in him deepened. Yet, reflecting now, she realizes that her brushes with death occurred after narrowly escaping several small crises. So, should she offer Yu Xuanhuan a taste of sweetness as bait? After the game's invasion, it was through her own strength and Yu Xuanhuan's trust that she had the opportunity to participate in significant events of the Su family, seizing chances to create turmoil. With 2 internal tests approaching, this represented the best opportunity to disclose this secret to Yu Xuanhuan while secretly thwarting him. Speaking only a few words to simultaneously win his utmost trust while ensuring he gains nothing. But would this risk turning the tide in Yu Xuanhuan's favor? She understood that the safest course of action would be to eliminate Yu Xuanhuan immediately, yet she felt an unwillingness. In her past readings of novels, she often mocked protagonists for not taking immediate vengeance upon their enemies after rebirth, but faced with her own situation, she realized that simply slaying him could not extinguish the deep-seated hatred within her. Sometimes, allowing an enemy to die swiftly is a form of mercy. She could abandon Lu Zhonglu once he was ensnared in a quagmire, but she could not do the same to Yu Xuanhuan. She did not wish to look ahead. Instead, she wanted to look down, to keep Yu Xuanhuan firmly beneath her heel, forcing him to gaze at her soles, witnessing his own suffering. An eye for an eye was the only means to alleviate the hatred in her heart. And what of his 3 women and those 5 foolish brothers? If Yu Shu and Huan were to perish, she would still need to hunt each of them down. Moreover, while killing Yu Shu and Huan might be easy, she could not single-handedly contend against the Su, Liang, and Han families. The optimal strategy would naturally involve infiltrating their ranks, inciting discord among them. Yet, the more she contemplated, the greater the risk of allowing Yu Shu and Huan to participate in the internal test seemed. There must be a way. Yu Shu and Huan closed his eyes, striving to recall all the skills, items, equipment, and potions he had once known. Chapter 10, Wheels of Destiny. The case involving Lu Zhonglu and Lu Hongsheng has reached an impasse. Although the cause of Lu Hongsheng's death was determined to be unrelated to the wounds on his body or his fall from a building, numerous witnesses saw him escape from Lu Zhongliu's grasp. The blood on Lu Zhongliu's hands and her fingerprints on the knife cannot be fabricated. It seems she cannot extricate herself from this predicament anytime soon, especially considering Lu Hongsheng's wife has openly declared her intent to see Lu Zhonglu imprisoned. The situation has escalated significantly, especially given its proximity to the entertainment company's premises, and within just a few days, it has begun to trend online. With her manager gone and no one to oversee her, the only opportunity she had was snatched away by a rival. She found herself reveling in her newfound freedom. One of the two most foolish individuals in the company is dead, while the other is under scrutiny. In her previous life, it was precisely these two who had conspired to unearth her past indiscretions. Other senior executives might have wished to lend her a hand, yet targeting their own artist was not a preferable choice. With her contract only 6 months from completion, when Lu Zhonglu expressed her desire to terminate her contract and switch agencies, those individuals fell silent, allowing the two of them to act freely. Yu Xuanga contemplated languishing for half a year, awaiting her contract termination and subsequent exit from the industry. She had been exceedingly busy lately, and the previous day, she pondered what could both earn her trust from Yu Shu and Huan and simultaneously keep him subdued. The first option she dismissed was the alteration of memories. Even if she succeeded in modifying Yu Shu and Huan's, or even Yu Qingshan Ichio's memories of the 22nd, the surveillance footage would remain unchanged. Yu Shu and Huan's character is profoundly suspicious, and he is meticulously cautious to the core. Should he harbor any doubts, he would undoubtedly investigate the surveillance from that day, and any contradictions with the fabricated memories would serve as irrefutable evidence of her deceit. In her previous life, the Su, Han, and Liang families all sent individuals to pursue her, with the most troublesome not being the Su family. Although the Su family dispatched many operatives, evading them was manageable. The most formidable adversaries were those sent by the Liang family, not only due to Liang Yuchuan's vicious disposition, but also because of the existence of a particularly abhorrent individual within the Liang household. Just the thought of that person sends a chill down Yu Xuanga's spine, akin to having endured a full day of advanced calculus. Wheels of Destiny, B-Level. Skill 1. Happiness Restored. Select a target and use the skill to rotate their Wheel of Destiny, modifying their luck for that day. Duration, 6 hours. Cooldown, 6 hours. You may choose whether to conceal the altered luck value from the target. Skill 2. Your combination is incorrect. I dislike it. Select a target and use the skill to rotate their Wheel of Destiny, swapping their highest and lowest attribute values. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 6 hours. Although merely classified as B-level, it is truly a nauseating experience. Or rather, it makes sense that one could be rated as B-level without any offensive skills. For those days, the mere sight of this individual would bring her misfortune for an entire 6 hours. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of this alteration in luck is that the affected individual's data panel does not display any changes. Her own luck value had remained at 8, only to suddenly plummet into misfortune. Fleeing inevitably leads one to a dead end. Disguises are bound to be uncovered. Even drinking from a blood vial can result in choking halfway through. Spells may veer off course. Gunfire can misfire. Even magic missiles, which are designed to automatically track their targets, can fail to deliver a critical hit. Remarkably, her critical hit rate had been elevated to a staggering 77. Yet, after unleashing 60 magic missiles, not a single critical hit was achieved. Is this a divine gift? Or rather, a curse bestowed upon her by the gods? She managed to evade capture for an entire year, But after the arrival of this individual, she was apprehended within a mere 7 days, all due to this so-called divine talent. However, a pressing question arises. Is this person a closed beta player? During the 3 rounds of closed beta testing, the first reportedly saw just a few hundred logins, while the second, despite its unexpected timing, quickly attracted attention, leading to a surge of players exceeding 10,000. The third beta phase saw the creation of characters by hundreds of thousands. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Xuanga resolved to locate this individual in the coming days. Should he have participated in the closed beta, she would eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. She intended to test whether this skill could affect non-players. If it could, she would later apply it against Yu Xuanhuan. If Yu Xuanhuan were to draw an SS-level talent from her previous life under the most unfortunate of circumstances, she would seize that opportunity to steal it and eliminate the male protagonist, bringing closure to her own resentment, even if it meant living her next life in discontent. Conversely, should the male protagonist receive a worthless divine gift, that would be even better. This individual would be easy to find. He serves as the chauffeur for the Liang family. Yu Xuanga was well aware of the Liang family's ancestral home, situated in one of the most prestigious areas of the Villa district. After all, without sufficient power or wealth, who could claim the role of the female protagonist in a male-centric narrative? She did not rush to the Liang residence. Instead, she busied herself at home concocting potions. In addition to 20 bottles of basic phasing potions, she prepared over 50 intermediate invisibility potions. Unlike the basic versions, which only grant 5 minutes of invisibility, these intermediate potions provide a remarkable 15 minutes, albeit with a longer cooldown period of 20 minutes post-use. She found a recipe for beef skewers in her cooking beginner skills and prepared 297 servings, stowing them in her backpack. Each skewer could sustain 1 for a minute, effectively restoring 5 health points over time, serving both as sustenance and a means to hone her culinary skills. Now, her 24-slot inventory was filled with various miscellaneous items, clothing, and weapons, while 6 worn bags contained food and potions for immediate use. 99 basic healing potions, 99 basic mana potions, 57 intermediate invisibility potions, and 297 beef skewers. How could a woman destined to be with a male protagonist not be a closed beta player? The world does not revolve around Yu Xuanga, yet it undoubtedly centers on the male and female protagonists. Not only are they closed beta players, but so too are the male protagonist companions. Otherwise, how could they be brothers in arms? How splendid it is that she, as the male protagonist's sister, is not among them. Is this an attempt to isolate her? The purpose of Yu Xuanga's visit to the Liang residence extends beyond the machinations of fate. It is also to confront the male protagonist's second love interest, Liang Yuchuan. The male protagonist is surrounded by 3 enchanting companions, each possessing S-class talents. His lawful wife, Su Yitong, is said to have a divine gift associated with healing, later amassing various enhancement skills, earning her the title of the ultimate support. The second girlfriend, Liang Yuchuan, also boasts an S-class divine talent, one of the only 2 publicly recognized S-class talents on the top 100 list. Water God, S-class, skill 1, where there is water. There I am, capable of transforming into a droplet and merging with water. Skill 2, such refreshing water, enhances all water-related items and skills by 50. Skill 3, Vampire, grants a 20 chance to siphon one of the opponent's life force upon use. Skill 4I, the Water God, Heal, passive when transformed into a droplet or immersed in water. Your injuries will gradually mend. Yu Xuanga covets this talent, yet she does not intend to usurp it. Should Yu Xuanhuan draw an SS-class talent with a mere luck value of 1, she would decisively employ this skill to steal his SS talent before vanquishing him. Conversely, if Yu Xuanhuan were to acquire an exceedingly ordinary talent, she would retain Thief of the God of Thieves, which could also signify a bandit, to prevent any potential comeback. Furthermore, death within the game world can refresh the cooldown of Thief of the God of Thieves, which could also signify a bandit. As long as this skill remains unused, she could utilize it twice upon entering the game. Thus it would be unthinkable to squander it in reality. She yearns to pilfer items from Liang Yuchuan, for she holds little doubt that the female lead possesses valuable treasures. Her villa, worth 50 million, is situated in the vicinity of the Liang family's estate, not far apart. In her previous life, Yushu and Huan had forged a connection with the Liang family through the dungeons associated with that very villa. Chapter 11, Gears of Destiny, is in hand. That evening, Yushuanga employed her disguise skills to venture into the villa district. Rather than returning to her own villa, she resolved from the outset to leave no trace back to her lair, for the peculiarities of her skills were manifold. Before her disguise was to wear off, she sought refuge in the woods of the villa area, resting against a tree until the clock struck 2 in the morning. Upon awakening and noticing the date still read the 27th, she paused in disbelief, feeling as though an eternity had passed, only to realize that barely a week had elapsed. After indulging in a cup of iced coffee, Yushuanga donned a mask and ensconced her hair beneath a swimming cap, ensuring not a single strand would betray her presence. Finally, she slipped on gloves and consumed an invisibility potion, setting off towards the Liang residence, a good 10 kilometers away, treating it as a means to exercise her body. She had previously attempted to drink the invisibility potion while seated in a car, hoping to render the vehicle itself invisible. However, it seemed the potion's energy was limited, unable to envelop larger objects. She had even tried on an electric bike, but to no avail. Only a skateboard had succeeded, though it was hardly more than a trivial toy. Completing the 10-kilometer run, she concealed herself in the underbrush to await the potion's cool-down, wasting nothing in her quest. For she had mastered alchemy to brew potions specifically for her consumption. In gaming, she would hoard her best items, reluctant to use them, but in reality, she was willing to exhaust every resource at her disposal to minimize the risk of detection. The Liang estate could indeed be termed a manor. In comparison, her own modest villa, worth a mere 50 million, was but a trifling corner of this luxurious enclave, akin to a security booth at the entrance of an ordinary community. The towering iron gate was equipped with various surveillance and sensing devices. After consuming a basic phasing potion enabling 15 seconds of intangibility, Yushuanga strode through the iron gate into the Liang estate, running for another 10 minutes before reaching the main building. Yushuanga was genuinely astonished. Was it truly necessary for them to pursue her for so long, all for her A-grade talent? She first ventured to the adjacent 2 smaller buildings in search of her Gears of Destiny. The chauffeur and housekeeper were both long-term residents of the Liang household, as the master of the house could require their services at any moment. Their living conditions were indeed luxurious. She initially concealed herself in a storage room, biding her time until the cool-down of her invisibility potion concluded. After replenishing her supply, she resumed her mission, utilizing her phasing potion without regard for cost. She swiftly navigated the premises and soon found her Gears of Destiny in a second-floor bedroom of the annex. Standing at the bedside, she gazed upon the young man and invoked the skill, "I want this, this, and this." Although the display indicated a successful use, the theft failed. Without wasting a moment, she drew a knife from her backpack and slit the young man's throat. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the bloodied white fingers that appeared out of thin air, yet he could not utter a sound. In his hand, a basic healing potion materialized, which Yushuanga deftly retrieved with the tip of her blade. Soon, the young man lay silent, his eyes wide open, devoid of life. She gently touched the corpse and discovered a small, 4-compartment pouch. Quite an ordinary, tattered cloth bag. Most 2- and 4-compartment pouches bore this design. Inside were 2 meager vials of potions and a small pouch containing 2 silver coins. Yushuanga employed the skill Death Imitation Show on the corpse, designating a target who had perished by her hand, thus imitating their divine gift. At any one moment, she could only specify a single target. Once she switched targets, the previously imitated divine gift would vanish. Soon, she felt a new divine skill manifest within her, Wheel of Fate, Grade B. While waiting for the cooldown period, she utilized the Soros mask to modify her character panel information, exchanging her divine gift for Wheel of Fate, Grade B. Afterward, she removed her blood-stained gloves, sanitized her hands with alcohol gel to rid them of the metallic scent, and donned a fresh pair of gloves before consuming an invisibility potion and proceeding to the main building. Employing the same method, she located Liang Yuchuan's room and adeptly crawled beneath the little princess's bed, her movements so practiced they evoked sympathy. It was only 4 o'clock. The young elites of affluent families were still young, and she doubted Liang Yuchuan would rise before 7, estimating she had 3 hours to pilfer. First, she activated another stroke of luck from Will of Fate, reducing Liang Yuchuan's luck to 1, and then began the cycle of I want this, and this, consuming meat, drinking potions, and restoring health, repeating I want this, and this. The Wheel of Fate was truly insidious. No wonder it had tormented her for so long. With luck reduced to 1, in just 1 hour, Yu Shuinga managed to steal 2 items, a pouch of coins, and 3 attribute points. Soros set, glasses, 2-3. Grade A when worn. These glasses allow the wearer to inspect the target's character panel data. Specific information about divine gifts cannot be discerned. Each additional piece of the Soros set collected enhances the information that can be inspected. Currently, she could ascertain the target's equipment name and quantity. These were the gold-framed glasses Liang Yuchuan often wore in her previous life, surprisingly functioning as an inspection tool. Although Yu Shuinga had occasionally been in the company of the protagonists, she had been excluded, relegated to the role of a poor relative of the male lead. With no right to access the protagonist's information, she cherished these glasses, placing them in her backpack as a treasured item. They appeared utterly unremarkable and bore no identifiable markings. Moreover, when combined with the mask's concealment capabilities were enhanced. Soros set, Mask 2-3. Grade A when utilized, it disguises the user's character panel information. Once the item is used, it remains effective as long as it is stored in the backpack. If the mask is discarded, the disguise is rendered ineffective, currently undetectable by items below Grade S. Note, each additional piece of the Soros set collected increases concealment level by 1. She even speculated that the final Soros item might reside with the male protagonist's third girlfriend. Was this a set? It was a symbol of the female lead's identities. Endless coffee, grade D, containing an inexhaustible supply of coffee, 500 milliliters per cup. It restores a total of 500 mana points upon consumption, with the ability to refill once every 24 hours. This was nearly equivalent to an infinite blue potion. It could only be rated as grade D, likely due to its lengthy cooldown period. However, the cooldown of this ED does not overlap with that of the mana potion, rendering it exceedingly precious in terms of practicality. While the funds in her purse amount to a mere 3 gold coins, it is better than having nothing at all. As for the 3 attribute points, they are all in agility. In her previous life, Liang Yuchuan, endowed with the ability to merge with water, traversed the path of an assassin, striking fear like a deity of death on rainy days, leaving no trace of her presence, appearing as if conjured by each raindrop. She was known as the god of assassins and wielded significant influence within the team of Yu Shuinhuan. Liang Yuchuan's reasoning often strayed from the norm, as she genuinely believed Yu Shuinhuan's words, convincing herself of a twisted affection for her brother. She even attempted to substitute her own talents for either herself or Su Ito, merely to be with Yu Shuinhuan. Such absurdities, astonishingly, she accepted as truth. The bounty for her capture was issued by Liang Yuchuan herself. Not only did she demand her quarry be brought in alive, but she also offered rewards for each of her own limbs, effectively suggesting that as long as Yu Shuinga's limbs were severed and the body remained intact, a handsome profit could be made. Yu Shuinga, harboring a deep-seated animosity, continued her thievery until the clock struck 7. Only after acquiring 3 points in agility and 2 in strength did she cease her endeavors. Presently, her agility has soared to 18, while her strength stands at 7. In total, she has pilfered 8 attribute points from Liang Yuchuan, nearly equating to the rewards of a 2-level increase. Chapter 12: A modicum of interest after restoring her blood to its full capacity. Yu Shuinga employed her disguise skill to assume the appearance of Su Ito. She did not hold high hopes that such a rudimentary ruse would prove effective, but it was certainly preferable to using her own visage. She donned a cap to obscure her swimming hat and retrieved a formidable axe before consuming a basic invisibility potion. Cautiously, she emerged from beneath the bed and approached its edge. Initially, she intended to sever Liang Yuchuan's head, but upon noticing a dark metal collar encircling his neck, She hesitated. This collar, which he had worn in his previous life, occupied an equipment slot on his neck. Given Liang Yuchuan's capabilities, it was implausible that he would lack access to necklace-type gear. Thus, the only logical explanation was that this collar was indeed an item of equipment, and of no trivial quality at that. How had she failed to procure it, even if it were not a collar? Her strength of 7 would hardly guarantee the severing of such a well-crafted metal collar, let alone Liang Yuchuan's neck. Without further contemplation, Yu Xiunge aimed for Liang Yuchuan's right arm. She leaped high, channeling all her strength into a decisive swing. The god of assassins, indeed. In an instant, the axe cleanly severed Liang Yuchuan's right forearm, the entire act taking less than a second. Blood splattered across Yu Xiunge's face, revealing her eyes, which had been disguised as Su Yitong's, locking onto Liang Yuchuan's expression of fear and resentment. Almost immediately, Liang Yuchuan utilized the skill to merge with the blood pooling on the bed, leaving behind only a forearm. This was the rationale behind Yu Xiunge's decision to abandon the attempt to behead Liang Yuchuan after realizing the difficulty involved. He was simply too formidable to kill. Whether he transformed into water to merge with it or was submerged within it, he could gradually regain health, truly a bug in the system. Would fear induce a daze? No. For those with combat prowess, fear and pain only served to hasten their flight. Moreover, Liang Yuchuan's room contained several cups of water, and even beneath the bed were a few bowls. Even if she managed to strike his heart or incapacitate him with a shock, she would still have a few seconds to escape. It can only be said that once bestowed with divine talent at S rank, weakness is an impossibility. Yet, leaving behind a severed arm, a right forearm, was not without its advantages. Upon datification, no matter how severe the injury, health regeneration could heal wounds. However, it cannot conjure lost body parts from thin air. An arm or leg severed would result in a state of disability unless the parts were retrieved and reattached before health regeneration could be applied. Now, with Liang Yuchuan having lost a forearm, this was merely an interest payment. Yu Xiunge stowed the severed limb in her game inventory, and before anyone outside could intrude, she donned the Eye of Soros. The basic invisibility potion was still on cooldown, so she cleverly consumed a medium invisibility potion, as the two potions possessed separate cooldown periods. The parts of her body that had been revealed due to the blood now regained their invisibility. After consuming a bottle of phasing potion, she gracefully traversed the wall and exited the room. Through the Eye of Soros, she observed the flow of information from all individuals within the villa. There were no players present. Even Liang Yuchuan's brothers were currently not players. It was likely that they would not enter the game until the second internal test. Aided by Liang Yuchuan, Yu Xiunge fled the estate before the invisibility potion lost its efficacy. With a remarkable agility of 18, she outran even the swiftest sprinters, dashing away with fervor. Before the potion could fully dissipate, she escaped the villa neighborhood, not returning to her own villa, but racing to the nearest lake. Maintaining the guise of Su Yitong, she washed away the blood from her body in the water, stripped off her clothes, and ignited them by the lakeside, turning them to ash. She then scooped up the charred remnants along with the soil beneath and cast them into the lake. Once again cloaked in invisibility, she sprinted towards the city. Having been tainted by Liang Yuchuan's blood, she was uncertain whether he could sense anything through it. The divine gifts were astonishingly potent, transcending mere skills on a panel. For instance, in her previous life, her initial agility was a mere 5, but after acquiring the thief god talent in this life, it surged to 11. Moreover, she could now effortlessly pilfer a passerby's phone without detection, her hands having become remarkably nimble and supple, transformations wrought by her abilities. As her instances of theft increased, so too did her proficiency with those skills. Given that the water god could command the element of water, she dared not gamble on whether Liang Yuchuan could perceive her blood. Throughout the day, Yu Xiunge did not return home. After her disguise faded, she donned a hat and mask, adopting the guise of a street dweller. Wherever there were crowds, she melded in, and once her disguise's cooldown expired, she changed into male attire and bathed in a seedy motel that required no identification. Ultimately, she took an unlicensed taxi to the neighboring city. During her journey, she received a call from her new agent, wishing to discuss upcoming work arrangements. Yu Xiuanga simply claimed she was on vacation and asked him to wait 3 days. Uncertain whether she was engaging in a battle of wits with the air itself, she opted not to take chances. She preferred to appear foolish than to return to her former lair after committing wrongdoing. This was the wisdom and instinct honed from years of evasion. More importantly, her luck was at its peak, and sometimes intuition was merely luck guiding her. As it turned out, Yu Xiuanga's gamble was vindicated. After her departure, Liang Yuchuan transformed, consuming a primary healing potion before being airlifted to the hospital. Such injuries were beyond the capability of a family doctor. On the helicopter, she remained acutely aware of her blood's presence, sensing its trail beyond the estate and lingering at the lake. However, her perceptive range was limited. Once the pain and bleeding in her forearm were mitigated, she began to pursue the scent of her blood via the helicopter. By the time Yu Xiuanga left S City, the Liang family had already traced her to the city. The helicopter hovered conspicuously above the urban landscape, the Liang family's influence rendering them exempt from flight path applications. Yet, the scent was chaotic. Having received her abilities for less than a week, her pursuit of the city was already at its limit. Clenching her wound tightly, the pressure could not quell the anguish deep within her. Her right arm was now but a remnant of its former self. She had become disabled. Liang Yuchuan's eyes brimmed with fury. She remembers those eyes, and she is determined to find her, without a doubt. Meanwhile, Yu Xiuanga has been quite occupied in H City. Were it not for her body being digitized, she would fear succumbing to exhaustion. Her arrival in H City is for a renowned artifact. Following the game invasion, certain objects on Earth have begun to mutate, and she has even heard rumors of a starch factory's machinery transforming into an S-grade artifact capable of mass-producing starch sausages that enhance strength by 2 for 5 minutes after consumption. Such matters are best left unconsidered by Yu Xiuanga, though she harbors selfish tendencies and refrains from sharing the news of the game invasion with everyone. She would never touch an artifact that is evidently more beneficial for the battlefield when held by the authorities. What she seeks is a cat nest from a pet hospital, which has existed since the hospital's inception. Stray cats passing by are welcome to rest in this nest, which the doctors clean regularly. This seemingly unremarkable cat nest has triggered a mutation chance after the game invasion, transforming it into an S-grade artifact. Meow Meow Inn, S-grade placed at your doorstep. It has a chance to attract visiting stray animals. Should you treat them with sincerity, they will leave behind a cherished trinket as a token of gratitude. Chapter 13. Perhaps it is better to end it, though it may merely be a recent favorite among her collection. The mere classification of this item as S-grade indicates that it is far from the commonplace detritus found in the form of old stones or trivialities. In her previous life, this cat bed propelled the pet hospital to rapid prominence. However, amidst the bustling activity of the clinic, this cat bed had ceased to be a secret over the years. It was soon discovered, leading to a catastrophic downfall where, overnight, both the staff and all the animals, including hamsters, were annihilated. This was the very reason she had come to retrieve the cat bed in advance. She truly had not lost her conscience. Yu Xiuanga patted herself on the back, acknowledging, "Though you steal and scavenge and have a penchant for lurking beneath beds, you are indeed a good girl." Admittedly, she conceded that even if the pet hospital had not faced its demise due to this cat bed, she was resolute in claiming it for herself. She desired it, and she would obtain it. She did not reincarnate merely to become a paragon of virtue. The cat bed remained just outside the pet hospital, regardless of inclement weather. Even when the hospital closed for the night, the worn gray bed remained in its place. Under the cover of night, Yu Xiuanga, employing her disguise skills, positioned 2 luxurious cat tents on either side of the hospital entrance. She then tucked the cat bed under her arm and returned to her rented vehicle, casually tossing the bed into the passenger seat. She proceeded to transport 10 boxes of premium cat food to the hospital entrance, affixing a sign made from A4 paper that read, "Feeding for all stray animals in the vicinity." She even opened 10 cans on the spot, neatly arranging them at the hospital's entrance. The following day, she donned yet another disguise and entered the hospital, donating 2 million. Her approach was one of forceful acquisition. As she exited the hospital, she could hear the staff lamenting the recent influx of benevolent individuals, regretting the absence of the cat bed, to which they had grown attached. This was precisely what Yu Xiunga feared, although she could wait until the game's invasion to reclaim the cat bed. Items imbued with emotional attachment often transformed into bound equipment, making them exceedingly difficult to reclaim once bound. Even if one were to eliminate the original owner, the item would remain tethered to them. Once she secured the cat bed, she purchased materials for crafting homemade bandages and ingredients necessary for her culinary recipes. Before returning to her 30 million yuan villa, she planned to dedicate the following week to mastering both first aid, beginner, and cooking, beginner, aiming to achieve intermediate proficiency during the second internal test. On the morning of her return from H City to S City, Su Yitong once again visited the Yu residence. It was said that she had been virtually a daily guest at the Yu household, and during her time in H City, Ichiwa had urged her to return, mentioning that Su Yitong had inquired about her. Yu Xiunga felt busier than when she was fleeing for her life. During her escape, she still managed to sleep for 6 hours each day. Early that morning, she received a call from Ichiwa insisting that she return home today. Yu Xiunga, with a swift turn of the steering wheel, bypassed her own residence and headed straight to the Yu home. Her appearance clearly reflecting that she had come directly without returning home. Su Yitong's expression revealed nothing amiss, but for Yu Xiunga, a seasoned performer, detecting emotions was second nature. During dinner, as Su Yitong sat beside her, she inadvertently knocked over a wine glass, spilling its contents all over Yu Xiunga. Yu Xiunga appeared to react with remarkable quickness, retreating backward, but in truth, she had not managed to evade the deluge in time. Su Yitong hurriedly apologized, but Yu Xiunga smiled and waved her hand, indicating that it was of no consequence. She then ascended the stairs to freshen up and change her attire. With her agility rating of 18, it was impossible for her to evade the situation. Su Yitong deliberately tested her reactions, to which Yu Xiunga responded with a reaction typical of an ordinary person. Although the incident was trivial, it stirred a multitude of unpleasant memories for Yu Xiunga. On June 1st, Children's Day, Yu Xiunhuan and Su Yitong were to be engaged. She was determined to ensure that little Yu Xiunhuan could spend the holiday away from her father. After dealing with Su Yitong, Yu Xiunga visited her agency and boldly announced her intention to retire from the industry. When several senior executives expressed disbelief, she, adhering to the principle of minimizing complications, stated that she could issue her retirement announcement immediately. Those who have committed acts of violence understand that there is a psychological distinction between those who have killed and those who have not. The typical mindset for ordinary individuals facing disputes might be to let things be, whereas for those who have taken a life, the inclination may lean towards a more drastic resolution. Recently, she had indeed been exceedingly busy. The second internal test was scheduled for June 6th. Not only did she need to maximize her proficiency in intermediate alchemy and engineering before the test, but she also aspired to elevate her cooking, fishing, and first aid skills to an intermediate level. Although most materials were imbued with magical properties, which the current reality lacked, there were still several recipes with alternative materials available for experience gain, such as the components for creating gunpowder in engineering, which she could procure in real life. Once she had exhausted all possible experience gains, she needed to attend to little Yu Xiunhuan. She truly had no time to engage in violence. While killing may be straightforward, the aftermath is fraught with complications. Lu Zhonglu had just emerged yesterday and could not leave City S in the near future. Amid her hectic schedule, she even found time to confront Lu Zhonglu, slapping her for her awareness of Lu Hongxing's schemes. She could not afford to appear oblivious to the situation. Lu Zhongliu's life was not yet forfeit. She needed to ensure that all attention remained firmly fixed on Lu Hongxing. Witnessing Yu Xiunga's unwavering resolve, the company's negotiators lost their fervor. They no longer wished to engage her. What leverage did they possess over her? Those unencumbered by Shu's fear, not the barefoot. Having navigated the industry for so many years, she was well aware of the company's gossip. In her previous life, Yu Xiunga had endured due to her reluctance to retire. She feared that her departure would leave her family without income. Thus, she continued to seek a turnaround, frequently utilizing her connections to introduce friends to Yu Xiunhuan. Desireless fortitude embodies the notion that without worldly ambitions, one can confront anyone with unwavering strength. After several more encounters with the higher-ups, Yu Xuanga exited the agency, finding herself without employment thereafter. 6 months later, she planned to hire a lawyer to finalize her contract and complete the necessary procedures. Throughout March, Yu Xuanga did not step outside her villa. She informed Yu Qingshan, Ichiogua, and Yu Xuanhuan that she had been abandoned by the company and was enduring considerable distress, requesting they refrain from disturbing her as she needed solitude. In truth, she was establishing her safe haven. If she could utilize invisibility potions, so too could others. She engaged a renovation team from a neighboring city to transform the rooftop of her villa into an expansive glass room exceeding 200 square meters. This enchanting space is adorned with an array of flowers and plants, accompanied by a fountain above. At the far end of the glass room stands a substantial wooden cabinet, brimming with potted greenery. She meticulously devised her own plans and blueprints to create a hidden door within the cabinet, leading to a rectangular compartment measuring 7 meters in length and 4 meters in width. Within this secluded chamber lies a bed for her repose, alongside 2 concealed humidifiers. The flooring is uniquely crafted, equipped with a highly sensitive gravity detection mechanism. Any object exceeding 2 kilograms that makes contact will trigger a radiant light. With the presence of an invisible potion, there naturally exists a corresponding visible potion. She filled the humidifiers with her finest intermediate visible potion, which, upon activation, disperses a fine mist throughout the room. Although the effect is somewhat diminished and cannot fully render one visible, it is sufficient to outline a person's silhouette. Using the garden sprinkler system would be excessively extravagant, as a small vial would deplete in mere minutes. However, with the humidifiers, a single vial of visible potion can last up to 8 hours. Concurrently, she installed humidifiers in various corners of her home, each containing the visible potion. As long as she is present, these humidifiers remain in an active state. Chapter 14. Let little Yu celebrate Children's Day in advance after completing her arrangements. She finally felt at ease to focus on enhancing her professional experience, diligently working until she maximized her current experience points in both alchemy and engineering. She placed the cat nest in the yard before the villa, ensuring to leave a portion of low-oil, low-salt meat daily, as she intended to cultivate a bond with the cat nest starting today. In early April, the engagement between Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan was settled, with both families gathering for a meal. Yu Xuanga, as Yu Xuanhuan's elder sister, naturally attended, maintaining a polite smile throughout the occasion. The Su family's upbringing could not be deemed exemplary, nor could it be considered poor. They possessed basic etiquette, but lacked genuine respect. After all, he was merely a son-in-law, and frankly, Su Yitong was only interested in the genetic inheritance of Yu Xuanhuan's visage. It mattered little if the child were dull-witted. What was paramount was that the child should not be unattractive. Various prenuptial agreements were to be signed, for the Su family was a vast clan. Even if the Su couple and their 3 children perished, it was inconceivable that Yu Xuanhuan could wield power over the Su family as a mere son-in-law. Yu Xuanga had dined in this manner in a past life, recalling how the Su family had exhibited a frigid demeanor then. She had felt sorrow for Yu Xuanhuan. Presently, however, she focused on her meal with a smile. After the Su family departed, only Su Yitong remained, and Yu Xuanga contemplated leaving, yet was halted by Yu Xuanhuan. Concern etched on her face, Yu Xuanhuan probed, "Sister, are you unhappy about my marriage?" Catching a glimpse of Su Yitong's unusual expression, Yu Xuanga contemplated whether Yu Xuanhuan bore a grudge against her or if he believed that female rivalry could enhance his allure. Did he wish to instill a sense of urgency in Su Yitong? Such pettiness. She gazed at Yu Xuanhuan in astonishment. How could that be? Of course, I am delighted. Yu Xuanhuan's expression conveyed disbelief, as if to say, do not feign innocence. Then why have you been? Lately? Yu Xuanga offered a wry smile. I genuinely rejoice for you and Yitong. It's just that my company has encountered some issues, and I fear I may be facing unemployment. Though initially skeptical, Yu Xuanhuan was compelled to believe her when Yu Xuanga opened her banking app and presented her 30 million in savings. Look, does this figure not induce anxiety? Yu Xuanhuan's smile faltered slightly. He wished to dismiss her words as mere frustration, Yet Yu Xuange's earnest expression was undeniable. Su Yitong, however, believed it wholeheartedly. To her, such an amount was merely a month's allowance. With so little remaining, concern was indeed warranted, and the doubts that had begun to surface dissipated entirely. Recognizing Su Yitong's expression, Yu Xuanhuan understood that he could not evoke her sympathy today. There would be other opportunities. Smiling, he took out his phone, intending to transfer money to Yu Xuange. Sister, it's all right. I will support you. As Yu Xuange was about to smile, Su Yitong intervened, placing her hand over Yu Xuanhuan's. She retrieved her phone, requested Yu Xuange's bank account, and transferred her 20 million. This is pocket money from me and Xuanhuan for you, dear sister. Yu Xuange immediately retracted her smile toward Yu Xuanhuan and grinned at Su Yitong. I have pictures of Yu Xuanhuan from childhood to the present on my phone. I will send them all to you later. Rest assured, I will delete them from my end afterward. From this point on, you shall be the sole keeper of these memories. Su Yitong's smile became even more genuine. Possessiveness, perhaps? Female rivalry, indeed? Am I merely a pawn in your game? As Yu Xuange observed Yu Xuanhuan's smile gradually stiffen, she greeted Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua before departing with a renewed sense of purpose. Having perfected her primary expertise to its utmost level, Yu Xuange was now ready to stir up some trouble. She had not heard any news regarding the Liang family, as she and they belonged to entirely different social strata. Even if the Su family were aware, it was unlikely they would divulge it to the Yu family. She had no intention of waiting any longer. Yu Xuanhuan's intentions had become utterly nauseating to her. Despite the years that Yu Xuanhuan had spent working, it was clear he was not entirely idle. If he had been wholly unproductive, Su Yitong would never have taken an interest in him. He was a gaming streamer, possessing both good looks and skill, amassing a significant following, with monthly donations reaching hundreds of thousands. He even maintained a small apartment designated as his studio. Yu Xuange did not plan to confront Yu Xuanhuan directly. During her previous life on the run, she had made the acquaintance of numerous escape companions. Following the advice of one such ally, she employed her disguise skills to uncover another side of the city. With 50 pounds of gold, she orchestrated a plan to shoot a certain part of him without causing any mortal harm. It was a remarkably advantageous transaction. The gold was sourced from the stash in Yu Qingshan's study, utilizing his own resources against him. How delightful. Concerned that the individuals she hired might falter in the presence of the male protagonist's aura, Yu Xuange arranged a specific time for the operation, the morning of April 5th. Immediately after Yu Xuanhuan left his residence, ensuring minimal witnesses, she still held hopes of Yu Xuanhuan marrying into the Su family. On the night of April 4th, Yu Xuange rose at 6 in the morning to return to the Yu family home, retrieving 3 luxury handbags she had previously purchased. After consuming a bottle of basic invisibility potion along with a basic phasing potion, she traversed the walls to reach Yu Xuanhuan's room, using the Wheel of Fate on the figure resting on the bed to alter his luck to a mere 1. Virtually no one in the household was aware of her return. However, a discerning observer reviewing the surveillance footage in the neighborhood or elevators would note her arrival at 6 o'clock, departing with 3 designer bags in under half an hour. By 8 o'clock, having just sold the 3 bags to a nearby secondhand store, she was startled by the sound of 7 consecutive gunshots echoing from across the street. Yu Xuange paused, incredulous. Could it be that with luck at 1, he still couldn't be hit? Moments later, she received a notification of mission failure. This was absurd. 7 shots. Not a single one found its mark. He managed to evade them all, as if in a film. I am a sharpshooter. Do you grasp the significance of that title? Was it truly so severe that even with luck at 1, the protagonist's halo would find ways to protect him? After all, the protagonist can survive near-fatal circumstances, endure grievous injuries, and face tribulations, but he cannot be rendered impotent. Yu Xuange sent another message. Try using a knife. Do not be too brutal. Just cut halfway. Rest assured, the price remains unchanged even for a partial cut. What has he done to provoke you? The sharpshooter inquired respectfully. Hurry, otherwise, I will withhold the final payment. Remember to take the severed part away and destroy it. Half an hour later, Yu Xuange received a frantic call from Yi Qiuhua, who implored her to rush to the hospital, claiming her brother was in trouble. Yu Xuanga's face, concealed by a mask, remained impassive, though her voice betrayed concern and alarm. What happened? What is going on? Hello, mother? The phone was answered by Yu Qingshan, his voice laden with exhaustion as he provided an address. Yu Xuanga was genuinely astonished. This was the clandestine clinic established by another friend who had fled with her back in the day. By the time she arrived at the clinic, Yu Xuanhuan had already been out of the operating room for quite some time. In the dimly lit, cramped hospital room, Yu Qingshan sat by the bedside, smoking, while Ichiwa continued to weep. Upon seeing Yu Xuanga enter, she instinctively wanted to accuse her, yet after much contemplation, she could not fathom how to blame Yu Xuanga for her son's grievous injury. After stammering for a while, all she could muster was, "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Following this, she collapsed back at the bedside, sobbing anew. Yu Xuanga's expression was a heavy mix of sorrow and disbelief, interspersed with a glimmer of unwillingness to accept the grim reality. She was employing every ounce of her acting prowess. This cannot be. Did he have any enemies? Yu Qingshan's thoughts were clearly elsewhere. The cigarette, but nearly burning his fingers without him taking a drag. Ichiwa shook her head through her tears. He is so well-behaved. How could he have offended anyone? Yu Xuanga pressed, "Is there still a chance for him?" Ichiwa replied, her voice thick with emotion. "That person had a gun. What a deep-seated grudge. Initially, he missed his target, but then he fired 7 more shots. Later, he resorted to using a knife. It's utterly heartless. A beast," Yu Xuanga exclaimed. "What a disaster. 50 kilograms of gold have not gone to waste." Chapter 15. Brief yet endearing little Yu Xuanhuan, with a sudden clap, had vanished half away. Yet, it matters not, for brevity carries its own charm. Yu Xuanga's voice rose a few notches. How could someone like us possibly offend those who wield firearms? Her words jolted the two into awareness, and even the drowsy Yu Xuanhuan furrowed her brow, as if on the verge of awakening from a dream. Ichiwa was momentarily taken aback, but soon realization dawned upon her. She widened her eyes in astonishment and whispered to Yu Qingshan, "Could it be the Su family?" Yu Qingshan shook his head and finally took a drag from his cigarette, replying, "It's hard to say." Noticing that Yu Xuanhuan had awakened, Yu Xuanga suggested, "Let us speak outside, lest we disturb Xuanhuan." Following her lead, Yu Qingshan and Ichiwa rose and exited the hospital room, closing the door behind them. As they did, Yu Xuanga distinctly observed Yu Xuanhuan's hand clenching into a fist. Once outside the room, Yu Xuanga inquired, "Do we have any enemies within the Yu family?" Yu Qingshan frowned. "Why you ask?" She responded, "I merely feel that this manner of inflicting harm seems like a vendetta against our entire Yu family, as if they wish to extinguish our lineage. Of course, as long as we have not been extinguished, there remains hope, does there not? What do the doctors say? Is there still a chance?" Yu Qingshan inhaled deeply, his tone laden with weariness as he said, "I will investigate this matter. You must take care of yourself. It will be prudent to return to the Yu residence for the time being." His words bore the tenderness of a concerned father. Yet Yu Xuanga suspected that he was merely anticipating the arrival of vengeful foes, hoping to shield himself. Nevertheless, she refrained from agreeing. "My brother still intends to form an alliance with the Su family, does he not?" This old fox hastily sent Yu Xuanhuan to a clandestine clinic, clearly intent on keeping it under wraps. Returning to reside there now would be most unusual, likely raising suspicions with Su Yitong. Her reasoning was sound, prompting Yu Qingshan to relent and cease urging his daughter to return home. After a brief while, Yu Xuanga excused herself, claiming she needed to return home to prepare soup. She was aware that Yu Xuanhuan had awakened, but she was disinclined to continue the charade, fearing she might burst into laughter mid-performance, and thus made her swift exit. Indeed, Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan bore a striking resemblance. Their first instinct upon encountering trouble was to conceal it rather than contemplate the dire consequences that might ensue if their connection to the Su family were discovered. Once Yu Xuanhuan regained consciousness, Yu Qingshan dismissed Ichiwa, allowing the father and son to converse. Yu Xuanga, having returned after consuming an invisibility potion, found no surprise in their behavior. In truth, she had never doubted her biological connection to Yu Qingshan. Well, she had taken the liberty to conduct a paternity test after her rebirth, confirming her lineage. Both Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan regarded women as untrustworthy beings. Despite their seemingly gentle demeanor, they held a disdainful view of women. The narrative amusingly portrays them as a son-in-law, yet in the side stories. Once the male protagonist's three sons ascend to power within the Su, Han, and Liang families, they simultaneously reclaim the Yu surname. A gratifying twist that fulfills the reader's desires. Though Ichiowa may have held a slightly higher status, it was merely marginal. Her primary role seemed to be that of a pawn for Yu Qingshan. Gazing at Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Qingshan inquired, "Do you have any thoughts on this?" Yu Xuanhuan, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling, replied, "Could it be an enemy of Yu Xuanga? Perhaps she has stirred up trouble outside." With a sigh, Yu Qingshan lamented, "How many times must I teach you? When faced with problems, remain calm and do not succumb to anger. Such displays are unbecoming and typically associated with women. Why should those who provoke trouble not be dealt with accordingly?" Yu Xuanhuan then began to suspect another woman in the household. "Could it be that my mother's temperament has stirred up trouble?" Yu Qingshan shook his head. "I am well aware of her affairs." Yu Xuanhuan closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. After a long pause, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "The Su family disapproves of my joining them? It is difficult to ascertain, but there was no need for them to resort to such underhanded tactics. They could have directly refused us, and we would not have dared to press the matter." After a moment's thought, Yu Qingshan gently inquired, "Have you ever crossed a woman? Aren't there several chaotic characters in your professional circle?" Yu Xuanhuan began to reflect carefully. He was certain he had not offended anyone. He maintained a friendly demeanor interlaced with a sense of distance. His relationship with Su Yitong had only deepened after confirming her family background, and he shook his head. Yu Qingshan reassuringly patted Yu Xuanhuan's hand. "That vase has already been sold. Before your engagement, I will secure the villa for you." Yu Xuanhuan then asked, "Is it true that Yu Xuanga is out of money?" Yu Qingshan replied, "It appears so. I discovered that a tragedy occurred at her company, and her manager has been implicated. You know how much she relied on that Lu fellow. She likely lacks the motivation lately. Once she is feeling better, I will find a way for her to earn again. Focus on your recovery and do not burden yourself with these concerns." "With little hope," Yu Xuanhuan remarked. "Given my circumstances," Yu Qingshan reassured him, "the doctor has confirmed that it will not affect your ability to have children. Even a shorter recovery is acceptable. What matters most is the skill involved." Yu Xuanga nearly chuckled aloud. Seeing that no useful information could be gleaned, Yu Xuanga regretfully exited the hospital room. Upon learning that Yu Xuanhuan had lost a segment, she felt a sense of clarity. Yes, this was indeed the path to revenge. She intended to make Yu Xuanhuan live in torment and fear every single moment. Joining the Su family? How dare he marry Su Yitong when he was no longer a whole man? She was eager to see what Yu Xuanhuan would do next. She felt no concern about incurring the Su family's wrath. She had reduced the male protagonist's luck to a mere one. Now, he was just an ordinary person, yet he managed to evade the top 10 assassins in the underground world, who fired 7 shots but failed to eliminate the little Yu Xuanhuan, ultimately retreating after only inflicting a minor wound. Did the Su family dare to harm the protagonist? They could await their bankruptcy. Wasn't her previous life even more formidable? Under the same circumstances of having a luck value of 1, she had been pursued for 7 days before finally being captured. Could it be that she was the true heroine? Yu Xuanga hummed a tune as she returned to the villa. In the game, there were indeed spells capable of healing severed limbs, a high-level spell that Su Yitong had mastered in her previous life. But that was during the 3rd year of the game's invasion, when the highest human level had reached 25. Su Yitong had gained fame because of that spell. She was the only one in the entire Blue Star who could perform it. No matter. Yu Xuanga had plenty of ways to ensure that Su Yitong would never encounter it in this lifetime. As for Yu Xuanhuan, he would have much to endure over the next 2 years. Surely, he would not resort to purchasing a fake to deceive Su Yitong, would he? After dealing with the little Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga began preparation for the 2nd internal test of the game. She now possesses a backpack and wishes to experiment with whether tangible items can be sold for gold within the game. Even if a product worth 10,000 RMB only yields 1 gold piece in the game, she still considers a profit. Within less than 6 months of the game's invasion, such currency would become worthless, akin to mere scraps of paper. Even if exchanged for gold, it would still hold more value than worthless paper, though fundamentally different, as gold and gold coins possess an inherent magic that cannot be forged. There exist certain mercenary traders of foreign races, devoid of any allegiance to honor, who accept gold. Particularly among the goblin race, their sole focus is wealth. They remain indifferent to the struggles of life and death, engaging in any business venture, even exchanging gold for gold coins. One gold coin is valued at less than 100 G, yet with a goblin merchant, it requires 300 G of gold to acquire a single coin. According to their claims, the cost of conducting business on the blue planet is exorbitant, with various surcharges such as battlefield subsidies, travel expenses for business trips to the blue planet, and potential funeral costs, as well as the price goblins incur to mint gold coins, among others. Presently, the gold price hovers around 500 per gram, fluctuating slightly, equating to approximately 150,000 RMB for a single gold coin, although this is contingent upon currency stability. When goblin merchants appeared, the currency had already collapsed, and transactions relied solely on in-game currency. There was no possibility of exchanging currency for gold. Since the goblins allowed for gold to be exchanged for coins, gold had essentially become valuable, yet unsellable. Nevertheless, all this transpired post-game invasion, and now, Zaijiu is naturally prepared to convert all her funds into gold. Chapter 16. The engagement of the son-in-law. She meticulously selected 3 exquisite antiques, jewelry, and paintings from the collection she had unearthed in the Yu family, items she had previously glimpsed in the possession of Zaijiu in her past life. These 3 pieces were likely to transform into formidable equipment or tools. The remainder she hastily stowed away in her backpack and made her way to the bustling harbor city. In this vibrant locale, where a myriad of individuals mingled, her identity remained concealed, rendering the influence of the Su, Han, and Liang families ineffective. Upon her arrival in the harbor city, she promptly deposited her treasures into an underground auction house. Though the commission was somewhat steep, this establishment specialized in the sale of illicit items, and its clientele were well aware that such acquisitions were often discreetly hoarded rather than ostentatiously displayed. Given the sheer volume of her possessions, she faced delays due to authentication and auctioning processes, as well as the need to convert them into gold. The task of exchanging a large quantity of gold was fraught with complications. Both law enforcement and potential predators lurked, necessitating vigilance against entrapments and the occasional need for countermeasures to erase any traces. On several occasions, it was her engineering prowess in crafting firearms and explosives that extricated her from perilous situations, an affirmation of their efficacy. Zaijiu departed City S in mid-April and remained preoccupied until late May, only returning once all the antiques and jewelry had been sold. She now bore over 3,200 pounds of gold in her gaming backpack, alongside 800 million Hong Kong dollars in her Harbor City account. Throughout this period, she had donned a probing artifact but encountered not a single player. That considerable sum of gold, even at the unscrupulous valuation set by the goblins post-invasion, would yield over 5,000 gold coins. If all went smoothly, she would not only alleviate her concerns regarding learning specialized recipes, but could also procure skill books from the in-game auction house. This game lacked rigid class distinctions. Regardless of whether one belonged to an alien race or was a denizen of Blue Star, there were no specific skills. Instead, players were loosely categorized into types, such as healing, agility, magic, melee, and ranged, with the essence of their abilities stemming from their divine endowments. Naturally, there existed erratic free-form styles, wherein players learned whatever they encountered, often with surprising effectiveness. Zaijiu had yet to touch her 50 million. She intended to first ascertain how much gold could be exchanged before deciding on the allocation of the remaining funds. During this interval, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua scoured the world for her, while Zaijiu merely claimed to be traveling in Italy, leaving them speechless with concern over her spending habits. She found herself puzzled as to why these two persistently sought her out. Was it truly appropriate for the family of the son-in-law to meddle in matters of engagement? In the days leading up to June 1st, Zaijiu acquired a variety of items, from large appliances to food and beverages. And as she dragged a cart laden with packages back to the villa, the security guard inquired if the end of the world was nigh. Zaijiu could only respond that she had recently moved in and that the house was empty, sending him on his way. Post-invasion, her basic needs were not only met but had become more abundant, eliminating the necessity for stockpiling. On the day of Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan's official engagement, her gaming inventory was only half full. Yu Xuanga applied a modest amount of makeup and donned a suitably understated blue leisure suit. Upon her arrival at the hotel, she distinctly noted the satisfaction gleaming in Su Yitong's eyes. A warning of female rivalry rang clear. How foolish must one be to assume that one's boyfriend's elder sister would harbor any fondness for her brother? Yu Xuanga smiled as she shook hands with her younger siblings, then set aside the gift money after exchanging a few pleasantries before entering to find Yu Qingshan and the others. She felt as though she hardly recognized Yu Xuanhuan anymore. In such a short span, he had transformed from a shy, timid little pup into a brooding one. Was it really necessary to lose half of his charm? Such dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the Yu family's genes were remarkably potent. His gloominess had only enhanced his allure. In the realm of romantic comedies, Su Yitong's eyes glittered while looking at Yu Xuanhuan. Although Yu Xuanga had been a star for many years, none of the affluent ladies present approached her for a greeting, and she relished the tranquility, having grown weary of the chaos in the bustling city. For the time being, she had no desire to engage in any more turmoil. Perhaps it was due to her extensive experience in conflict that her demeanor had evolved. Once radiating a gentle, ethereal quality, she now entered the room clad in a suit, exuding an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Yu Qingshan squinted at her for a moment before leaning closer and gently inquiring, "What has caused such a dramatic change in you lately? Have you encountered some troubles? Speak to your father." Yu Xuanga promptly replied, "I met a mafia boyfriend in Italy and spent nearly half a month adventuring with him. Isn't that thrilling?" Yu Qingshan, such a blatant jest should be treated lightly. With her palm pressed to her lips, Yu Xuanga whispered, "I acquired a real gun, 17 assorted kinds, along with ammunition, discovered after a killing. It's a pity I couldn't raid the main hideout. My firepower was insufficient, and I dared not charge in with just my flesh and blood. I shall revisit this once I have acquired the necessary skills." This seemed genuine, and Yu Qingshan tightened his lips. "You should return it to your father. He will safeguard it for you. Such items are illegal." "Oh, so now that you want it back, it's illegal? If discovered, will you take the fall for me?" Yu Xuanga replied, feigning obedience. "All right, I shall heed my father's wishes." The engagement banquet was hosted by the Su family, and the Yu family members behaved as meekly as quails, without even a moment to speak on stage. Yu Xuanga glanced at Yu Qingshan's expression, which remained that of an elegant, scholarly gentleman. As for Yi Qiuhua, although occasionally prone to bursts of irritation at home, the fact that he had fathered the stunning Yu Xuanga and the delicate Yu Xuanhuan suggested that he must possess a commendable appearance himself, especially when he smiled quietly, which could be quite intimidating. As Yu Xuanga lowered her head to eat, she contemplated how to ensure that Yu Xuanhuan missed the second closed beta test. She planned to inform him of the game's existence after participating in the second test herself, and then they could await the elusive third test together. She aimed to provide him with hope, only to let him descend into despair. The first closed beta had been rushed, and her lack of capability resulted in a rather crude handling of the situation. Thus, the second beta needed to be executed with finesse to reflect her true potential. She did not wish for Yu Xuanhuan to encounter trouble within the Yu family. Otherwise, given this little rascal's tendency to immediately suspect the women in his family when in distress, it would be rather easy for secrets to be revealed. However, considering Yu Xuanhuan's current state, he was likely still honing his skills and was not yet eligible to reside with the Su family. A half-crippled son-in-law, they embraced one another without knowing who would call the other wife. Yu Xuanga only conceived a plan after departing from the estate. Thanks to her years of evasion, she had forged numerous alliances with fellow escapees and maintained connections with small shops that still operated on a cash basis. She arranged for several young men and women to be hired to approach the Yu household, posing as fervent fans of Yu Xuanhuan, demanding to know why he had married without notifying anyone, and creating a ruckus with their incessant inquiries. She also dispatched a small sparrow, utilizing her skill of only the dead obey, to command it to perch outside the window of the Yu residence as a sentinel. However, The second plan fell through before it could reach fruition, as Yu Xuanhuan moved to a nearby hotel on the evening of the 4th. That same night, she utilized an anonymous phone card purchased in the harbor city to call an acquaintance made while acquiring gold there. She provided this individual with Yu Xuanhuan's phone number, WeChat, and even email, instructing him to inundate you with explicit messages from the following morning onward, relentlessly for a month. Furthermore, she suggested that he add you as a friend, inquiring if he was interested in casual encounters, and even directed his number to a gay bar. Thus, from that day forth, Yu Xuanhuan's phone became a relentless source of unsolicited advances. The second internal test commenced on June 6th at precisely 6:06 a.m. At 3 a.m. on the 6th, Yu Xuanga, employing her disguise skill, arrived outside the hotel. She veered into a nearby narrow alley, standing in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras to consume a mid-level invisibility potion, and subsequently entered the hotel, ascending the stairs to the 27th floor where Yu Xuanhuan resided. Chapter 17. The second internal test. She had never inquired about Yu Xuanhuan's whereabouts from the Yu family. All this information was gleaned through her own little sparrow, which had stealthily followed him. Before Yu Xuanhuan entered the hotel, the sparrow had nestled into the hood of his sweatshirt and trailed him into the room, now concealed within a potted plant. Concerned that the sparrow might emit an unpleasant odor, Yu Xuanga had replaced it with a new one every day. After consuming the phasing potion, Yu Xuanga successfully entered Yu Xuanhuan's hotel room. Despite managing multiple tasks, she felt compelled to observe Yu Xuanhuan personally to ensure he remained outside the game. Inside the hotel room, Yu Xuanhuan lay on the bed, furrowing his brow and occasionally shifting, making it difficult to ascertain whether he was asleep. In the corner of the room lay a mobile phone, its wallpaper marred by an apparent impact. Yu Xuanga approached for a closer look but could not identify the brand. It was likely a high-end model gifted by Su Yitong, remarkably intact with an unbroken screen. It seemed that once Yu Xuanhuan married into the Su family, he would not only possess such a luxurious phone, but also enjoy exclusive services, far removed from the annoyance of spam messages. As she scrutinized Yu Xuanhuan, he turned away, and in that moment, Yu Xuanga deftly picked up the phone with her toes and stowed it in her backpack. She then utilized the phasing potion to move to the adjacent room, a space she had arranged in advance using the identity of a local. Upon retrieving the phone, she remained in an invisible state, untroubled by any advanced technology that might capture her likeness. Examining the device, she noted a shallow dent in the upper left corner, likely from where it had struck the wall. Aligning the dent with the wall, she forcefully slammed the phone down. With a crack, half of the screen shattered, illuminating to reveal the date. Yet half the display succumbed to a garish green and purple glitch. Yu Xuanga then placed the damaged phone back in its original position before quietly departing. She had envisioned countless scenarios prior to her arrival, never expecting the situation to be so straightforward. She had even pondered the possibility that Yu Xuanhuan might not only remain unaffected by the information, but could become increasingly exhilarated, perhaps even honing his skills and seeking a game to play at 6 o'clock. She had prepared for the worst-case scenario of needing to incapacitate him. At exactly 6 o'clock, Yu Xuanga returned to Yu Xuanhuan's room, with a broken phone still lay on the floor. Yu Xuanhuan, with his head covered, appeared oblivious to whether he was asleep or awake. Yu Xuanga cast a fate wheel upon him, diminishing his fortune to 1, before returning to the adjacent room to prepare for the second internal test. At 6:06, she promptly located World of Warcraft, the Terra Rift, and clicked to download. Upon entering the character selection screen, she encountered the familiar undead figure, yet beside the ID Guwu in an alarming notice read, "Wanted." Yu Xuanga reached into the hidden pocket of her clothing, realizing that the 2 backpacks she had carried were now absent. But the undead character on screen was adorned with 2 familiar bags at its waist. She attempted to utilize the disguise skill of the thief god, aiming to transform herself into a diminutive goblin. Soon, the reality of Yu Xuanga altered. Her form shrank, her skin turned a vibrant green, and her ears elongated. Concurrently, the undead on the screen mirrored this transformation. Yu Xuanga swiftly entered the game, regardless of her location within. She possessed only 1 hour of disguise time to ascertain her circumstances. As the screen illuminated, the little goblin stood amidst a graveyard. Adjusting her gaming perspective, she spotted the undead city not far off and promptly maneuvered her character towards it, accelerating past some low-level monsters along the way. In less than 5 minutes, she arrived at the city gates, where hung the portrait of her original undead character. Fortunately, she had felt discomfort at the resemblance when creating her character and had often resorted to random selection. Although the thief god's disguise skill was brief in duration, it could not be discerned by any items or skills. Yushunga effortlessly entered the city and made her way to the goblin district, seeking out the goblin shopkeeper to inquire if he accepted gold. The goblin responded, "Time is money. If you have gold, why not forge into coins yourself? Did your mentor not teach you this?" Yushunga's breath quickened as she typed in the dialogue box. "Might I request you to impart this skill to me? Good sir, I am willing to pay for your invaluable time." The goblin promptly sent a trade window, displaying a request for 100 gold. Given the rarity of this opportunity, Yushunga dared not haggle and directly offered the 100 gold coins bestowed upon her by the former lord of the undead city. Goblin Robert L. teaches you gold forging beginner. She clicked to view the skill details. Gold forging, a class. Goblin exclusive, infuse magic into gold to create a unique coin. Proficiency 0-10,000. Feature 1. For each coin forged, a tax of 20 gold will automatically be extracted and transmitted to the Goblin Merchant Association via the Void. Feature 2. Money can purchase everything, but to maintain market stability, each goblin may produce a maximum of 3 coins for personal use each day. Without hesitation, Yushunga retrieved a 500 G gold bar from her inventory. Upon clicking it, the display indicated 4 for production. She selected to forge all, and golden light radiated from her character's hands, the progress bar completing in mere seconds. Before long, her inventory boasted 3 coins, while the previously displayed 500 G gold bar dwindled to 140 G. Proficiency had also increased by 3 points. This implied that Yushunga would be able to forge coins independently in the future. Furthermore, after producing 10,000 coins, should she acquire a blueprint or find a goblin willing to teach her, she could learn intermediate gold forging. Though she could only craft 3 pieces daily, this number was already formidable. After arriving here, she could effortlessly steal dozens of gold coins and even extract 100 gold from the Necromancer Lord. Yet, in the real world, during her previous dungeon runs, even by the end of the 2nd year, the dungeons remained of a high caliber. She fought valiantly throughout the day, and her pure currency earnings barely reached 1 gold coin. Without further delay, Yushunga buried her tumultuous thoughts deep within her heart and retrieved several large storage boxes from her pack, inquiring whether the goblin would accept them. She watched as the goblin inspected the boxes, dismissing the various electrical appliances and toys as mere refuse, offering a maximum of 2 silver coins per box. However, for the 2 large boxes of spirits, he proposed a price of 12 gold coins. Yushunga sold all 55 boxes of wine, netting her 330 gold coins, while the refuse yielded less than 1 gold coin. She then produced 10 pounds of gold, asking how many gold coins she could exchange for it. Currently, she possessed only a few gold coins acquired from Su Itone, which were far from sufficient for her skill acquisition. The goblin quoted a conversion rate of 200 grams of gold for 1 gold coin. After 5 minutes of haggling, she managed to negotiate it down to 180 grams for 1 gold coin. Aware that there was still room for negotiation, she realized her disguise had only half an hour remaining. Consequently, she decisively produced all her gold, 3,216 pounds obtained from the port city, along with the gold acquired from the Yu family, bringing her total to 3,240 pounds, which she exchanged with the goblin for 6,000 gold coins. This amount was almost the entirety of small to medium-sized guild's gold reserves from her previous life. With determination, Yushunga then approached the nearby goblin engineering master, elevating her engineering skills to an advanced level. She eagerly learned all the newly available recipes, exceeding 100 in number. Following that, she rushed to the alchemy shop, executing the same procedure to advance her alchemy skills, learning every single one of the over 100 new recipes. In her academic pursuits, she had been timid. In gaming, she struck with fervor, her thirst for knowledge insatiable. Chapter 18. She must acquire this skill after memorizing the materials for the advanced invisibility potion. Yu Xiuanga promptly ventured to the neighboring apothecary to purchase 6 slots of herbs, while she would have preferred to acquire more. The game's rigid mechanics hindered her ability to efficiently organize her inventory by stacking various items into the storage box. Furthermore, she needed to leave some slots available for visiting the auction house. Time was of the essence for Yu Xiuanga, with only 23 minutes remaining on her disguise. As she hurried towards the auction house, she took a brief detour into a restaurant to elevate her cooking skill to an intermediate level, acquiring over 100 new recipes in the process. At this moment, she had 286 gold remaining. Standing before the auction house, she entered the keyword, solos. Nothing. With scarcely a moment to lament, she swiftly changed her search term to bag. Subsequently, she spent 800 gold on 236 slot bags, which represented the most capacious bags she could find. Upon completing the transaction, a notification from the game's mailbox appeared, indicating the arrival of new packages. She clicked to retrieve them, finding herself in possession of 236 slot bags. As she transferred items from her original inventory into these new bags, she continued her shopping spree with urgency. The thief's innate talents allowed her the flexibility to pursue any profession, strength, agility, or spellcasting, but time was not on her side, compelling her to purchase only the skills she was familiar with. However, her attention was soon captured by a skill that demanded her full focus. Phantom Shift. Phantom Shift, SS rank upon activation. You can reach any location you have previously visited, with the distance affected by the caster's intelligence. No cooldown, casting time is 0.1 seconds. Each use consumes 1 mana. Priced at 10,000 gold. This skill book was the sole one of its kind available in the entire auction house. This skill book struck a chord deep within Yu Xiuanga's heart. The absence of a cooldown and the remarkably brief casting time implied that this skill was virtually uninterruptible, allowing her to utilize it an unlimited number of times as long as she had mana. The conviction that no one in the world could capture her had become ingrained in Yu Xiuanga's very being. Almost instantaneously, she abandoned all prior plans for hoarding supplies. She simply had to acquire this skill. In her previous life, she had never even heard of this skill, while others like Yu Xuanhuan enjoyed the luxury of unrestrained power, dutifully relying on transportation methods for dungeon raids. Yet, Yu Xiuanga's disguise time had dwindled to merely 16 minutes. She then spent 200 gold on a blue necklace, which served a singular purpose, to shorten cooldowns by 15. This effect applied to all items, potions, and equipment. In her previous life, 200 gold could have secured a top-notch level 10 blue item with 3 attributes, prompting Yu Xiuanga to feel somewhat extravagant. Next, she searched for the skill Phantom Spell. Phantom Spell, see rank upon activation. It conceals your presence, rendering you invisible to the naked eye. No cooldown. Each use consumes 10 mana points per minute. While it can still be detected through skills or items, it would suffice for her current needs. The invisibility potion is indeed effective, yet the cooldown period is excessively long. Relying solely on the basic and intermediate invisibility potions is no longer sufficient. The transformation spell, classified as C level, is rather trivial, for those surpassing level 10 possess their own methods of detection. However, this skill holds remarkable utility in the present reality, as she acquired the skill book for merely 120 gold. Subsequently, she spent an additional 50 gold on a book titled Fainting, also C level, which induces a brief slumber, along with a potion that causes 6 hours of deep sleep. After procuring these 4 items, Yu Xiuanga hastened towards the outskirts of the city, nearly escaping just before her disguise failed. She fled from the dark city to the graveyard where she had first logged in. Yu Xiuanga retrieved the items from her mail into her inventory, learned the skill from the book, donned the necklace, and then exited the game. This time, her phone did not dissipate into black smoke. Instead, 2 bags materialized on the ground, one black and one white, representing her new 36-slot bag. A chilling necklace gradually appeared around her neck, and her mind was filled with the methods to employ 2 new spells. Upon casting the transformation spell on herself, she felt a frigid sensation, as if icy water were cascading over her. Soon after, her body became invisible. Time was of the essence. She consumed the phasing potion and returned to Yu Xianhuan's room. To her surprise, Yu Xianhuan had awakened and was squatting on the floor, repeatedly attempting to activate his shattered phone. Observing his exasperated demeanor filled Yu Xiange with trepidation. Was this the male protagonist? Despite half of his phone being broken, he still seemed inclined to fiddle with it. Just then, she noticed Yu Xianhuan approaching his suitcase and rummaging through it. Yu Xiange's keen eyes caught sight of a tablet and a laptop within. Goodness, how careless of her. He had a tablet as well. Resolute, Yu Xiange unleashed a fainting spell upon Yu Xianhuan, a skill originally intended for him, as she would be away from the hotel for an extended period and could not keep an eye on him. After he collapsed, Yu Xiange approached and administered the sleeping potion, ensuring he swallowed every drop before departing the hotel. The transformation spell consumed 10 mana points per minute. However, as she munched on jerky, the net consumption was merely 5 mana points per minute. Thus, it would take 20 minutes to deplete her mana entirely. But consuming a basic mana potion would restore 60 points. Coupled with the invisibility potion, she could remain concealed for an extended duration without the need to find refuge during the potion's cooldown. Yu Xiange dashed towards the Su family manor, where was an abundance of gold. Aside from the bank, it lay within the Su family's treasure vault. All secrets that must remain hidden and valuables requiring protection resided therein. Yu Xiange was aware of this because the malevolent formation capable of stripping others of their divine gifts was located in that very vault. It was now 7:13. After equipping a necklace that reduced cooldown time, the cooldown for armor activation was shortened to 5 hours and 6 minutes, allowing her to use the disguise skill again by 12:12. The second internal test concluded at 13:06, granting her a mere 4 hours. At 12:12, regardless of whether she could procure gold from the Su family, she would seek a secure location to re-enter the game, utilizing her disguise skills to infiltrate the city. Although she was willing to alter her original plan for the sake of evasion, she would not engage in reckless persistence. Initially, she intended to stockpile goods before venturing into the wilderness to combat monsters for experience. However, she now merely exchanged the time intended for monster hunting for the time spent grinding in the Su family dungeon. Reaching the Su estate was an impossibility, as it lay 2 hours from the city center. The last time she traversed from the Liang family to the urban area, she barely survived the ordeal. She contacted the gunslinger, who had once been shot 7 times yet remained unscathed, requesting his assistance in finding a swift driver willing to earn some extra cash. She arranged for a double-door refrigerator located beside the XX Hotel to be delivered to a suburban villa area, offering $50,000 for a 1.5-hour drive to the destination. She promised an additional $10,000 for every minute saved, despite the gunslinger's usual fee being 50 pounds of gold for a single job. He was acquainted with several principled individuals who, while willing to bend the law, preferred to avoid bloodshed. After Yu Xiange promised that no dismembered bodies resided within the refrigerator, he promptly accepted the task. 10 minutes later, a black pickup truck halted at the alley's entrance. 2 individuals emerged, scanning the vicinity before quickly locating the refrigerator as described by the employer. With combined effort, they loaded the appliance into the vehicle and sped away. By 8:45, the refrigerator had been placed in the woods outside the villa area. Yu Xiange, who had hitchhiked alongside the refrigerator, reclaimed it within her backpack. Following her usual protocol, she donned a swim cap to ensure not a single hair would escape, along with a mask and gloves. After once more casting her illusion spell, she sprinted towards the Su estate. Chapter 19. The treasure seeker silkily, she glided into the Su residence, utilizing a phasing potion to navigate through the corridors guided by the memories of her past life. She found the entrance to the treasure chamber, concealed within the study of the main building of the Su manor, and descended further, surrounded by an array of intricate technological devices. Prepared for the possibility that a thermal sensing device might detect her, she resolved to charge in and seize whatever she could. Fortunately, magic had no antidote. Only magic could vanquish magic. As she descended, she sensed she had traveled several meters down, passing through 3 doors. Just as she approached the final door, alarms blared around her. Glancing down at the tiled floor, she clicked her tongue, surmising the presence of a pressure-sensing mechanism. Without hesitation, she consumed a vial of the phasing potion pushed through the ancient, exquisite door, and entered the treasure chamber. The chamber was not smaller than the manor above. It was divided into various sections, housing books, jewels, antiques, and gold. As she sprinted through, her eyes were soon dazzled by the gleam of gold. In a small glass enclosure, neatly stacked, lay bars of gold, each slightly smaller than a mobile phone, but half an inch thick. Having recently handled so much gold, she estimated each bar weighed around 10 pounds. Whoever claimed that wealthy families lack liquidity? Indeed, while cash flow may be limited, they stored gold. She swiftly dashed inside, stowing the gold bars into her spatial bag. Fortunately, she had purchased a new bag, and now, out of 72 compartments, 44 remained empty. In other words, if filled to capacity, she could carry 356 gold bars. If only she had the luxury of time to carefully place the bars into storage, she could have secured even more. However, time was of the essence. Soon, sounds of commotion erupted outside, the creaking of doors and the clicking of weapons being readied, growing ever closer. She nearly lay flat atop the stack of gold bars, frantically stuffing them into her bag. Just as a throng of armed individuals burst into the room, she immediately ceased her actions, despite having 20 empty compartments left. Resolutely, she exited the room filled with gold, drank another phasing potion, and sprinted towards freedom. While the phasing potion only allowed for 15 seconds of intangibility, its cooldown was brief, merely 30 seconds. Thankfully, the Su family appeared to place greater trust in technology than in their guards. The previous group that had rushed into the basement were likely the family's most trusted confidants, and not many others followed. Instead of fleeing the manor, she headed to Su Yitong's room. Upon entering, she discovered Su Baibua, Su Jinxian, and Su Yitong engrossed in a video game within the confines of the bedroom. Despite the tumultuous events unfolding around them, the trio remained undeterred. Perhaps trusting in the prowess of the head of the Su family or reluctant to part with a game that could alter their destinies. Without hesitation, Yushuinga raised her hand and dispatched 3 individuals into unconsciousness. Hud, hud, hud. One after another, they collapsed. Simultaneously, as they fell, Yushuinga contemplated checking their phones, only to find them blacked out as well. It seemed the game was intricately linked to one's psyche, which made sense. After all, how else could the skills she acquired within the game synchronize with reality? In quick succession, 2 packages materialized before Su Yitong. A delightful surprise. She strode forward and tucked the 2 parcels into her embrace. Although her waist could only accommodate 2 slots for packages, akin to equipment, it was not impossible to carry more. Only 2 could be activated at a time. It was comparable to how one could don numerous vests if so inclined, yet could only activate one due to a single gear slot on the upper body. Currently, Su Yitong could stow packages on her person, yet lacked the means to sense them. Initially intending to conceal herself for a while, Yushuinga's acquisition of Su Yitong's packages made her reconsider. She had never anticipated that parcels could drop in such a manner. Despite her innate talent for thievery, she could only pilfer 1 item or tool from a package. She could even swipe a backpack contained within, yet could not steal the package currently equipped by another. While one could incapacitate an individual and forcibly remove their gear to acquire a package worn by someone necessitated their demise. Otherwise, one would merely grasp at nothingness. Yushuinga rummaged through her bag and retrieved an axe, testing its weight before approaching the trio. Liang Yuchuan had offered her an arm as collateral. What would these 3 provide in return? Perhaps an ear would suffice. After all, if Yushuinhuan believed everything she said, claiming one of their ears was hardly excessive. She brandished her purchased cleaver and crouched beside Su Yitong, lifting her hair to reveal a blue diamond earring adorning her right ear. Yushuinga's eyes gleamed with excitement as she swiftly severed the ear, the sharp pain jolting Su Yitong from her stupor, who clutched her ear and screamed in agony. Yet, in her frantic search, she found no one around. Having consumed the invisibility and phasing potions, Yushuinga fled with the severed ear and blue diamond earring in hand, shedding her bloodied gloves along the way and stowing them, along with the ear and earring, into her bag. She sprinted to the nearby Han residence, slipping into the maid's quarters of the mansion's annex. The room was empty. Naturally, At 11:35, the maid would be preoccupied with her duties. Uncertain whether the maid's quarters were monitored, Yu Shuinga adeptly crawled beneath the bed, finding solace in the familiar sanctuary. The sunroom was even more comforting. At precisely 12:12, Yu Shuinga, still concealed beneath the bed, launched into her game, disguising herself as a goblin before seeking out her goblin mentor. 22 slots brimmed with gold bricks, with an additional slot containing 15, totaling 193 gold bricks, or 930 pounds. Upon approaching her goblin mentor to propose exchanging all for gold bricks, the goblin fell silent for several moments. In the dialogue box, the goblin exclaimed, "I do not possess so many gold coins, my friend." Yu Sun-gu, genuinely infuriated, retorted, "I have toiled tirelessly to earn this money, and you tell me you cannot even produce 60,000 gold coins?" Guwuin interjected, "You truly have number 60,000 gold?" The goblin replied, "Do you?" Yu Sun-gu shot back, "Are you being sarcastic?" Guwuin pressed further, "How much do you possess, my friend?" The goblin muttered, 20,000. Guwuin continued, "Do you have no friends?" The goblin fell silent once more. "Speak up, darling." After a prolonged silence, the goblin finally said, "I shall not trade." Guwuin insisted, "I am your most loyal friend." The goblin retorted, "That is truly repugnant." Guwuin proposed, "Then let us exchange 20,000 gold." The goblin conceded, "Very well, my repugnant friend." Yu Sun-gu endured the exchange. She then sought out the goblin engineer, hoping to trade for gold, but he ignored her. "Teacher?" Guwuin called out. The goblin was engrossed, tapping away at a copper pipe. As she moved closer, she repeated, "Teacher?" It was only after her third attempt that a response finally appeared in the dialogue box. The diminutive goblin erupted in fury. "No money. I have no money. Can't you see I am ignoring you? All my funds are allocated for research. If you truly consider me a teacher, then pay me more tuition. If not, go seek that fellow bill." Yu Sun-gu replied, "Apologies for the disturbance." 10 minutes into the game, Yu Sun-gu, grumbling, rushed to the auction house with 20,000 gold. Her first order of business was to spend 10,000 gold to acquire a pair of SS level phantom shifts, after which she embarked on a shopping spree. Chapter 20, Frenzied Procurement, Animagus. A grade disability allows one to transform into any animal they have touched within the last 7 natural days. It cannot be seen through by skills or items of a grade or below. The ability is interrupted upon receiving any damage, and while transforming, one cannot utilize skills other than divine gifts. There is no cooldown period, and each use expends 50 mana points. Although the restrictions are numerous, it proves to be exceptionally practical. The final stipulation, prohibiting the use of skills other than divine gifts, is simply exquisite. This skill was tailor-made for her. 3,000 gold, purchased. Shadow Manipulation, a grade, 2,500 gold. This skill enables the user to control shadows, allowing them to act independently. The shadow can employ all the abilities of the original entity, yet possesses only 20 of the original's attributes, a definitive technique for subterfuge. Purchased. Spring of Light, a grade upon activation. This skill creates a well that lasts for 3 minutes, from which spring waters flow that restore health. Each milliliter of water can recover 1 health point, with a cooldown of 30 minutes, and each use consuming 1 mana. A life-saving asset. Not only can it aid oneself, but with this skill, she will not be easily forsaken during group battles. Even the protagonists would hesitate to act against her. 3,000 gold, acquired. Ice Flower Seal. C grade. This skill conjures a snowflake that flies toward the target, freezing it upon contact within 3 seconds. The freezing effect is influenced by the caster's intelligence. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Each use requires 50 mana points. An ice-based control skill, though susceptible to fire spells, it is a necessary trade-off, as most skills counterbalance one another. At merely 103 gold, purchased. Magic Missile. C grade. This skill directs a magical missile towards a target, requiring no casting time or cooldown, with a consumption of 10 mana points per second. An instantaneous spell without the need for incantation, priced at 97 gold, acquired. God of Food Saliva Pouch. B grade when worn while consuming food. All beneficial effects derived from the food are doubled. A timeless item, 700 gold. Purchased. Pie-size cat toy. F grade while it possesses no extraordinary effects. It drives cats wild and serves to attract them. Perfectly suited for use in her Meow Meow Inn, and quite affordable at just 17 gold. Purchased. Compass. E grade. This tool assists in locating unclaimed treasures within a 1-kilometer radius and guides you to them. A somewhat limited range of 1 kilometer, priced at 80 gold. Secured. Magician's dentures. B grade, containing a cubic meter of space. It requires the occupation of one of your dental sockets and can conceal all items you wish to keep hidden. Items placed within cannot be discovered by any skill or tool, nor can they be utilized. An essential for the affluent. Yu Xuanga considers herself fortunate to possess too many treasures. 999 gold, an acceptable price. Alchemy set. Grady increases the success rate of your alchemy and provides a 1 chance to elevate your potion by 1 level. Alchemy notes. When read, there's a chance to comprehend alchemy recipes you have yet to learn. The recipe level can be at most 1 level higher than your alchemy skill. This effect can only occur once every 30 natural days. Engineering notes. When read, there's a chance to grasp engineering recipes you have not yet mastered. The recipe level could be at most 1 level higher than your engineering skill. This effect can only occur once every 30 natural days. The alchemy set is reasonably priced at only 50 gold, while the 2 notes combined amount to 2,000 gold. However, this price is modest, as she has advanced in both alchemy and engineering, and reading these notes presents a chance to learn master-level alchemy recipes, essentially serving as a portable treasure trove. Even if she can only comprehend once a month, it remains worthwhile. She also discovered the cooking notes, which are significantly cheaper at just 350 gold. She decided to acquire all of them. Converting money into resources is meaningful. Otherwise, it is merely worthless paper. With the 20,000 gold she exchanged with the goblin, plus the unused 116 gold from her earlier visit, she had a total of 116 gold, leaving her with just 220 gold after her purchases. Following the game Invasion, the skills obtainable in dungeons are predominantly of grade C. Since she could purchase them, she naturally opted for those she could not acquire otherwise, thus acquiring only 2 C-grade spells, one for control and another for attack, which sufficed. She focused on acquiring top-tier skills and useful items that she had not encountered in her previous life until her demise. Time spent shopping flew by. After collecting her package and learning all the skills, Yu Xuanga left the auction house with lingering anticipation. At 12:42, there remained 18 minutes until the closed beta concluded. She hurried to the herbalist shop and filled more than 30 backpack slots with herbs before departing. At 12:47, Yu Xuanga stood near the undead palace, gazing at the structure. Since her last theft of the undead lord's divine gift, the guards outside the palace had multiplied exponentially, with the undead soldiers nearly forming a human chain around the palace. Nevertheless, Yu Xuanga maintained her goblin disguise and approached the teleportation array of the undead city, using her last 5 gold to initiate the teleportation, arriving at one of the elven capitals, Blood Moon City. At 12:57, Yu Xuanga stood before the elven capital, addressing the elven captain adorned with magnificent bows and arrows, expressing that there was an issue with the anchor point and that she needed to see the city lord. In response, the captain drew back her bowstring. At that moment, Yu Xuanga's mind went blank, almost instantaneously, as the name of that little figure turned red. She acted without hesitation, immediately employing Thief of the God of Thieves, also known as the Thief of Robbers. Wagering on the name of the God of Thieves, you attempt to steal the divine gift of the Blood Moon City captain, Elphra. The theft was successful. You have died. The screen faded to black, only to illuminate again shortly thereafter, revealing a spectral goblin standing in a graveyard. In the upper right corner, there were 2 options. Either seek out her corpse for a weak resurrection or wait for an automatic revival, with a countdown of 47, 57, 36 until resurrection. Yu Xuanga held her phone motionless, patiently awaiting the moment when the clock struck 13:06. In an instant, the device dissipated into black smoke, leaving behind 2 parcels on the ground. She glanced at her hands, relieved to find they remained corporeal, even though she was well aware that the internal testing phase posed no danger of death. Witnessing her character transform into a specter still sent a shiver down her spine for a fleeting moment. Once her heart settled, the first task Yushunga undertook was to amend her panel information, concealing the newly acquired divine talent. Subsequently, she tucked the parcels into the inner pockets of her attire and consumed an invisibility potion. The skill she had previously learned surged to life in her mind. Spells, gestures, and the intricate techniques for harnessing her magical energy were etched vividly in her consciousness. She could perceive a small area surrounding her, yet most of it seemed shrouded in a thin mist, with only a portion sharply defined, reminiscent of the route displayed by a running app. With a mere thought, she could instantly transport herself to any of these locations within that familiar zone, unmistakably places she had once traversed. Chapter 21. Vengeance. Every day, she concentrated on a few distinctive buildings, estimating that her maximum range of movement was approximately 10 kilometers. Currently, her intelligence level stood at precisely 10, influencing all her magical abilities. She speculated that as her intelligence increased, so too would her capacity for movement. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that frequent use of spells would suffice. With her eyes opened and hand raised, she invoked the spell, Phantom Shift. Yu Xuanga materialized in Yu Xuanhuan's hotel room, where the latter remained in a position with her head buried in her suitcase. To be prudent, Yu Xuanga decided to employ her thievery skill on Yu Xuanhuan. Skill cannot be used. Yu Xuanga felt a wave of relief and once again utilized Phantom Shift to depart. She had another mischievous deed to accomplish. Otherwise, it would be disingenuous to her own anxious thoughts about that troublesome entity. Maintaining her phantom state, she appeared outside the AI-Z control center, waiting for the employees to arrive while she reviewed her character panel. Upon discovering that the Thief of Thieves, which also signifies the robber, was still available for use, she felt completely at ease, albeit regretting that she could not employ this skill to incessantly steal within the game, dying and stealing again. Under the God-given talent of immortality, she found another divine endowment. God-given talent, marksman. You were born for shooting. All projectile weapons are as extensions of your arms. The moment you wield them, you can slay deities. A true marksman requires no effort. She is inherently powerful. Skill 1. You're too weak, passive in battle. You can keenly discern the weaknesses of your foes. Skill 2. Guaranteed crit. Passive. The number 7 possesses magical significance. Any shooting action related to 7 is destined to be a critical hit. Skill 3. I am now serious. Passive. As long as you aim at an enemy for more than 3 seconds, that strike is certain to land. Persisting in its mission even if blocked, only ceasing when the weapon you discharge is destroyed. Skill 4. I am terrifyingly strong. Upon activating this state, every arrow, bolt, or bullet you release will randomly be imbued with the magical energies of ice, fire, or lightning, consuming 10 mana points per second, with a cooldown period of 5 minutes after each activation and deactivation. Yu Xuanga inhaled sharply. Indeed, she needed to do nothing to possess such strength. For skills, 3 of which were passive, none of them were redundant. Skill 1 would aid her in combat, and her choice of weapon did not diminish its practicality. Skill 2 indicated that every 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th shot, or any multiple of 7 would guarantee a critical hit, effectively assuring a critical strike every 7 attacks. Skill 3 was self-evident. It was akin to a missile. Skill 4 was an explosive ultimate move. Currently, Yu Xuanga had no particular career plan, but this talent was undeniably formidable. Neglecting to practice would be a disservice to such an endowment, considering that firearms were too conspicuous. She swiftly resolved to procure a bow or crossbow for training. In her mind, Yu Xuanga strategized her skills and equipment while familiarizing herself with the newly acquired abilities. Simultaneously, she donned her glasses and observed the passers-by, hoping to discern any internal testers among them. She stood at the door until past 3 o'clock, managing to acquire a small amount of the virus. Before leaving, she poured a bottle of basic healing potion into the other person's mouth. It could only replenish a bit of their health. Curing the illness was beyond the potion's capabilities. In her previous life, after the game Invasion, those who fell gravely ill found their bodies digitized, and their ailments directly affected their data. Those with physical impairments had reduced health points, and, if severely ill, they would continuously lose health at a rate determined by the severity of their condition, as if afflicted by a spell causing persistent bleeding. Surviving was simple enough. One could continually consume healing potions or be cured by the highest-level healing spells that could treat terminal illnesses. She eagerly anticipated the state of Yu Xuanhuan after the game transformation. When she returned to Yu Xuanhuan's room via shadow teleportation, he had already vanished. Yu Xuanga felt no disappointment. She returned to her villa, placed the cat toy in Meow Meow Inn, took a thorough bath, and had a good sleep. She slept soundly until 2 in the morning before Shadow, teleporting back to Yu Xuanhuan's room. It was quite pleasant to discover that, prior to the game's internal testing, the male protagonist had a habit of going to bed early and rising early. She first attempted to cast Fate Gear on Yu Xuanhuan to modify his luck to 1. Yet she realized that even with his luck altered, he seemed to sense something, consistently evading her grasp. After numerous attempts, she failed to land a hit. Yu Xuanhuan would either scratch his ear or tousle his hair, eventually even scratching his backside and toes. He scratched every accessible part of his body. Yu Xuanga felt exasperated. "Are you pretending to be asleep?" Noticing Yu Xuanhuan's eyelids fluttering, she swiftly knocked him unconscious. At last, he lay still. She tried to steal again, but found her skills still unusable. Yu Xuanhuan remained unaffected as a player. Content with her thoughts, she returned to her villa, disposed of the syringe, and began to contemplate how to deal with the remnants in the package. Initially, she had intended to discard them in the game for monsters to consume, but she hadn't had a moment's rest after entering the game. Neither the mortuary nor the pig farm seemed appropriate. As callous as she could be, she didn't wish to involve ordinary people. Ultimately, she decided to find a place to incinerate them. Seizing the moment, she utilized the current disguise period efficiently. Yu Xuanga shadow teleported to the seaside where she had previously filmed. At this hour, the beach was nearly deserted, and wild encounters were not common at this time. She took out the small components belonging to Su Liang and another, along with 10 packets of explosives, buried them together, then ignited the explosives and shadow teleported 100 meters away. After the explosion subsided, Yu Xuanga returned to the scene, gathered what fragments and bones she could find, and detonated them once more. Finally, she collected the ashes and charred remnants with a shovel, placing them into an iron bucket, and disposed of everything into the sea. It felt satisfying. A swift kill brought a moment of exhilaration. Every day was a day of vengeance. Every day was a delight. She stood by the seaside, playfully toying with her earrings, her heart brimming with joy. This trinket served as a key to unlock a series of quests. Upon their completion, she would acquire a supreme healing spell capable of mending all ailments, restoring an impressive 70 of 1's vitality with just a single application. She had even sought this extraordinary spell at the auction house, yet to no avail. After having vanquished a portion of her foes, Yu Xuanga returned home to rest. As she lay in bed, her eyes finally closed, a thought struck her. How could she have forgotten to utilize her magical missiles? She had completely overlooked her identity as a sorceress. Chapter 22. The performance that shatters your heart in a few days. Yu Xuanga was to perform in a grand play. However, prior to that, she made a trip to the hospital to extract a tooth, creating space to fit the magician's dentures. The moment the false teeth touched the anesthetized sockets, they firmly took root. The next matter at hand was to resolve the issue of the secret chamber in the Yu family study. She could hardly believe that Yu Qingshan, in all his ineptitude, had not discovered it after all this time. If she were to claim she was a second-tier beta tester, even a pig would know who had smuggled out the treasures. On June 8th, Yu Xuanga found herself once again traveling to the harbor city. Following the photos of the jewelry and antiques she had previously sold, she urgently procured a batch of counterfeit items resembling the original treasures and managed to acquire 300 pounds of fake gold bars. Utilizing her game backpack and the phantom shift ability, she returned everything to Yu Qingshan's study. After all, there was no pressing need for money at home. When she had escaped in her past life, her parents were still busy moving these treasures. Although Yu Xuanhuan had incessantly requested money from her in her previous life, it was due to his status as a beta tester requiring substantial funds. This time around, he was merely an ordinary 9 centimeters warrior. What need had he for money? By the time she finished the task, it was already the 10th. On this day, Yu Xiuanga summoned both Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua to the hotel where Yu Xiuanhuan was staying. She even contemplated inviting Su Yitong, but the latter, having lost an ear, was in no mood to engage with her. Well, it was fine if the female lead did not show up. Lacking her trust would suffice. And creating a rift in a relationship between the male and female leads would be advantageous as well. Yu Xiuanhuan sat by the bed, his head bowed, wearing an expression that conveyed, "Though I am in low spirits, I shall comply with whatever my sister intends." Once everyone was gathered, Yu Xiuanga ensured that the hotel room door was securely shut before returning to the group. Her tone lowered conspiratorially as she declared, "I believe I have found a potential cure for my brother." At her words, the two seemingly gentle individuals who were inwardly impatient, along with one person who was impatient both inside and out, widened their eyes in attention. Yu Xiuanga recounted how, a few mornings prior, she had been bored while waiting for someone and had downloaded a game. To her dismay, after playing for merely 2 hours, both the game and her phone had vanished. Yet, astonishingly, the items and skills from the game had accompanied her into reality. She even searched for the game in front of them, but found nothing. Not only did Yu Qingshan and Yu Xiuanhuan slow their breathing, but even Yi Qiuhua, known for her temper and impulsive nature, recognized Yu Xiuanga's character well enough to know she would not jest about significant matters. Lowering her voice further, Yu Xiuanga retrieved a tattered gray pouch from her pocket, the 4-compartment bag she had received from the former owner of the Wheel of Fate. In front of everyone, she pulled out 3 lunchboxes, each significantly larger than the pouch itself, and then produced a tiny glass vial, no larger than her pinky finger, filled with a liquid that shimmered like a red gemstone. She handed the vial to Yu Xiuanhuan, urging, "This is a healing potion from the game. Quickly, drink it and see if it can heal you." YX trembled as he accepted the vial of medicine, his gaze towards YX infused with an intricate tapestry of emotions: disbelief, gratitude, appreciation, and a tinge of jealousy. YX urged him anxiously, "You must try it." Chi Gu was even more fervent, persistently pressing YX while YQNGSH clenched his fists tightly, seemingly on the verge of rushing over to force the medicine down YX throat. With a determined tilt of his head, YX consumed the contents of the vial, and then nothing transpired. His expression darkened as he fixated on his trousers. He remained a mere 9 centimeters boy. What a calamity! Never had he encountered a male protagonist in a male-centric narrative whose stature was confined to a single digit. 9 centimeters. What difference does rounding it up make to 0? In that moment, YX felt a flicker of relief at being an actor. Mustering a forced smile as she consoled, "Even if this doesn't work, we've uncovered something extraordinary. I can catch up this time, and next time, you two shall have your chance." Without waiting for their responses, she continued, "I initially intended to invite YT to join us, hoping she could also investigate. This game is so remarkable. I am certainly not the only one privy to its wonders. The S family wields considerable influence. Their information must surpass that of ordinary folk." Once she had calmed her emotions, YX inquired, "What skill did you acquire?" "Not exactly a skill, but rather a talent I drew, which can alter one's fortune, bestowing luck or misfortune, modifying an individual's luck value, usable only once a day." With a playful smile, she added, "Would you like to give it a try? I can elevate your luck to a perfect 10, the highest possible." She had resolved to disguise her divinely bestowed talent as fate's gears henceforth, for this ability was exceedingly practical, modifying another's luck while having the option to conceal its effects from the target. It was a perfect tool for mischief, obscuring misfortune during dark times and revealing benevolence when needed. Simply exquisite. YX experienced a whirlwind of emotions. This talent sounded immensely useful, yet it was not overwhelmingly powerful enough to create a chasm between individuals. He lamented its lack of healing capabilities. Nevertheless, such feelings dissipated swiftly, with jealousy fading away, leaving only genuine gratitude. The enormity of this secret and YX's willingness to share it with them was profoundly touching. Even though YX often held back, unwilling to share all her gains, in this moment, the barriers began to dissolve. He thought to himself, Perhaps he would no longer allow Zaijiu to undermine her. He would devise another method to instill a sense of urgency in Zaijiu. YQNGSHN2 felt a tumult of emotions. Why had such an extraordinary encounter not befallen his son? Yet, warmth enveloped his heart, for he recognized that the son he had raised would likely have offered himself a taste of the broth had YXNU been the one to encounter such fortune, but would never have divulged it unreservedly. Zaijiu shared similar sentiments, feeling a pang of regret that it was not her son, while simultaneously being moved to the core, murmuring to herself how foolish this girl was, revealing everything to her family. YXing then unwrapped several packages of food, inviting everyone to partake in the meal, conversing as they ate. With a shy smile, she gathered her belongings, indicating that this portion would not be shared. Unlike the discomfort she once felt deep within, Yu used to send money home frequently. However, in the eyes of Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan, who were aware of the family's financial situation, that meager sum hardly proved anything. Yu Xuanga's reluctance to share fully merely painted her as an ungrateful wolf, leading them to believe she was holding back, guarding against them. Yet now, as Yu Xuanga shares her extraordinary experiences with them, any hint of reservation she displays does not evoke feelings of inadequacy in Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan. Rather, they can only sigh in resignation, noting that their daughter's sister remains as frugal as ever. Although Yu Xuanga lacks the ability to read minds and cannot decipher the thoughts of the elderly and the young alike, she adheres to her own plan, ever vigilant. In her previous life, Yu Qingshan and Ichiwa only became players after the official invasion of the game, possessing merely ordinary talents. However, she is resolute in her determination to eliminate them immediately should they ever strike the jackpot of gifted abilities. Chapter 23, regardless of whether it is or not. It mostly is during mealtime. There was no need for Yu Sungu to speak. Yu Qingshan and Ichiu Gui simply asked Yu Sunhuan to seek out Su Yitong for information. Yu Sungu advised, however, do not raise any suspicions. If she is indeed a player, your inquiry might lead her to think you are doubting her intentions, which could harm your relationship. Yu Sunhuan nodded repeatedly. Yu Qingshan further inquired about game details, and Yu Sungu shared all she could. She mentioned that earning money within the game was quite challenging. After playing for 2 hours, she had only acquired 2 silver coins and a tattered bag. The healing potion she possessed was purchased just before venturing out of the city to battle monsters. However, shortly after buying it, without even acquiring a weapon, the game abruptly ended. Yu Sunhuan stated solemnly, "This game should reappear. It's just a matter of understanding its patterns." Yu Sungu shook her head. "I couldn't find anything online. The other day, on a whim, I searched for the World of Warcraft we played in high school and stumbled upon a similarly named game, which I decided to try. Yet, this game has no advertisements, and there is no online discussion about it." Yu Qingshan commented, "That is to be expected. Such matters are usually kept discreet, with only family members being informed." Ichiu Guo suggested, "Should we stock up on something? I have a feeling turmoil is on the horizon." After a lengthy discussion, the family dispersed. Perhaps it was psychological, but Yu Sungu genuinely felt that Yu Qingshan and Yu Sunhuan's attitudes towards her had improved. They had always been affectionate. Yet after her rebirth and newfound clarity, their previous intimacy felt somewhat forced. Now, however, it bore an undertone of familial warmth. A few days later, the family reconvened at the hotel, this time with news from Yu Sunhuan. Su Yitong had been attacked, and her ears severed. Without needing Yu Sungu to speak, Ichiu Guo remarked, "Could this incident be the work of the Su family's enemies? They might not have had the opportunity to harm her before, and now they are taking it out on you." The expression on Yu Sunhuan's face indicated that he shared this suspicion, yet his lips were pressed tightly together, refraining from making any unfounded assumptions about others' malice. Yu Sungu urged, "Regardless of whether it is the case or not, we will soon be family. Visiting the Su family would be safer than remaining outside. Regardless of whether it is or not, it mostly is, but just consider her as if she is not. Do you agree?" Yu Sunhuan felt a sense of discomfort deep within. He believed that the troubles caused by the Su family were now affecting him. Yet, he was also concerned. If it were indeed the enemies of the Su family behind this, was Su Yitong aware of her predicament? He suddenly recalled the morning of the 6th when he inexplicably fainted. At that time, he had attributed it to irregular sleeping patterns and low blood sugar. But what if the Su family's foes did not want him playing that game? No, that couldn't be right. At that time, he was unaware of the game, merely seeking to pass time by watching short videos. Defeated, Yu Sun-Huan slumped on the sofa, echoing Yu Sun-Gu's sentiment. Regardless of whether it is or not, what else could he do? Although everything seemed to progress smoothly, Yu Sun-Gu was not without her own worries. Alchemy was explicitly designated for goblins. Even if she learned it, it would turn gray upon leaving the game. She had to utilize her disguise skills to transform into a goblin for the skill to activate. The art of disguise proves exceedingly useful, albeit with a lengthy cooldown period, allowing for a maximum of 4 transformations daily. To avoid disrupting her usual activities, Yu Xuanga has recently taken to transforming into a verdant goblin 10 minutes before bed, sitting on the edge of her bed to craft 3 gold coins before retiring for the night. This routine ensures that upon awakening, the cooldown has expired. Upon becoming a goblin, she not only engages in her coin crafting, but also takes the opportunity to render herself invisible and shadow step into the bedrooms of Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan, pilfering a small token from each, nothing excessive, merely a trifle, before returning home with a remaining vitality of 60%. However, after only 2 days of this endeavor, she discovered that Su Yitong's bedroom, or rather the entirety of the Su household, was equipped with misting apparatuses. These devices were not confined to the garden, but infiltrated the villa's interior and every room therein. The moment she perceived the presence of mist, she executed her shadow step and fled from the Su residence, only to find upon her return home that her invisibility potion had worn off, rendering her visible once more. What a lavish expenditure! How much visibility potion must they consume daily? Surely, they must not fear their furniture developing mold, no matter how fine the mist. Even the most exquisite furnishings cannot withstand incessant spraying, can they? Nevertheless, undeterred, she imbibed another invisibility potion and returned to the Su household, this time opting to conceal herself beneath Su Yitong's bed, where revealing herself would pose no risk. She would simply steal and depart. Peering out from her hiding spot, she noted that the Su household remained undisturbed, reassuring her that she had not been detected. Yet, she pondered whether there were surveillance cameras in Su Yitong's bedroom. Even so, she would not be troubled, for she took every precaution. Each time, she would first don a layer of disguise before consuming her invisibility potion, and she even went so far as to wear a swim cap and mask prior to transforming into a goblin. Since the necessity of crafting coins arose, she had adopted her goblin form to visit the Su and Liang households daily. Given the circumstances surrounding the Su family, she directly shadow-stepped to Liang Yuchuan's bed, only to find herself at the bedside, realizing that he had changed beds and the space beneath was now sealed. Fortunately, the Liang household had yet to employ the visibility spraying potion. After her theft from Liang Yuchuan, she wandered through the walk-in closet in his bedroom, effectively mapping the area for her next visit. Yu Xuanga diligently visited the Su and Liang households each day, and, after a month, she had successfully pilfered from them twice, gaining 1 point of intelligence from Su Yitong and 1 point of strength from Liang Yuchuan. Currently, her attributes are as follows: Strength, 7-1 Constitution, 7 Intelligence, 10-1 Agility, 18 Luck, 10 Maximum, Charm, 10 Maximum. Yet, her most pressing concern remains her professional skills. While she possesses knowledge of various mutated equipment or items resulting from game invasions, priorities must be set. Those items will not flee. At present, her most critical task is to practice alchemy and engineering. During these days, Yu Xuanga has secluded herself within the villa, adhering to a remarkably routine schedule. Mornings are dedicated to accruing experience in alchemy, afternoons to engineering, and her daily meals are focused on honing her culinary skills. Additionally, she deliberately prepares a meat dish to place near the cat's nook. Ever since introducing cat toys, she has found a feline visitor at her villa door each night, seeking refuge in the cat's nook. In the evening, I practice archery on the 2nd floor of the villa, and before retiring for the night, I delve into my alchemical notes or engineering journals. On weekends, I ventured to the lakeside in the villa community to engage in fishing. Since the game's incursion, many fish species in the waters have undergone mutations, and only with a sufficiently high fishing level can one catch fish of superior quality. Unfortunately, her alchemy has stagnated at the advanced level 77/100,000. The herbs required to progress beyond this level cannot be found as substitutes in reality. She is left with only those purchased from the game, and now all her materials have been completely exhausted. Chapter 24. Adorably Foolish. In the game, the progress bar for potion making fills up and indicates success. However, in reality, creating potions requires her to meticulously follow the instructional videos in her mind, step by step. At times, it takes over an hour to brew a single high-level potion. How to handle the materials, control the temperature, when to stir, and when to add the next ingredient. Yet, despite her unwavering belief that she executes each step flawlessly, the outcome remains a failure, though occasionally she gains an extra 1 or 2 experience points even in defeat. She had never been this diligent before her college entrance exams. The situation in engineering mirrors this experience. The distinction between advanced and intermediate levels feels like two entirely different realms. The beginner and intermediate stages resemble Western medicine, where every detail is precise. Once you have mastered the requisite knowledge and analyzed the data, diligence leads to correct answers. Once a diagnosis is established, even the mightiest cannot alter its truth. Conversely, advanced disciplines resemble traditional Chinese medicine, wherein each practitioner may offer disparate solutions, sometimes leading to wildly different treatment plans, yet all can achieve healing. The connections among ingredients are often enigmatic. Sometimes, each viewing of a video reveals variations. One time, the instructor adds 20 grams of a specific herb, while the next, only 18 grams are used. On another occasion, she substitutes a different herb due to a previous miscalculation, yet it matters not. The effects remain consistent after blending. Initially, Yu Xiuanga felt exasperated, perceiving the lack of rigor as utterly absurd. However, as time passed, she became so engrossed in watching the alchemical videos that she occasionally forgot to practice engineering altogether. The instructor in the video resembled a conductor, orchestrating the properties of various herbs, unconstrained by rigid formulas. Sometimes, minor errors in her hands yielded delightful surprises. As July approached, Yu Xiuanga decided to halt her pursuit of high-level potions and focus on relearning and crafting all the beginner and intermediate formulas. She recalled an interview she had seen years prior, where a player solemnly declared that the professional skills acquired during the internal testing phase were the true treasures of that experience. His ability to craft blue and even purple gear did not stem from innate talent, but from the sewing knowledge imparted by an alien instructor. Yes, he would forever be her mentor, even if they were to meet on the battlefield, locked in a struggle to the death, and despite being labeled a traitor. She would proclaim that alien was indeed her teacher. However, on July 1st, Su Yitong suddenly announced a dinner invitation for all the Yu family members. When the young lady extends an invitation, it is less of a request and more of a notification. Yu Xiuanga tidied herself and headed to the restaurant. Upon entering the private room, she was not the last to arrive. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo were already seated. Prior to her arrival, Yu Xiuanga had meticulously checked her character panel, stowed all her gear and items in her bags, and crammed 2 36 slot bags into the magician's denture, leaving herself with only a 4-slot bag. After waiting for another half hour, the bodyguard opened the door, and Su Yitong, wearing monocles, entered first. Yu Xiuanga, along with Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo, rose with smiles to greet her. Su Yitong had changed her hairstyle, her formerly sleek, ear-revealing black hair now cascaded in a 2/8 wavy curl, with a longer section cleverly concealing the vacant right side of her head. Perhaps due to her recent melancholic mood, her demeanor lost the previous elegance and composure, instead adopting a somewhat somber disposition, which resonated with the gloom painted on Yu Xiuanhuan's face beside her. It was quite humorous. The male protagonist had transformed into a 9 centimeters warrior, while the female lead had become a one-eared figure. Who would dare claim they were not a perfect match? Yu Xiuanga did not deliberately inspect Su Yitong's new glasses. She could surmise with a mere thought that they were likely a prop. After all, Someone without an ear would subconsciously reject spectacles that required ear support, and putting them on and taking them off would be a psychological torment, even if they were monocles. Indeed, Su Yitong's glasses were a type of exploration tool. Though they paled in comparison to the Soros mask she had previously acquired, they were still a B-grade item. Exploration equipment was inherently rare, and discovering a B-grade item was a remarkable achievement from their private gathering of over a dozen members from the Su family's third branch for the internal testing. In truth, obtaining an A-grade item during the first internal test was a genuine surprise. As for her two brothers, it was better not to dwell on the last internal test. Mentioning it only brought to mind the lost ear. Upon entering, she immediately employed her exploration ability on Yu Xuanga, but all she perceived were the things Yu Xuanga wished her to see. Character: Yu Xuanga, 0 level 0. 001, Divine Gift, cannot be explored. Race Human, race talent, cannot be explored. Health, 100 Magic, 100 Strength, 5 Constitution, 7 Intelligence, 7 Agility, 7 Luck. Charm. Little did Yu Xuanga know that Su Yitong's glasses were so inferior. Her series of suave and fluid maneuvers appeared as if they were being showcased to a blind audience. Upon seeing the 001 experience, Su Yitong believed much of what Yu Xuanhuan had said. Yu Xuanga watched as Su Yitong's expression softened, while Yu Xuanhuan winked at her. Yu Xuanga thought, what a pest. Recently, Yu Xuanhuan had been unable to gather any information from Su Yitong through indirect inquiries. Yesterday, he straightforwardly admitted that he was aware of the game. Thanks to Yu Xuanga's revelation, he intended to leave the conversation at that, not planning to explain why Yu Xuanga had not informed Su Yitong. However, unexpectedly, Su Yitong inquired when Yu Xuanga had told him, to which Yu Xuanhuan replied it was around the 9th or 10th. Su Yitong's expression immediately lightened as she recalled that Yu Xuanga had messaged her that day, inviting her to the hotel for an important matter to discuss with her and Yu Xuanhuan. Yet, she had been preoccupied and unable to attend. After all, with her ear lost and half of her family's gold vanished, she had little inclination to meet the sister of a son-in-law. Yu Xuanhuan promptly affirmed, indeed. She mentioned inviting you. She only trusts us, family members. Yitong, we are family, aren't we? Due to this matter, Su Yitong has completely lost any reservations about Yu Xuanhuan. Although she still secretly thinks that Yu Xuanhuan is somewhat foolish for confiding such matters to someone who has yet to marry her brother. She reflects that she herself only shared this with her family and trusted confidants. This leads her to find Yu Xuanga's naivety endearing, as she seems to regard her as family. Today, she merely wishes to ascertain the truthfulness of Yu Xuanhuan's words. Although she had previously tested the waters a few months ago, at that time, she lacked the necessary investigative tools. Though divine talents may be unable to uncover the truth, the experience points were merely at 0.001, clearly indicating that, as she herself mentioned, the playtime has indeed been limited. However, Su Yitong refrained from disclosing her participation in the internal testing to Yu Xuanhuan. Such matters are best left unsaid. If the other party were to hear it from someone else first, it could lead to unnecessary hurt feelings. While she does not regard Yu Xuanhuan highly, she sees no reason to create discord. As for whether Yu Xuanhuan will eventually discover her concealment, the young lady considers it irrelevant. She genuinely finds Yu Xuanhuan's appearance appealing, but that is where her affection ends. Chapter 25. Procurement. As dinner drew to a close, Su Yitong refrained from revealing her identity as a player, instead promising to inform them of any updates. She also asked Yu Xuanga to notify her if he re-entered the game. She had pressing matters to attend to, particularly the installation of defensive systems for the Su family. Recently, her attribute points had dwindled by 1, which her brother attributed to the game's instability, but she suspected otherwise. After all, her brothers had not lost any points. After seeing Su Yitong off, Yu Xuanhuan returned to the private room, her expression noticeably frosty. Yu Xuanga inquired with concern, "What's wrong?" Yu Xuanhuan shook her head and whispered, "She must be a player. She's keeping it from us." Yu Qingshan interjected, "What makes you say that? Do you have any evidence?" Yu Xuanhuan pressed her lips together. "Her ear is injured. The entire right ear is missing. She had it on the 6th. But by the 14th, when we met again, she had changed her hairstyle. There were no bandages or ointments. She most likely used something from a game. Doesn't that healing potion heal wounds? Yu Xiong'e shrugged. I only had that one bottle, and I gave it to you. I've never consumed it myself. Yu Xuanhuan sighed in exasperation. Why didn't you purchase a few more bottles? She thought to herself that she was beginning to genuinely consider Yu Xiong'e as one of her own. How shameless. Yu Xiong'e maintained her smile and gulped down a glass of cola. After dealing with Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan, she did not rush back to the villa to study. Su Yitong's glasses had instilled a profound sense of crisis within her. The Soros mask no longer provided a sense of security, although, currently, items below S rank could not penetrate the information altered by the mask. What if someone were fortunate enough to acquire an S rank detection item during their first beta test? Rationally, she understood that it was improbable. The best detection item she had encountered in her past life was merely a rank, comparable to the Soros glasses. Yet, she could not afford to gamble. The mere thought of someone potentially uncovering her talents made her restless. Wasn't it said that detection tools and equipment were rare? How could Liang Yuchuan obtain an A-rank item during the first beta test, and Su Yitong acquire an unknown rank detection item in the second? She dared not contemplate it further. If someone were to use an S-rank detection item on her, the next moment, her personal panel would illuminate above her head, displaying a number of divinely bestowed talents that nearly rivaled her attribute points. Yu Xiong'e lay awake until midnight, unable to find solace in sleep. Finally, she rose and began to pack her belongings. She resolved to seek out the male protagonist's third love interest the following day. With the Soros mask in the hands of the main love interest and the glasses with the second, the final component might very well reside with the youngest. Naturally, she was acquainted with the male protagonist's secondary wife. Though her appearance was delayed, her influence was not inferior to that of the Su and Liang families. The Han family held sway in B City, and during the second year of the game invasion, they were expelled from B City by a coalition of other families, retreating to S City, where they had previously established themselves. She pondered if S City was a place for discarded remnants. How could they so easily relocate? Yet, dawn had not yet broken. Upon returning, Yu Xiong'e realized she had not amassed any gold coins for the day. Transforming into a goblin, she crafted 3 gold coins and then stealthily made her way beneath Su Yitong's bed, only to find no one there. She searched around and thought, well, the 2 brothers from the Su family will suffice. One cannot leave empty-handed. After all, recently, she had been quite audacious. Upon discovering that the Su family's visibility potion was merely elementary, she occasionally indulged in the advanced invisibility potion and roamed freely within the Su residence. She ventured into the floor where her 2 brothers resided. Though she had contemplated stealing from them before, one was a domineering CEO and the other an athlete, both rarely home. Today, however, the second brother, Su Jinxian, happened to be present. This marked the first time she encountered him at home since the second internal test. In his previous life, Su Jinxian had pursued the path of an archer and was a top-tier archery athlete before the game invasion. Within a month of the gamification, he had ascended to become the Su family's premier combat force. How could the male protagonist of a marriage of convenience story be free from bullying? Su Jinxian was known for his penchant to bully the male lead, often taking jabs at him. In female-centric narratives, there are exceptional sisters-in-law. In marriage of convenience tales, there are remarkable brothers-in-law. While he could maintain basic decorum before marriage, after tying the knot, he became increasingly irksome. Yet, the male protagonist was shielded by the female lead. And at times, Su Jinxian refrained from being excessively harsh, choosing to direct his ire towards her instead. What does divine gold have to do with me? Exclaimed Yu Kexonye. Occasionally, Yu Sunhuan would bring Yu Sungu along to participate in the Su family's collaborative activities under the pretense of repaying her sister. However, Yu Sungu now felt that this was merely a way to push her out as a target to draw fire. During monster hunting sessions, Su Jinxian would instruct her to lure the monsters to the front, and sometimes when shooting arrows, he would miss his mark, his speed so slow that it seemed anyone could easily evade him. Yet, in attempting to dodge that stray arrow, she would end up injured by the monsters. She was not without temper. After each group activity, she would tell Yu Sun Huan not to summon her again. Even though the Su family would allocate materials or equipment based on contribution points after dungeon raids, many of which were quite precious, she could afford to spend more time without complaint. At such times, Yu Sun Huan would keep his share of the spoils for himself, apologizing, saying he merely wished to assist his sister and longed for family companionship. Among other sentiments, he would then complain about Su Jinxian, discussing his skills and character, advising her to steer clear of him. Yu Sun Ge felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness, but mostly anger. Did he suffer grievances and expect her to endure the same? Was she the one who married into the family, or was it him? However, upon discerning Yu Sun Huan's true nature, she began to question these peculiar behaviors. Was he not attempting to incite her hatred towards Su Jinxian, guiding her to play his role and replace him? Later, upon realizing she did not follow his lead, he ceased inviting her to the Su family's activities. She wondered if the tensions between her and the Liang and Han families were also instigated by Yu Sun Huan. How infuriating! If that were the case, why not just tell her outright? She did not actively seek to harm others, yet she lacked moral boundaries. With a few words of persuasion, she could easily be swayed. Yu Sun Ge gazed at Su Jinxian on the bed, her anger mounting. The Olympics had already passed, and the next would not occur for another 80 years, far removed from her concerns. With a clear conscience, she decided to take action. First, she used the fate wheel on Su Jinxian, altering his luck to 1, and then began incessantly invoking, "I want this, this, and this." This evening, she had no intention of retiring for the night. After addressing the matter with Su Jinxian, she would then pay a visit to Liang Yuchuan before heading directly home to drive to the airport. Having pilfered over an hour, she acquired 3 points in agility and 1 point in intelligence from Su Jinxian, and she was content to cease her endeavors. Intelligence, 11-1, agility, 18-3 with agility alone. Her attribute was already comparable to that of a level 2 player fully invested in agility. Yet, she was still at level 0. Chapter 26. The Han family Yu Shuinga had no intention of delivering a fatal blow to Su Jinxian, for it was ultimately the male protagonist who would bring about his demise. Su Jinxian harbored feelings for Liang Yuchuan, which inevitably led to his tragic end. Not only that, but he also caused considerable turmoil for the male protagonist before his untimely death, scheming, exploiting, mocking, and even stealing from him. His actions could be likened to a gender-swap version of a female-oriented narrative. After acquiring 4 attributes, Yu Shuinga immediately began to rummage through Su Jinxuan's belongings in search of equipment. To her surprise, she discovered a plain cloth belt. Upon donning it, her constitution increased by 1. While she did not disdain this modest enhancement, the belt was exceedingly dirty, soiled as if it had been steeped in pig lard for a decade and then left to dry in the wind. Being a fabric belt, it resembled a leather strap when pulled out. Never mind, she thought. She couldn't afford to be picky. She tossed the belt into her backpack, knowing it could fetch several dozen silver coins at the very least. After departing from the Su residence, Yu Shuinga hastily made her way to Liang Yuchuan's wardrobe. Recently, the Liang family had also implemented a basic visibility potion spray system akin to that of the Su family. After all, applying such potions throughout the estate daily would be incredibly costly, making the procurement of intermediate potions unfeasible. Liang Yuchuan had been enduring a rather difficult time, fully aware that modern technology could not mend her hand and unwilling to resort to prosthetics. Consequently, she was fervently searching for players and had even enlisted several loyal associates from the Liang family to join the game. Meanwhile, she harbored suspicions regarding Liang Hui, pondering why he had died on the very day she lost her hand. Armed with Soros glasses, she understood the other party was also a player, though she had refrained from exposing this knowledge. Yet despite sending individuals to investigate everyone Liang Hui had recently associated with, the inquiry yielded no results. As matters stalled, during the second internal test, she discovered that her game character was also missing a forearm. Liang Yuchuan's mental state had deteriorated alarmingly. Apart from her family, few dared to approach her. After stealing for over an hour, Liang Yuchuan produced an item that granted her an increase in constitution by 1. She promptly returned to her villa, downed a large cup of coffee, and prepared 3 substantial bowls of meat dishes to place before her cats. After patting the three feline heads, she left the villa and personally drove to the airport. Though she could have directly utilized her shadow teleportation skill to reach the airport, she preferred to feign ignorance of this ability for any onlookers, allowing them to trace her whereabouts. Upon arriving at the airport, she informed Shan and the others that she was heading to Beijing, having discovered potential player information on the forum that warranted investigation. Shan and the others believed her without question. While waiting for her flight, she closed her eyes, mentally revisiting videos of the necromancer mentor crafting basic potions. Suddenly, a cautious voice broke through her concentration. It was a young girl inquiring whether she was Yu. Taken aback, Yu's mind flashed with the faces of various enemies and acquaintances from her past life, but none matched the girl before her. The prolonged silence instilled a sense of anxiety in the girl, who worried that she had displeased Yu. She quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for disturbing you. I didn't mean to, I just couldn't help myself. It's been so long since I heard any news about you." Was she a fan? Such a distant memory of pure and clumsy affection. Yu lowered her mask and exchanged a few words with the girl, even treating her to a cup of coffee. However, having encountered the myriad of extraordinary talents bestowed by the heavens, the girl declined to provide her autograph. Even after boarding the plane, Yu found herself preoccupied with this incident. The troubles of the entertainment industry felt like distant memories, akin to events from centuries past. Even the moment when Lu Zhonglu had escorted her to the bed of a deceased man now seemed trivial in retrospect. She had nearly been ensnared by the brother-sister duo, Han Qianfan and Han Qianhai, leading her to an alien's bed as well. Although Su Yitong possessed her own wickedness, her methods primarily relied on exerting pressure, eschewing base tactics. Instead of resorting to underhanded schemes to seize her resources, she would preemptively acquire all available materials in the market, knowing precisely what Yu urgently needed, and would forcibly snatch away her high-level task items. Liang Yuchuan, on the other hand, was ruthless. She despised individuals who could act yet chose to speak instead, believing that inflicting physical harm was far more effective than any psychological torment. Her life motto was that inflicting pain on the heart paled in comparison to inflicting it on the body. The Han siblings, however, were both insidious and venomous. While they feigned warmth and friendliness, their methods were quite despicable, having even once attempted to contract her as their slave. Each of them was gravely unwell. Yu Xuanhuan was a son-in-law of 3 surnames, while she herself was the protagonist of a narrative filled with cruelty. She could never fathom why these 3 women, having so much time on their hands, chose to vent their frustrations on her instead of battling amongst themselves. It was not just them. Even the male friends of the male lead were involved. She suspected that Yu Xuanhuan had orchestrated something behind the scenes, yet she had no evidence. The book she had glimpsed in her final moments had become a blur in her memory, and even if the details had remained, they were likely embellished. The book was inconsequential. Her feelings were paramount, and the Han sisters needed to be cared for properly. Standing in City B, Yu called the Gun King, inquiring about the route to the underground passage in City B. The Gun King replied, "First, head to XX Bank, then proceed north for XX kilometers. There you will find a McKen King. Upon entering, request the Crazy Wednesday set. If he claims it's unavailable, simply ask for a 2 yuan ice cream cone. If he refuses the cone, demand that he place the ice cream into a cup instead, and he will lead you there." Yu responded with disbelief. Why is it that in City S, one merely needs to locate the back door of a bar to access the underground passage? The Gun King explained, because the place you entered was not truly the dark market. Yu clutched her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I was there hiring an assassin." The Gun King reassured her, "Well, it was merely a coincidence that you encountered me. I had just gone up to buy coffee. To find the underground passage in City S, you must go to XXCAF and request a 2-liter black coffee. When they say such a large cup doesn't exist, inform them that you brought your own beans. When they ask you to present the beans, you hand over a single 1-gram golden bean, and they will escort you inside." Yu remained silent for a long while, finally remarking, "Capital residents truly are sincere." The Gun King replied, "I'll await your call," before hanging up. What a hint of flirtation. Yu scoffed, thinking who would call you. A few minutes later, she found herself squatting by the curb, dialing the Gun King's number. She wished to sip a glass of wine to alleviate her sorrows. The Gun King inquired, "What is the matter? Did you not gain entry?" Yu Xuanga gazed across the street at the McDonald's and replied, "Well, he led me to a door, and then we exchanged intense glances. I am quite perceptive." "Of course I am." In that moment, I took out a stack of cash to offer him, but he declined and even ushered me out. The Gun King remarked, "They do not accept cash. They only seek gold, specifically 2 grams. Yu Xuanga retorted, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" The Gun King responded, "I wanted you to experience the sincerity of the capital." Yu Xuanga remained silent. Chapter Husonhit, Shorosh Usembul. After acquiring the information about the Han family, Yu Xuanga stepped out and headed straight for a massage parlor, opting for a 3-hour package. As she indulged in the massage, she seized the opportunity to catch up on much-needed rest, for she had no intention of sleeping tonight. Time was of the essence. The sooner she completed her tasks, the sooner she could return to her alchemy studies. Today marked July 3rd, and with the 3rd internal test scheduled for October 10th. She aimed to hone her alchemical skills as much as possible, truly deserving of the title number 88, a number bestowed only upon the most exceptional practitioners. Yu Xuanga drifted into a deep slumber during her 3-hour massage, experiencing the illusion of having rested for an entire night. She cast a glance at the massage therapist, pondering that once the game invasion commenced, this individual's massage prowess might very well be transformed into a skill. Opting against seeking a hotel, Yu Xuanga decided to pay for an overnight stay at the massage parlor. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras in the room, she reserved the space and instructed the attendant to wake her at 8 o'clock the following morning. Once the staff departed, she meticulously inspected the room again to ensure it was devoid of any cameras, then locked the door, casually placing her bag on the massage table before heading to the restroom. There, she employed the body doppelganger spell, utilizing it to shadow step to a nearby SF express station close to the black market entrance. It was not prudent to cultivate the habit of having others run errands to deliver goods to the scene of her endeavors. She preferred not to have her patterns discerned. Yu Xuanga managed to obtain the shipping schedule for the express deliveries, noting that a transport vehicle would arrive at this station daily around this time. The 7th station was the closest to the Han family, a mere 5 kilometers away. Although it posed some inconvenience, she had never visited the Han residence before, and without a clear mental image, she was apprehensive about inadvertently colliding with Han Qianshan. By boarding an actual SF express vehicle, Yu Xuanga arrived at the outskirts of the Han estate before nightfall. In this day and age, one was deemed unworthy of being a son-in-law unless residing in a manor. Was it not? Drawing a deep breath and relying on her extensive experience in burglary, she swiftly located Han Qianshan. As for Han Qianhai, he was merely a relative of the protagonist's, his status incomparable to hers. Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai shared a profound bond akin to that of brothers. Even if Han Qianshan ultimately fell for Yu Xuanhuan, he would never harm Han Qianhai for her sake. Yu Xuanga had envied such camaraderie in her previous life. Today's mission primarily revolved around acquiring Soros, not enacting revenge. With the aid of her potion, Yu Xuanga boldly entered Han Qianshan's chamber, expertly infiltrating. Alas, Han Qianshan's bed was solid, constructed of wood beneath. Yu Xuanga settled cross-legged at the foot of the bed, feeling grateful for having learned the body doppelganger spell. With her gaze lowered, she refrained from looking at Han Qianshan, for it is remarkable how one can sense the gaze of others, even in slumber. As per usual, she initiated her endeavor with the destiny wheel, reducing Han Qianshan's luck to 1 before casting a spell to ensure he would collapse. Then, she began consuming a basic healing potion without reservation, directing her intent towards Han Qianshan with, "I want this, this, and this. Intelligence 1, Soros top, hat 1. Stop." She had indeed encountered this hat in her previous life. It turned out to be the final piece of Soros's ensemble. Indeed, this item was a standard accessory for the leading lady, was it not? She could hardly contain her excitement as she examined the Soros top hat. Soros set top hat 3-3. Even those fortune tellers capable of traversing the river of destiny. Well, I mean, if their skills and items are rated A or below, would be unable to discern your whereabouts. It must be worn to take effect. As she placed the Soros set glasses and Soros set mask alongside the hat, the black top hat, gold frame glasses, and silver mask emitted a soft glow, gradually transforming into a delicate silver pocket watch. Soros time. As you need not know who I am, where I am, or what I am doing, I am pressed for time. Skill 1 Disguise. You can conceal all your information at will. Skill 2 Probe. You can investigate anything you wish to know at will. Probing in detail consumes 10 mana points per second, but you can activate energy saving mode to display only basic information about characters' items, consuming 1 mana point per minute. Skill 3 Stealth. Passive. You cannot be divined by anyone or anything, and when someone attempts to divine your whereabouts, you will sense their presence. Soros is the strongest. Even SS-rated individuals can only see a fog. Mark my words, Soros. Set skill. I am pressed for time. Upon use, you will teleport to a location within your line of sight, not exceeding 5 meters, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. A bountiful harvest. Yushuinga took a deep breath and activated the energy-saving mode of the probe skill. Now, the players within her line of sight appeared just like in a game, with a line of blue luminescent text above their heads, displaying names, levels, and health and mana percentages. For instance, above Han Qinshan's head, it read, Han Qinshan level 0, 100. Yushuinga suppressed the excitement within her and used several skills on Han Qinshan. Constitution 1, time to leave. She then proceeded to Han Qianhai's room downstairs. The gears of fate were still on cooldown, so she could only provide the unconscious thief god package. After toiling until dawn, she had only gained 2 points of constitution. Upon exiting the Han family manor, her primary data was as follows: health 150 mana, 200 strength, 8 constitution, 8 intelligence, 12 agility, 21 luck, 10 maximum value, charm, 10 maximum value. Her health had finally begun to increase. Constitution is a composite attribute related to her vitality, defense, magical resistance, mental resistance, and health recovery rate. Initially, her constitution was only 6, and when it previously increased, her health had not changed. However, once her constitution surpassed 10, each additional point in constitution would grant her an increase of 50 health points, and each level up would also yield growth. Yet the growth value upon leveling up would no longer be fixed. Individuals with higher constitution would gain more from level ups. Mana followed a similar principle. Due to the increase in intelligence, her mana had now reached a remarkable 300. Yushuinga hung the pocket watch around her neck, concealing it within her undergarments. If feasible, she would have preferred to create a small pocket with a combination lock on her lingerie to secure the watch inside. Although the disguise would still function merely by being placed in her bag, true invulnerability to divination required it to be worn. Moreover, to utilize her prop skills, wearing it was imperative. The Soros set skills were simply too advantageous to forego. Having journeyed to the Han family by car, she was already familiar with the route. Even though the Han residence was over 30 kilometers from the massage parlor, she could easily use her shadow step ability. With an intelligence score of 14, she could traverse 14 kilometers each time, and after 3 uses of shadow step, Yushuinga found herself back in the restroom of the massage parlor. After showering and changing, she unlocked the door and retired to bed, hoping to avoid any sudden demise. When the attendant entered at 8 a.m. to rouse her, she nonchalantly extended her stay by 3 hours, finally emerging around noon for a meal. She needed to contemplate what gift to leave for Han Qinshan and Han Qianhai. After all, it would be a disservice to the slave formation she had inscribed upon her back. It was Yushu Huan who had arrived just in time to save her. Yet now, with her upgraded intellect, she realized something was amiss. How peculiar that he arrived just after she had completed the formation and recited the incantation. She was reluctant to eliminate Han Qinshan with a single stroke. It was essential to inflict suffering before delivering the final blow, for otherwise, it would feel akin to entering a buffet after starving for 10 days and then, in the name of health, consuming only chicken and vegetable salads, leaving one feeling unfulfilled. With her nemesis extinguished so abruptly, she would undoubtedly find herself waking in the middle of the night. slapping her own face in disbelief. How could you have done it so easily? Chapter 28. The living bodhisattva, is it akin to what Yu Xuanhuan experienced? Or perhaps something illicit to be delivered to the Han siblings? To her surprise, the tomato mechanism disallowed such actions. Yu Xuanga pondered that since she had already come, she might as well not remain idle. Idleness made her restless, almost as though she were afflicted by an ailment. She had even consulted a doctor at a clandestine clinic in the Shadow Market. The physician, devoid of any medical ethics, declared that what she experienced was not an illness, but rather a manifestation of her own depravity. Yu Xuanga thought, what a venomous tongue. No wonder he cannot be a respectable doctor. Yet, this was the sole hospital available, and it offered a plethora of services. She decided to leave 2 strands of hair, one after utilizing her disguise skill, and the other her own, to have the doctor conduct a DNA test. While awaiting the results, she intended to search for the mutated artifacts she had heard of in her previous life that were located in B City. She dismissed anything overly grand, anything that could be mass-produced for the battlefield, or items of extreme rarity cherished by their owners. Ideally, she sought something that had a vendetta against its master. However, after finishing a cup of coffee in the CAF, she realized she had not contemplated any such artifacts. Notably, any mutated item that had garnered fame was either due to its formidable power that transformed its owner's life, or because its owner had suffered misfortune because of it. She was disinclined to engage with the former and found the latter to be quite rare. The national order had not collapsed, despite the pervasiveness of darkness. There remained a collective resistance against foreign entities, and in times of chaos, severe measures were employed. The force that had obliterated the pet hospital had indeed paid a hefty price for its actions. After much contemplation, she recalled a brother of the male protagonist, a man named Yidong. He had known Yu Xuanhuan since before the game invasion, both being game streamers and friends. After the 3rd, closed beta, he had sought refuge in S City with the male lead, and during that period, he had even pursued her. At the time, she could not comprehend why a man who seemed to possess nothing could exude such an air of superiority in her presence. There was no genuine concern or affection, merely empty words, and after she had declined his advances, he had the audacity to deem her ungrateful. In such a context, incessantly proclaiming "I like you." Be my girlfriend was not pursued. It was harassment. Although Yu Xuanhuan did not defend him, she also did not intervene. Reflecting on it now, perhaps it was because they were both players back then, leading them to look down upon ordinary individuals. Yidong's bestowed talent was, in truth, rather mediocre, merely an A rank, which paled in comparison to the male and female leads team in S City. Her own A rank talent surpassed this. Yet, Yidong possessed a mutated artifact that emerged after the game invasion, allowing him to remain close to the male protagonist. It was a small figurine he had cherished for many years, which, upon mutation, had transformed into his contracted pet. This pet could enlarge itself, act as a puppet or a soldier, and unleash skills, boasting attributes that were 80 of its masteress. Even in death, it could resurrect. Most intriguingly, the contracted item, like bound equipment, could not be taken away, even if its master perished. She had no intention of seizing what Yidong possessed. Although Yidong often acted foolishly, his behavior was merely characterized by a penchant for idle chatter, a somewhat unpleasant demeanor, and an occasionally lascivious gaze. He would sometimes comment to the male protagonist about being overly lenient with his sister, and during encounters with monsters alongside a few others, he would protect everyone except himself. His transgressions did not warrant extreme retribution. Yu Xuanga considered herself a rather forgiving individual. While she believed in reciprocating grievances, she would never resort to annihilating entire families over trivial matters. Thus, she made her way to Yidong's residence, where she discovered a familiar figurine, a flamboyantly dressed little figure wielding a sword. With a dagger in hand, she severed the tiny arms of the figurine and shaved its hair, departing with the remnants. As she passed by the alley, she casually crushed the 2 adorable little arms, the diminutive sword, and a layer of scalp, discarding the debris into a trash bin. Sighing, Yu Xuanga stood by the roadside, gazing at the street, reflecting on her own benevolence. As the night deepened, Yu Xuanga, having forsaken any semblance of a regular routine, reappeared in Han Qinshan's room. It was already 2 a.m., yet he was still awake. Although she had employed a transformation spell, she felt it prudent to enhance her concealment with a potion. She observed Han Qianshan smashing objects, and soon after, Han Qianhai entered, both appearing quite distressed. Have you found anything out? No, only that our attributes have diminished. My top hat is gone. It must be the work of a thief. I swear, if I discover who that scoundrel is, I shall flay him alive. What if he returns to pilfer again? We are still unaware if our attribute points can be restored. Both the Yu and Li families have been inquired about, yet nothing of this nature had surfaced. Yu Xiuanga felt a sense of satisfaction. The more agitated they became, the more it indicated that her actions were justified. Upon hearing the Yu family mentioned, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Was it related to the Yu Qingshan lineage? However, it was of no consequence to her. After her rebirth, she had verified her DNA, confirming her connection to Yu Qingshan, Yi Qiu, and Yu Xuanhuan. Indeed, they were all kin, and her dreams of being a true heiress lay utterly shattered. Yu Xiuanga then chose to stand in a corner, closing her eyes to rest, waiting until Han Qianhai departed. After a while, she ensured that Han Qianshan had fallen asleep before rendering her unconscious. After all, losing consciousness in slumber was distinctly different from doing so while awake. The former would lead to self-doubt about the quality of one's sleep, while the latter could leave lingering memories upon awakening. Due to the constraints of the mechanism, she could only pilfer some attributes and equipment. Thus, Yu Xiuanga remained in B City for a week, awaiting the DNA results. The DNA from her disguise bore a mere 99.5 similarity to her actual hair, indicating a resemblance akin to that between two strangers. It seemed that in the future, she need not wear a swimming cap while utilizing her disguise skills. During this time, Yu Xiuanga was far from idle, visiting the Han household nightly. Undeterred by any inclement weather, she vowed that henceforth, she would embrace the role of a virtuous individual, refraining from trouble and focusing earnestly on her studies. Upon arriving at the airport, I immediately spotted Yu Xuanhuan waiting outside. Yu Xiuanga mused to herself, admiring Yu Xuanhuan's exceptional service demeanor. It was no wonder that 3 women were vying for his attention. Just yesterday at noon, she had mentioned her return the next day. Yet here was Yu Xuanhuan, sporting a hint of stubble, his eyes weary yet gleaming, holding a now-cold breakfast sandwich in his hand. Such details convey a message, a silent assurance that, despite not knowing my flight time, he had arrived early at the airport to await my arrival. Why, then, wouldn't he simply inquire about my expected landing time? Chapter 29. Moving Yu Xiuanga was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Stifling a yawn, she was utterly exhausted. Let us go home. I believe I found someone who might be a player, although I haven't had any direct interaction with them. You might even know this person. On the way, she shared the information she had gathered. It's not wise to inquire about such matters too openly. Everyone tends to keep it under wraps. The individual I encountered, we didn't actually meet face to face, as we were both cautious of each other. Later, I changed my approach to inquire if anything unusual had occurred, and I stumbled upon something intriguing. Are you aware of a game streamer named Yishue Jidong? Hasn't his gaming prowess recently surged remarkably? Yu Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Yes, we're good friends and have known each other for quite some time. Just the other day, we were discussing him in our gaming group, noting how it seemed as though he had suddenly attained a breakthrough. Yu Xiuanga continued. Well, when that player spoke with me, he mentioned Yidong as well, expressing suspicion that he possesses skills related to sound. I watch some of his live stream replays. Whenever he shouts encouragement like stand up and hold on, I believe in you. Their team appears to become remarkably formidable. Yu Xuanhuan asked, what do you mean? Yu Xiuanga explained, I've told you about the divine gifts, right? These gifts can be extraordinarily diverse. I can briefly influence a person's luck, and perhaps other players can utilize their voices to affect others as well. On her way home, Yu Xiuanga left the matter of Yi Dong with Yu Xuanhuan, feeling unconcerned. After all, Yu Xuanhuan was still an ordinary person, and now it was he who needed to prove whether he could transition from being a mere acquaintance of Yi Dong to a close brother, depending entirely on his own capabilities. Yu Xiuanga declined Yu Xuanhuan's offer to accompany her back to the small villa. She preferred to keep outsiders away from her domain. She intended to sell the villa in due time and purchase a small apartment that would have an entrance to the dungeon. Whether exchanging resources with the official channels or choosing to keep it for dungeon runs, both options were quite favorable. After dining at the Yu residence, she turned down Xu and Huan's suggestion to escort her back to the villa and returned home alone. Subsequently, she began a period of intensive study. It could only be said that she had not been an academic achiever previously, simply because she had not chosen the right field of study. For the next stretch of time, Yu Xuanga diligently and almost reverently reviewed all the beginner and intermediate alchemical recipes. Each recipe was accompanied by a video on potion crafting, and she made a concerted effort to memorize every movement of the skeletal mentor. Upon completing her review of a total of 400 recipes, she began her second round of study. During this revisit, she noticed that the skeletal female mentor occasionally provided a brief explanation. Yu Xuanga exclaimed, "Teacher, you have equipped me." Perhaps, in the eyes of true scholars, there was little distinction between the Blue Star inhabitants and other races apart from the undead. Much like how goblins are indifferent to war and glory, focusing solely on wealth and commerce. Once professional skills reach a legendary level, their sole concern lies in the transmission of that craftsmanship. She chose not to ponder too deeply, but instead cherished every moment of this experience. Occasionally, when ensnared in a deadlock, I prepare a meal for the outdoor cats. The cat truly lives up to its name, with felines coming and going. Yet none linger for long. At most, a cat might stay for no more than 3 days. While the villa area does harbor some feral cats, they only visit sporadically for a meal, never settling down. Although Yu Xuanga adores cats, she has no intentions of adopting one. Her life is far too busy, constantly necessitating her presence elsewhere, leaving little time to care for a pet that demands constant attention. This arrangement suits her well. She merely needs to prepare extra portions of lightly seasoned meat to practice her culinary skills, allowing her to interact with different cats without the burden of responsibility. A truly open relationship with cats. The food prepared for the cats, though comprised of the most ordinary meats from the real world, possesses beneficial effects post-consumption. Some felines experience a temporary boost in strength, while others gain enhanced agility. The flavors are delightful, pleasing both the cats and Yu Xuanga alike, despite the skills acquired from another realm being imparted through a mental video tutorial. The experience of following along in real time is distinctly different. The former directly embeds knowledge into one's mind, eliminating reaction time and continuously reinforcing memory. Into 6 months, Yu Xuanga transformed from a novice in the kitchen into a master chef proficient in hundreds of recipes. Now, even when improvising without reference to a recipe, the dishes she creates are still flavorful, albeit lacking the enhancement effects. She has not indulged in takeout for quite some time, as her own culinary creations far surpass those available commercially. Moreover, certain dishes yield effects that enhance focus for a brief period. Although the duration may only last a few minutes, she has found that her learning efficiency during this time significantly increases, allowing her to notice details in alchemical videos that she previously overlooked. In August, Yu Xuanga took the time to formally terminate her contract with the company and issued a statement announcing her withdrawal from the public eye. Given her current circumstances, remaining out of the spotlight is prudent. The concerns she previously shared with Yu Xu and Huan regarding Yi Dong's peculiar situation were not unfounded. Discussions about Yi Dong's changes have indeed surfaced in Yu Xu and Huan's gaming group. While such transformations may seem trivial gossip to the average person, they quickly evoke thoughts of the game among players. She suspects that in her past life, Yi Dong may have relocated to S-City to seek out Yu Xu and Huan, potentially due to being discovered, thus turning to a trusted friend for support. The news of Yu Xuanga's withdrawal from the public sphere generated a flurry of activity online for several days. People unearthed the recent tragedy involving her management agency and speculated about possible harm she may have suffered. Yu Xuanga addressed the inquiries she deemed appropriate, expressing that her indifference to fame does not equate to her willingness to be unjustly associated with slanderous rumors or sordid speculations. I am well unharmed. I simply feel fatigued and wish to take a break to pursue the life I truly desire. There is no sudden wealth, nor have I married into a wealthy family. I merely calculated my savings, which are sufficient for my needs. Indeed, the individual depicted in the image selling handbags is myself. I have never had a penchant for such items. It was merely a requirement of my profession as a celebrity. Now that I have retired from the industry, I can naturally part with these unnecessary possessions. If I were truly in financial distress to the point of being unable to sustain myself, I would not have chosen to step away from my career. I appreciate everyone's concern. The company is quite good, and we part on amicable terms. I do not have a wealthy boyfriend, nor do I intend to pursue a romantic relationship or marriage. I have no interest in spending someone else's money. My finances are solely sufficient for my own needs. Yu Xuanga speaks with unwavering confidence, as if she were not the same person who recently attempted to seize gold from a Su family. Chapter 30. Stepping back in less than 2 days. The news surrounding Yu Xuanga was eclipsed by other events, precisely as she had hoped. A few colleagues from her professional circle reached out to inquire if she was facing any difficulties, and Yu Xuanga managed to respond to each of them with grace. Among all her acquaintances, the ones most anxious were surprisingly Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa. They believed her earlier mention of work setbacks was merely a transient phase. After all, in the entertainment industry, a downturn could lead to a lack of opportunities, but once the buzz returned, so would the work. Little did they know that Yu Xuanga was indeed stepping back from the industry. That evening, the two hurried to Yu Xuanga's quaint villa, only to find themselves unable to enter due to the fingerprint lock. They exchanged discontented glances but refrained from voicing their concerns, focusing instead on what her future might hold. Yu Xuanga took the initiative to explain the situation regarding the fingerprint lock. Earlier this year, I made an investment based on a friend's advice and purchased a villa in the suburbs. The location is somewhat remote, as it was said to be an area slated for development, but I have yet to receive any updates. Currently, I find myself short on funds and plan to sell this villa to generate some capital. The agents have been showing it to potential buyers over the past few days. As you both know, I am quite frugal. The money I've earned over the years, combined with the proceeds from selling this villa, should suffice for a while. My intention is to focus on seeking players to find a cure and assist Xuanhuan. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the trio softened, and Xuanhuan's mood lifted significantly. He felt a sense of reassurance knowing that his sister prioritized his well-being. They inquired about the villa's location, and Yu Xuanga was candid, as she preferred honesty over petty deceit that could leave her vulnerable. The villa's location was indeed quite secluded, almost bordering the sea. Xuanhuan contemplated this for a moment and remarked, though it is somewhat remote, the residents in that area are quite distinguished. He had previously aspired to acquire property there, even the least expensive options starting at over 50 million, which, while modest compared to the nearby estates, was nevertheless a strategic choice. Even though he would be moving into the Su family home after marrying Su Ito, he wanted to ensure he had a fallback plan. Yu Xuanga also prepared a meal for them, showcasing her culinary skills learned from a game. To avoid sharing the same dish with Xuanhuan, she meticulously portioned out the food and soup into 4 separate plates before serving, ensuring that each person had their own meal without encroaching on another's. Their gathering began with Yu Qingshan arriving with a mindset of admonishing her for what he perceived as a potential future of idleness. Yet he departed after gifting Yu Xuanga 500,000 yuan for her personal expenses. Ichiogwa, though often caught in Yu Qingshan's tempestuous demeanor, had absorbed his wisdom over the years. She stated, "We have also been looking at houses for your brother. Although he will be joining the Su family, he needs a place of his own before the wedding to feel secure and have a space to unwind and play games. Rest assured, we have prepared a room for you as well. You are always welcome to return home. There will always be a place for you here." As Yu Sungu escorted several individuals to their vehicle, she maintained a serene smile, even as the car's rear vanished from her line of sight. It was not until she returned indoors and closed the door that she allowed her smile to fade, promptly discarding the used utensils of Yu Sunhuan and her companions. Today, she had finally seized the opportunity to hint at the existence of another villa, ensuring that even if the truth were to surface later, it would not be considered a deception in the eyes of Yu Sunhuan. Investments, perhaps. Yet, she remained uncertain as to where Yu Sunhuan would choose to purchase property. It seemed improbable that she would buy near the Su family. For what significance would there be in acquiring a residence right under the watchful gaze of others? After that day, whenever Yu Sun-gu placed meat outside for the cats, she would inform them of her impending move, casually mentioning the address of her lavish villa worth 50 million. She was unsure whether the cats comprehended her words. By mid-August, the small villa was sold. After all, it was nearly brand new, with 95% of its condition intact. Someone had even moved in early to assist with the formaldehyde absorption. Although it was somewhat remote, it was a villa of exquisite design, ready for immediate occupancy upon purchase. Moreover, with property prices soaring, early buyers could relish their investment sooner. That very day, she relocated her belongings to her grand villa, along with the Meow Meow Inn, which found its new home in the villa's backyard. Subsequently, she spent over 10 million on a modest apartment in the city center. Yu Sun-gu sighed. Were it not for the necessity of the dungeon entrance, she would have been reluctant to spend such funds. The city center held little allure for her. She had developed an aversion to the hustle and bustle of urban life. Shortly after the sale of her small villa, Yu Qing-shan approached her for a loan. Yu Sun-gu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you a dog? How do you have such a keen sense of smell? Have you installed surveillance in my home?" She directly inquired, "How did you know I was moving? Your information network is remarkably efficient." Yu Qing-shan, however, was not employing any surveillance. "Noticing your increased steps on WeChat over the past couple of days, I deduced that you were preoccupied with moving." Yu Sun-gu smacked her thigh in realization and promptly disabled her WeChat step tracker. She transferred 888 to Lao Deng, stating, "I'm busy seeking players." "I appreciate your concern, Father. Thank you for pointing out such a significant oversight." Yu Qing-shan replied, "I provide you with sums of 100,000, 50,000, and you return a mere 888 for pocket money? Since when did my daughter become so stingy?" Yu Sun-gu retorted, "Is the money for your brother's house insufficient? Perhaps we should sell our two-story residence in the city center." Yu Qing-shan protested, "That is the ancestral home of the Yu family. How can we possibly sell it?" Yu Sun-gu mused, "Let us be realistic. We only moved in when I was 8 years old. It hardly qualifies as an ancestral home." After a few more exchanges regarding the loan, he brought Yi Xiaogua into the conversation, prompting Yu Sun-gu to be forthright. "I am genuinely anxious due to my lack of income. Moreover, if I were to encounter someone who could potentially heal my brother, how could I approach them without the means to do so?" The two elders were ultimately persuaded. Yu Qing-shan was initially uncertain, but with the vase having sold for a considerable sum and the family's savings, it seemed there would be enough to purchase a suitable house for Yu Sun-huan. However, Yu Sun-huan desired a property near Yu Sun-ji's grand villa. After some contemplation, Yu Qing-shan suggested, "Why not sell the villa you previously invested into your brother? Yu Xiunga, if you desire it, let us say 70 million. When she went to the port city to procure antiques, she had indeed verified the value of that vase, which Yu Qing-shan had taken from the secret chamber. It was worth no less than 20 million, adding the 70 million she had accumulated over the years. Even after deducting the 30 million she spent on purchasing a villa for herself, she still had nearly 50 million left. Moreover, has that useless Yu Xiunhuan not earned any money over the years? Both Yu Qing-shan and Ichio have jobs. Surely they have made some earnings, right?" She could not fathom that Yu Qing-shan would wholeheartedly support Yu Xiunhuan. Yu Qing-shan, the cheapest villa in that area would still cost at least 50 million, wouldn't it? Did Su Yitong not give you 2 million previously? Yu Xiunga replied with a tone of sorrow. "That was merely pocket money from my sister-in-law." "Wait, Father, you can't be suggesting that I give the villa directly to my brother, right?" Jukin-san hurriedly responded, "No. How could your father even contemplate such a thing? The most effective way to deal with a hypocrite is to articulate their thoughts directly." Yu Qing-shan soon ended the call, regretting the excessive generosity he had shown. Had he known, he would never have allowed Yu Xiunhuan to purchase a villa for Yu Xiunga. Not only had he failed to leverage a significant gain, but he had also lost half of what he had previously earned from Yu Xiunga. How did he come to this realization? Yet, upon recalling how Yu Xiunga had immediately informed them of her fortuitous encounter, Yu Qing-shan could only sigh. It was not that his daughter had suddenly become enlightened, but rather that she had grown increasingly avaricious. Without a steady income, her frugality intensified with each passing day. Chapter 31. A gamble as August drew to a close. Yu Xuanga found herself engrossed for the 7th time in the beginner and intermediate alchemy videos. On this particular day, she realized that she had achieved nothing substantial, merely spending hours absorbing the intricacies of alchemical practices. However, her alchemical experience had indeed progressed, albeit by a mere point over those hours. Yet movement, however slight, was still movement. Emboldened, Yu Xuanga embarked upon the task of recrafting basic potions. To her surprise, she sensed a distinct shift in her approach. Unlike her previous meticulous adherence to the videos, she now enjoyed a newfound freedom in her alchemical endeavors. At times, she even deviated from the prescribed steps outlined in those instructional videos. Although the potions she produced bore no visible differences from the originals, she felt that, at that moment, she had truly crossed the threshold into the realm of alchemy. In the early hours of the morning, having transformed into a goblin and crafted 3 gold coins, she succumbed to slumber. Recently, she had refrained from exploiting the resources of Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan, perhaps due to her diminishing attributes. After a month of fruitless efforts, she had grown weary of lurking beneath their beds all night, consuming potions while pilfering. It was imprudent to squander resources when the basic healing potions of the game's early stages held considerable value. Thus, Yu Xuanga resolved to halt her resource-gathering escapades, choosing instead to rest and recuperate her energies for another day of diligent study. However, her buoyant spirits were abruptly dampened at the onset of September. This was due to the fact that Yu Xuanhuan had relocated to the same villa district, now a mere 2 kilometers from her own residence. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua invited her to their new villa for a warm meal. To her astonishment, the security booth was significantly larger than her own. Yet, the interior felt rather barren, devoid of appliances, with meals delivered from a nearby restaurant. With a visage of delight for her younger brother's new abode, Yu Xuanga interjected before Yi Qiuhua or Yu Qingshan could speak, exclaiming, "I'll cover the appliances." After all, it was merely a matter of offering a few incentives. Although she was reluctant to part with in-game items for Yu Xuanhuan, especially not the plain white belt from Su Jinxian, she was undeterred by the prospect of a few million. By the following year, that sum would scarcely purchase a minor piece of blue gear. Thus, she was confident that she would ultimately recoup her investment from Yu Xuanhuan in due time. Observing Yu Xuanhuan's demeanor, she discerned no apparent abnormalities, leaving her uncertain about whether her brother had indeed fallen prey to any malady. Nevertheless, she made no effort to avoid the dishes Yu Xuanhuan had touched. While she could have evaded them, she would not allow herself to falter over such trivial matters. Often, it is in the minutiae that one stumbles. In less than a week, Yu Xuanga enlisted a professional team to measure the dimensions of Yu Xuanhuan's villa for the installation of appliances. She refrained from appearing in person, fearing that the 2 young men would conspire to have her procure only the finest and most expensive items. "What right do you have to dictate what I furnish your villa with?" she mused. Yu Xuanga opted to equip her own villa with the best appliances, subsequently donating the outdated ones to her small apartment, selling off what could not be accommodated. Having spent a considerable sum, she retained just under $1 million, sufficient to sustain her until the game officially launched. Meanwhile, she still had $800 million in her account in the harbor city. The more she contemplated, the more incensed she became. How could Yu Qingshan possess such wealth, yet manage to deceive himself with a mere $5 million? Upon realizing that she could not possibly amass the experience in advanced alchemy before the 3rd internal test, Yu Xuanga resolved to alleviate the pressure she had been placing upon herself. She intended to spend her remaining 800 million Hong Kong dollars judiciously, deeming expenditures on basic necessities unnecessary. She found no immediate need for a residence near a dungeon entrance, as the 2 existing portals were already the limit of what she could safeguard. Dungeons refresh incessantly, yet the rules governing the various alien entities within differ based on size. In smaller, lower-level dungeons, lesser aliens can escape to Blue Star after merely surviving for 24 hours. In more complex dungeons, the survival duration required increases to 3 days, 7 days, 30 days, or even years. The more formidable the alien, the stricter the conditions for their entry into Blue Star. Many dungeon entrances have been exposed due to the prolonged absence of discovery, allowing aliens to infiltrate Blue Star. As for gold, she still possessed 473 gold bricks, weighing over 10,000 pounds. She could only hope to seek out the goblins of Blood Moon City during the next internal test, or at worst, wait for the goblin merchants. It seemed that having an abundance of wealth brought its own set of troubles. Stockpiling various potions or special material ingredients yielded minimal profit. She was disinclined to profit from national calamities, as this war affected all of Blue Star. While she could not claim to be selflessly altruistic, she also could not engage in actions that would hinder others, given that hoarding goods for price inflation was not a viable strategy. She resolved that her funds would be better utilized by traveling to different cities to sell her gold bricks. After much contemplation, Yu Xuanga decided to make another trip to Port City, where she intended to procure weapons. Specifically, long-standing, well-maintained bows and crossbows were the finest firearms available on the market. Once the game Invasion commenced, any transformation of these weapons would yield profit. 800 million Hong Kong dollars, when converted to gold, amounted to less than 3,000 pounds. Even at a conversion rate of 180 grams to 1 gold coin, that translated to over 8,000 gold coins, sufficient to acquire renowned bows and firearms, potentially dozens in number. In her previous life, a legendary weapon had originated from a collector. A knife that he meticulously polished transformed into an exquisite weapon with 3 attributes after the game Invasion. Its equipment requirements were rare, demanding only specific attributes, with no level restrictions. A guild offered 3,000 gold for it, which he declined, even though that price was exorbitant for a level 20 legendary weapon. The Su family had also sought to purchase it, but was rebuffed. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xuanga spotted that very knife in the hands of Su Baibua. After informing her family that she was going to Port City to seek out players, Yu Xuanga flew there that very night, locating a broker and requesting him to keep an eye out for renowned knives, bows, crossbows, and top-tier firearms. She even employed her pocket watch to discreetly assess the broker, confirming he was an ordinary broker rather than one endowed with divine talents. Spending 800 million on materials such as herbs, fabrics, and furs would require her to acquire a warehouse for storage. However, converting that wealth into historically or narratively significant weapons and top-tier firearms made the process feel as effortless as spending 8,000. She purchased 3 renowned bows and 5 crossbow bolts, expending 100 million Hong Kong dollars in the process. Upon hearing the news of a significant client who collects bows and crossbows arriving in the port city, Yu Xuanga remained in a state of anticipation for an entire week. Gradually, she acquired an additional 15 bows and 21 crossbows. In total, she expended 500 million Hong Kong dollars to procure 21 bows and 27 crossbows. Perhaps it was due to a stroke of extraordinary fortune, but she also managed to acquire 2 meteorite pistols, her most coveted weapon. Although she had never encountered tales of handguns mutating into exceptional weaponry in her previous life, it is understandable that one cannot possess knowledge of every occurrence, and astute individuals tend to conceal their prized possessions. Furthermore, many weapons, upon mutation, have level requirements, and given the slow progression of upgrades in the game, it is conceivable that such mutations may not be immediately usable, remaining undiscovered by others. Chapter 32. The Meteorite Desert Eagle. The genuine meteorite pistol is a creation of an American firearms manufacturer, forged from a meteorite estimated to be 5 billion years old. Remarkably, only 2 of these exquisite pieces exist globally, each priced at a staggering $4 million. Many affluent individuals yearn to possess one, yet they remain elusive, as the completed pieces are directly donated to American museums. However, where there is demand, there are those who will fulfill it. Despite the rarity of meteorites, they are not entirely absent. Through the connections of a broker, Yu Xuanga acquired the meteorite pistol that a wealthy merchant had custom-made at great expense. The price for this singular piece was an astonishing 60 million, non-negotiable, as the merchant had once been captivated by firearms, investing considerable effort into procuring meteorites, which are significantly more precious than gold. Moreover, he sought the expertise of a skilled craftsman for a bespoke creation, desiring not merely a model, but a fully functional replica akin to the original meteorite pistol. To make matters even more intriguing, he commissioned the customization of the meteorite pistol into his favorite Desert Eagle, armed with the most formidable 50 AE caliber ammunition, known for its sensational ballistic performance and lethality, albeit with a modest magazine capacity of only 7 rounds. The affluent seller exhibited a reluctance to part with the piece, as if contemplating a change of heart, leaving Yu Xuanga puzzled by his sudden decision to sell. He insisted that Yu Xuanga purchase both pistols, as they were a pair. Priceless is the affection one holds for treasured possessions, regardless of the price far exceeding intrinsic value. Yu Xuanga paid without hesitation. The meteorite Desert Eagle, resplendent in a silvery gray hue, boasted a unique texture that harmonized beautifully with the robust design of the Desert Eagle, captivating Yu Xuanga at first glance. Most importantly, the bullets were compatible with her engineering formula. Upon returning to her hotel with the box, she promptly concealed it within the magician's false teeth, although the merchant assured her that the meteorite emitted minimal radiation. Yu Xuanga's mind was clouded by the image of the merchant's bald head. With her engineering background, she was confident in her ability to maintain firearms, even if her proficiency likely wouldn't reach an advanced level before the 3rd internal test. She had already invested $620 million in crossbow firearms alone. Through introductions, she spent nearly $2 million to commission the crafting of 10,000 arrows of various models, 50,000 different crossbow bolts, and 7,000 rounds of ammunition compatible with the Desert Eagle. No one was willing to produce more than that. Ultimately, after spending over $100 million, she acquired a selection of swords and shields. Aside from the meteorite Desert Eagle, she had a total of 60 weapons, custom-ordered in 60 identical weapon cases, which she meticulously stacked in her backpack. With even a few mutated variations among these 60 weapons, she would not incur losses. Though even purple-tier weapons might not fetch a price as high as 3,000 gold, as such items are graded. With significant price differences between level 10 legendary weapons and those of level 20, the market remains unpredictable, even if one can afford the price. A seller may not be willing to part with their wares. Throughout September, while Yu Xuanga spent most of her time in the port city, her alchemical pursuits were not hindered. She delegated trivial matters to her broker, focusing solely on reviewing the compiled information he presented and inspecting the weapons. If she found them appealing, she would complete the transaction without delay. Each time she acquired a weapon, she would take her car for a leisurely drive, returning with the weapons already absent, as the broker understood his role and never interfered with unnecessary matters. She regarded stockpiling weapons as a form of relaxation, and her alchemical prowess had consequently advanced with remarkable rapidity, extending from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock each day. Nonetheless, she still fell short of catching up with the 3rd closed beta test. Speaking of the beta test, the 3rd session commenced on October 10th, followed by the wedding of Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan on October 18th. She couldn't help but admire them. Truly, they were the protagonists, getting engaged just days before the 2nd beta and marrying shortly after the conclusion of the 3rd. The game served as a testament to their happiness, did it not? Yu Xuanga resolved to ensure that Yu Xuanhuan missed even the 3rd beta test. On October 1st, Yu Xuanga hurried back to S City. Her first order of business was to enhance the Meow Meow in S offerings. During her absence, she could not prepare meals, so she placed a self-feeder beside the cat nest. Although it did not compare to her homemade dishes, it contained excellent cat food. After setting down the meat broth she prepared for the cats, she settled on the steps of the backyard, observing a calico and a tabby competing for food. Although she had yet to see any cat bring her gifts, she gradually embraced the act of hosting the cats as a means of alleviating stress. Often, she found herself pondering while watching unfamiliar cats. Presently, Yu Xuanhuan had moved into a villa community where outsiders could not easily enter. Her phone had been encrypted by Su Yitong, rendering the methods used during the 2nd beta ineffective. Few were aware of Yu Xuanhuan's relocation. Even when her close friend Yi Dong arrived in S City, Yu Xuanhuan merely lent her the small apartment designated for work. Unlike in her previous life, when she would have brought Yi Dong back to the Yu family home, she could not easily shift the blame onto others either. After much contemplation, Yu Xuanga decided to fabricate an alibi for herself during those days. After all, she had the ability to teleport, and a basic mana potion could replenish 60 mana points, while drinking incomplete coffee restored 500 mana points, coupled with her base mana of 200, increased by her intelligence. As long as she could endure, she could venture anywhere. Of course, this was merely theoretical. She was uncertain if her body and mind could withstand it. On the evening of the 4th, she visited the Yu family villa. Although it was ostensibly Yu Xuanhuan's residence, Yu Qingshan and Ichiowa had moved in as well. She mentioned wanting to visit Jiang City, and they had grown accustomed to her recent wanderings. However, Yu Xuanga was not there merely to discuss this. She spoke earnestly, stating, "I have learned the dates for the first closed beta, which is February 2nd, and the second, June 6th. Several players, and I suspect that if there is a third beta, it will also follow a significant pattern. While there was no beta on September 9th, we could see one on October 10th, November 11th, and so forth. These significant dates may herald a beta test at any moment. So you must keep your phone within reach 24 hours a day, understand?" Yu Xuanhuan felt a surge of emotion. For the first time, she sensed a hint of sibling affection from Yu Xuanga. Not only Yu Xuanhuan, but even Yu Qingshan and Ichiowa were equally impressed. Despite her frugality, her generosity in critical matters was truly commendable. Yu Xuanhuan nodded earnestly, "I understand." He grasped Yu Xuanga's hand and sincerely expressed, "Thank you." Su Yitong kept everything to himself, harboring doubts that the powerful Su family could be oblivious to such information. Yet, after receiving the news, Yu Xuanga made a point to remind him. Yu Xuanga gently patted Yu Xuanhuan's hand, saying, "Now that our family has all become players, you should feel more confident within the Su family. Remember, do not entertain even a hint of complacency. There's only one day like this in a month. Do not slack off, and do not indulge in sentimentality. I must take my leave now." Yu Xuanhuan accompanied Yu Xuanga back to her villa before departing. Chapter 33. The third internal test. As soon as the person departed, Yu Xuanga activated all the humidifiers in her room, each filled with advanced visibility potion, ensuring that the supply would last for a week. She then set off in her car from S City, embarking on a self-driven journey to Jiang City, a distance of 4,000 kilometers. She avoided highways whenever possible, opting for smaller roads instead, primarily because if she traversed the highways, the location for her phantom shift would be on the expressway, and she feared what would happen if she were struck by a vehicle upon arrival. She preferred to regard this as an opportunity to familiarize herself with the map. Traversing the route now would provide her with more options for future phantom shifts. Fortunately, her years of acting had allowed her to visit many cities. Halfway through her journey, exhaustion began to take its toll. Not only did she wrap the blank belt, which she received from Su Jinxian that enhanced her constitution, around her waist, but she also frequently stopped to prepare meals to rejuvenate her energy. Finally, on the morning of the 9th, she reached Jiang City. Without attending to anything else, she found a hotel to take a proper shower and rest. At 7 a.m. on the 10th, Yu Xuanga video called Ichiowa, showcasing the scenic beauty of Jiang City and inquiring whether they desired any local specialties. She reminded them to ensure that her younger brother kept his phone close, and after a 10-minute conversation, they ended the call. After hanging up, Yu Xuanga began her phantom shift towards S City. With over 4,000 kilometers ahead of her, and her current intelligence at 14, she could only move a maximum of 14 kilometers per shift. Given that this journey was not on the highway and not the shortest route, she conservatively estimated needing to shift approximately 300 times, all while maintaining the illusory body spell. After 50 shifts, Yu Xuanga felt a wave of dizziness. After 100 shifts, nausea set in. She paused to drink some coffee to replenish her magical energy and consumed food to enhance her mental fortitude. The shifts continued, 120, 150, and finally after 200 shifts, she collapsed onto the ground, retching for a considerable time. Though it was still before 8 a.m., rather than feeling relieved, a chill gripped her heart. Despite her early departure and even factoring in her rest time, misfortune had struck. It felt as though an invisible force was thwarting her smooth return to S City. Particularly after reaching the halfway point, her phantom shifts began to deviate slightly. Instead of moving straight for the expected 14 kilometers, she veered left repeatedly, akin to running into a wall. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on. Yu Xuanhua's luck may not have been low, but hers was at its peak. Today, she would crawl her way back to S City. And if she couldn't stop Yu Xuanhua from entering the game, she would eliminate her directly. After 300 shifts, she found herself still over 500 kilometers from S City. Yu Xuanga coughed up blood, her character status now displaying weakened. For the next 24 hours, her attributes would be reduced by 20. Determined, she gathered her blood from the ground into a bag and swallowed the metallic taste in her mouth along with the restorative coffee. Knowing it will morgens, there was still time. 10:07 a.m. As Yu Xuanga entered the confines of S City, she replenished her magical energy, fully prepared to incapacitate Yu Xuanhuan the moment she entered his villa. At precisely 10:10, with blood pooling in her mouth, she made her way to Yu Xuanhuan's room, only to find it empty. Rage flickered in her eyes, yet in moments of heightened anger and urgency, she maintained an unyielding calm. Even as her body and spirit trembled with fear and regret, her mind remained poised. Simultaneously, she retrieved her phone and downloaded Beast, the Rift of Terror, using her data. Indeed, Yu Xuanhuan would not wish for anyone, not even his parents, to discover his divine bestowed talents. But where could he be? The Yu residence? At 10:11, in her invisible state, Yu Xuanga appeared in Yu Xuanhuan's room at the Yu household. No one was there. Was he at his apartment? No, that place was occupied by Yidong, making it impossible. Thus, she exited the room and headed to the study, consuming a phasing potion to walk through walls. Within the hidden chamber of the Yu family, Yu Xuanhuan sat atop a wooden crate, his face alight with joy as he gazed at his phone. Approaching him at that very moment, Yu Xuanga beheld a radiant moon shining on the screen. In that instant, her soul screamed in madness. She must kill him now, or he would ascend to great heights. Yet, the next second, she found herself astonished by her own calmness, greed, and madness. Perhaps the reassurances she had once given herself were mere excuses, would have not allowing him too swift a demise, or the principle of an eye for an eye. None of it mattered, perhaps from the moment she drew the card of thief god, or even in her past life. She had long coveted Yu Xuanhuan's divine bestowed talents, even if he had not revealed all his divine skills to anyone. Those were talents coveted by the three great families, abilities that could compel the three heirs of the most affluent clans to set aside their pride and coexist peacefully for him. She could scarcely believe that Yu Xuanhuan possessed such allure, enough to make three top-tier beauties overlook their dignity and pride to share him. In a fleeting moment, she activated Fate's gear, altering his fortune, and left behind her shadow, merging it with his. Then, she exited the hidden chamber and returned to her bedroom. Separated by a mere wall, she launched her game, while simultaneously, through the lens of her shadow, she glimpsed Yu Xuanhuan's game interface and beheld his divine talent, God of Food, SS class. It felt as though her mind was torn asunder, one half icy with calm, while the other was a cacophony of fear, madness, and greed. Yu Xuanhuan's avatar appeared within the Blood Elf capital, Silver Moon City. Yu Xuanga logged into her game, utilizing a disguise to transform into a Blood Elf, then passed through the city gates adorned with wanted posters, featuring a familiar undead and a goblin. Using teleportation, she transported her character to Silver Moon City. With the third internal test underway, the number of players had surged exponentially, creating a bustling atmosphere within the city, nearly overcrowded. Were it not for the inability of the alien forces to project their power, it seemed that even the major cities could scarcely accommodate such a multitude. The diminutive figure of Yu Xuanhuan stood amidst the vast city, curiously gazing around. He passed by inns, herbal shops, and weapon stores, as well as the statue of the Elven King. Following in his footsteps, Yu Xuanga traversed identical inns and shops, moving past the same statue of the Elven King. As fate would have it, they brushed past one another, and she employed her probing skill on the silver-haired blood elf. Character, Xuanhuan Divine Gift. In the next instant, she resolutely activated her ability. She aimed to pilfer Yu Xuanhuan's divine gift, in the name of the thief god. You attempt to steal the talent of the elven player, Xuanhuan. The theft was successful. Target's divine gift level detected as too high. The theft has been interrupted. Yu Xuanga proceeded towards the city gate, while simultaneously opening her quest panel. There, she observed that the skill Thief God, under skill 2 the Thief of Thieves, also a robber's thief, had turned an unavailable deep gray. Meanwhile, beneath Immortal, a new divine gift, God of Food, SS grade, incomplete, had appeared, revealing 5 skills, of which only 2 were illuminated at that moment. Previously, she had successfully stolen 3 skills from the Lich Lord. Yet her luck with the currently fortunate Yu Xuanhuan yielded only 2. Without scrutinizing the skill descriptions, she exited the city and sought the nearest graveyard to Silver Moon City. There, she activated the explosives in her inventory and cast them at her feet. Moments later, the screen faded to black. You have died. Chapter 34. The Culinary Deity in an instant. The screen illuminated as a spectral blood elf materialized in the graveyard, while mere steps away lay her own mangled corpse. She approached, and the screen displayed weak resurrection, prompting her to click confirm. Subsequently, her character transitioned from ethereal to corporeal. The status beside her name shifted from weak to severely weakened, accompanied by a countdown timer of 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. All her attributes were reduced to a mere 40 of their original values. Yu Xuangu re-entered Silver Moon City. Through the shadows, she observed Yu Xuanhuan accepting quests, the first of which was a series of high-level tasks. Minutes later, Yu Xuangu, referencing the architectural details on her screen, located Yu Xuanhuan once more. Betting on the name of the thief god, Yu attempted to steal the talent of the elven player. Sun Huan. Steal successful. Target's divine talent level too high. The theft has been interrupted. Glancing at the time, Yu Xuangu noted it was 10:57. There was no time to waste. And given her current state of severe weakness, she dared not risk another death, uncertain of the consequences. She refused to gamble with her life for the sake of greed. Even though her character's status had yet to translate to her physical form, the countless phantom shifts had pushed both her body and spirit to the brink of collapse. Yu Xuangu maneuvered her character towards the goblin district. Wealthy goblins were challenging to find. After seeking out numerous goblins, trading a bit here and a bit there, she gradually accumulated 10,000 gold, albeit at the cost of precious time. With only 5 minutes remaining on her disguise, she promptly sought out the nearest city gate and dashed outside, cautious of her frail condition, ultimately standing by the city wall between 2 gates. Then, she chose to log off. She closed her eyes, the sensation of severe weakness nearly overwhelming her. Yet, she paid no heed, even ignoring the bundle pocket watch and dentures on the ground. Instead, she immediately accessed her character panel. Character, Yu Xuangu, level 0,0,001, severely weakened, 47, 45, 39, divine talent, thief god, S level, divine talent, immortal, SS level, incomplete, divine talent, culinary deity, SS level, incomplete, divine talent, marksman, a level, race, human, racial talent, undying will consumption, health points, 6,150 mana points, 8,200, strength, 8,3, 2 constitution, 11,4, 4 intelligence, 14,5, 6 agility, 21,8, 4 luck, 10 max value, charm, 10 max value. With trembling hands, she clicked on culinary deity. Culinary deity, SS level. Even a deity is but an ingredient in your hands. Skill 1. What does it mean to be a culinary deity? The culinary creations you produce, when rated above 80, possess a 20 chance to trigger a critical effect. For each additional point in the rating, the probability of others triggering a critical effect upon consumption increases by 1. Once a critical effect is triggered, the benefits of the dish are doubled. Should it be a recipe of your own invention, as long as the rating exceeds 80, others consuming it will invariably experience doubled effects. As the creator of the food, your consumption of all dishes you have prepared will yield effects threefold. Skill 2. Who is Hannibal? If you create 38 distinct delectable dishes, each rated above 90, and consume them alone, you will randomly acquire one of his skills from his lifetime. Each target may trigger this only once. Skill 3 indeed. I am a master chef. The dishes you prepare are exquisite delicacies. Any food crafted solely by your hands with a rating above 95 has a 20 chance to randomly increase an attribute by 1 point. This may only occur once per target each day. Ski 4. My friend, look, there is a pot. A culinary deity shall not receive negative reviews. By marking someone you trust, all negative sentiments from diners towards you will be redirected to the marked individual. Skill 5. Do you wish to partake for free? Passive. No one can enjoy the culinary masterpieces of a deity without cost. If you have not explicitly stated that you are treating, and a diner fails to pay for the dish before and after consumption, their fortune shall be at your disposal for a time, until they settle their debt for the meal. There are 5 skills in total, akin to the immortal of the Lord of the Undead. Skills 1 through 4 are fully illuminated, while skill 5 remains in a deep gray. At this moment, Yu Xuanga felt as if she had truly awakened, akin to someone who has been submerged in deep waters, unable to breathe or move, and at last, she broke free from her constraints and emerged to the surface. She finally understood why Yu Xuanhuan had treated her in such a manner in her past life, why he endeavored to earn her trust, and why his allies bore such animosity towards her. So it was, how enlightening. Very well, Yu Xuanhuan. Yet, she did not find it within herself to forgive or let go. Yes, the humiliation and scheming inflicted upon her by those individuals stemmed from Yu Xuanhuan's redirection of their negative emotions towards him. But were they not the ones who acted upon that malice? She would not forgive those who had harmed her in her previous life for any reason. Everyone could betray her, but she could not betray herself, nor the suffering she had endured. Trembling, Yu Xuanga downed a vial of blood, yet her health remained at 40, likely capped at that level until the countdown expired. Nevertheless, she felt an unprecedented clarity and vitality coursing through her. She donned a necklace that reduced cooldown times and crawled beneath the bed to rest. She was utterly exhausted, yet she dared not fall asleep. Instead, she closed her eyes to rejuvenate and continually observed Yu Xuanhuan's activities through the shadows. She had also glimpsed Yu Xuanhuan's original luck, which, like her own, stood at 10. Although he momentarily overlooked his divine bestowed talent due to the genius of thievery, he remembered his skill. Do you wish to reap without sowing? Consequently, he utilized his remaining funds to purchase an abundance of ingredients and commenced his culinary endeavors, focusing solely on rudimentary recipes. As a novice in the art of cooking, he harbored no illusions of becoming a culinary master, and most of the dishes he prepared barely passed muster. He placed the food directly on the ground, allowing passers-by and fellow players to indulge at their leisure. Initially, his luck was rather unremarkable, but as more individuals partook of his creations, he experienced an extraordinary turn of fortune. In less than 2 hours of undertaking tasks, he amassed 3 gold coins and a modest piece of green gear. After learning to cook, he soon discovered a pouch containing over 300 gold coins in the city's sewers. With this newfound wealth, he invested in the skills of gem crafting and alchemy. Thus, Yu Sungu observed as Yu Sunhuan thrived by drawing upon the fortunes of others, offsetting the altered luck he had imposed upon himself. Chapter 35. Infusing the world with a touch more love at 1616, the cooldown concluded. Yu Xuanga promptly launched her game, with a mere 54 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the 3rd internal test. Upon logging in, she first disguised herself as a goblin, then returned to the city. In the restaurant of Silver Moon City, she diligently learned the local delicacies before teleporting to the Blood Moon City, where she had previously resided. There, she sought out affluent goblins, persuading them through various means to exchange 10,000 gold. Glancing at the time, she realized she still had enough. So she spent additional time exchanging gradually with several impoverished goblins, ultimately acquiring 800 gold. At this juncture, she possessed a total of 2,800 gold from the 2 elven main cities, complemented by 378 gold accumulated from crafting 3 gold daily between June 7th and October 10th. After deducting the costs of teleportation and learning recipes, she retained 108 gold, along with 1,084 gold bricks obtained from the Su family. Subsequently, she invested in learning the specialty recipes from the restaurant in Blood Moon City before returning to the Undead City, where she initially studied alchemy. Entering the alchemy shop, she observed the busy figure behind the cauldron and test tubes and approached, typing the word teacher into the input box. The undead female mentor continued her work without pause, but suddenly issued her a task. Alchemy Master Hecuba requests you to produce 10 beginner potions and 10 intermediate potions. She did not specify whether the 10 should be identical, yet Yushunga understood it as a test of her capabilities. However, in this game, progress is merely a linear measure. It was not discernible. After a moment's contemplation, she submitted her 20 most satisfactory potions of varying types. Teacher, these are my recent accomplishments. On the screen, the undead mentor halted her stirring, accepting Yushunga's potions. Minutes later, the task displayed as completed, and the reward was a tome. Hecuba's Alchemical Notes. Hecuba's Alchemical Notes, Grade A, the notes of Alchemy Master Hecuba, documenting her insights and reflections during her ascension from a high-level alchemist to a master alchemist. While you cannot glean recipes from it, you might acquire something far more precious. Their innovative pursuits in alchemy are for glory, but for me, my aim is distinct. I strive to earn more gold to indulge in wine. Hence, my potions are unique. Those marked with my name always sell best. To think they have yet to comprehend that love-driven endeavors lack future prospects. Hecuba, Yushunga silently perused the item description before producing 2,000 gold to hand to Hecuba. I may not be able to return after this. Before she even clicked send, the 2,000 gold were already in Hecuba's possession. Yushunga. In the next moment, Hecuba tossed her a dark green pouch. Hecuba's potion bag, 08. Grade S orders directed to Hecuba are perpetually abundant. This small device is used by Hecuba to store ordered potions, with a maximum stack of 999. The greatest surprise lies not only in its stacking capability of 999, but also in its classification as an item, which does not occupy backpack space. Immediately after, a pop-up appeared. Would you like to bind it? Overjoyed, Yushunga clicked yes without hesitation. This time, she had learned her lesson. She first sent a message to the teacher, merely to express her intent to buy him a drink, insisting he need not offer her anything in return. She harbored a deep fondness for alchemy and, after sending her message, generously produced 1,000 gold coins for Hufflepuff. Observing Hufflepuff's lack of intention to reciprocate, Yushunga chuckled and turned to leave as she was pressed for time to reach the auction house. In just a few days, the wedding of Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan would take place. After all, family obligations differ from those of guests. While one could present monetary gifts during engagements, it was customary to offer tangible presents at weddings. Furthermore, considering that Su Yitong had previously bestowed upon her an extravagant sum of 20 million, she could not afford to appear miserly. She felt no sense of resentment, reflecting instead on how she had acquired so many attribute points from Su Yitong, along with an A-grade item and an ear, while Su Yitong remained oblivious to her adversaries and even gifted her money to spend. With the thought of Yu Xuanhuan's divine talent being nearly diminished by 80%, any lingering feelings of discontent dissipated. While tangible gifts in reality would hardly impress Su Yitong, she was reluctant to part with truly valuable items from the game. However, an idea for a splendid gift sprang to mind. The couch of the joyous little demon, a D-grade item, albeit seemingly inconsequential, was merely a mattress priced at 20 gold coins. She purchased it, deeming it appropriate as a wedding gift for Yu Xuanhuan. The binding stone, A-grade upon use. This item can bind a piece of equipment or a tool to your soul, rendering it indestructible and impervious to theft, even from the most skilled of thieves. When your soul dissipates, it too shall turn to ash, returning to the embrace of the void. Yu Xuange, this is directed at me, isn't it? Yet, while others required it, she found herself in need as well. Priced at 100 gold coins each, she promptly bought 50. Without a flicker of hesitation, she spent 5,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Yu Xuange began acquiring cooking recipes, purchasing every one available at the auction house that she had not yet learned. To avoid duplication, she bought one and learned it immediately. All these preparations were centered around her culinary talent. Even though low-level recipes might seem trivial, amassing knowledge would aid her in crafting original recipes in the future. Once her culinary endeavors were complete, she would turn her attention to the sharpshooter talent. Explosive arrow. B-grade fires an explosive arrow that detonates upon impact, dealing damage to the target and all enemies within a 2-meter radius. Each use consumes 100 mana points, with no cooldown period. Push shot. C-grade, your launched weapon generates an energy wave that repels enemies, consuming 30 mana points per use, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Soul resistance. Passive. S provides permanent defense on a soul level, granting immunity to mental control skills and reducing damage from mental attacks by 30%. 1 area of effect attack, 1 repelling shot, and 1 immunity to mental control. Initially, after purchasing the area of effect and repelling skills, Yu Xiuanga intended to acquire an offensive technique, but was unexpectedly drawn to the soul resistance ability, despite its steep price of 12,000 gold coins, even exceeding that of the Phantom Shift. Yu Xiuanga made her purchase without hesitation. She sought only the most advanced skills. The explosive arrows cost 450 gold, while the push shot amounts to 130 gold. Additionally, after generously providing the Hufflepuff Minter with 3,000 gold, purchasing the Binding Stone for 5,000 gold, acquiring a bed for 20 gold, and investing 485 gold in procuring and learning recipes, she now finds herself with a mere 23 gold remaining. Yu Xiuanga feels utterly satisfied. This is precisely how one ought to spend money. As she strolls past the herbal shop, she utilizes her last 23 gold to purchase the necessary herbs for the advanced invisibility potion before departing from the undead city. Subsequently, she logs off, conveniently canceling the shadow in the treasure chamber. At this moment, it is merely 1703. Chapter 36. The sweet taste of revenge. Yu Xiuanga meticulously stowed away her equipment before indulging in a chocolate puff she had concocted herself. A rather elementary dish classified as F-grade, she discerned that since acquiring the divine culinary talent, food now bore a scoring system, likely unique to the deity of gastronomy. Chocolate puff. F-grade 64 points restores a total of 30 health points within 5 seconds. If savored for 10 seconds, it grants satiety and increases constitution by 3 points for a duration of 5 minutes. An exceedingly simple, low-tier dessert. However, under the influence of the divine culinary talent, the effects of consumption were amplified threefold, resulting in a constitution boost of 9 after finishing the puff. Originally at 11.4. For her constitution now read constitution 28. Though her health did not increase, she felt an immediate surge of vitality coursing through her. She then sipped a glass of milk that enhanced mental fortitude. A tinge of disappointment lingered. The effect had merely tripled, indicating that the enhancement from the divine culinary talent could not be triggered again once activated. Nonetheless, this item served as a commendable guise. 2 minutes later, Yu Xiuanga vanished from the Yu residence. With several swift shadow shifts, she returned to her villa and refrained from hastily contacting Yu Xuanhuan and the others. After all, following the internal testing, everyone's mobile phone connections would disintegrate into ash, resulting in a period of disconnection. Yu Xiuanga locked her door and indulged in a restful slumber. Upon the cool down of her disguise skill concluding once more, she transformed into an elderly figure and a shadow shifted into the airport's restroom. After locating the flight to Xinjiang, she took a brief detour around the lavatory. Utilizing the invisibility spell, she entered the pet oxygen chamber of the aircraft, making her way to the farthest corner, where she employed Animagus to become a small kitten. Finding a nook to conceal herself, finally settled, her first action was to bind the Soros pocket watch with a binding stone. Only then did she feel at ease. The flight included a layover. It took off at 17:45 and arrived in Jiang City the following morning at 9 o'clock. Upon landing, she returned to her hotel, exited through the main entrance, and proceeded to a nearby service center to replace her phone card. After acquiring a new mobile device, she powered it on and immediately inquired in the group chat whether Yu Xuanhuan had succeeded the previous day. Yu Xuanhuan had yet to come online. Only Yu Qingshan and Ichiwa were present in the chat. After exchanging a few words, Yu Xiuanga directly initiated a video call, asking the two if they had enjoyed themselves the day prior. Both Yu Qingshan and Ichiwa appeared radiant, nodding enthusiastically, showering Yu Xiuanga with concern and praise, commending her thoughtfulness and her consideration for their parents. A pang of bitterness welled up within Yu Xiuanga. How well had she treated them in her past life? Yet received not a single word of gratitude. She acknowledged her inability to give her all to others, not even to her biological parents and siblings. Yet whenever she acquired something of value, her thoughts invariably drifted to them. She had given everything she could, equipment that could be sold for resources. She provided because they expressed a need. Pets that could bolster their combat prowess. She offered them, as they had voiced their fears of venturing out to battle without protection. Outside, there exist high-level task items that are valuable yet elusive. Due to Su Yitong's desires, they assisted her in rendering herself unconscious. Despite knowing that Liang Yuchuan's uncle possessed the divine talent of absorbing bed partners, they still encouraged her to marry him. Yu Xiuanga dabbed at her reddened eyes, smiling at the figure on the screen, saying, "As long as you are well." Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua, pleased to see their daughter, moved by their sweet words, ended the call contentedly. "As long as you are satisfied," Yu Xiuanga sniffed and smiled, beginning to devour the lamb before her, feeling it was the most delectable meal she had savored since her rebirth. Where was Yu Xiuan? Exhausted from her outburst the previous night, she had fallen asleep after throwing things in frustration. No matter how powerful the thief god's passive ability was, it could not rival the owner's constant yearning for it. Almost the instant the internal test concluded, Yu Xiuan began incessantly attempting to summon her divine talent. And then it manifested. Alas, 5 shimmering skills reduced to 1. The 4 most crucial ones had all faded to gray. What was the most agonizing aspect? It was obtaining something and losing it before even relishing it. SS rank. And now, only a mere shadow remained. Yu Xiuan lost control immediately, smashing everything within the secret chamber. Jewelry, shattered. Antiques, destroyed. Calligraphy and paintings, torn apart. Gold bars, thrown to the ground and trampled. He had never felt so utterly broken in his life. He recognized that in this moment he resembled a madman. But he didn't care. He felt he was on the brink of insanity. Even had he initially drawn an A rank, or even just a B rank, he would not have spiraled into such madness. Yet, destroying the treasures in the vault was not sufficient. He exited to wreak havoc in the study and living room. Finally exhausted from his rampage, Yu Xiuan laid down in despair and slept fitfully. After finishing Yu Xiuanga's call, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua scoured the world for their son. After searching extensively, they arrived at the Yu residence, only to be greeted by a scene of utter chaos. With their son sprawled on the floor, Yi Qiuhua roused her son and inquired, but he remained tight-lipped. As for Yu Qingshan, he followed the trail of destruction upstairs to the study, where he beheld the shattered remnants of antiques and paintings in the vault. With a roar, he collapsed in dismay. When Yu Xiuanga received Yi Qiuhua's call, she was in the midst of changing hotels, needing to stay in one across from the police station before her weakness subsided. Upon hearing that both her father and younger brother were hospitalized, Yu Xiuanga exclaimed, "Is it serious? Please don't let anything be amiss." Yi Higuo replied, "Your father just fainted. Do you still have that medicine?" To be honest, she wished to faint upon seeing the shards of antiques scattered on the ground. "Do you think that's ginseng?" Yu Xiuanga responded, "Yes, I learned how to prepare it. You should first check if Xiuan has any left. Let him use it for now. We want to be lacking this medicine in the future." After all, Yu Xiuan had also learned alchemy. Her offer might earn her some goodwill. Ever since she seized Yu Xiuan's divine talent, the immense hatred in her heart had diminished by a fraction, allowing her to view revenge as a mere game. Undoubtedly, her reality as the thief of thieves will eternally safeguard Yu Xiuan, preventing his resurgence until his demise. After exchanging a few words, Yu Xiuanga terminated the call. Subsequently, she cocooned herself in the hotel, refraining from venturing outside. She drew the curtains wide open, ensuring that a shout could easily reach the police officer across the street. Perched by the hotel window, she perused the alchemical notes of Hufflepuff, opting for takeout for her meals. However, upon its arrival, she would not partake, favoring the provisions she carried in her bag instead. At times, she felt as though she had returned to the days of her previous life on the run. It was not until the afternoon of the 12th, when her profound state of weakness finally subsided and her life force, along with all data, returned to normal, that Yu Xuanga emerged from the hotel. There was no necessity for her to drive back. She simply arranged for someone to transport her car back to S City while she took a flight home. Chapter 37. The calculations of the past life. On the morning of the 13th, I arrived in S City. After leaving the airport, I made my way directly to the hospital. The old man was still lying there, while Yu Xuanhuan had already risen, as he was to be wed in a few days and was dragged by Su Yitong to rehearse. It was the first time Yu Xuanga had heard that rehearsals were necessary for a wedding. Upon reaching the hospital, I handed Yu Qingshan 2 bottles of basic healing potions. He stared blankly at the ceiling, and Ichioguo Pride opened his mouth to administer the medicine, to which Yu Qingshan exhibited no reaction. Yu Xuanga observed coldly, beginning to suspect that the old man had become a mere vegetable. She pulled Ichioguo aside and quietly inquired about the situation. Yihiguo hesitated, unsure of how to respond. This matter had been concealed from the daughter for many years, and revealing it now would undoubtedly hurt feelings. Thus, she merely stated that she too was unaware of the full circumstances. Yu Xuanga's concern was not genuine. Her primary purpose for this visit was to investigate the divine gifts possessed by the two. In her previous life, she lacked any investigative tools. All the information she had was either derived from her own observations or what others disclosed. Ichiowa had mentioned that her divine gift was related to cooking, with her dishes having a chance to enhance a person's attributes, albeit only a 5 chance. She had remarked that Ichiowa and Yu Xuanhuan were indeed mother and son, for their divine gifts were both culinary in nature. However, upon reflection, it appeared that Ichiowa's divine gift was linked to fire. The more she spoke, the more damage-related skills associated with fire could be enhanced, resetting daily. In an instant, she realized why Ichiowa had always invited her home for meals in her past life. Each time she returned, the dishes were already prepared. Though the flavors were mediocre, the ingredients were of the highest quality. Given her nature of reciprocating kindness with at least a portion of gratitude, she would always leave something behind for Ichiowa and Yu Qingshan after dining. No wonder everything seemed to be orchestrated to support Yu Xuanhuan's god of food talent. The premium ingredients ensured that the dish's rating was not low, yet the average taste indicated a middling score. As long as the score did not exceed 80, the critical effect of consumption would not be triggered, preventing her from associating those dishes with Yu Xuanhuan, and thus, the enhancement of attribute points was rendered moot. This arrangement allowed her to feel touched, thereby providing for her family, without genuinely reaping any benefits. Moreover, unbeknownst to her, she had been inadvertently bestowing invisible fortune upon Yu Xuanhuan as compensation for meals. In retrospect, she recalled that after every visit home, she would experience a streak of bad luck, leading her to believe she was simply at odds with her hometown. Conversely, Yu Xuanhuan had not entirely deceived her. He claimed that his talent enabled the effects of his culinary creations to double, and indeed, upon consumption, they did yield a doubling effect. At times, he would even prepare unique dishes solely for her, ensuring that her consumption effects were guaranteed to double. Yet after 2 years, she had never added a single attribute point. How clever! He meticulously maneuvered the limits of various skills, gaining her trust while calculating against her interests, ensuring she derived no genuine advantage. Yu Xuanga lamented that she had learned nothing. He was not surprised that Yu Xuanhuan coveted his fortune. Her luck had always been quite favorable since childhood. Her initial luck value in the game was 8, surpassing that of most others. Yet, she could not fathom why someone with such good fortune would miss the game as beta test. The first beta test was missed due to her being schemed against by Lu Zhenglu, but she also missed the second and third tests. What had she been occupied with on June 6th and October 10th of her past life? The time was too distant for Yu Xuanga to remember clearly. However, those 2 dates were particularly significant, not only as beta test dates, but also as they approached the days of her engagement and marriage to Yu Xuanhuan. She quickly recollected certain events. Although she could not recall the precise details of her activities on those specific days, she remembered a period when, just days after Yu Xuanhuan's engagement, he had suddenly called her one morning, saying he had secured a project through the Su family's connections and wanted her to meet the other party. She remembered that day when the driver from the Su family picked her up, and through the car window, she saw the dawn breaking, before Yu Xuanhuan's wedding. He often summoned her to accompany him in rehearsals and later implored her to be present at the wedding venue daily to oversee the preparations. Even though the Su family's people were already handling everything, leaving her with no role to play. During that time, she felt quite exasperated, for despite being there with nothing to do, every time she tried to amuse herself with her phone, the Su family members would pull her to observe the arrangements. Standing in a hospital bathroom, Yu Xiuanga clenched her fists tightly. Had they begun plotting against her so long ago? She focused on the water flowing into the sink, and the hatred that had somewhat subsided due to her acquisition of Yu Xiuanhuan's gourmet talents surged back. Why? Not only did they withhold these truths from her, but they also compelled her to miss one opportunity after another. She turned off the faucet and gazed calmly at her reflection in the mirror. Why should she waste time pondering the motives of her enemies? It was unnecessary and meaningless. All she needed was to repay them in kind. After greeting Yu Qingshan, who lay in bed, she departed. Yu Qingshan possessed the talent known as liar. For each lie he told, his attack power increased by 0.1, resetting daily. Moreover, he could discern lies, just as he had informed her in her past life, revealing he had not lied after all. Yet, the most sophisticated lies could sometimes be the truth. He had no need to engage in battle. How many lies had he told Yu Xiuanga? And where could she verify them? This family, exiting the hospital and standing under the sunlight, Yu Xiuanga still felt a chill seeping from her bones. How could she be born into such a family? Never mind. She reflected on her own actions. She was not much better herself. They were all cunning and treacherous beings. Yu Qingshan, the old silver coin. Yi Qiuhua, the foolish silver coin. Yu Xiuanhuan, the little silver coin. And she, the beautiful silver coin. And Yi Qiuhua, the simpleton. May they all muddle through together in familial love. On the 15th, Yu Xiuanga accompanied Yu Xiuanhuan to the venue, where he and Su Yitong were rehearsing for the wedding. She watched Yu Xiuanhuan from a distance. He was smiling, seemingly devoid of any pain, despair, anger, or sorrow. As Yu Sun-gu observed, her spirits lifted with each glance, her suppressed emotions thriving in success. Much like her, after every laughter shared with Yu Sun-huan, she would retaliate with even greater intensity, eagerly awaiting the day he would erupt. After indulging in the performances and masks of Yu Sun-huan, she pulled Su Yitong into a secluded corner, her expression shrouded in mystery as she whispered, "I have a wedding gift for you, something from the game. Or would it be convenient to give it?" Intrigued, Su Yitong followed Yu Sun-gu to the makeup room. Yu Sun-gu beckoned Yu Sun-huan to join them, and once inside, she produced a peculiar item that made one's complexion turn pale. A game prop in an unclaimed state reveals its information with a mere touch. Su Yitong, outwardly composite, expressed her gratitude, though her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Sun-huan, relieved yet slightly embarrassed, recognized the significance of this gift. It struck the very core of his needs. After several days of gloom, Yu Sun-gu had brought him the only piece of good news he had received, prompting Yu Sun-huan to cast a grateful glance toward her. Chapter 38. From SS to SB. After extending her heartfelt congratulations on the newlyweds, Yu Xiuanga expressed her intention to depart. Su Yitong not only personally escorted her to the door, but also arranged for the Su family driver to take her home, clearly pleased with the wedding gift and appreciative of Yu Xiuanga's thoughtfulness. The following day, to her astonishment, Yu Xiuanga received an invitation from Su Yitong to visit a new villa within the Su family estate. This residence was designated as a new home for Su Yitong and Yu Xiuanhuan. Previously, she had assumed that the villa was occupied by other members of the Su family, unaware that it was specifically prepared for the couple. Upon entering, she noticed a gentle blue light illuminating her path and caught a whiff of a substance resembling manifestation potion. Yet she saw no mist. It appeared that technology had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Su Yitong explained, "Oh, do not mind it. It is merely pressure-sensitive and harmless." Yu Xiuanga understood. She had been gathering weapons in Port City since September and had not visited the Su family in a while. She surmised that the main Su residence likely employed similar technology, and it was probable that the Liang family had already devised various countermeasures. Consequently, She resolved not to visit the Su or Liang families in the near future, as the presence of such censors implied corresponding capture mechanisms. After touring the wedding residence, she was invited to stay for a meal before her departure, and it became evident how much Su Yitong cherished that gift. Before leaving, Yu Xuanga remarked, "On the day you came to fetch your bride, I will utilize my talent to modify your fate to its maximum potential. Rest assured." This statement caused Su Yitong's expression to momentarily stiffen. Her previous fortune had been at a perfect score of 10, but had inexplicably dropped to 8. She had suspected everyone around her, and even tested Yu Xuanga to determine if she was a player with the ability to curse others through divine gifts. However, she quickly regained her composure and waved her hand, instructing the Su family driver to take her home, while a second vehicle followed, laden with gifts for Yu Xuanga. That evening, during dinner at the Yu family villa, Yu Xuanga extolled the virtues of Su Yitong. In the past, Yu Xuanhuan would have insisted that she use her skills on him, but Yu Xuanga's prior commitment to Su Yitong was irrelevant to him. Presently, Yu Xuanhuan had yet to recover from the transition of his divine gift from SS to SB rank. Merely managing to attend the wedding rehearsal was a testament to his resilience. Yu Qingshan, consuming his meal slowly, appeared lost in thought, exuding an aura of a soul long departed. Although Ichio was aware that their family possessed treasures, Yu Qingshan had only taken her to see them once, leaving her unaware of their true value. Thus, while she felt a pang of regret, the impact was not profound. She was a woman of simple understanding, content as long as her husband, son, and daughter thrived. For a moment, the dining table was filled with conversation only between the two women, while the two men mechanically stuffed their mouths with food. On the 18th, the day of the wedding, Yu Xuanhuan sat in the master bedroom of his villa, awaiting Su Yitong's arrival to fetch the bride. Yu Xuanga and Yu Qingshan had intentionally invited other branches of the Yu family to help create a scene, detaining the Su family momentarily before allowing them entry. After utilizing the Wheel of Fate, one can choose whether or not to conceal their luck value from their target. Engaging in misdeeds is one thing, but inflating someone's luck value for the sake of deceit is entirely different. Moreover, Yu Xuanga had no intention of causing trouble on such an occasion. Even if the luck value of Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan, the protagonists, were to plummet to 1, it would not spell disaster for them. For instance, despite Yu Xuanhuan's luck value being reduced to 1, the sharpshooter failed to hit her even after firing 7 shots, ultimately resulting in a mere injury. Such absurdity is beyond comprehension. This wedding banquet attracted significantly more guests than the last, including Liang Yuchuan, who wore a long black glove that extended to mid-arm, likely concealing a prosthetic limb, an unnecessary precaution otherwise. Her gaze towards Su Yitong was laden with icy scrutiny. The game's tactics were manifold. Although she had been momentarily blinded by hatred and quickly identified the little daughter of the Su family, actions within a prominent family are not taken lightly. After deliberation among the Liang family members, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Setting aside the absence of enmity between the Su and Liang families, which had only encountered minor business disputes, it was unnecessary to forge a blood feud. Even if Liang Yuchuan had unwittingly provoked Su Yitong, why would she resort to confronting him directly? Even if Su Yitong were merely seeking to make a significant move out of sheer boredom, her ignorance of Liang Yuchuan's capabilities left one questioning why she would merely sever his arm and leave him alive, exchanging glances in the process. Had she refrained from indulging in a few drinks beforehand, such recklessness might have been avoided. However, reason aside, Liang Yuchuan could not shake the image of those piercing eyes from his mind. The Liang family still attended, not only to maintain a facade of peace, but also because Liang Yuchuan's uncle, the head of the family, intended to conduct further investigations. Should they fail to identify the assailant, they would seek an opportunity to engage in serious discussions with the Su family's leaders. Yu Xuanga's gaze merely skimmed over Liang Yuchuan, as if she were simply curious about the day's guests. She focused on her meal, smiling when appropriate and applauding at the right moments, embodying the demeanor of an unremarkable relative. Despite her captivating presence attracting surreptitious glances, she remained composed and unassuming. Then, This seemingly inconspicuous relative employed the pocket watch's investigative ability to surreptitiously assess 37 players at the banquet, all of whom were familiar faces from her past life. With each theft, her frustration mounted, as nearly every individual had crossed paths with her in less than favorable ways, leading her to previously question whether she was inherently prone to attracting animosity. Yet now she comprehended that it was Yu Xuanhuan who had positioned her as a tank, drawing aggro during battles. By the end of the meal, Yu Xuanga had acquired 2 points in constitution, 2 points in strength, and 1 point in intelligence. After the gathering, she wisely accompanied Yu Qingshan and Ichio back home, avoiding any disruptive antics during the wedding night. The Su family's revelries were a matter of familial closeness, but for the Yu family to intrude would be deemed improper. Nonetheless, as in-laws, the Su family sent a driver to escort them home. During the journey, Yu Qingshan, who had maintained a forced smile throughout the day, finally allowed himself to be himself, leaning back in the seat and gazing melancholically out the window. After inquiring a few questions, Yu Xuanga found that Yu Qingshan remained silent, and out of understanding, she refrained from pressing further. Upon returning to her villa, Yu Xuanga added several dishes to the Meow Meow in her backyard. Ever since she acquired the divine culinary talent, she inexplicably developed an obsession with perfection in her cooking. If her ingredients were not chopped to her satisfaction, she would feel discontented. If the cooking time was insufficient, she would become irritated, and if the dishes received low ratings, she would deem herself inadequate. Chapter 39. Who is not your biological parent? Yet, Yu Xuanga does not harbor any aversion towards the perfectionism instilled by her divine culinary talent. This gift necessitates earnest cooking to unveil its true potential. Nevertheless, she remains unhurried. Since the initial closed beta test, she has been engulfed in a state of acute anxiety, unable to relax for even a moment, as if a ferocious beast were pursuing her. Now that the greatest threat has been subdued, she can afford to slow her pace. At the very least, she ought to ensure a full 6 hours of sleep each day. Reclining on her bed, the humidifier beside her releases a fine mist of premium manifestation elixir. Yu Xuanga gazes at her current attributes: strength, 8-2, constitution, 11-2 intelligence, 14-1 agility. 21 individuals with a healthy physique and an active lifestyle typically have a starting value around 7. Of course, intelligence is influenced by IQ, and for fitness-oriented men, the initial values for strength and constitution can even reach 10. Runners or parkour enthusiasts often boast agility scores well above 7. Yet, even when considering these peak values, Yu Xuanga's attributes rival those of a level 6 player. Despite her actual status being level 0, with experience garnered solely from the few minor tasks completed during the first beta test and a task from Hufflepuff, although the experience points earned were minimal. The game is set to officially invade in February of next year. Yu Xuanga has no intention of providing any hints to the higher-ups. Although her plans have been fulfilled, her moral standing is inconsequential. The issue lies in the necessity of secrecy. During the third beta test, hundreds of thousands logged into the game. While most would likely seek to survive after gaining extraordinary abilities, there would always be those who choose a different path. Some would wish to flaunt their newfound powers, while others would aspire to fulfill previous ambitions. Concealment is futile. It simply cannot be maintained. Such individuals will soon reveal themselves. In her previous life, peculiar news stories frequently emerged towards the end of 2078, with whispers circulating even a month or two before the game's invasion. Furthermore, Yu Xuanga believes that the official channels have long since acquired the necessary information. Among the hundreds of thousands, a portion must be affiliated with the authorities, which explains the rapid response observed in her past life. Those who needed to hoard have done so, those who needed to seize opportunities have acted, and those who needed to spend have spent. Yu Xuanga plans to systematically study combat and shooting next, dedicating her remaining time to honing her craft and culinary skills. Her capabilities in both hand-to-hand combat and ranged shooting are commendable. During the last year of her escape, her close-quarters combat skills were honed through relentless life-and-death struggles. All techniques are lethal, aiming directly for vital points, striking the throat with elbows, targeting the eyes, delivering punches to the kidneys, and thrusting elbows into the heart. She does not disdain these skills as ineffectual or unseemly. Rather, she yearns to learn more. Otherwise, regardless of her high stats, if she cannot wield them, she cannot truly unleash her power. Martial arts that can form their own schools must possess inherent advantages, and she desires to pursue systematic learning in this regard. As for ranged shooting, her prior experience consisted of magical projectiles, hurling arcane missiles and elemental orbs, relying solely on instinct. Perhaps it is a genuine talent, further enhanced by her impersonation ability, which allows her to store 3 others' talents. It is this amalgamation of skills that has enabled her to evade capture for an entire year. However, she has now acquired the divine talent of the sharpshooter. Not honing her shooting skills would be a disservice to this gift, as well as to her own remarkable agility of 21. Yu Xiunga still has the funds for her training sessions. In the morning, she studies combat techniques, learning how to exert force effectively, which parts of her body can serve as weapons, and how to break free when restricted in movement. In the afternoon, she practices shooting, mastering the art of controlling distance and calculating wind direction. Unlike her previous life's haphazard methods, Yu Xiunga feels a fresh transformation every day. Those physical metrics have transcended mere numbers. She has become more agile and perceptive, unleashing greater strength. Her shooting coach is astonished by her talent. On her first day, her bow posture was far from correct, clearly indicating she had learned from a less formal source. Yet in less than a week, she has achieved a perfect score within a 30-meter range. Had they not known her actual age of 26, they might have recommended her for the national team. However, there is a peculiar occurrence. After a few arrows, she invariably shoots one astray, perhaps due to a girl's lack of strength. Yet, it's not a matter of insufficient strength. Yu Xiunga intentionally limits her draw on the 7th arrow to conceal her capability for a critical hit. She understands her own abilities. Given time to aim, she performs adequately, but in rapid shooting, she can only guarantee a 60 hit rate. And her accuracy diminishes with moving targets, let alone shooting while in motion. Nevertheless, she remains undeterred. This is merely the beginning. While Yu Xiunga is fervently engaged in her training, Yu Qingshan has finally regained his composure, sealing away the fragments of his past. He remains optimistic, as his son, despite losing a significant portion of his vitality, has not succumbed to despair, and his daughter is actively seeking treatment methods. Perhaps there exists a skill for item restoration. One must believe in miracles. Thus, from that day onward, Yu Qingshan began to inquire about information regarding players. Ichihua, in contrast, has become the happiest member of the household, aside from Yu Xiunga. With her son marrying into a prestigious family and the entire family experiencing extraordinary events, she finds it hard to conceive of any reason for unhappiness. As for what surname her future grandchildren will bear, she is indifferent. It certainly will not be E. So what difference does it make? She feels quite lucid. She embodies the wisdom of those who live with clarity, the astute woman who sees through life. The only regret she harbors is that her daughter no longer provides her with funds. Yu Xiunga, too, is bemused. Her son has married into wealth. Yet he still approaches her, an unemployed wanderer, for money. Happy Chihuahua. Yu Xiunga, dear daughter, I have my eyes on a handbag. Shy. Yu Xiunga directly long presses the message. Clicks quote, and then tags Yu Xiunhuan. Yu Xiunga, Yu Xiunhuan, brother, I have my sights set on a firearm. Shy click on the wealthy son-in-law and have him dispense some gold coins. Yu Xiunhuan. Indeed, Yu Xiunhuan is not lacking in funds. One cannot deny the affluence of the Su family. Ever since he married into the Su family and became a part of it, he receives a direct monthly allowance of 5 million for discretionary spending, with his living expenses covered at home and clothing personally purchased or tailored for him. This 5 million is purely for leisure. The life of luxury is undeniably delightful. On their wedding night, everything went remarkably smoothly. The bed gifted by Yu Xiunga indeed possessed a certain allure, leading them to engage in a passionate encounter that lasted until dawn. They completely forgot about the impending issues. Moreover, Su Yitong seemed quite content, although she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Reflecting on this, Yu Xiu and Huan generously transferred 500,000 to each of the two women in his household. He then requested their assistance in gathering information regarding the divine talents, particularly inquiring whether anyone had received such a talent but was unable to utilize it. Naturally, the two women eagerly agreed, assuring him in the group chat with enthusiastic affirmations, promising that they would handle the matter with utmost diligence, their service attitude rivaling that of renowned establishments. Yu Qingshan also chimed in, sending money to the two women, asking them to investigate whether any skills or items existed for the restoration of objects. Once again, they flooded the chat with assurances of gratitude and commitment to the task at hand. However, the two women soon forgot about this endeavor entirely. A week later, when Yu Xiu and Huan and Yu Qingshan inquired about any updates in the group, they were met with a deafening silence. Both mother and daughter feigned ignorance. Yu Xiuanga couldn't help but berate himself while staring at the chat. Yu Xiuanga, oh Yu Xiuanga, if you are not truly my biological kin, then who is? Chapter 40. Training Yu Xiuanga pondered deeply, realizing that one should not provoke others to the point of irritation. Ultimately, she decided to make her presence known. Yu Xiuanga, just tell me, is the bed comfortable or not? Yu Xiu and Huan, it's quite acceptable. Yu Xiuanga, indeed, good things and pleasant news are seldom easy to find. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua inquired about the bed. Yu Xiuanga shared the details of the bed in the group chat, claiming it was a wedding gift she had presented. Happy Qiuhua, is there another one? Mom wants one too. Your dad could use it. Melancholic Qingshan. Yu Xiuanga, you thought it was as cheap as cabbage? It's exceedingly expensive. It costs dozens of gold coins. Just look at the current exchange rate for silver coins, and you'll understand the bed's value. Yu Qingshan had recently gathered information indicating that silver coins were now worth 10,000 each, and gold coins had skyrocketed in price. Melancholic Qingshan, I heard it takes 1 million to exchange for a single gold coin, but I have yet to hear of anyone actually doing it. Happy Qiuhua, a bed worth tens of millions. That's outrageous. One could almost buy a house with that. You're generous when it's unwarranted and stingy when it's appropriate. Yu Xiu and Huan. Yu Xiuanga, thank you, sis. If you come across anything similar, please purchase it for me first. I will transfer the money to you later. Yu Xiuanga, happy Qiuhua for a wealthy woman. ISNT this bed, far more valuable than a house. Those who understand, understand. Yi Qiuhua fell silent, and even if she spoke, Yu Xiuanga had no means to procure a similar bed for her. Had she known to stockpile several of these beds earlier. Once the auction house feature opened after the game invasion, she could have profited handsomely by reselling them. After turning off her phone, Yu Xiuanga found herself in a daze for a moment, feeling a fleeting sense of happiness. At times, she even questioned whether her previous life was merely a dream. Had she not endured the agony of being pinned to the ground and bled out until she met Yu Xiu and Huan? Had that book not appeared in her mind during her final moments? Even with her rebirth, she would have believed in their bond. What an ordinary yet blissful family they were. Her mother, quick-tempered yet easily satisfied, sometimes adorably naive. Her father, gentle and kind-hearted, treating both children equally. They had given all their savings to their daughter, who, once she earned money, reciprocated by providing for her family, supporting her parents and brother, who diligently saved a share to purchase her a villa. After the world had changed, her brother occasionally brought her, his sister, into the elite circles to battle monsters and dungeons. Even when their wife-esque clan pursued her, he risked everything to keep her informed. In her previous life, it was this deceptive sense of happiness that had led her to continuously compromise her own well-being. Yu Xiuanga gazed at the chat interface, eventually regaining her focus. To her astonishment, she had conversed with this group for so long in a calm and composed manner. Indeed, vengeance tempers one's spirit. In the early days of her rebirth, no matter how much she advised herself to endure, her demeanor could not genuinely improve. After placing her phone into her game backpack, Yu Xiuanga resumed her shooting practice. She was clad in a sports bra and fitted tank top on her upper body, paired with long pants, carrying a small worn bag with 4 compartments. Inside, she had 2 tubes of basic healing potions, a roll of emergency bandages that would continuously restore health upon use, and her phone, 2 bags with 36 compartments, a potion pouch, and various other implements were concealed within the magician's false teeth. However, the most crucial item. The bound Soros pocket watch was openly displayed around her neck, securely tucked into her form-fitting attire. The binding ensured that it could neither be lost nor stolen, meaning that anyone who attempted to touch the watch would only encounter an empty space, save for its rightful owner. To an observer, it merely appeared as though she wore a silver necklace, and even an inadvertent brush against her chest would yield nothing tangible. As she prepared to make a move, she hesitated momentarily. Her coach regarded her with curiosity. Yu Xiuanga smiled and mentioned she had a thought. Just moments prior, she sensed someone attempting to divine information about her, but the Soros watch had obscured their efforts. Through the haze in her mind, it felt as though she traversed the cosmos. Witnessing the individual attempting to read her, an aspiring young man with a buzz cut. After class, Yu Xiuanga ventured to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Whether it was due to her immense charm or the plethora of experiences she had endured, her aura now radiated an even more captivating allure. The enigmatic presence of the thief, the chilling essence of the immortal, the flamboyant brilliance of the sharpshooter, the warm familiarity of the gourmet, alongside her own restraint and madness, created a rich tapestry of impressions. Combined with her exquisitely gentle and intelligent visage, she found that whenever she stepped outside, passers-by instinctively followed her with their gazes. This sensation was not new. Even during Su Yitong's wedding celebration, despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, she caught the eyes of several guests. However, those present were either affluent or influential, perceiving themselves as her social superiors, thus refraining from initiating conversation. Following the wedding, Yu Xiuanga vanished from public view, either attending classes or returning home to cook, ignoring unknown calls and friend requests from strangers. At times, she could sense the presence of someone covertly capturing her image. Such occurrences were, unfortunately, inevitable in this era. Moreover, having withdrawn from the limelight and severed ties with her previous affiliations, her reemergence online led to genuine passerby reviews, mostly positive. Consequently, she experienced sporadic bursts of attention, yet she remained indifferent to the hype, focusing solely on her martial arts training, marksmanship, and sustenance, gradually fading from public consciousness. To her surprise, Lu Zhonglu sought her out, proposing a collaboration to re-enter the entertainment industry. Yu Xiuanga had nearly forgotten the scoundrel, but after confirming he was not a player, she unceremoniously dismissed him, simultaneously gifting him a fake gear that reduced his luck to a mere one. Currently, investigations into Lu Hongxing's case continued, scrutinizing those with whom he had conflicts. Even as the gaming incident came to light, effectively absolving Lu Zhonglu of suspicion, attention did not shift to Yu Xiuanga. This was partly because Lu Hongxiang had yet to act against her, and because no conflict existed between them. Furthermore, Lu Zhonglu was still very much alive, despite being used as a pawn. Many considered her merely a scapegoat created by the true culprit. However, should Lu Zhonglu meet an untimely end, the situation would undoubtedly change. Yu Xiuanga did not seek out a teacher to instruct her in the culinary arts. Previously, she had little passion for cooking. Her culinary skills in the game sufficed for occasional meal preparation, and she had no desire to undergo rigorous training. She was wary of provoking Yu Xiuanhuan's sensitive nerves and wished to avoid revealing her struggles. Moreover, the cooking videos accompanying her culinary skills were exceedingly detailed, with many techniques differing from those in real-life cooking, rendering a teacher unnecessary. Recently, an increasing number of cats had been taking refuge in the villa's backyard for meals. Fortunately, as it was the autumn and winter season, the cats were relatively calm, and the secluded location of Yu Xiuanga's villa ensured that no one noticed. Chapter 41. Earning extra income with the Wheel of Fate. The weather was splendid today, and Yu Xiuanga, for once, had no pressing matters to attend to. Instead, she had hired a maid to conduct a thorough cleaning of her home, taking the opportunity to wash the cat den known as the 10,000 cat slaughterhouse. During this time, she not only scrutinized whether the maid was a player, but also concealed her own shadow within that of the maidess as a means of surveillance. After all, with so many secrets swirling around, if she were to be infiltrated by someone sent by another party, they could easily install a monitoring device in her home, thus exposing her. Yu Xiuanga felt that her paranoid delusions, formed during her desperate attempts to escape danger, would never dissipate. She found herself suspicious of everyone who approached her. Yet, she had developed an affection for her paranoia, only lamenting that she had not acquired cleaning skills, which would have spared her the need to invite strangers into her abode. Although she was uncertain of what this cat den might ultimately bring her, she was resolute. Having previously transformed a pet hospital into a minor power and possessing an S-class item, she intended to bind the den with a binding stone as soon as it mutated post-game invasion for a mere 100 gold. As she basked in the sunlight, she noticed 7 or 8 cats sprawled out in her backyard. In the past, her days had been consumed with busyness. Even when she found herself daydreaming in the yard, it was mostly to organize her thoughts, leaving her little inclination to observe these cats. She only had a vague awareness that the cats in the backyard were always coming and going, with none ever staying for long. However, today she discerned that 2 of the cats seemed familiar to her, perhaps one from August, or maybe from her time in the 30 million villa. In any case, she had definitely seen them before, a plump, snow-white tabby and a chubby, black and white cow cat. She silently noted their appearances. The maid spent the entire day tidying up, and Zaijiu, not wanting too many individuals in her house, had only hired her. She generously compensated the maid with 10,000, a substantial sum that many were eager to earn, as one day's work with her was worth more than half a month elsewhere. After inspecting the cleanliness of her home, she promptly paid the maid and ushered her out, politely declining the maid's request to add her on WeChat and refraining from mentioning the possibility of hiring her again. She would certainly choose someone else next time, as relying on the same individual could easily lead to bribery. Her past experiences were her most treasured assets. No sooner had she seen the maid off than she received a message from Zaijiu on WeChat. The young lady, valuing her time, wasted no words on pleasantries and directly inquired whether Zaijiu would be willing to use her divine skills for profit. For every task she undertook for the Su family using her divine talents, they would reward her with 1 million. Zaijiu was not surprised by Zaijiu's approach, as she had initially proposed using this skill on the day of Zaijiu's wedding with the intention of earning money. This opportunity was too good to pass up, especially with the financial market remaining stable for several more months. However, she was unwilling to cultivate enmity with the Su family, nor did she wish to become a thorn in anyone's side. Zaijiu, I will only accept tasks that modify a person's luck to the maximum value of 10, and I will not undertake any tasks that reduce luck to 1. She refrained from mentioning the intermediate values of 2 to 9, as the primary function of this skill was to harm or assist others, who would seek those middle numbers. Zaijiu understood her intention. To buy a shield with merely 1 million was rather trifling. She readily communicated the time, stating that she would send someone to fetch her on that day. Zaijiu was not concerned that Zaijiu's agreement was merely verbal. The Su family was reliable in such matters. The closer one was to them, the more generous they were in financial dealings. Even if there were subsequent attempts to suppress matters privately, that would be addressed later. The principle was clear. As long as one assisted the Su family, they would certainly receive due remuneration, never so petty as to leave others feeling that becoming part of the Su family meant earning nothing at all. Zaijiu deliberately cleared her schedule for that day. At the appointed time, a vehicle from the Su family halted outside her villa community. Upon entering, she discovered that Zaijiu was already present. During their conversation, she subtly issued a precautionary note. Although she had the ability to modify luck, luck was not destiny, and many situations could not be altered merely by fortunate circumstances. Zaijiu nodded in reassurance, understanding the intricacies of such matters. Having experienced her own luck diminishing from 10 to 8, her life had not undergone significant upheaval. It continued to flow smoothly. Yet, it lacked the previous seamlessness. Quantitatively, where she once desired 1, she might receive 1.5 or even 2. Now, wishing for 1 would yield only 1. She attempted to convince herself that it was merely psychological. Yet once luck became quantifiable, certain truths were impossible to deceive. Their destination was a private room in a restaurant. Upon entering, Zaijiu maintained a calm demeanor, feigning ignorance and indifference towards the individuals present, despite the fact that in her past life, this woman had repeatedly trampled her face underfoot during their training sessions. Su Yitong pointed towards a young man with a buzz cut sitting beside Liang Yuchuan, instructing Yu Xuanga to utilize fake gear on him. Yu Xuanga asked no questions, expressed no concern, and extended her fingers towards the young man, closing her eyes. After a few seconds, she announced, "Done." The young man observed his luck rating on the data panel shift to 10 and nodded slightly at Liang Yuchuan. Yu Xuanga smiled and nodded at the others before preparing to leave. Su Yitong did not insist on her staying, instead directing someone to escort Yu Xuanga back home. As soon as she entered the vehicle, a transfer notification arrived. While in the car, Yu Xuanga sensed once more that someone was divining her information. It was once again the buzzcut youth. A smirk tugged at her lips. Was it possible that the Liang family and the Su family had formed an alliance? Indeed, the Liang family and the Su family had collaborated. Shortly after Su Yitong's marriage, a clandestine discussion took place between the two families. The Su family was astonished to learn that someone had infiltrated the Liang household, severing half of Liang Yuchuan's arm. The Liang family was equally stunned, for not only had the youngest daughter of the Su family suffered a similar fate, but their treasury had also been plundered of a significant quantity of gold bars. This situation was rather awkward. When the Liang family members arrived, even the most rational among them harbored a sense of misplaced resentment. It was conceivable that the Su family had provoked the wrong individuals, leading them to seek revenge through the Liang family, resulting in the assault on Liang Yuchuan. However, it turned out that the Su family was not faring any better. The mood within the Su family was quite complex. Although Su Yitong had sustained an injury, losing merely one ear, the impact on her hearing was significant yet not as severe as losing an arm. With a subtle concealment, it was likely no one would notice her missing ear. As for the golden bricks, while painful, the Su family's substantial wealth ensured that such a minor loss would not cause them any serious harm. Traditionally, family scandals should remain undisclosed, yet the Liang family, despite their pretense of seeking a discussion, posed a threat to the Su family. If the Su family failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, Liang Yuchuan's assertion that he had witnessed Su Yitong as the perpetrator could lead to dire consequences for them. The two families exchanged glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. Chapter 42. Costumes. Both Liang Yuchuan and Su Yitong bore somber expressions, their spirits plummeting to an abyss of humiliation. This disgrace was not solely due to their physical impairments, but also because the perpetrator had evidently toyed with them, employing crude and insidious tactics to pit the two victims against one another, allowing their families to recount their misfortunes. It was likely that the individual reveled in their plight. Recently, the Liang family had been fervently focused on the development of their game, with all members immersing themselves within it. Following the conclusion of the closed beta, they had been scouring for information on players, particularly those endowed with divine gifts and abilities related to divination. With evidence having vanished, they were left to seek assistance from the mysterious realms. Not long ago, they had finally located a potential lead, only to discover that the individual was utterly incapable of divination. As the two families convened, they arrived at a consensus. This individual must undoubtedly harbor grievances against both the Su and Liang clans. As for the deceased driver from the Liang family, it seemed he was merely a minor figure who had been silenced after colluding with the murderer. Thus, the elders began to investigate those who had previously clashed with both families, while the younger generation collaborated to harness the power of divine gifts to uncover clues. Consequently, Su Yitong sought out Yu Xuanga, intending to bestow a stroke of luck upon the divination-oriented player in hopes of gleaning some assistance. However, the outcome was evidently fruitless. Although the buzzcut youth failed to divine anything, his luck, ordinarily mediocre, soared that day. On his way home, he fortuitously purchased a lottery ticket and won. This incident was promptly reported to Liang Yuchuan, who, upon learning of it, naturally relayed the information to Su Yitong as she sought to inquire about Yu Xuanga, whose divine gift held potential for future utility. In truth, Liang Yuchuan had been aware of this talent for some time. Initially possessing the Eye of Soros, she had scrutinized her entire family after the first closed beta, thus uncovering the divine gift of the driver, Liang Hui. However, she had chosen to keep this information discreet, merely informing the family head about the game, while monitoring whether Liang Hui would develop inappropriate ambitions due to his newfound fortune. Yet, before she could ascertain anything, the man met his untimely demise. Even now, upon hearing the name and abilities of the divine gift from Yu Xuanga, Liang Yuchuan remained unperturbed. After all, it was merely a B-class talent, and Yu Xuanga had only become a player during the second closed beta. To Liang Yuchuan, it resembled certain gaming conventions. Once the owner of a divine gift perishes, the wheel of fate would return to the pool for others to draw anew. Or perhaps such low-level gifts simply lacked uniqueness. Not everyone could be as fortunate as she, the favored child of destiny, to draw an S-class divine talent. Among nearly 1,000 players in the Liang family, she was the sole individual to possess such an S-class gift. Most crucially, the Liang family had long established that divine gifts could not be seized by eliminating their bearers. Thus, she never connected the insignificant Yu Xuanga, whom she had never encountered, to her family's affairs. That evening, Yu Xuanga received a message from Su Yitong. Let us collaborate more in the future. Yu Xuanga was not surprised by Su Yitong's response. After all, exchanging 1 million for 6 hours of good fortune was indeed a modest price. The following day, she ventured out with a sum of money, chartering a small yacht to the sea. The ocean, a realm of shifting illusions, served as an excellent refuge for those seeking to escape, offering a level of security comparable to a safe house. Here, she need not fear being seen. In the future, should she commit a crime, she could seamlessly erase any traces before returning. Subsequently, Su Yitong would occasionally seek her out to employ her skills for others. Naturally, she did not conceal her abilities when assisting these individuals. Rather, she felt an urge to proclaim, "Your luck has been elevated to a miraculous 10. As time passed, her reputation spread among the affluent, yet so too did her established principles. She only bestowed good fortune, never cursing anyone with misfortune. In truth, she could have claimed that her skills solely elevated individuals' luck, but that would have seemed too innocuous, raising suspicions. Moreover, as she would later need to adjust the luck of monsters during dungeon raids, she had no intention of concealing her talents from the outset. Her principles effectively quelled the malice of many, and despite private offers reaching up to 20 million, she remained resolute in her stance. Gradually, people came to believe in her, perceiving her as astute, discerning, and prudent. More significantly, she was, in some sense, a member of the Su family, making her a delicate subject to provoke. Surprisingly, the skill that had once led to her demise in a previous life was now a source of income. With the conclusion of the third internal test, she no longer feared being discovered as a player. The Su family and those who required her divine gift would protect her. Though her talent posed no threat, it was sufficiently unique, akin to divination, and might be utilized one day. Furthermore, she conducted her business openly, allowing anyone in need to approach her, ensuring that, even as a disposable pawn, she would not be easily sacrificed. Crucially, there were many players without connections, rendering it unnecessary to expend effort to capture someone engaged in transactions with various families. The speed at which she earned money now far surpassed her previous earnings as a star. When trading, she only required payment. Even if her clients could easily procure superior weapons, she preferred the slight inconvenience of purchasing them herself. After all, what if they mutated later? It was akin to a lottery. If someone owed her $2, she would have them buy a lottery ticket for her, and should it win, she would be the fortunate one. Others would not perceive this as foresight on her part. Rather, they would feel that she had seized their good fortune. If the weapons exchanged with her mutated after the game invasion, it would be acceptable if they were ordinary, but if they possessed superior attributes, they might demand their return. In her reflections, she imagined that had the roles been reversed, it might have driven her to frustration. Each day, she dedicated 2 to 3 hours to earn extra money with her skills, diligently saving her earnings in preparation for a trip to Savadika country at the end of November, known for its peculiarities. She intended to acquire some stockpiles to gamble on mutations. However, before embarking on that journey, she planned to repurchase her previous set of costumes. When she embarked on her career, she portrayed a lovesick female supporting character, a shadowy guardian of the male lead, in a drama comprising merely 36 episodes. Throughout 35 of those episodes, She donned a dark ensemble of black attire and boots. This production was a low-budget period piece, yet it unexpectedly garnered a modicum of success, propelling her from a novice to a third-tier celebrity. It is customary for successful dramas to sell the costumes worn by the protagonists to recoup costs, and this particular outfit was purchased by one of her fans at that time. Following a scandal that tarnished her reputation in her past life, this devoted fan, disheartened and withdrawing their support, sold the garment. However, after the incursion of gaming elements, this costume, once owned by another, underwent a transformation into a rare and exquisite blue attire. Chapter 43. The little silver coin returns. As for why Yu was so well-informed, it was because that garment, after a circuitous journey, dramatically found its way into her possession 2 years later. During her initial escape, when she was being pursued, she had slain one of her assailants and, while rummaging through his belongings, stumbled upon this very piece of clothing. Within the collar, she discovered her own name, which she had once embroidered there. It was during her inaugural filming experience, although the garment possessed no distinctive features, merely a testament to decent quality. Considering the female lead would wear it for several months, she, despite not being a prominent star, had embroidered her name in black thread on the back of the black attire, holding on to hopes for the future. Originally, she had no intention of seeking out that garment again, as she had exited the industry gracefully rather than being forced out. Surely, no fan would be so heartbroken as to sell her clothing, right? Having withdrawn from the spotlight was already a cold enough act. She certainly did not wish to snatch opportunities from her own admirers. However, unexpectedly, while she was casually browsing on her phone one day, the algorithm fortuitously recommended a video of that very individual selling clothing. The images were few, the first showcasing a photo of herself dining post-training, followed by several shots of the garment. The seller lamented a lack of living expenses and expressed a desire to part with the costume, originally purchased for $20,000. The very attire Yu had worn while portraying XX. Without hesitation, Yu messaged her from her main account, conveying her nostalgia for the past despite having retired. And after a heartfelt exchange, she revealed her willingness to pay $50,000 for the costume. The fan, perhaps out of guilt or the embarrassment of being discovered by the original owner, suddenly retracted her offer. Yu then raised her bid, $100,000. Dear sister, I apologize, but I truly need the funds. It's not that I've lost my admiration for you. $150,000, darling, I genuinely miss it. Whether it was the allure of the monetary offer or the endearment used, the seller decided to accept. Early that morning, Yu personally drove to retrieve the garment and, after cleaning and disinfecting it, hung it in her wardrobe. It was a modified black hanfu, elegantly simple, a black robe paired with a wide belt. The actors could wear their own clothing beneath. With this robe draped over and the belt secured, they could effortlessly transform into their characters. The little blue outfit. It had accompanied her throughout a year of fleeing. After all this time, it was still with her. She contemplated finding a skilled tailor to embroider subtle patterns onto the garment, perhaps enhancing its potential for transformation. However, she soon abandoned the thought. It was wiser to maintain its original form. What if her minor alteration hindered its ability to change? Since Yu resumed earning money, with her latest contract amounting to $1 million, her family had begun to express envy. The contented autumn fruits urged her to share some of her earnings, while the melancholic Qing Shan also sought financial assistance. Yu tagged Yu Xuanhuan in a message. Yu Xuanhuan, my earnings all come from your wife. Can't your divine skills yield any income? This remark nearly plunged Yu Xuanhuan back into despair. His divine talent, well, perhaps it was better left unmentioned. Yu Sunge, I still have a great deal of money left, preparing to purchase some weapons. Happy autumn fruit, depressed Qing Shan. Do you want any? Happy autumn fruit. Is that bed really unavailable? Depressed Qing Shan. What exactly do you mean? Happy autumn fruit, just asking. Depressed Qing Shan. EU Keksun Yi. Are there any in-game weapons? Yu Sunge. No, I've never seen any. Who even sells such things? Yu Sunhuan. Have you encountered any at the Su family? Yu Sunhuan. I've seen them, but it's not my turn. The conversation quickly veered towards the game. A few days later, Yu Sunhuan mentioned in the group that Su Yitong was on a business trip and would be staying at her family home for a few days. Yu Sun Huan, Yu Sun Ge, why not come over for dinner tonight? Haha, is a little silver coin coming, right? Is this really a meal? Without hesitation, Yu Sun Ge exited the chat application and booked a flight to the country of Sawadika. Shortly after Yu Sun Huan sent that message, Yu Sun Ge shared his location at the airport. Yu Sun Ge, location information. Yu Sun Ge, you said it was late? But I've already planned to explore the country of Sawadika for any intriguing items. I'll discuss it with you all upon my return and bring gifts. And then he turned off his phone. Yu Sun Huan stood in the kitchen with a solemn expression. Didn't he want to feel this way? But he truly could not conceive a way out of the predicament. After the third internal test, Su Yitong inquired whether he had become a player. How could he possibly admit that he was not? The distinction between being a player and not was exceedingly significant. He feared that Su Yitong would look down upon him even more. When he finally confessed to participating in the game's internal test, Su Yitong's next question was about what divine talent he had drawn. In truth, ever since everyone learned that each person possessed a divine talent, it became customary not to inquire about one another's divine talents unless it was necessary for collaboration or employment, or unless the other party voluntarily disclosed it. This was a rule that even the most emotionally oblivious would instinctively comprehend and adhere to. Even when Yu Sun Ge had openly shared his divine talent with Yu Sun Huan and the others, Yu Sun Huan felt embarrassed to delve deeper into whether Yu Sun Ge had any other skills besides altering others' luck. Asking once could be seen as affectionate, yet probing further would imply an invasion of privacy and an attempt to uncover hidden cards. However, Su Yitong harbored no such reservations. She wouldn't question her friends about their divine talents, but Yu Sun Huan was her husband, her possession, and she certainly had the right to know. Just as the Su family would inquire about their employees' divine talents after allowing them to participate in the internal test, it was a matter of course, justified and unassailable. Yu Sun Huan understood the implications of this dynamic. He would bet that even if Su Yitong looked down upon the Yu family as in-laws, she would never dare to question Yu Sun Ge's divine talent. Yet she felt entitled to ask her husband directly because, in her eyes, she had the right to govern all aspects of her life. Yu Sun Huan displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he offered a bitter smile and claimed to have drawn a wonderful talent, albeit one that had been sealed. Under the persistent inquiries of Su Yitong, Yu Sun Huan revealed that he had drawn an SS-level divine talent. However, upon exiting the game, certain skills had turned gray. He chose to downplay the situation, mentioning only the skills that had become unusable. Su Yitong did not openly express her disbelief, yet her expression clearly conveyed a heightened seriousness. Despite the pressure of potentially displeasing Su Yitong, Yu Sun Huan refrained from disclosing the effects of his sole remaining talent skill. Instead, he hastily shifted the conversation to his acquired professional skills, promising to create exquisite jewelry and potions for Su Yitong in the future. Their discussion then meandered to the talent skills of Yu Sung. If it were not for him, how could Yu Sung have amassed such wealth? Alas, it was regrettable that he had fled so swiftly. Chapter 44. Happiness resumed Yu Sun Huan's side. Reflecting on how Yu Sun Ge had promptly informed them upon discovering the game, a sense of relief washed over him. It was perhaps for the best that he had fled. As his eagerness had been excessive, he still possessed a plethora of alternatives and need not resort to violence against Yu Sun Ge. Recalling the fortune he had garnered within the game by preparing meals for passers-by, Yu Sun Huan resolved to repeat this endeavor. With the year drawing to a close and the Su family hosting numerous banquets, he pondered the possibility of contributing something to the feast. Were those born with a golden key not far more fortunate than Yu Sun Ge? Yet, it was prudent to keep this from the Su family. Despite his confidence that Su Yitong would aid him if informed of his skill, he preferred to keep it concealed, sharing it only when absolutely necessary. However, with the ingredients already procured, he could not afford to waste them. The fleeting images of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua crossed his mind, and in the next moment, he thought of Yi Dong, who still resided in his apartment. Smiling, he began to prepare the meal, considering that Yi Dong had been living with him for quite some time without paying rent. Meanwhile, Yu Sun Ge remained blissfully unaware that her dear brother was not only unperturbed, but relieved that she had escaped. Even if she were to discover this, she would not be touched. The kindness of a villain is hardly true benevolence, merely a means of treating her as a reserve. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Sawadicap, she first utilized her disguise skill to transform into a bald man, subsequently hiring a guide to assist her in procuring some obscure items. Money was no object. The only requirement was that the items be peculiar with an air of antiquity. The guide's smile grew more genuine, recognizing yet another unwitting benefactor. In the next moment, however, Yu Xiuanga produced a compact handgun, pressing it against her temple, while brandishing a thick wad of US dollars in her left hand. Which would you prefer, this or that? The guide's smile faltered, revealing her discomfort as she replied candidly, "But these items are not genuine." Yu Xiuanga calmly holstered her weapon and earnestly articulated her request. They may be items associated with homicides, steeped in history, or steeped in tales. As long as you diligently assist me in locating them, I shall reward you for each find, with a minimum of $500, and if I'm satisfied, the amount shall increase without limit. Seeing Yu Xiuanga's demeanor soften, the guide, reassured that she was not a madwoman poised to commit murder at any moment, regained her composure and confirmed, "I can only guarantee that I will relay everything I learn, but I cannot promise that the items will be genuinely useful." Yu Xiuanga smiled as she handed her a few bills. "That is acceptable. I shall remain here for a week. How much you earn depends on your efforts." Previously, she had been skeptical of such matters, yet following the game's incursion, many items had emerged linked to this kind of mysticism. Even domestically, remnants like the ash accumulated in ancient temples or the meditation cushions used by venerable monks for years had undergone transformations. However, those were eventually official items, primarily utilized to protect the common populace or by governmental forces. She resolved to delve into the folk realm to gather such mystical items, recognizing that the history of such practices in her homeland was extensive, with swindlers possessing considerable experience in deception. She doubted her ability to outsmart them, and collecting such items herself would be too conspicuous. She enjoyed a measure of protection from the Su family, which had both its advantages and disadvantages. While few would dare to harm her, her every move would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The smaller families and factions were keen to observe how the prominent Su and Liang families would respond. Most eyes were focused on the key figures of the Su family. Yet a person like Yu Xiuanga, who had recently been engaging in business dealings with the wealthy, was also worthy of scrutiny. Although there would be no one assigned to follow her around the clock, her prolonged efforts to gather materials related to metaphysics would surely arouse suspicion. Should any ancient or storied artifacts undergo a transformation, her actions would certainly warrant investigation. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Sawadika, the possibility of being pursued continued to linger. However, the mundane tasks were discreetly delegated to a tour guide, allowing Yu Xiuanga to explore attractions and shop like an ordinary tourist. Perhaps she was overthinking things again, yet her cautious nature made her resentful of her own lack of foresight. It was yet another exhilarating battle of wits against the atmosphere. At that moment, disguised as a bald man, Yu Xiuanga was toying with an unremarkable instant camera. The tour guide, rubbing his hands together with a sheepish grin, recounted tales of a horror film where a group of university students encountered terrifying events while filming, leading them to abandon their project. Yu Xiuanga non-committally set the camera aside and shifted her gaze to the other items on the table, a tattered, blood-stained amulet, rumored to have brought a woman good fortune and love until she discovered her husband was a scoundrel, prompting her to take drastic measures. A wolf's tooth, said to have belonged to a beast that had claimed many lives, a veil once worn by a princess from centuries past in Thailand, and a small piece of durian shell. Controlling her expression, Yu Xiuanga pointed at the durian shell and inquired, "Pray tell, what convoluted and poignant tale does this possess?" She leaned in to catch a whiff, still able to detect the scent of fresh durian. Did the tour guide truly believe his weapon was devoid of ammunition? With animated gestures, the guide narrated the extraordinary story behind the durian shell, explaining how durians were typically harvested by one person cutting them from the tree while another caught them below. In this instance, however, the fruit had fallen and struck a poor soul on the head, resulting in instant demise. The durian had failed to penetrate the skull, as it had shattered upon impact. Amidst the chaos of weeping and prayers, no one had paid mind to the durian, and later, a nearby child had taken the bloodied fruit home, consuming its flesh while preserving this small piece of shell. Yu Shuinga remarked, "You don't suppose that child was you, do you?" The guide replied, "Not me, but my child." Yu Shuinga reflected on her mistake. How could she have thought she could outsmart con artists abroad when she struggled against those at home? While domestic swindlers may be numerous, at least they respected her intelligence. Abroad, they treated her as a fool. Even firearms were of no use. Yu Shuinga wearily waved her hand and placed two $500 on the table, sweeping a pile of ragged items into her black backpack. She resolved to abandon her plans and purchase several latex mattresses to return home. Exhausted, she thought it wiser to dedicate her time to training, preparing to raid after the game invasion. Within less than a week of being abroad, Yu Shuinga found herself back in her homeland. Although she possessed nearly 30 million in funds, she found herself at a loss for how to spend it, which was truly vexing. She decided to invest all her money in gold. When questioned, her reasoning was sound. She believed that the future belonged to the players. And with the impending devaluation of currency, converting her wealth into gold seemed the most prudent choice. Chapter 45. Neither Little Deng nor Old Deng suffices. Yu Shuinga managed to find time to visit the Yu family villa, where she placed the latex mattress intended for Ichiogwa in the living room. She politely declined Ichiogwa's invitation to stay for dinner and made her way directly to the gold shop. Previously, when Yu Shuinhuan was not a player, dining at the Yu residence was a matter of course. However, now that she possessed, well, a fifth of a god of food talent, she had no desire to partake in a single grain from the Yu family. From that day forward, whenever someone approached Yu Shuinga with the wheel of fate, she only accepted gold. Converting 1 million into gold at the current market price would yield approximately 3.8 kilograms. She simply rounded it up and requested 4 kilograms of gold. Su Yitong remarked, "I've never heard of such rounding before," and she found herself slightly nauseated at the mere mention of gold. Nevertheless, the wealthy do not quibble over such amounts. After the luck modification, many initially harbored concerns about whether this would prematurely borrow from future fortunes. While they enjoyed their good fortune at present, they feared it might lead to misfortune later. Many observed cautiously, but as time passed, they discovered there was no adverse effect. Even when luck improved, it merely allowed desires to manifest within a certain scope, rather than enabling effortless achievement of goals. The effect resembled the transition from a headwind to a tailwind when one strives to ascend. For instance, the buzzcut youth who won the lottery for the first time, having scraped together 1 million, immediately purchased 10 more tickets, only to find himself devoid of further winnings thereafter. Yu Shuinga's divinely granted skill did not suffer from lack of demand. In fact, the number of buyers increased. People did not require it daily. They sought it primarily during significant events, desiring a sense of ease and smoothness in their affairs. Akin to divine assistance, far more beneficial than a wealth tree or feng shui ornament. During this time, Yu Shuinhuan, Yu Qingshan, and Ichiogwa attempted to leverage backdoor connections, requesting that she grant them a taste of happiness once more, allowing them to experience the bliss of a luck rating of 10. Yu Shuinga readily agreed to this minor request. With only 24 hours in a day, and her skill requiring a 6-hour cooldown after each use, the powerful, barring those needing assistance from midnight childbirth, typically sought her blessings during daylight. Even though her compatriots enjoyed discussing matters at the dining table, the latest she would be called upon was before dinner. Generally, she accepted 2 requests per day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, allowing her to earn gold without interfering with her classes. Clients were driven to and from her, and after utilizing the wheel of fate, she could have the driver take her directly to her classes. The late-night hours were reserved for the Yu family. Yu Shuinhuan could not make it over in the evening. As a brother who cherished his elder sister, he could not impose a request for her to come over, use a skill, and then return home, a rather ungracious demand. However, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, residing in the same villa complex, could certainly make the trek. In the first half of December, these two tirelessly walked to the entrance of Yu Shuinga's villa each day, hoping she would grant a skill to one of them. It was a mere gesture, Yu Xiong'e was unconcerned that such a brief encounter could dramatically alter their fates. Ichioguo lamented that Yu Xiong'e had grown distant, noting that the villa did not even register their fingerprints. Yu Xiong'e explained that she had now withdrawn from the scene and was open to romance, potentially bringing a boy home in the future, which could pose an inconvenience. Ichioguo chuckled, her expression conveying understanding as she refrained from further inquiries. In the next moment, she nudged Yu Qingshan with her elbow, suggesting, "Why don't we stay over at Zaijiu Road for a while? Aren't you always worried about the children being a distraction?" Yu Xiong'e replied, "Is that an excuse I can accept?" Frowning, she escorted Yu Qingshan to the villa's entrance, feigning ignorance of his troubled demeanor. Neither Xiao Deng nor Lao Deng were suitable. TSK. Through relentless training, Yu Xiong'e has not only mastered the art of efficient exertion, but has also shed many poor close combat habits with her coach's guidance. Her current strength attribute stands at 10. Previously, even at full effort, she could only muster a force of 6 to 7. However, after learning proper techniques, she can now exert at least 90 of her strength. While her prowess lies primarily in long-range attacks, her close combat skills are equally crucial. She cannot afford to be incapacitated when enemies close in. She has also acquired an array of techniques: horizontal elbows, jumping elbows, covering elbows, striking elbows, elbow throws, and butterfly elbows. Yu Xiong'e feels her strength is now formidable. With knowledge acquired, only persistent practice remains. She has since changed instructors to learn the art of knife fighting. Similarly, she has mastered archery knowledge. The remainder depends on daily practice and understanding. She has also begun to learn the shooting techniques for crossbows and firearms. The events in Sawadika have grounded her soaring spirit. She has amassed a considerable collection of weapons, instead of wagering on the elusive and improbable mutations. She prefers to invest her efforts in diligent study. Nevertheless, the human inclination to gamble persists. Every day after class, she strolls through the antique street, purchasing whatever catches her fancy. One day, after letting Ichioguo into her home to help tidy up, Ichioguo stumbled upon a pile of trinkets that even Yu Xiong'e had deemed unworthy of her gaming backpack. She remarked that Yu Xiong'e would surely be deceived into buying health products in her old age. The male protagonist has fallen, and the third female lead has succumbed to poison. She has placed her bets. Everyone envisions a bright future. Yet, one person appears to be on the verge of shattering. On this day, Yu Xiong'e received a call from Yu Xuanhuan, who inquired if she was free that evening to assist in modifying his friend's luck value for a fee of 5 pounds of gold. What would be wrong with that? A risk-free transaction, especially when the funds come from Yu Xuanhuan. She readily agreed. However, she took precautions, concerned Yu Xuanhuan might invite her to dinner. Preemptively, she stated, "One thing at a time. Providing your friend with this skill cannot be without charge, but I shall treat you tonight to a fine meal." Dining at a restaurant with an average bill exceeding 10,000 plus a bottle of wine worth around 200,000 amounted to just 1 pound of gold. Yu Xiong'e glanced at herself in the rearview mirror, adjusting her hair, and nodded at her reflection. "You are indeed generous." Then, with a turn of the steering wheel, she drove to the Yu family villa, bringing Yu Qingshan and Ichioguo along. Though she was unaware of who Yu Xuanhuan's friend might be, she could easily surmise it was likely one of his brothers, and she preferred not to dine with them alone. This foolish younger brother resembles someone introducing a girlfriend to their parents. Every time he befriends someone, he delights in bringing that friend home for a meal, proudly gesturing towards them while saying, "Let me introduce you to my family." In reality, Yu Xuanhuan manages to bring home at least 2 distinct brothers each semester, each more handsome and affluent than the last. Yu Xiong'e has always suspected that he is either somewhat lacking in intelligence or simply foolish. However, he later realized that this is a form of wisdom. For those brothers, each moved to tears, have offered Yu Xuanhuan considerable assistance. Yu Xiong'e finds it challenging to articulate the essence of Yu Xuanhuan. Perhaps his fortune and friends is not solely a matter of luck. Chapter 46. The Precious Wheel of Fate do not mention Yu Xiong'e. Even Ichioguo and Yu Qingshan have grown accustomed to it. Every time, Yu Qingshan presents a recently purchased bottle of fine wine, proclaiming it to be a cherished reserve he has long refrained from drinking. "Since you're a friend of Xuanhuan, I shall regard you as a son," he exclaims, Come, let us three share a toast. The routine remains unchanged. Upon entering the private room, it is indeed Yi Dong, whom Yu Xuanga had met unilaterally in B City not long ago. However, this man appears haggard, on the verge of collapse. Though his eyes briefly glimmer upon seeing Yu Xuanga, his spirits quickly dampen again. He has been enduring an unfortunate streak, failing to win a single game, even in favorable situations, due to unforeseen mishaps. The scandal involving deceiving his fans has escalated, and those he has offended in B City have come knocking. Even in the sanctuary of his home, where he attempts to do nothing, he finds himself choking on his meals. After everyone is seated, Yu Xuanhuan displays a level of urgency surpassing even that of Yi Dong, promptly extracting a 5-pound gold ingot and presenting it to Yu Xuanga. Sister, please assist my friend. He has been extraordinarily unlucky of late. Yu Xuanga, not wishing to decline, realizes that if she refuses, Yu Xuanhuan would simply reclaim the ingot. Evading Yi Qiuguo's frequent elbow jabs, she accepts the gold and turns her attention to Yi Dong, employing her abilities. How could one who associates with the protagonist be devoid of fortune? Yu Xuanga surmises that he most likely has suffered from consuming Yu Xuanhuan's cooking without recompense. While others may dine and dash, Yu Xuanhuan's version involves stealthily preparing meals for you, fearful that you might pay. By investing in altering Yi Dong's luck, she provides him with a sweet reprieve, fostering trust and gratitude. This tactic has been employed on her in a previous life. However, witnessing Yu Xuanhuan's machinations against a brother he once held dear, Yu Xuanga feels that her presence here today is fortuitous, perhaps allowing her to enjoy an extra serving. She decisively elevates Yi Dong's luck to 10, allowing him to truly savor the allure of newfound happiness. Given Yu Xuanhuan's fervor, it seems Yi Dong will frequent her establishment in the future. Even if gaming becomes an invasion, she must rely on this skill to generate income. When defeating a boss and opening a treasure chest, will one require happiness? While Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga, and Su Yitong possess maximum luck, it is noteworthy that two are the protagonists, while the other has only recently ascended from 8 to 10 through diligent effort. Most ordinary individuals hover around a luck score of 5. Yu Xuanga has recently modified the luck values of numerous people and, through Soros's pocket watch, has gleaned insights into many individuals. Even those esteemed figures she once only observed on television possess a mere luck score of 7. This is understandable, as those who reach the pinnacle of success rely on intellect, lineage, emotional intelligence, diligence. Luck merely embellishes their accomplishments. Yet, the act of opening treasure chests in a game is entirely divorced from intellect, strength, lineage, or appearance. It is purely a matter of luck. In her previous life, the Liang family had meticulously concealed Liang Hui's divine bestowal talent, likely even providing him with items designed to hide this extraordinary gift, preventing any inquisitive souls from uncovering it. For even she had heard that the Liang family consistently boasted a high probability of acquiring valuable items after completing dungeons, unlike other families. Even the Su family, where only Su Yitong seemed capable of unearthing treasures during treasure openings, faced restrictions once a dungeon commenced, rendering it impossible for outsiders to join or for the young lady to access treasure chests after the completion of a quest. With their exceptionally high treasure drop rates, the Liang family had developed to a level just shy of the Su family, the reason for which remained a mystery. Only after Liang Hui frequently employed the Wheel of Fate skill did Yu Xuanga deduce the effects of his divine talent from her own experiences. Eventually, when captured by Liang Hui, she sought his confirmation. Recognizing that she had nearly unraveled the essence of his divine endowment, Liang Hui conceded, knowing that this individual would soon meet her demise. Reflecting on this, it was evident that Miss Liang had invested considerable effort to capture her, only to have her plans thwarted by the Su family. Yu Xuanga had resolutely decided to utilize this divine skill to benefit the players in City S. Should she manage the skill adeptly, it could yield profits fourfold each day. While successful individuals do not burn the midnight oil, players certainly do immerse themselves in games for long hours. However, she needed to deliberate on the pricing structure. It should not be as inexpensive as it currently was. It must not be exorbitant either, as attracting envy could lead to unwanted attention and confrontation. Throughout her meal, Yu Xuanga wandered in thought, refining her plan to monetize the Wheel of Fate. At the dining table, her demeanor towards Yi Dong remained rather frigid, yet he dared not voice any objections. Although he had yet to experience the allure of luck level 10, Yu Xuanga was still a player, and in the future, he might find himself in need of her divine talent. No matter his grievances, he would endure, perhaps only grumbling internally about her lack of consideration. Yu Xuanga, however, paid little heed to Yi Dong's sentiments. She sought to develop him into a client, but this venture was one for which he sought her out. Not the other way around. She was in no shortage of clientele. Yu Xuanhuan felt no concern regarding Yu Xuanga's attitude. In fact, it served to highlight the depth of his brotherly affection towards Yi Dong. Upon returning home late into the night, Yu Xuanga busied herself for another hour preparing meals for the cats in the backyard. With the weather growing cooler, the number of cats had increased, prompting her to custom-build a small pet villa in the yard, complete with a cozy cat bed inside. The wooden floor was lined with heating pads, ensuring that all the cats, regardless of their stature, would not have to endure the cold outside. She also replaced the backyard faucet with a sensor-based model that dispensed water whenever a cat passed by. Beyond this, she felt she could do no more. Yu Xuanga crouched by the floor-to-ceiling window between the backyard and the villa, wagging her finger at a calico cat that persistently pawed at the door. Attempting to gain entry, don't even think about it. Meow impossible. With a cold demeanor, she stood and departed. In recent days, Yu Xuanga has been diligently renovating the cat courtyard. She has purchased an assortment of feline toys and a cat climbing frame, and has installed a retractable canopy above, which shields against rain while allowing her cats to bask in sunlight on clear days. She attributes her fervent efforts to a concern that the cat enclosure might not adapt, insisting that she is not simply succumbing to the whims of her pets. Amidst her busy schedule, she contemplates the pricing issue of the skill Fates gear following the game's incursion, increasingly convinced that she is plagued by a delusion of persecution. The more she reflects on Fates gear, the more she perceives its perilous nature to be comparable, if not worse, than that of roleplay. It is not without reason that such a divine talent, capable of altering luck and swapping attributes, has been rated as B. Chapter 47. Visitors. Although everyone tacitly refrained from taking action against her, even Su Yitong did not think to declare her allegiance to the Su family. It was primarily due to the limited utility of her skill at present. It resembled a mystic master wandering about, promising to attract wealth, valued yet not taken seriously, akin to a mere trinket. However, this would change once the game invasion commenced. If a faction consistently garnered loot worth 30 more than that of others after each dungeon run, even a mere 10 advantage over time could leave their rivals far behind. Currently, players were not earning sufficient currency, and her prices remained modest. Yet, as players grew stronger and their earnings increased, the value of her skill would inevitably rise. She could either refrain from using it or strive for equilibrium, ensuring that the major factions balanced each other out and reached an unspoken agreement to leave her unharmed. In pursuit of balance, she knew she must not be overly greedy. If she dared to demand a share of the final loot from the opposing team, she would not survive 3 days. Yet, conceding felt unsatisfactory. She acknowledged that despite her restraint and caution, she was inherently a person of avarice. Nevertheless, this dilemma could be resolved by discerning whether her talent had been disclosed to others. As she pondered this, she received a call from the security guard, stating that 2 individuals sought her out, claiming to be players who had gamed with her on October 10th. The guard's tone was peculiar, likely taken aback by the notion of gaming enthusiasts visiting a grand villa. Yu Xuanga understood they were players. Unfazed, she welcomed them in, recognizing that their daytime visit, regardless of intent, at least signified goodwill. The visitors, a man and a woman dressed casually, appeared to be members of a team based on their posture and demeanor. After leading them inside and serving them water, she promptly inquired about their purpose. The woman with a ponytail introduced herself. "Hello, I am Zhao Shuai. We are representatives of the state." Upon hearing that they were official personnel, Yu Xuanga thought to herself, finally, the moment has arrived. She had long pondered her pressing dilemma. How to achieve balance? Simply seek a stronger entity to impose constraints. Yu Xuanga nodded in agreement. What a coincidence, I am as well. Zhao Shuang, amused by Yu Xuange's dry wit, felt a sense of relief. Initially, she had been concerned that the other party might embody the archetype of someone who, after a stroke of fortune, became self-important. However, it seemed that, at least on the surface, there was no overt hostility towards the authorities. You surely understand my meaning. Seizing control of the conversation, Yu Xuange asserted, "You seek my divine talent, wishing to collaborate with me?" The term collaborate weighed heavily on the man with the crew cut. They were not interested in collaboration, but rather in recruitment. Collaboration implied equality, a division of spoils, and the necessity of payment for each use. Yet he also recognized that moral coercion was the most foolish tactic, and the current speculation regarding the game potentially being the harbinger of an extraterrestrial invasion lacked concrete evidence. Wu Qingbai could not suppress his bluntness. "Miss Yu, have you never considered serving the nation?" Yu Xuange replied, "I pay my taxes." Wu Qingbai. Zhao Shuang smiled once more, clearing her throat to regain her composure. She had conversed with no fewer than 800 players recently, and while Yu Xuange was neither the most amiable nor the most disagreeable among them, she certainly exuded an air of tranquility. Upon hearing their identities, there was no display of excitement, no resistance, no sense of superiority, nor any trepidation. She was a resolute individual. Zhao Shuang immediately discarded all previously considered lines of negotiation and directly inquired, "How does Miss Yu wish to collaborate?" Yu Xuange replied, "I can utilize the fate gear 4 times daily to alter an individual's luck value. I am willing to sell 3 of those opportunities to you. How you employ them is of no concern to me, nor with whom you collaborate. However, I cannot remain here every day. I trust you can ascertain my whereabouts. After I retire from the game, my time is devoted to classes and training, as well as my passion for travel." Zhao Shuang refrained from addressing the logistics of this issue and instead asked, "What is your price?" Yu Xuange set her terms, 3 gold pieces per instance. Furthermore, as player levels and incomes increase, her prices would rise accordingly. Wu Qingbai remarked, "This falls under high income and is subject to a 45 tax. For each instance." Yu Xuange fell silent, while Zhao Shuang maintained her composure. Yu Xuange lifted her coffee cup and declared, "It is getting late. Now please leave. Depart as far as you can." Zhao Shuang handed Wu Qingbai the water cup in front of him, urging him to be silent. She began to negotiate. "This price is exorbitant. While we are numerous, you have played this game and understand how difficult it is to earn money within it." Yu Xuange responded, "Divine talents are diverse and peculiar. Those capable of generating income are not guaranteed." Her assertion was not made lightly, although she had not witnessed it firsthand. The existence of deities of culinary prowess, thievery, and water suggested that a deity of wealth could also exist. Zhao Shuang maintained her stoic demeanor. Even when Yu Xuange guessed correctly, she displayed no cracks in her facade. There were a total of 520,000 players, some indeed possessing luck-related divine talents. But they were merely A-level talents, not a printing press. The price of 3 gold pieces per instance was exorbitant, especially as they were not without players boasting a luck score of 10, albeit only 2. Subsequently, Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai took turns persuading Yu Xuange to lower her price, employing contrasting approaches, one firm, the other gentle. Occasionally, Wu Qingbai would feign foolishness to ease the atmosphere, clearly showcasing their camaraderie as seasoned partners. Initially indifferent, Yu Xuange's curiosity was piqued by their determined demeanor. "May I inquire why you require my divine talent so desperately? Scientific research? International affairs?" Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai shook their heads, their stance resolute. This was not to be disclosed. Yu Xuange found herself unable to glean any information from their expressions. In her previous life, even when following prominent figures like the Su and Liang families into dungeons, she had not possessed significantly more knowledge than an ordinary person. Much of what she learned came from the news, such as information about beta testing, player counts, or ordinary items that had undergone anomalies. The true insider knowledge eluded her grasp. What then could compel this group to so fervently seek her divine talent? Scientific research may indeed require a touch of fortune. However, what is undeniably essential are the brilliant minds and the protracted process of inquiry, rather than prolonged collaboration. International affairs? Well, that seems even more far-fetched. Thus, it must pertain to the realm of gaming. The creation of equipment? Instances? Perhaps, if she dares to speculate further. Could there be individuals possessing a means to access the game? Indeed, who asserts that the closed beta testing consists solely of 3 sessions. Who claims that entry into the game is impossible once the beta concludes. In her previous life, the official might consistently have dominated various prominent families or conglomerates. Could it truly be solely due to righteousness and sheer numbers? She doubts it. Setting aside others, take Su Beige and Liang Yuchuan's uncle. He likely dreams of seizing power and dominion. Yu Xuange's heartbeat quickens. Her eyes brighten with intensity as she sits upright, fixated on the 2 individuals before her. Wu Qingba, Zhao Shuang. Please, do not look at me that way. It frightens me. Chapter 48. Could it be a scam? Yu Xuange's demeanor underwent a complete transformation as she withdrew the cups of water from before the 2 individuals, inquiring, coffee, juice, or tea. Zhao Shuang, with an ominous sense of foreboding, thought to herself, this is bad. Wu Qingbai cleared his throat and clenched his fist, saying, please don't act this way. We are frightened. Yu Xuange prepared 2 cups of the finest coffee and retrieved several plates of delicacies she had crafted, each scoring high, but none exceeding 80. Placing them on the table. I apologize for the earlier lack of hospitality. I hope you will forgive me. Zhao Shuang replied. Please speak plainly. Yu Xuange said, then I shall be straightforward. Do you possess a means to enter the game? The expressions of Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai morphed as if they had been struck. The scenario they most dreaded had materialized. Given Yu Xuange's extraordinary talent and their conspicuous attitude, her deduction was hardly surprising. Soon, their expressions grew solemn and grave. Wu Qingbai stated, if you wish to learn more, you must join us. Rest assured, we offer generous terms and will grant you the utmost freedom within our regulations. The terms suggested that her contributions would undoubtedly outweigh her compensation, and the so-called freedom within regulations implied a lack of true liberty. Having perceived the ploys of these 2 actors, Yu Xuange shook her head in regret. It seems we shall not reach an agreement. Her stance was unequivocally dismissive. Zhao Shuang took out her phone and asked, may I make a call? Yu Xuange raised her hand. Feel free. After Zhao Shuang departed, Wu Qingbai inquired earnestly, may I ask why you are reluctant to join us? Is it disbelief or unwillingness? Yu Xuange replied candidly, both disbelief and unwillingness. I am aware that this game is extraordinary. I also recognize your greatness. However, where there are many, there are bound to be factional disputes involving interests. Can you honestly claim that such matters do not exist? My previous, dismal company had 3 major factions. Wu Qingbai probed further, what about the Su family? Yu Xuange responded, I have never considered joining the Su family or any faction. I prefer to remain an independent entity. While this path entails many risks and I may miss out on the best opportunities, it is still preferable to squandering time in a web of intrigue. Wu Qingbai fell silent, unable to counter Yu Xuange's assertions. In any large gathering, disputes and factions inevitably arise, even when all parties share the same objective. Different working philosophies naturally give rise to divisions. Hardliners, moderates, and radicals, all with their unique distinctions. Moreover, it is impossible for individuals to be devoid of self-interest. Crisis signifies change. There will always be those eager to reshuffle the deck. He and Zhao Shuang did not even belong to the same faction. Their alliance encompassed not only collaboration, but also mutual oversight and restraint. Truth be told, he was weary. He had long wished to disengage. Yet, to go solo would result in Yu Xuange's current predicament, ignorant of everything, unable to access the true treasures. As the 2 lapsed into silence, Zhao Shuang returned, addressing Yu Xuange. Regardless of whether we ultimately reach an agreement, you will need to pay the equivalent of a fate-will token for us to divulge this information. Yu Xuange never fussed over necessary expenditures. Zhao Shuang produced a transparent crystal the size of a blueberry and handed it to Yu Xuange. Skill storage stone, single use. By directing a skill at the crystal, one can store that skill for another's use. It can be activated by shattering the stone. Creator, Yichang. In her previous life, Yu Xuanga had encountered skill stones, albeit with limited knowledge, as they were luxuries she refrained from purchasing. Spending dozens of silver coins, or even several gold coins on a single Yu skill was simply extravagant. This was her first encounter with a blank stone. She directed, feeling happy again, at the crystal, and red mist unfurled within, transforming the entire crystal into a vibrant crimson hue, resembling a small cloud of red fog from a distance. Upon checking her skills, she discovered that feeling happy again had entered its cooldown phase. It appeared that this item could not bypass cooldowns, yet it ensured that skills with limited uses would not be wasted. She promptly inquired, "How much is this crystal?" Zhao Shuang smiled, storing the red mist crystal away and donning a grin characteristic of a top-tier salesperson. 3 gold coins each. Yu Xuanga. The retribution came swiftly. The price of 3 gold coins was clearly a jest. Zhao Shuang continued, "If you wish to purchase, I can offer you a friendly price. 1 skill crystal in exchange for 5 blank crystals." Yu Xuanga remained silent, contemplating whether to seek out the method of crafting these crystals herself, as relying on others for supplies felt disadvantageous. Zhao Shuang, unfazed by Yu Xuanga's silence, began discussing compensation. "We indeed have a way to enter the game. It involves our physical bodies. Unlike during the closed beta, death within the game here is permanent. We can escort you inside and even provide protection, but all this will require payment from your quota of the Fate Wheel." The balance of power between the two parties shifted instantly. Yet Yu Xuanga was not anxious. Her excitement surged. There was indeed a way to access it. "Where will we land?" Zhao Shuang replied. "We have someone who purchased a small house in the undead city. His talent allows him to open a portal, enabling us to enter the undead city." "Ah, quite splendid. The lair of her nemesis." Zhao Shuang observed as Yu Xuanga's expression transitioned from exhilaration to calm. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "I do." The game characters bore no resemblance to her real self, and besides, she possessed disguise skills. Yu Xuanga inquired, "How do we get out?" Zhao Shuang explained, "This introduces another fee. We could transform everyone into adorable little animals, and another player capable of disguising themselves as the undead will assist us in exiting the city." Yu Xuanga could already transform into animals and disguise herself. Yet to conceal her skills would necessitate expenditure. She pressed her forehead, feeling a headache akin to being lured into a zero-cost tour only to be coerced into spending upon arrival. Zhao Shuang's smile grew increasingly radiant, with the nearby Wu Qingbai also beaming with joy. Yu Xuanga asked, "Is there a time limit? Once I arrive, can I stay for as long as I wish?" Zhao Shuang. "Certainly, however, whether in the past or upon returning, each utilization of our portal necessitates the expenditure of 50 Fate Gear skill crystals. Rest assured, we shall provide the crystals. This price cannot be deemed insignificant. Nevertheless, in a monopolistic industry, should she choose not to join the other party, she would naturally incur greater costs, which is entirely justifiable. Yet, the mere opportunity to enter that realm signifies immense wealth. Thus, a slightly elevated ticket price is indeed worthwhile. Chapter 49. Smuggling to Zealand Star with a cooldown period of 6 hours, she possessed a necklace that reduced this time by 15%. Consequently, she could utilize the ability every 306 minutes. Theoretically, as long as she meticulously timed each cooldown, she would only require less than 11 days of skill usage to secure an opportunity to traverse to another world. This price was entirely acceptable to Yu Xuanga. If she were in possession of such a portal, she would undoubtedly offer a similar price, honoring the rarity of this opportunity, while not being excessively demanding, thus fostering a good rapport with the other party. Yu Xuanga inquired, "What is the fee for transforming me into an animal and smuggling me out of the city?" Zhao Shuang replied, 5 skill crystals. Exasperated, Yu Xuanga posed her final question. "If that person dies, can we still return?" Zhao Shuang responded, "Well, that falls under a different charge." Yu Xuanga suggested, "Perhaps you should leave. I'll pretend you were never here." Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingba rose in unison. "Understood." Yu Xuanga raised her hand. "Let us discuss this amicably." Wu Qingba remarked, "You wouldn't appreciate what we have to say." Yu Xuanga retorted, I am the grand female protagonist of a revenge tale reborn. How dare you treat me this way? Do you not believe I could truly be enraged? Zhao Shuang informed her, we possess skill crystals for the teleportation portal. Once you crush one, you can return safely. Each costs only 52 crystals. Yu Xuanga asked, do you accept gold coins? Zhao Shuang replied, no, we only accept your skill crystals. Yu Xuanga inquired, can I take out a loan? That is, I go first and repay a few crystals occasionally. Zhao Shuang confirmed, of course. Given your unique circumstances, you must ensure repayment every 3 days, with a minimum of 10 crystals each time, plus an additional 5 crystals as interest. Yu Xuanga remarked, are you truly representatives of the state? Wu Qingbo affirmed, absolutely. Yu Xuanga felt she had unwittingly encountered a group of scammers. The costs were as follows. Smuggling fee of 50 crystals, transforming into an animal for 5 crystals, and a return teleportation fee of 52 crystals, along with a loan fee of 5 crystals. Once the arrangements were made, Yu Xuanga sat alone on the sofa, clutching 112 blank skill crystals, the loan agreement, and a confidentiality contract. The latter was quite detailed, stipulating that she could not disclose to anyone how to enter the game, nor reveal player-related information upon capture in the other world. Any acts of betrayal would result in a temporary ban. Zhao Shuang claimed this was a product of divine endowment. Having encountered such a contract in her previous life, Yu Xuanga examined it, and, finding no traps and the terms not overly harsh, signed it. How had it come to this? She still felt like a lone wolf, albeit now burdened with a substantial loan. This skill, she had estimated, could fetch 3 gold coins each time. With 108 uses, rounding off would yield approximately 500 gold coins. Yu Xuanga wiped her face, resolving that this time, she must at least break even before returning. She spent several days investigating Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbo, ensuring they were indeed officials, before finally feeling at ease. She directly posted a vague message in her social circle, hinting that those in the know would understand. The lucky 10 have been taken by the officials and will no longer be sold to the public. She then proceeded to prepare delicious and nutritious cat treats for her feline companions in the backyard, which were far superior to regular cat food. She only paused after filling all 5 feeders, ensuring they would have enough provisions for a month, dispensed every 3 hours. Finally, she made a remark in the family group chat. Only the most idle member, Ichiogwa, replied almost instantly, while the other 2 likely had their notifications silenced. Yu Xuanga, my skills can now only be employed by the authorities. I will be away on business for more than a month, and I am not permitted to disclose the itinerary. Happy Chiogwa. Do they pay you? Yu Xuanga, what do you think? Happy Chiogwa, I believe they cannot refuse payment. Yu Xuanga, they do not provide compensation and even insist I pay taxes. Happy Chiogwa, how can they do this? Is no law left? Yu Xuanga, indeed. After exchanging a few candid remarks, Yu Xuanga changed into more practical attire. Long sleeves, trousers, and boots made from lightweight, soft fabric. She sought not windproof or waterproof qualities, but rather a garment that would not create noise with her movements. She then double-checked her weapons, potions, and food, and upon confirming everything was in order, she drove to the address provided by Zhao Shuang, where a portal would open that evening. Wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, Yu Xuanga entered the top floor of the library, which was already filled with people, most of whom, like her, concealed their identities. In a corner, there was a table laden with food and drinks, but she refrained from approaching it, haunted by the shadow of her past. She vowed never to partake in anything free for the rest of her life. As the clock struck 7, a man in military attire entered, addressing the hundreds gathered. He reminded them of past regulations. Those in line must follow commands, and disobedience beyond 3 instances would result in lethal consequences. For cooperative players not in line, freedom of action was permitted upon exiting the city, yet in times of crisis, they could seek refuge from them, understanding the cost involved. Generosity would only extend to their own kind. He also addressed some friends with loans, urging timely repayments, warning that future collaborations would become difficult otherwise. He emphasized the importance of adhering to the confidentiality agreement, a divine gift, and the consequences of breaching it were best left unknown. Do we all understand? he commanded. Yu Xuanga joined the crowd in a resounding affirmation, feeling as though she were participating in military training. After the meeting, Su Yitong learned about Yu Xuanga's situation. A frown creased her brow. The fact that this skill had been appropriated by the officials left her with a sense of indignation, as though something precious had been taken from her. However, she quickly managed to rein in her emotions and began to ponder why the authorities felt the need for the divine skill, Wheel of Fate. During dinner that evening, she inquired if Yu Xuanhuan was aware of the matter. Yu Xuanhuan promptly shared the group chat with her. Su Yitong's gaze lingered on the line about the month-long business trip, which was not to be disclosed. She asked, did they truly not provide payment? Yu Xuanhuan shrugged, remarking that it was likely true. Although she was somewhat frugal, she was not the type to lie about such matters. Su Yitong nodded thoughtfully, choosing to remain silent. Soon, she cast the thought aside, attributing it to the officials' need for Lucky 10 to undertake certain special tasks. Much like the time she and Liang Yuchuan sought to ensure a smoother divination. This particular skill was indeed practical. Recently, she had been contemplating the prospect of bringing Yu Xuanga into the Su family, yet she was still deliberating on which collateral branch to propose to Yu Xuanga. The remarkably talented Yu Xuanga seemed too illustrious to be paired with someone of lesser standing, while a suitor of slightly lower status would tarnish her own reputation. After all, Yu Xuanga was, in any case, the sister of her husband. Unfortunately, it seemed she was a step too late. Nevertheless, it was merely a B-level talent. Chapter 50 The grand protagonist of a revenge narrative. Yu Xuanga was blissfully unaware that Su Yitong had already harbored intentions of marrying her into the Su family to serve their interests. However, knowing this would not have altered her perspective. She had long since vented her frustrations from a previous life. The Su family often exhibited a rather amusing dynamic. Should one toil for them, the closer one was to the core, the better the rewards, thereby incentivizing upward mobility. Yet, if one were married into the family, becoming a daughter-in-law or son-in-law, that would be the end of it. One would be working for their own household, rendering any claims for benefits moot. Surely, one did not marry into the Su family merely for their gold coins. In her past life, after gaining a modicum of fame through her divinely bestowed talents, Su Yitong had desperately sought to align herself with those treacherous members of the Su family. However, Yu Xuanga, upon observing the life of Yu Xuanhuan, had formed a rather unfavorable impression of the Su family. Had it not been for the subsequent emergence of Liang Yuchuan and Han Qianshan, whose influence rivaled that of the Su family, one could hardly assert Yu Xuanhuan's position and treatment were secure. Moreover, the individuals Su Yitong had introduced were far from appealing. Yu Xuanga could never acquiesce to such arrangements. Consequently, after multiple rejections, Su Yitong concluded that Yu Xuanga harbored affections for Yu Xuanhuan. Such a grotesque imagination. At 8 p.m., the portal illuminated precisely as scheduled, and individuals queued to pass through. Each person had to wait 2 minutes before the next could proceed. Upon stepping through the azure threshold, Yu Xuanga found herself in a dimly lit room, illuminated solely by a single candle. Within stood 2 figures, a short-haired woman and a man in military attire, who had since changed into a gray robe. The woman beckoned Yu Xuanga closer, saying, "Come here, I will transform you into a small animal." Yu Xuanga eyed her warily. What happened to the others? Even if one were to be turned into a small animal and sent out of the city, it wouldn't happen so swiftly, would it? The short-haired woman smiled and stepped aside, revealing a small glass box behind her, teeming with cockroaches stacked upon one another, each striving to ascend, unwilling to be trapped beneath their fellows. Is this what you refer to as small animals? Yu Xuanga was taken aback. Wait, what were Zhao Shuang's exact words? We can transform everyone into adorable little creatures. Yu Xuanga felt a wave of dread wash over her. I, the grand protagonist of a reborn revenge narrative. Come now, the short-haired woman gently urged. Yu Xuanga took a significant step back. Wait, I possess an item that allows me to transform into a small animal. A truly adorable one. No matter. She had many cards up her sleeve, and no one knew the extent of her abilities to transform. Such cards were meant to ensure her own well-being. Yu Xuanga raised her hand to halt the woman's advance. Can I transform myself? The short-haired woman stood there, a hint of regret in her stance. Of course you can. As Yu Xuanga prepared to transform, she suddenly inquired, do I still owe the 5 crystal stones for this transformation service, as stipulated in the loan agreement? The woman stifled a smile, recognizing that Yu Xuanga was likely a player who had gained entry through skill. The 5 crystal stones primarily cover the cost of escorting you out of the city. The transformation into an animal is merely a complimentary benefit. Yu Xuanga clenched her teeth, exclaiming, all right, you possess many tricks. Just you wait. She transformed into a recently touched plump cow cat and approached a corner, only to discover a black dog already squatting there, its gaze imbued with compassion and understanding. In the ensuing time, Yu Xuanga began to comprehend the reason behind the sluggish queue to enter. Nearly every individual, upon realizing they would be transformed into cockroaches, had to endure a process of shock, skepticism, struggle, resistance, and eventual concession. Only a handful appeared calm, likely having experienced this before. Yet, upon seeing the black dog and cow cat in the corner, they exchanged glances filled with a tinge of envy. Patiently, Yu Xuanga awaited her turn, all the while absorbing the essence of this otherworldly realm, where the very air seemed to be infused with magic. Ever since becoming a player, she could sense the energy within her, feeling the flow of magic every time she employed a skill, but never had she experienced such clarity as at this moment. It was as if a lens shrouded in mist had suddenly been polished, rendering the world vividly distinct. She even felt an illusion that she could instantaneously cast Ice Flower Seal without uttering a spell. Players passed by Yu Xuanga one by one, yet she refrained from utilizing her thieving skills. In her early days of rebirth, she would have eagerly stolen from even a passing dog. But ever since acquiring Yu Xuanhuan's gourmet talent, her animosity had diminished significantly. With so many formidable beings from another world around, there was no need to pilfer from her fellow compatriots. Besides, she had numerous adversaries from the Su, Liang, and Han families. It was unnecessary to target those who had not wronged her. After a considerable wait, the group finally assembled, and to Yu Xuanga's right appeared an orange cat, transformed from a short-haired woman. The soldier had neatly stowed away the cockroach box, and, after using an item to become undead, led the 2 cats and the dog outside. In the peculiar city of Undercity, there existed a variety of strange beings, trolls, blood elves, dwarves, and goblins, of which few paid heed to a few ordinary pets. The group swiftly exited the city, with Yu Xuanga closely trailing behind the captain as he skillfully navigated through the territories of lowly creatures such as wild wolves and goblins. After an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived at a large tree situated a short distance from Undercity, where a glance back revealed only the faint outline of the spire of the undead palace. The investigative function of the Soros Pocket Watch proved remarkably powerful. To Yu Xuanga's eyes, the tree revealed an inscription, a modified magical abode. The captain knocked on the door and whispered passphrase. A flash of light illuminated their feet, and moments later, a door appeared in the tree, large enough for them to embrace, opened by a bespectacled man who welcomed them inside. Inside, the space appeared to have been enhanced by some skill, roughly the size of a football field, featuring 2 rows of tents. Upon cursory inspection, nearly 100 in total. The orange cat reverted to the form of the short-haired woman, who coldly addressed the cat and dog on the ground, saying, "This is our stronghold. You may come here to repay your debts." How chillingly indifferent her words were. Yu Xuanga gently tapped the cat's head, only to feel a twinge of foolishness in her actions. She reverted to her human form, adjusted her mask and hat, and inquired, "Are there any additional services available here?" The short-haired woman produced a box of cockroaches, transforming one after another back into human form, and addressed the group, "If you find it difficult to survive here, you may also choose to collaborate with us, though that would require adherence to our directives. As for other matters, here is the bill for your perusal." Yu Xuanga accepted the paper handed to her by the bespectacled man, revealing a comprehensive list of charges, ranging from medical treatment to accommodations, from potions to assistance with disguises, and even a service for those who, upon losing their way, could contact them for a fee to send someone to retrieve them. The most alarming aspect was that at least half of the items listed bore the ominous phrase price upon negotiation. Chapter 51. Treehouse Stronghold Yushuinga inquired. How much does it cost to stay here? Only 2 silver coins, replied the bespectacled man, but it is more economical if you pay with skill crystals. He produced a ledger and asked, May I have your name? You can whisper it to me. This was a targeted scheme to exploit individuals, an alternative form of big data. Yushuinga understood. She needed to devise a strategy and could not remain passive. How infuriating! The clever rabbit had swiftly transformed this into an industry, and with such audacity and justification, it was remarkably unoffensive. Considering the late hour, Yushuinga decided to stay the night. The recruits of the official army followed the soldier in uniform, presumably to another lodging. After spending 2 silver coins, Yushuinga settled into her tent, which contained nothing but a sleeping bag. She dragged the sleeping bag, unsure of whether it had been previously used, to one side, and retrieved her toiletries and sleeping bag. After a brief wash, she spent her first night in this foreign realm. She was awakened in the middle of the night by a timed alarm and crafted a skill crystal for Fate's gear. Upon waking the next day, she presented her loan contract and obtained from the bespectacled man a teleportation stone that would transport her back to Blue Star upon shattering. Teleportation stone, single use. Shattering will send you to the teleportation array at S City, XX District, XX Lane, number 51. Activation time, 1 second. Creator, Ming Chung. Such an impressive item with a highly distinguished teleportation array name. Yushuinga inquired further, once activated, will I be transported directly back? Or will a portal open after 1 second, requiring me to step through? The bespectacled man replied, after the 1 second activation, you will be directly transported by the array. He then produced a water balloon-like object, saying, if you cannot find a contact point, you may shatter this water balloon, and our personnel will come to escort you to the nearest contact point, though there will be a fee each time. For you, let me see, it will require 3 skill crystals per trip. She felt as though she had fallen into a trap. Yushuinga accepted the water balloon, smiling politely despite the awkwardness, thanked him, donned her hood, covered her mouth and nose with a mask, and took her crossbow before departing the treehouse. She did not rely on the teleportation stone for escape, as she possessed Phantom Shift, which required only 0.1 seconds to cast. She could swiftly relocate to safety. However, if her magic was restricted or her ability to cast spells was hindered, the teleportation stone would be necessary. She needed to return to the Dark City, as it was crucial for her subsequent plans, whether to primarily hunt in the wild or return to the city to practice various trades and engage in buying and selling. After slaying several unavoidable wild wolves, Yushuinga approached the graveyard near the Dark City. Transforming into a cow-cat, she sprinted towards the Dark City. Given the uncertainty of whether players might be tracking her, becoming a cow-cat was a relatively safe choice. In the game, it often felt as though the character had barely run before reaching the city. Yet, now, in this otherworldly realm, she had sprinted for over half an hour to arrive at the gates of the Dark City. Looking up, she noticed her character's wanted poster still affixed to the city wall. The guards made no attempt to stop the harmless little cat, allowing Yushuinga to enter the Dark City unimpeded. The diminutive cat seemed insignificant in the vast alien metropolis, and she wandered along the walls, circling round and round. During the previous internal test, she had been pressed for time, only lingering as a street urchin for a few hours to gather initial funds before. At the conclusion of the last test, she had spent all her gold, and now she possessed only the coin she had crafted herself. From October 11th to December 16th, she had occasionally slacked off from attending classes, yet she diligently transformed into a goblin each day to forge gold. After deducting the silver spent on lodging yesterday, she currently had 200 gold and 70 silver left. It was sufficient, though not abundant. The official outpost was quite intimidating, resembling a tourist attraction. Upon reflection, was it not indeed a tourist spot? Ordinary players without wealth or prowess would hardly spend money here. As Yushuinga passed by the alchemy shop, she glimpsed the undead female instructor, Hufflepuff, still concocting potions in her usual spot. Moving on to the Goblin District, she suddenly realized she could not comprehend the alien language being spoken. In the game, Translated text appeared automatically at the bottom of the screen, and in her previous life, one would require a translation device, crafted from engineering to exchange barbs with the aliens. This device was not expensive and activated when pinned to clothing. Over time, she had forgotten about the language barrier and the existence of the translator. She squeezed through a sewer entrance, scattered visibility potions around, and, after a minute, disguised herself as a goblin, donning a robe that suited the alien aesthetics. She first crafted 3 gold coins for the day before retrieving the official price list. Flipping to the last page, she discovered that a translator was indeed being sold for 2 gold coins. What a ripoff, given how little players earned in a day. How could they dare charge 2 gold coins? Cursing under her breath, she emerged from the sewer and made her way to the goblin district. This time, she found she could understand the peculiar language, but when she attempted to speak a few words softly, she realized she was still speaking in Chinese. Yu Xuanga paid little mind to this and entered the goblin engineer's shop, where she promptly pulled out materials to create a translator. The recipe was of intermediate engineering, and the materials were inexpensive, totaling only 27 silver coins. Once completed, she would be able to communicate with the goblins. Unfortunately, the goblins had been drained of resources, and none were willing to trade gold bricks with her. Though she could profit from the price difference, she had no money to spend. The previously affluent old Bill was now so impoverished he could not afford a drink. Yu Xuanga still had some herbs left over. Having thought she would never re-enter the game to learn skills, she had focused on practical training. Eventually, she veered into the auction house, spending 5 gold on the skill book Fresh Start, E-grade, and then 18 gold on Water Creation, D-grade. Resolving her previous regrets about not acquiring the cleaning and water creation skills. With these new skills in hand, Yu Xuanga swiftly dove back into the sewer, transforming once more into her cowcat form before exiting the city. She intended to level up. She believes that the authorities have already outpaced her. Although in terms of attribute points, she would not be at a disadvantage. To participate in significant official events, she must at least meet the necessary thresholds. Upon returning to the graveyard, Yu Xuanga reverted to her human form. The 3 years of experience from her previous life meant she no longer required any psychological preparation to slay monsters. However, it had been quite some time since she engaged in intense combat, and today she needed to warm up. After walking for over 10 minutes in the direction away from the treehouse stronghold and the shadowy city, she finally encountered a creature, Skeletal Wolf. Level 2. Health, 200-200. Chapter 52. Leveling up this creature, a product of a wild wolf's flesh and blood being consumed by lowly undead, resembles a skeletal wolf. It moves swiftly but lacks magical abilities and possesses low attack power, making it an easy adversary, perfectly suited for her warm-up. Yu Xuanga drew her crossbow, taking aim to shoot. A standard attack could inflict 50 points of damage, while a critical hit would deal 100. Utilizing her skill, Explosive Arrow, she could not only eliminate the targeted monster in an instant, but also inflict 50 to 60 damage to nearby foes. Even with the most ordinary crossbow, her efficiency in slaying monsters was remarkable, bolstered by her attribute enhancements and a skill that guaranteed a critical hit every 7 strikes. Furthermore, prior to combat, she consumed a dish that increased her movement speed by 15. After triggering a triple critical hit, her speed nearly doubled, allowing her to deftly evade any overwhelming foes. Following her warm-up, Yu Xuanga began to lure monsters, drawing in a dozen skeletal wolves before focusing on extermination. She fought continuously from 10 a.m. to noon, replenishing her mana with coffee, and after 2 hours of relentless combat, her experience points surged from 0.001 to 0.268. Upon pausing, she prepared the skill crystal for Fate's Wheel and took a moment to enjoy a meal that boosted her attack speed. She felt no dissatisfaction with her experience gain. Rather, she appreciated it as the normal pace of leveling in the game, which was even swift considering her ample supply of weapons and restorative food and potions. Engaging in dungeons would likely yield faster results due to the concentration of monsters and the presence of bosses, which provides significant experience rewards upon defeat. Typically, high-level players, blessed with sufficient tenacity and luck, could achieve a level up in just over a month, provided they had access to dungeons and resources. while average players would progress more slowly. In the early stages, although the required experience was minimal, players had limited attack options. As the game progressed, while attack methods increased, so too did the experience required for leveling. By the time she met her demise in her previous life, it was already the end of the third year of the game's invasion, and the top player on the leaderboard had only reached level 27. Individuals like Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan, who lacked neither fortune nor influence, had only attained level 25. The connection between the alien realm and Blue Star through the medium of a game is not without reason, as this world resembles a vast gaming arena where defeated monsters drop items. The skeletal wolves had an exceedingly low drop rate. Approximately 10 monsters needed to be slain for just one to yield something, typically a few copper coins. Over the course of 2 hours, she acquired a pair of bone bracers that increased her constitution by 1. This was attributed to her luck rating of 10, which significantly enhanced her drop rates. Yu Xuanga did not disdain her meager rewards. She collected every copper coin that fell and donned the bracers. In the real world, she might have scorned Su Jinshuan's dirty belt, but once engaged in battle, she became pragmatic. Occasionally, she would gather arrows that fell alongside the coins. Yet she refrained from retrieving those embedded in monster corpses or scattered far away. Such items could easily be purchased from the shop, where a single silver coin could buy a pack of 99, and even in reality, one could order high-quality arrows for less than 10 yuan. She wholeheartedly agreed with the elven adage that time is money. As the ground emitted a crisp sound beneath her feet, Yu Xuanga glanced down to discover a copper coin. With a sense of earnestness, she bent to retrieve it. Time is money. Well, since she had nothing else to occupy her, she thought it prudent to engage in some practical training. After diligently practicing moving target shooting at the archery range, she experienced remarkable progress that afternoon. Having thoroughly acclimatized to the rhythm of battle, Yu Xuanga ventured into the forest, where the creatures posed a slightly greater challenge, being level 3. At 9 p.m., Xing Minglang, who was just taking over the night shift from his colleague, heard the signal from outside the treehouse outpost. He casually pressed the bell on the table, activating the mechanisms outside. Confirming that the visitor was human, he approached and opened the wooden door, only to find a rather unique player resembling a cowcat. He welcomed her in with a casual greeting, inquiring, "Had a fruitful day?" Yu Xuanga utilized a skill to cleanse herself of the bloodstains that marred her attire, responding nonchalantly, "It was decent," before asking, "Do you accept translation devices here?" Xing Minglang replied, "Have you achieved intermediate engineering?" "Yes," she confirmed. "Impressive. However, we do not accept them here." Realizing the strict policy of this establishment, she quietly produced 2 silver coins, preparing to pay for her stay that night. The price was firmly set at the psychological threshold for lone wolves, as her earnings from battling monsters all day amounted to 2 silver and 67 copper coins. Yet, Xing Minglang seemed unsatisfied, suggesting you could opt for a monthly package. By providing a skill crystal, you can stay for free for a month, inclusive of 3 meals a day and a complimentary treatment every day. 1 crystal equated to 3 gold coins. While the offer of a month's accommodation along with meals and treatment seemed reasonable, Yu Xuanga ultimately decided to part with her coins. In her eyes, the skill of the Fate Wheel was far more valuable than mere gold. From 10 in the morning until 9 at night, excluding meal and rest breaks, she had battled for a total of 10 hours, yielding 3 pieces of equipment, a testament to the allure of her luck at level 10. In her previous life, when her luck was merely at level 8, she often spent entire days alone battling monsters, typically acquiring only 1 piece of equipment, and on exceptionally fortunate days too. Such instances were rare. However, the difference between level 2 luck and that of level 10 felt like a chasm. Even after selling over 100 Fate Wheel skill crystals to the official channels, Yu Xuanga did not feel as though she had suffered a loss. Equipment was categorized into 5 tiers: inferior, ordinary, fine, rare, legendary, and epic. The inferior and ordinary tiers lacked any luminous quality, while from the fine tier onwards, the equipment began to emit a faint glow: green for fine, blue for rare, purple for legendary, and orange for epic. Additionally, there existed sets that, when complete, could surpass even epic quality, though individual pieces might not measure up to legendary items. Much like Yu Soros, which ranked as S when assembled but merely A when divided. The tier designation served only to indicate the quality of the equipment and did not correlate with its level. For instance, the auction house featured level 5 legendary items, while equipment below level 5 held little monetary value. Even a level 5 purple item might only fetch a few dozen gold coins. However, with an increase in equipment, the overall strength has risen, enabling a more efficient approach to monster hunting and leveling up. One can only say that Yu Xiong'e and the officials mutually benefit, engaging in an equitable collaboration where neither party gains an unfair advantage. She does not believe that the officials would reserve such skills for level 10 or beyond. Although the rewards might be superior, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of setbacks. It is unwise to withhold valuable resources in anticipation of future opportunities, as such habits may lead to their eventual absence. Chapter 53. Leveling Up 2. Placing 2 silver coins upon the table. Yu Xiong'e opted to pitch her own tent for a respite. With a wealth of experience in wilderness survival, her pack was replete with an array of fully functional camping gear. She ignited some charcoal and set up a small pot, preparing a nourishing dish of meat and noodles to restore her vitality and alleviate fatigue. Aromas wafted from various nearby tents, as adept players often indulged in the culinary arts. It was not merely a matter of sustenance during their monster hunting endeavors, but also a lucrative skill to master. Not all beta testers had the means to learn cooking, and any food crafted could be sold to those less skilled in the culinary domain. Yu Xiong'e portioned out a serving of her meat noodles and, carrying 2 bowls, approached the front where a group had gathered around the bespectacled man. The table was laden with an assortment of food, and upon noticing her arrival, someone cheerfully beckoned her over. Come, we're just exchanging information. Join us." With a smile, Yu Xiong'e took a seat and placed her dish amidst the spread of food. "Are we charging for this?" she inquired. A girl nearby gazed in awe at Yu Xiong'e's visage, having recognized her from a performance she had seen. It was she who had invited Yu Xiong'e to sit. "He wants a charge, but we're just chatting here," she replied. Xing Minglang, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "I can't divulge anything. We have our rules, and most of the profits are meant for the common folk." A young man beside him shoved a piece of chicken into his mouth, silencing him. We know. Though perhaps a touch selfish, none had completely forsaken their morals. Even Yu Xiong'e was not entirely frugal. To put it bluntly, had she possessed fewer scruples, she could have easily followed Zhao Shuang, aligning with a player who would lead her to the teleportation portal, utilizing invisibility, shape-shifting, or slipping through pockets. There were always loopholes to exploit should one's principles wane. Conversations among the players continued until midnight, during which Yu Xiong'e gleaned valuable insights about high-level monsters and areas best avoided. Midway through, a box of cockroaches arrived, led by a short-haired woman and a stout-browed man in military attire. Noticing the lively discussion, the short-haired woman approached to share a drink. Yet, despite the overt warmth and camaraderie displayed by those present, Yu Xiong'e remained steadfast, consuming only the provisions she had brought. To avoid encounters with other players, she set out at dawn the following day at 6 o'clock to hunt monsters. Having accrued 473 experience the previous day, she deemed her efficiency lacking and resolved to venture deeper into the forest in search of level 4 to 6 monsters. She equipped her bow and arrows, acknowledging that while the draw time was longer than the rapid fire of a crossbow, the bow's lethality was superior. Her current gear consisted of a necklace that reduced cooldown times, along with bracers that enhanced her constitution by 1, a belt that similarly boosted her constitution, cloth boots that increased her intelligence by 1, and a cloth vest that elevated her agility by 1. Character: Yu Xiong'e, level 0, 473, health, 350 mana, 400 strength, 10 constitution, 13 intelligence, 15 agility, 21 Yesterday, while dining, she scrutinized the data of all players present. They were all at level 0, with individual attributes mostly ranging from 5 to 10 points, their total attribute points falling between 25 and 31. In stark contrast, Her cumulative 4 attributes soared to an impressive 59, a gap of approximately 30 points, equivalent to a level difference of 6. It seemed almost trivial for her to bully lesser creatures. Her previous day's endeavor could be considered a warm-up for training her mobility in target shooting. Yet today, she aimed to hone her ability to strike at the vital points of monsters. Among the talents of a sharpshooter, there exists a passive skill named "You Are Too Weak" passive, which grants her the keen ability to discern the weaknesses of her foes during battle. She realized that each time she entered combat, she could see 1 to 4 red dots appearing on the monsters, indicating their vital spots. However, the ever-changing nature of battle made it challenging for her to hit them. Before long, she discovered traces of spider silk and, following it, came across a venomous spider weaving its web between the branches of a tree. Yu Xiuanga took aim and released an arrow that pierced through the air, striking the spider squarely in its abdomen. In the next instant, the creature's name and health appeared above it. Venomous spider, level 4. Health, 270-334. The spider's mandibles unleashed a stream of green venom, but as it contracted its abdomen, Yu Xiuanga had already evaded, deftly dodging while simultaneously unleashing magical missiles that automatically locked onto the target without the need for further aim. Once she steadied herself, she immediately resumed her bow and arrow stance to take aim once more. Yu Xiuanga rarely found herself with a moment of respite. This was a skill honed from her previous life. Even while rolling to evade an attack, or landing awkwardly face down, or turning to flee, she would still manage to unleash a skill to claim a piece of flesh from her adversary. Unlike those elite players who favor grand, flashy moves, she preferred skills with brief casting times and short cooldowns that allowed her to move freely while casting. After all, high damage was meaningless if one could not land a hit. Grand spells often took too long to cast, making them susceptible to interruption, and once evaded, they were no more than a waste of mana, akin to a firework display. Each magical missile struck the spider for a mere 5 points of damage, a far cry from the 60 damage she dealt with a single arrow. However, the rapid-fire nature of the magical missiles allowed her to unleash 2 to 3 projectiles per second without the need for incantation, making them ideal for launching while on the run. In her previous life, many pursuers had not perished beneath her grand spells, but rather succumbed to her relentless magical missiles. With another 2 arrows loosed, the spider lunged at Yu Xiuanga, prompting her to use push shot to repel the creature. She followed up with 2 more arrows and several magical missiles, reducing the level 4 spider's health to 0. Maintaining her bow-drawn posture, she approached the fallen spider and nudged it over with her foot, revealing a pair of boots glowing with a greenish hue beneath it. Truly, she was remarkable, having acquired loot so swiftly. She picked up the boots. Spider silk boots, exquisite. Attributes: intelligence 3, magical property, 6 movement speed. Quite impressive, 2 beneficial enhancements. She immediately sought a safe spot to don the boots. Upon checking her experience points, she discovered that, thanks to the experience bonus from defeating higher-level monsters, her experience had surged by 0.01. In other words, slaying 100 spiders would yield a 1 increase in experience, significantly faster than hunting skeletal wolves. Yet, it was still insufficient. She yearned to confront even more formidable foes. Despite the thief god's rule of not preying upon those weaker than oneself, which prohibited her from stealing items and attributes from individuals of a lower level, she had no intention of suppressing her level for this reason. Chapter 54. Her strength cannot be concealed. Her relentless efforts were driven by a desire for self-improvement, an aspiration for Yu Xiuanga to forever look up to her. She sought to dominate him, planning to eliminate him once she had expended her pent-up frustrations. Even though she currently refrained from confronting the protagonists, her restraint was merely a strategy to exploit them, to betray them when the moment was ripe, using minimal effort to topple the formidable trio of Su, Liang, and Han. There were myriad ways to lurk in the shadows. One could be a rat in the gutter or a revered powerhouse. In her previous life, her attributes were unremarkable. She had forged her path through sheer combat talent, with Yu Xiuanga occasionally taking her into battles to vent her frustrations against those harboring negative sentiments towards him. However, pursuing this path in her current life evidently proved unfeasible. She could offer Yu Xuanhuan some incentives to gain his trust, yet she was intolerant of even the slightest grievances. She intended to position herself as a formidable ally, ensuring that when the Su, Han, and Liang families encountered a daunting adversary, they would first think of her, thus allowing her to infiltrate their ranks and instigate chaos. There were times to be cautious and times to be assertive. Her strength was simply too conspicuous to hide. Yu Xuanga sighed, rubbing her temples in exasperation. She could disguise her attribute points and levels, but one could never mask the damage dealt in combat. With a single arrow, her damage output was significantly higher than that of others. Any discerning observer could easily discern the difference. Utilizing the detection feature of Soros's watch, Yu Xuanga carefully avoided the numerous trees marked as a transformed magical abode. To her astonishment, their quantity was considerable. As she traversed through the territory of spiders and passed by level 5 creatures, it was until she reached the domain of a level 7 beast that she could no longer see the tree houses. It appeared that the developers, leveraging modern technology and teamwork, had only managed to reach this point. She was left wondering when they had arrived and what levels they had attained now. After venturing deeper into the forest, Yu Xuanga finally encountered her target for the day. Living Dead, level 8. Health, 890. Resembling the zombies depicted in cinematic works, she had spent considerable time combating such entities in her past life. They were neither truly alive nor fully dead, resembling a comatose state. Yet they could only be found in regions inhabited by the undead. These creatures were the failed attempts at resurrection by the undead, encompassing various races. Strictly speaking, the undead were a collective of multiple races, including blood elves, undead trolls, undead gnomes, and undead tauren. As long as one had perished and was willing to relinquish their original faith to be resurrected by the true undead with dark powers, they became part of the undead race. Before Yu Xuanga stood a living dead whose original visage was unrecognizable. Its limbs were contorted, and remnants of flesh clung to its lips. Without hesitation, Yu Xuanga drew her bow, under the pressure of level disparity. Even though her attributes were comparable to a level 6, her normal attacks inflicted a mere 10 points of damage, akin to merely scraping the surface of the creature. However, while the living dead possessed high attack power, their movement speed was notably sluggish. She unleashed a flurry of snowflakes with her Ice Flower Seal. This skill was instantaneous, though it required 3 seconds to take effect. When the snowflake landed on the undead, it immobilized them in place after the allotted time. Yu Xuanga summoned her shadow, instructing it to unleash a continuous barrage of arrows from the shadow bow in her possession. Once the icy markings on the monster shattered, freeing it from its bindings, she directed the shadow to draw the creature's attention while she positioned herself behind, targeting its vital points. Amidst the chaos of various skills, it took Yu Xuanga nearly 50 arrows to bring down the creature. Her experience points surged by 0.1, a 10-fold increase compared to that of Spider. Of course, the time taken to slay the monster was also 10 times that of a spider. However, this was not merely a matter of additive calculations. Killing spiders posed little challenge or difficulty, failing to serve her purpose of honing her skills. Although her method against the undead relied on skill control and shadow manipulation, what there were 1 or 2 more. In her previous life, she often found herself fleeing, rarely allowing herself to be cornered. Her record stood at defeating 3 relentless members of the Liang family in a 1-against-3 scenario, who had been ordered to procure one of her arms as proof of their success. It was during that encounter that she was gravely injured and lay in the sewers for several days. Putting aside the training objectives, the undead were level 6, yielding far greater loot than spiders. She picked up 4 copper coins from the ground, deciding this would be her focal point for leveling up for the foreseeable future. At 11 a.m., having completed her tasks, Yu Xuanga clutched a homemade meat patty that replenished her mana upon consumption. As she ate, she hurried towards the forest's edge, confident in her ability to handle 3 undead simultaneously without sustaining any injuries. Yet she knew this was insufficient. She planned to acquire better equipment and purchase additional arrows, ensuring both her survival and training were well balanced. Upon reaching the forest periphery, she transformed into a cowcat and ventured into the dimly lit sewers beneath the city, reverting to her goblin form after exchanging 3 gold coins for better attire. She then made her way to the auction house. With a translator nestled in her ear, a blue magical screen unfolded before her eyes, enabling her to comprehend the items available in the auction house. She refrained from purchasing anything too extravagant, as high-quality items will be challenging to resell once they became obsolete. Early players typically had limited funds. Even if an item was worth its price, others might still be unable to afford it. Green gear under level 5 was ideal, cost-effective, easy to trade, and reasonably priced, often available for under 1 gold. With 7 equipment slots, helmet, shoulder pads, chest armor, gloves, belt, pants, and boots, Yu Xuanga invested 7 gold and 21 silver in a set of decently attributed green gear, with each piece enhancing her constitution by 5 or more. During her low-level days, a lone wolf could earn approximately 3 silver coins a day from monster slaying alone, not accounting for equipment and other item drops, which amounted to 1 gold a month. In her previous life, she was fortunate and diligent, managing to assemble a complete set of green gear only by the 3rd month, only to have her finely crafted leather boots exchanged for a piece of worthless green gear by Yu Xuanhuan, who concocted various excuses to do so. In truth, the boot possesses a singular uniqueness, as its sole conceals a letter pertaining to a task within the Liang family's narrative. The Liang family has been in pursuit of this boot, yet they are apprehensive about attracting the attention of others, thus refraining from a bold search. Upon discovering this, Yu Xuanhuan decided to exchange the boot from her possession to win Liang Yuchuan's favor. Had the matter ended there, Yu Xuanga would not harbor such resentment. It was her ignorance of the true value of the item that led to her discontent, much like the acquisition of antiques. When others are aware of the true worth of an object, the ability to exchange it lies in their own prowess. Chapter 55, Busy. Yet unaware of the purpose to speak frankly, had she known that there was an unremarkable treasure in Yu Xuanhuan's possession capable of bestowing upon her immense benefits, she might have devised a means to acquire it. The only distinction would likely lie in her intention to offer Yu Xuanhuan some form of compensation afterward. However, Yu Xuanhuan was different. He not only refrained from offering any recompense, but also shifted the blame onto her. After selling that pair of boots, the Liang family experienced a significant enhancement in strength due to the instance, while the Su and Han families harbored resentment towards her. Yu Xuanhuan stood in her defense, bestowing various advantages upon the Su and Han families to protect her. Upon hearing Yu Xuanhuan explain that the Su and Han families were incensed with her because the original owner of the boots belonged to her, she was left speechless. Although she wished to clarify that she had exchanged the boots with Yu Xuanhuan, the malice from the Han and Su families was genuine, as was Yu Xuanhuan's willingness to sacrifice for her. Yu Xuanhuan further stated that he had already explained the situation, yet Su Yitong was reluctant to act against him, and the Han family, out of deference to the Su family, would not oppose him either, thus directing their ire towards her. He promised to protect her to the best of his ability, which deeply moved Yu Xuanga at that moment. In retrospect, she felt an urge to curse. Had he not concealed the fact that the boots were hers, would they have sought her out? The thought of Yu Xuanhuan and his associates soured her previously buoyant mood. With a stoic expression, Yu Xuanga made her way to the weapon shop to purchase a specially crafted quiver. While it offered no enhancements, it could hold up to 999 arrows. Once she replenished her stock of arrows, she promptly exited the city, returning to the territory of the undead. Yu Xuanga was clad entirely in black, an ominous green glow faintly emanating from her attire. Her ensemble included a headband, enhancing her constitution by 5. Exquisite leather armor with a 7 boost to constitution. Beast-hide trousers also granting 7 to constitution. A pair of bone shoulder guards adding 5 to her constitution. A waist cincture of the fallen knight enhancing her constitution by 3. Wolfskin gloves yielding a 6 enhancement, and wolfskin boots contributing an additional 5 to her constitution. Yu Xuanga had truly become formidable, exuding an almost terrifying strength. Character: Yu Xuanga, level 0, 1. 583. Health points: 2,150, 2,150 magic points, 350, 350 strength, 10 constitution, 13, 38 intelligence, 15 agility, 21 luck, 10 charisma, 10 she was now free to unleash her potential. Any boss not exceeding level 10 would find it impossible to eliminate her, and as long as she remained unvanquished, she could make her escape. Yu Xuanga chose not to summon shadows. Instead, she brandished her crossbow and provocatively challenged 5 undead. As they surrounded her, she deftly evaded their attacks while targeting their vulnerabilities. Within a mere 5 minutes, she was drenched in sweat. The undead moved slowly, but their combined efforts negated that advantage. Although their reactions were sluggish, they retained a vestige of combat awareness, with 3 of them simultaneously striking at her head, throat, and heart, while 2 targeted her lower body. Evasion was manageable. Yet Yu Xuanga found herself bending and lifting her legs to dodge, while simultaneously firing. The bolts soared through the air, missing their mark. As a creature lunged downward, Yu Xuanga braced one hand to deflect and used the other to support herself as she pivoted. For a fleeting moment, she imagined that if anyone were to pass by, they would undoubtedly shout, "Stop fighting. If you wish to practice, go to the dance studio." In summary, everyone present was exceedingly occupied, yet none were fully cognizant of the true nature of their endeavors. Yu Xuanga could perceive the crimson dots on the monsters, located at their foreheads, throats, and hearts. Occasionally, these dots would shift to the sides or other positions due to the monster's erratic arm movements. Despite her ability to see them and even respond, she was perpetually thwarted in her attempts to strike. Each time she readied her crossbow, another attack would come, compelling her to evade once more. Within less than half an hour, she had already been caught over 20 times. In truth, had she solely focused on evasion, she was confident she would remain unscathed. Yet, she forced herself to repeatedly recall the days when she was pursued like a dog, compelling herself to remember the treachery of her past life. She endeavored to maintain an eternal vigilance, perpetually embodying the sense of urgency and crisis that accompanied her rebirth, as if a sword hung over her head. Was obtaining revenge on the god of food the end of her struggles? No, it was merely the beginning. A week later, a lithe and agile figure weaved through the pursuit of 7 monsters, deftly maneuvering and then suddenly sprinting up the trunk of a tree. With a powerful leap, she vaulted over the heads of the monsters, turning mid-air to unleash a rapid volley of arrows. Before she even touched the ground, 3 arrows had already found their mark in the throats, hearts, or eyes of 3 monsters, striking critical points and triggering devastating hits. Upon landing, she quickly knelt, releasing another 3 crossbow bolts in succession. Before the monsters could turn, she had already positioned herself against the tree trunk for protection, seamlessly switching to her bow to deliver further lethal shots. The monsters, having endured countless critical strikes, fell almost simultaneously. Glancing at her experience points, which had increased by 0.7, Yu Xuanga approached to search the fallen bodies. The ground was strewn with copper coins, which soon coalesced into a single silver coin. She collected that silver coin along with a dozen copper ones. This marked the 10th day since her arrival in this foreign realm, and her experience had surged to 47.21. From an initial inability to retaliate, she had progressed to occasionally countering with her rapid-fire crossbow, and now she wielded a bow with confidence. Initially, she had struggled for several days when transitioning from the crossbow to the bow, until she encountered a short-haired woman while dining in her treehouse. Noticing her scarred bow, the woman sat down and conversed with her briefly. Despite possessing 4 divine gifts, Yu Xuanga never considered herself superior to others. Upon realizing the woman's expertise with the bow, she confided her struggles during combat. To her surprise, the woman simply remarked, "Why do you always pull it back fully?" Yu Xuanga contemplated responding that she could easily draw it fully, but was abruptly struck by realization. She invited the short-haired woman for a drink. From that day forth, it was as if she had attained enlightenment. Her approach shifted not only with the bow, but also in her evasive maneuvers. She ceased to pursue maximum damage with every shot and stopped relying on exaggerated movements to evade attacks. While this approach had guaranteed her safety, it had also drained her stamina excessively. She chuckled at herself, recognizing that even in her studies of magic, she prioritized speed of casting over sheer power. Yet, upon taking up the bow, she had forgotten this principle. She had no intention of seeking out stronger monsters. She was quite satisfied with her current pace of leveling and training grounds, planning to increase her foes to 8 the following day. Recently, she has returned to a state of intense busyness. During the day, she engages in training and leveling up, hastening back to the treehouse stronghold before dusk. After dinner, she retreats to her tent to watch alchemy videos. Among players, there exists a small trading market nestled in the corner of the treehouse stronghold, where most transactions occur through barter. Although the official stronghold sells items at inflated prices, they do not prohibit players from conducting private trades. Using a translator crafted from intermediate engineering, Zaijiu exchanged with a player specializing in jewelry crafting for a pair of earrings that bestow an agility bonus of 3. While such items can be created with basic jewelry crafting skills, the materials are expensive. The costs associated with upgrading jewelry crafting far exceed those of alchemy, requiring various gemstones. Selling agility 3 earrings at a low price would surely leave the seller dissatisfied, yet pricing them too high would deter buyers, as players would prefer to allocate their funds towards other equipment. After all, it is rare to find individuals who have filled all 7 equipment slots. Chapter 56. Invitation. The outpost 0003, where Xing Minglang resided, was nearly devoid of life. In fact, it could be said that none of the outposts recently visited by Zaijiu bore any resemblance to it, save for her solitary figure adorned with 7 pieces of equipment. She did not conceal her attire, nor did she ever consider removing it. After her daily training, her health typically dwindled to a mere 200 points. Without the fortifying attributes granted by her gear, her defenses would plummet dramatically. Even with only 10 of her health remaining, she would be no more secure than any other player. The basic healing potions restored a mere 60 health points, while the intermediate ones offered slightly more at 240. Proving less effective than indulging in a few nourishing meals that would gradually replenish her vitality. Upon returning to the nearest outpost, Zaijiu found herself surrounded by staff she did not recognize. However, it was evident that anyone employed at the outpost had undergone training, as they treated everyone with kindness and courtesy. Moreover, their communication was evidently cohesive. Zaijiu handed over the skill crystal of the Wheel of Fate, observing as the attendant retrieved a ledger akin to those used in other outposts, flipping to her designated page to record her repayment. In just 2 days, she would fulfill her obligation. Content. Zaijiu entered the relaxation area of the outpost, preparing a dish that would activate her divine culinary talent, enabling her to recover 600 health points per minute. After savoring her meal, she promptly made her way to the flea market nestled in a corner of the outpost. She had no intention of selling her equipment, although she had encountered valuable items in recent days, such as a hand crossbow obtained today, Weary Sigh, rare, bonus attributes, Constitution 7 Intelligence 5, magical attributes, 1 damage 2 attack speed, equipment requirements, level 3 Constitution 17 regrettably. It required a level of 3 for use. Equipment of rare quality and above invariably came with prerequisites. The treasures she had recently acquired all bore similar stipulations, either demanding heightened attributes or elevated levels. Nevertheless, she harbored no intention to part with these valuable items. She believed in the distinct paths of different players. She was well aware that some players could disguise themselves and engage in proxy purchasing, assisting others who were unable to enter the city in acquiring various materials or equipment. Of course, the authorities would not overlook such a lucrative opportunity. They offered to guarantee purchases for players, albeit with a 1 commission, akin to extortion. Zaijiu resolved to retain her rare quality equipment for personal use, while any items of lower tiers were designated for sale. She laid out a cloth and displayed her recent finds: exquisite leather armor, fine, bonus attributes, Intelligence 6 magical attributes, 2 magical damage in the short term. She had no need for any attributes beyond Constitution. In recent days, she had only secured a pair of gloves with a Constitution bonus of 7, replacing her previous wolfskin gloves, which had offered 6. All other equipment had been sold. Zaijiu did not take pains to be discreet. Her Wheel of Fate would inevitably be unveiled, and she unabashedly showcased her fortunate luck. The denizens of the nearby outpost had grown accustomed to her routine, as she frequented the market daily to sell her wares, sometimes offering one item, at other times two. Even the authorities had made numerous purchases. In no time, the exquisite armor was sold for 90 silver coins. Yu Xiunga was not one to complain about a lack of resources. She had already exhausted the goblins, earning a modest income of 3 gold coins from her own crafting, along with an additional 50 silver coins from defeating monsters beyond her level each day. Her aspirations for purchases were numerous. She had resolved to venture to another main city the following day to exchange her earnings, ideally converting all her gold bricks into currency. After securing her cloth, several figures materialized before her, 3 men and 2 women. They squatted down and, after a brief exchange, cordially invited her to join their party. Yu Xiunga was not taken aback. For days, she had received similar invitations, driven by others' envy for her fortune and acknowledgement of her prowess. As was her custom, she declined the offer. However, this group exhibited tenacity, trailing her back to her tent, eager to converse further. Halting her steps, Yu Xiunga turned to face them and posed a straightforward question. If I can earn a piece of equipment on my own, why should I share it with you? The leader of the group maintained his smile and replied, if we team up, we can tackle higher-level monsters. Yu Xiunga, disinterested in further debate, noticed other parties in the vicinity casting glances in their direction. Thus, she elaborated, how will the more advanced equipment be divided? Will it be allocated according to contribution? How does one quantify luck, an intangible factor? If I were to find equipment, would it not be due to my good fortune? Would you all be satisfied if I were to receive a larger share? The man spoke gently. In a team, fairness is paramount. Without it, a party cannot thrive. Yu Xiunga responded, so, your implication is a split? According to your standards of fairness, each person would receive an equal portion. If I can single-handedly claim a piece of equipment, why would I choose to join you and only receive 1/6? The man's expression darkened, yet his demeanor remained congenial. Luck is indeed a difficult element to quantify. Yu Xiunga chuckled, if it is so challenging to calculate, why did you seek to invite me? After dismissing the group, Yu Xiunga reflected on their expressions, predicting that tranquility was not on the horizon. Initially, her good fortune had stirred interest, but as days passed, her daily gains surpassed those of others by 3-fold, making it increasingly intolerable for them. At 6 o'clock the following morning, as Yu Xiunga stepped out of her stronghold, she sensed a presence trailing behind her. A glance over her shoulder revealed the same 5 individuals from the previous day. Upon realizing she had noticed them, they smiled rather than retreating and continued to follow her. Having traversed the spider's territory, the 5 halted, daunted by the prospect of proceeding further. The 5 level 0 players could barely manage to defeat level 4 spiders, let alone level 5. The lanky one frowned and inquired of the leader, what shall we do? The leader replied, let us go and speak with them. Turning away, they departed, unaware that a small spider was perched on a nearby tree. Yu Xiunga swiftly transformed into a bird and took flight, trailing behind them. She had not touched the cow-cat for 7 days, yet due to her affinity with animals, she had long developed a habit of reaching out to small creatures whenever she encountered them. In the tangible world, she ensured that she would caress them every few days, maintaining a connection with 3 forms of life, land, sea, and air. Yu Xiunga cautiously trailed behind a few individuals, soon arriving at a cave into which they swiftly entered. Without hesitation, Yu Xiunga transformed into a spider, her 8 short legs propelling her forward as she struggled to keep pace with the group. Before long, voices echoed ahead, prompting her to climb the rocky wall and venture deeper. She soon beheld a small wild encampment, where several players were just awakening. Yu Xiunga counted and, including the 5-member team she was shadowing, there were a total of 21 individuals. Chapter 57. Surging Attributes, a robust man inquired, what do you think? The lanky member of the 5-person team shook his head. No deal. The burly man chuckled. It's obvious he wouldn't agree. Yet, Suji insists on having a discussion first. How amusing. The leader of the group, Suji, interjected, one must at least provide an opportunity. The burly man scoffed. You are such a hypocrite. Clearly, you possess the most ruthless methods. Yet you insist on negotiating first, as if that somehow transforms you into a virtuous person. The other players, evidently accustomed to their bickering, continued with their own tasks. Zaijiu stated, "All right, let us proceed. She will return before nightfall. Is everything prepared?" The burly man replied, "Yes, rest assured, she won't die." "But what if the officials discover us?" Zaijiu smiled politely. "And if they do, would they really risk the lives of a dozen players for a useless person?" The burly man chuckled. "Could we at least spare her legs for a while? I'd like to have some fun before they are severed. I've never had the chance to play with a celebrity." Zaijiu responded, "That sounds fine. Boss. I want in too. I want in." Zaijiu, in a good-natured tone, replied, "All right, everyone can have their turn. Once you've had enough, we'll take care of it." Xiuanga, maintaining her composure, pressed against the wall. She had already surmised the intentions of these individuals. They intended to amputate her legs, then heal her, rendering her as nothing more than a pet, a mere mascot to accompany them. No, perhaps they would not even leave her hands intact, as possessing hands would allow her to cast skills. Calmly, Xiuanga swiftly exited the cave, shedding her equipment, which reduced her health cap to 250. She then consumed a high-grade dish that provided triple critical recovery, allowing her to regain 600 health per minute. Transforming back into a spider, she hurriedly climbed back, positioning herself on the ceiling above the group. Fortunately, the cave was not high, and as they stood, they entered her skill range. "I want this, and this." Xiuanga felt as though she had finally quenched her coffee craving with a delightful brew. This skill was the most satisfying to use. Even though each repeated theft cost her 20 of her health, which amounted to only 50 points, with a recovery rate of 10 points per second. She could fully restore her health in just 25 seconds. As the group chatted and prepared a large iron cage to deal with Xiuanga, they speculated. How fortunate is she? What is her luck stat? Could it be 10? Perhaps it's a divine gift? They lamented, "Why can't we find out?" Their lips were tightly sealed. No matter, a bit of secrecy is beneficial. If they cannot discern her divine talent, it stands to reason that they would not disclose our divine gifts either. That is true, but if discovered, wouldn't we face severe punishment? Perhaps we should just confine her here. What a pity. It would have been nice to play with her a bit longer. Ha, even without her legs, we can still have fun. Ha, indeed. Not everyone possesses the same industriousness as Xiuanga. While the game may be entertaining, when it transforms into a stark reality where injuries inflict pain and death is imminent, even those who are no longer mere mortals can feel trepidation. Moreover, given the limited offensive capabilities available to players at present, one can only rely on their divine bestowed talents. Xiuanga had been stealthily pilfering for a full hour, and yet this group had yet to depart. This hour was remarkably productive, although she had not paused during her previous thefts of Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan, constantly consuming healing potions to replenish her health. The potions had cooldowns, despite her reckless expenditure. Even while consuming meat to restore her vitality, her skill usage frequency had been rather modest. However, today, endowed with the food god talent and advanced culinary skills, she could regenerate 10 health points per second, while each skill usage demanded a cost of 50 health points. Thus, one might ponder, with one faucet pouring and another siphoning, how long would it take to fill the pool? As Xiuanga continued her thievery, she found her focus wavering, eventually ceasing only when the group had split into several teams to exit the cavern. By the end, her backpack contained 5 additional items, and her attribute points had increased by 17. Although the probability of acquiring items was twice that of gaining attribute points, it paled in comparison to the current scarcity of possessions among players. At present, Xiuanga's attributes were as follows. Health, 350 mana, 650 strength, 10-7 vitality, 13-2 intelligence, 15-6 agility, 21-4 luck, 10 charisma, 10 with the addition of 17 attribute points. Her attributes rivaled those of a level 9 player. They were not villains, but rather a flock of unsuspecting sheep. Yet this was far from the conclusion. Xiuanga had no intention of halting her theft of attribute points or considering her vengeance complete. Though the words of those individuals stirred no emotion within her, it did not imply a lack of anger. She harbored no doubt that they would act upon their words. transforming into a small bird. Yu Xiuanga followed the direction of the last departing team, swiftly locating them by the sounds of chaos. A few were aggressively assaulting a venomous spider with silenced firearms. In her anima form, she could not utilize skills beyond those granted by her divine talent, and thus she took her time to revert, as she had the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Utilizing the Soros pocket watch, she discerned the data of the man standing at the forefront, shield in hand. Strength 7 vitality, 4 intelligence, 5 agility, 5 luck, 5 charisma, 3 seizing the opportune moment just as the spider charged toward the shield. She employed the skill, "Your combination is inadequate, I dislike it," for her acquired fate gear, which she had yet to utilize. This skill would rotate the target's fate wheel, swapping their highest and lowest attributes for a duration of 1 hour, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Yu Xiuanga perceived a flicker in her vision as strength and agility seemed to momentarily falter. In the next instant, strength diminished to 4, while agility surged to 7. A tinge of disappointment washed over her. It appeared that charisma, being an unassignable attribute, could not be exchanged. However, upon further reflection, if transformation were indeed possible, the Wheel of Fate would not merely be rated as B class. It would undoubtedly warrant at least an A. As the game progresses, players will allocate points to their attributes, and even those who favor extreme specialization must, by necessity, invest a modicum of points into other attributes due to the equipment requirements. As levels increase, most attributes will surpass double digits, with only luck and charisma peaking at a mere 10. The sudden drop in strength caught the shield bearer off guard, resulting in him being propelled backward uncontrollably. In a state of panic, he shouted in alarm, bewildered by his inability to defend against the onslaught since the very beginning. Now, he found himself unceremoniously launched away. With the formation disrupted, the remaining players fell into disarray as well. Chapter 58. Investigation. As Yu Xiuanga simultaneously canceled the Anima Magnus transformation, she swiftly invoked, "Come forth," to assume the guise of a goblin, subsequently casting a layer of illusion upon herself. In a mere instant, only one person on the ground caught a fleeting glimpse, mistaking the apparition for a shadow flitting among the trees, which vanished the next moment. She first launched an ice flower seal toward the individual standing at the rear, then drew her bow and unleashed an arrow imbued with push, sending a wave of energy that propelled the 5 towards the spider's location, leaving them dazed for 3 seconds. This brief interlude was ample time for the spider's legs to pierce through 2 of them. She then projected her shadow, which darted into the fray, ensnaring the 2 individuals at the center. Even though they had regained their senses from the daze, it was too late. With a masterful synergy between Yu Xiuanga and the spider, the small team was swiftly eradicated. The venomous spider commenced its feast upon the fallen players. Yu Xiuanga remained motionless. The nearest treehouse stronghold was merely 5 minutes away. She retracted her shadow, transforming into a small bird and alighting on another tree. Morphing into a diminutive spider concealed within the crevices, an impeccable visual blind spot. Uncertain whether the opponents possessed any detection abilities, she acknowledged that although Anima Magnus could obscure most skills and items from scrutiny, even if discovered, her goblin disguise provided an additional layer of protection. After patiently waiting for a while, she observed a group approaching from a certain direction, working together seamlessly to eliminate the spider that was dining. Yu Xiuanga glanced at her pocket watch. It had only been 7 minutes since the annihilation of the team. The group paused beside the 5 corpses. One individual scanned the surroundings, proclaiming, "No one here." A woman with long hair crouched down to inspect, remarking, "This appears to be a blunder." Following this, she touched the blood with her fingers and closed her eyes, evidently employing a skill. Yu Xiuanga squinted from her perch in the tree, a multitude of scenarios flickering through her mind. If her skill could directly reveal the identity of the perpetrator, what actions would she take? If it could unveil the moments leading to the victim's demise, how would she respond? If her skill allowed her to access the memories of the deceased, Yu Xiuanga did not perceive herself as culpable. However, she found it challenging to fathom the official stance and operational methods. The situation had yet to descend into chaos, and it was not yet a time for ruthless measures. What was the official attitude towards the conflicts and bloodshed among players? It was difficult to ascertain. After the woman utilized her skills on the blood of the 5 individuals, she shook her head, stating behind us. There was an energy surge that incapacitated them for a few seconds. One was frozen by a skill just before her demise, and these 2 were ensnared by a shadow. The man with a buzz cut tilted his head, inquiring of the one who had initially claimed there was no one present. Wasn't there no one when we arrived? The latter replied, indeed, before the spider struck, I had already used my skill and saw no player information. The group conversed for a while longer, ultimately recording the details of the skills before departing. Yu Xiuanga did not rush to act. Instead, she remained still for another half hour. During this time, the official team returned twice, but she grew disinterested, transforming into a small bird and taking her leave. She was quite certain that no official marks were left on her. Having been on the run for many years, well-versed in various tracking methods that surpassed those of most others, not to mention her habit of daily inspections. How then? Had the authorities come to know of these players' deaths? Divine providence? Suddenly, she recalled the water balloons distributed at the base, which supposedly would summon someone to guide them back if crushed when lost. Displeased with the space it occupied, she had discarded it the very next day. It seemed that this could lead to complications. However, Yu Xiuanga had no intention of halting her pursuit. Employing her illusion spell, she searched the woods for quite some time before locating another small team. This time, she eschewed her bow and instead retrieved the grenades she had purchased while gathering weapons. Launching 3 of them directly, a sense of happiness enveloped Yu Xiuanga. Her mood lightened and her thoughts became clear. The remnants of the defeated teams echoed in her mind, all expressing their desires to partake in the spoils. With 2 teams eliminated, it was time for her lunch. She employed a cleansing spell on herself, changed her attire, and after tallying her earnings, she slung her longbow over her shoulder and ventured into the nearest base. Just after finishing her meal, she spotted the 5-member official team she had encountered not long ago entering. Curiosity piqued, she observed them a moment longer before returning to her meal. Once she had finished, she approached the group and crouched down, inquiring, "Are you buying equipment?" The 5 were not surprised. They had all heard of Yu Xiuanga, the fortunate starlet, and, as internal officials, they were privy to even more information, having even utilized the happiness-restored skill crystal. The long-haired woman asked curiously what equipment. Yu Xiuanga produced a rare-grade item obtained from defeating a zombie, a pair of boots. Shadow, rare, attribute bonuses. Intelligence 8 Constitution, 4 magical attributes. 2 magic damage, 1 critical damage. Equipment requirements. Intelligence 19 Agility, 12 rare-grade equipment, typically has 2 requirements. 1 for level and another for attributes. Though there are instances where both requirements pertain to attributes, subtly implying a level requirement as well, since an ordinary person's initial attributes max out around 10 to 12, with 5 attribute points gained per level. To possess intelligence over 19 and agility over 12, one would need at least to be level 3. However, if other equipment boosts could meet the attribute requirements, it would allow one to don superior gear earlier than usual. Thus, equipment that only requires attribute benchmarks tend to be priced 20 to 30% higher than those necessitating level requirements. Originally intended for sale, Yu Xiuanga had intended to part with these boots despite needing constitution for her recent training, as she planned to pursue an archer's path, valuing agility over intelligence. The others straightened their posture, undeterred by the equipment requirements. They had arrived early and were already level 2, though still far from 3, yet they believed it would merely take a month or 2 to achieve. Yu Xiuanga knew she could not sell it for more than at the auction house, nor was she seeking gold. She stated, "I wish to exchange it for skill crystals." The long-haired woman asked, "Blank ones?" "You may go directly to the exchange point." Yu Xiuanga, "They only accept my skill crystals in exchange for blank skill crystals, but I wish to trade with you. I should be able to acquire a bit more." The group exchanged glances. This hardly contravened any rules, as there was no regulation forbidding them from trading their acquired blank skill crystals with players. The man with the buzz cut inquired, "How many do you wish to sell?" Yu Xiuanga, 50 blank skill crystals. The 5 rose immediately. Yu Xiuanga, 40. The 5 did not even glance back. Yu Xiuanga, 30. The 5 began to engage in loud chatter about what to have for lunch. Do we not just eat? Oh, what do we have again? I seem to have forgotten. How could you forget? The price startled them. You Shuanga. Come back. Let us discuss sincerely. Whoever is insincere is a dog. The 5 turned in unison. You Shuanga. Grasping her boots, Yu Shuanga felt a twinge of regret. She should have sought out less astute traders. No matter how exquisite these boots were, they remained low-tier goods, fetching no more than 3 gold in the auction house. What she truly desired was information. In her previous exchanges, she had only interacted with free agents and lone wolves. The insiders possessed their own circles, enjoying benefits when exchanging with official outposts. Hence, they seldom traded with lone wolf players. Chapter 59, is that all? She inquired of the group. Do you offer discounts for exchanging blank skill stones internally? Previously, she had visited the exchange point and learned that she could only trade her own skill stones. They did not accept currency for purchases. The group, not wishing to conceal the truth, explained, Indeed, we distribute 1 stone for free every 3 days. If you wish to purchase from us using in-game currency, it is strictly set at 60 silver per stone. At that moment, Zhao Shuang had informed her that the exchange rate was 1 skill stone for 5 blank stones, which equated to a total of 3 gold coins. Was that a friendly price? After mulling over this, Yu Shuanga stowed away her boots, noticing the astonished expressions on the faces of the 5 before her. Just as a sharp retort was on the tip of her tongue, she flipped her palm and produced the skill stone she had crafted today. Titled, Happiness Again. Care to trade? 1 with a skill for 7 of her blank stones. The 5 quickly closed their mouths, swallowing the words they had poised to speak. The long-haired woman haggled. Isn't that a bit steep? At the official exchange point, you can only swap for 5 stones. Why is it 7 here? Yu Shuanga countered. How many of my type of skill stones would you need to exchange at the official point? The group fell silent, and Yu Shuanga realized that even within their ranks, things were quite murky. So will you trade? I have 2. If you both exchange, I'll sell you those boots for 3 gold coins. The long-haired woman replied, Friend, that's not how business is conducted. Yu Shuanga stood up immediately. The woman retorted, Didn't you say that anyone insincere is a dog? Yu Shuanga playfully barked, Woof. Will you trade? The 5-member team. A few minutes later, Yu Shuanga left with 3 gold coins and 14 blank skill stones. There was still one matter Yu Shuanga needed to confirm. She approached a staff member at the exchange point and directly asked, Do you have a channel for exchanging gold coins from NPCs? The staff member, a cute girl with a bob haircut, smiled. That leads us into one of our paid services. Yu Shuanga raised her hand. What is Zhao Shuang to you? The girl's smile became more genuine. She's my sister. My name is Zhao Xianin. Yu Shuanga's expression drooped. Case solved. Please continue. Zhao Xianin explained, There are 3 methods, but all require signing a contract. The first method entails a 10% share of all gold coins you exchange. The second requires a 30% share. The third method does not require sharing, but entails joining our team for 1 year, during which you can enjoy all the benefits available to internal members. Rather than expressing outrage at their greed, Yu Shuanga furrowed her brow in contemplation. She understood the significance of being able to exchange for gold coins. She felt that the higher one ascended in life, the more knowledge one gained, and many mysteries from her past began to unravel in this lifetime. For instance, why are Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong, despite their extraordinary fortune and smooth sailing, not regarded as the most formidable figures in the country? Why do the Su, Han, and Liang families, basking in glory, still refrain from brazenly violating the law, even going so far as to preemptively compile charges against themselves when pursued? Why, in her 3rd year of fleeing, did she hear that the Blue Star people were organizing a counteroffensive, launching a strike against Zealand Star? She suddenly found many of her previous notions rather absurd, such as abstaining from trading medicinal herbs and avoiding competition with the authorities for profit, striving for selfless contributions while ensuring not to hinder Blue Star's progress. After a prolonged silence, she sighed deeply, realizing she had indeed become somewhat detached. She mused, What if the method I know for exchanging gold coins overlaps with what you have shared? Will I then be required to share my earnings with you when I use my own method to obtain coins? Zhao Xianin's eyes sparkled momentarily as she replied, The contract will specify that if you have already used the method we provided prior to the signing, then the contract becomes void. Henceforth, you will not need to share your earnings with us, and you may even sell your method to us. After considerable contemplation, Yu Xuanga concluded that she should acquire an additional channel for exchanging gold coins. After all, how could she possibly compete with the machinery of the state alone? Thus, she opted for the first option. Zhao Xianin arranged for someone to cover her shift, then led Yu Xuanga to the reception area on the second floor of their base, where a wooden table surrounded by 4 stumps awaited them, and one person was already there waiting. Shortly after they sat down, Yu Xuanga received the contract. She meticulously reviewed it, finding the stipulations quite fair. If she had previously utilized her own method, the contract would immediately become null and void. She inscribed her name, after which Zhao Xianin revealed how to efficiently earn gold on Zealand Star. In the basement of a small tavern in the southeastern part of the city, there resided a drunkard who would accept any type of liquor. One could procure some alcohol from the real world to sell to him. A barrel of Erguo 2 could fetch 50 silver coins, and better quality spirits could yield even more, with the highest record being a barrel sold for 1 gold coin. However, if one wished to sell, it was best to act swiftly, as he would only purchase up to 100 gold coins worth of alcohol each day. Yu Xuanga's expression darkened as she slowly began to feel disillusioned once more. Is this it? Just this? I trade in tens of thousands of gold coins. And this is what I have to say? She propped her elbows on the table, her thumbs pressed against her forehead, fearing that if she let go, she would once again become disoriented. Zhao Xianin exchanged glances with her partner, curiously inquiring, is it too overwhelming with joy? Yu Xuanga lifted her head, adjusted her collar, and felt as though, at that moment, she resembled the business elite she had once portrayed. Do you accept gold coins? I can assist you in procuring them at a rate of 200 grams of gold for 1 gold coin. Zhao Xianin and her partner were taken aback. Zhao Xianin asked, is this method for sale? Yu Xuanga smiled, not for sale, and moreover, this method can only yield you up to 100,000 gold coins. After accounting for the 360 grams of gold required daily to mint 3 coins, I currently possess 778 gene of gold. To mint coins each month, she requires 21 pounds of gold. Naturally, it is impossible to exchange more than 10,000 pounds of gold into coins, which amounts to approximately 777 coins. Recently, she has come to learn a plethora of information unknown to her in her previous life, such as the existence of 12 races on Zealand Star, each possessing 3 main cities, totaling 36 cities. She cannot fathom why she would be unable to exchange all of it. However, if she were to assist the authorities with coin procurement, the scenario would be vastly different. She would earn a commission of 20 grams of gold for each coin, translating to 4,000 pounds from 100,000 coins. Is that a large sum? Not at all. Furthermore, this is merely the exchange ratio. I have yet to mention my remuneration. I could forego my commission, but in return, my Destiny Gear skill stones would be entrusted to you for sale, with you providing blank crystal stones at no charge. Externally, you would claim that you are only allocating 20% of the profits to me. This arrangement would be mutually beneficial for you, would it not? Zhao Xianin and another individual remained silent. Chapter 60. You won't appreciate it even if I tell you it is indeed a worthwhile investment. The significance of 100,000 gold to them is self-evident. For instance, if entirely allocated for purchasing C-grade spells, it could forge a formidable battalion. Moreover, the selling channel for the Happiness Restored skill stone itself represents a valuable resource. What Yu Xuanga desires is merely for them to provide her with a protective umbrella without participating in the profit sharing. If the item is confiscated by the authorities and she receives only 20% of the profits, the other factions will be deterred from making a move against her, nor would they covet this benefit. Conversely, any faction that wishes to acquire this skill crystal would inevitably approach the authorities for negotiation. Furthermore, the fact that the authorities are selling it on behalf of others implies that they possess the right of first purchase. Zhao Xianin mentioned that she needed to consult with her superiors. Yu Xuanga, with a calm smile, retrieved a cup of coffee from her bag, saying, "There's no rush. Go ahead." After sipping half of her drink, she noticed Zhao Xianin returning with Zhao Shuai. Yu Xuanga straightened her posture, stating, "I have some pressing matters. If you are in agreement, Let us sign the contract swiftly as I lack the time for a detailed discussion. Zhao Xianin questioned. Did you not just say there was no hurry? Zhao Shuang found it amusing. She had just observed Yu Xuanga leisurely sipping her coffee while ascending the stairs. Presenting the contract, she declared, I require 40% of the profits. This is our bottom line. After all, we publicly assert that we only take 20%, and any deviation would tarnish our reputation, which is an invaluable loss. Yu Xuanga countered, they will believe it. This item cannot remain at a fixed price indefinitely. Currently selling for 3 gold, it might represent a small team's earnings over 3 days, but what about in the future? When a small team's earnings reach 10 gold, will this item still sell for 3 gold? While this skill crystal may lack utility in combat, its value in crafting equipment is immeasurable. I cannot protect it myself. I can only seek your assistance. Zhao Shuang nodded, seemingly sighing as she echoed, you cannot safeguard it alone. You can only rely on us. Yu Xuanga pressed her lips together, aware that she had shown a crack in her facade. After all, she was still at a disadvantage compared to those truly skilled in negotiation. She asserted, I could also align myself with other factions. Zhao Shuang replied, but you do not relish factional disputes, do you? Joining a faction means internal conflicts will arise. Once the true value of this skill is discovered, other factions will contend for you and the faction to which you belong. After a long silence, Yu Xuanga rose, stating, then never mind. Zhao Shuang halted her hand, poised to lift the coffee cup, surprised at this unexpected turn of events. She looked at Yu Xuanga, her expression one of disbelief at her nonconformity to the expected script. Yu Xuanga clicked her tongue in frustration, exclaiming, I'm tired of this discussion. I'm done. I'm leaving. How can one play mahjong halfway, only to have the opponent overturn the table? Furthermore, after Yu Xuanga flipped the table, she turned to leave. But before she could take a step, Zhao Shuang grasped her hand. In a moment, the negotiation elite was leaning over the table, clutching her hand. Sister, Yu Xuanga retorted, I'm only 26. Zhao Shuang had already risen and swiftly approached her, affectionately wrapping her arm around her shoulder. Sister, Zhao Xianin called from behind, hey, I'm right here. Zhao Shuang, without looking back, replied, go away. Zhao Xianin suppressed a smile, all right. Zhao Shuang remarked, sister, let us speak kindly. Yu Xuanga retorted, you would want to hear it anyway. Zhao Shuang mused, that sentiment seems rather familiar. Yu Xuanga continued, there's a 40 chance it's impossible. At most 10. Zhao Shuang insisted, a mere 10 is indeed implausible. As Yu Xuanga shook off Zhao Shuang's grip, she attempted to depart. Zhao Shuang held on tightly, displaying more determination than when she had once tried to retain the school heartthrob's ex-boyfriend. 20. This is my bottom line. I swear. This is my ultimate limit. Coincidentally, this also happened to be Yu Xuanga's threshold. While she couldn't forego the fees, she maintained an air of indifference, stating, if I exchange for gold, I require a commission of 1. Is that too much to ask? Zhao Shuang dismissed her. You may leave, but do not expect to return. As Yu Xuanga lifted her foot to leave, she was once again embraced by Zhao Shuang. With a smile, Zhao Shuang declared, because I will pursue you. Yu Xuanga remained silent. Zhao Shuang guided her back to the table, stating, if you only exchange for 100,000 coins, your commission can only be 0.5. However, if you can manage to exchange for 200,000 coins, a 1 commission is feasible. Yu Xuanga extended her hand, deal. I will find a way to acquire 200,000 coins. Zhao Shuang's smile froze. Zhao Xianin leaned in, sister, what exquisite negotiation skills. Zhao Shuang retorted, get lost. Yu Xuanga was in no rush to confront Su Ji and the others. She awaited the contract to be delivered, confirming the terms once more, aligning with their previous discussion. 1. Player Yu Xuanga will exchange 200 gold for each coin in the Bureau of Special Affairs, with the total exchange amount not exceeding 100,000 coins, resulting in a commission of 0.5. If she manages to exchange for 200,000 coins or more, her overall commission will rise to 1. During this period, no member of the Bureau shall inquire about Yu Xuanga's methods of exchanging coins. 2. The skill crystal, happiness again, produced by player Yu Xuanga, will be exclusively sold by the Bureau of Special Affairs, which will provide blank skill crystals. The Bureau will publicly state that Yu Xiunga only profits 20, while doing its utmost to offer her protection. The profits from happiness again will grant the Bureau 20, settled every 15 natural days. The contract was quite favorable for Yu Xiunga, stipulating that the skill crystals she created were to be sold by the Bureau. Yet her personal usage or gifting to others would not constitute a breach. However, any violation of the contract would result in a random deduction of 1 attribute point from all members under the Bureau's umbrella. Should Yu Xiunga breach the contract, she would incur a loss of 10 attribute points and all her coins. Furthermore, this collaboration was time-bound, lasting only 2 years, after which a renegotiation would ensue. Yu Xiunga was not surprised. After all, the Wheel of Fate was merely a B-grade talent, and A-grade or lower divine talents lacked uniqueness. It was possible that a second might emerge at any moment. Yet, if they failed to find another, the advantage would revert to Yu Xiunga. Numerous finer details remained, such as Yu Xiunga's prohibition from exchanging coins for other factions, and after 1 year, she would disclose her methods of coin exchange to the Bureau. The cost that the Special Affairs Bureau must bear is the promise that should anything befall Yu Xiunga within these 2 years, they will invoke their divinely bestowed talents related to causality to track down the perpetrator and exact vengeance on her behalf. It is a fair arrangement. Within the span of 2 years, the Bureau will endeavor to protect Yu Xiunga as much as possible, and in the event of any misfortune, they will assist her in avenging herself. As for the method of exchanging for gold coins revealed to the Bureau after 1 year, it will not impede Yu Xiunga's own development. By that time, the goblins will have likely been thoroughly depleted by her efforts. Yu Xiunga obtained what she desired, yet she understood that a price must be paid. After meticulously reviewing the document word by word, she affixed her signature, Zhao Shuang, on behalf of the Special Affairs Bureau, then signed her name and affixed the official seal. Chapter 61. My role as a purchasing agent in the game world. Yu Xiunga inquired with curiosity. Does the game contract also require an official seal? Zhao Shuang replied with a smile, of course it does. She resumed her previous composure and elegance, making Yu Xiunga suspect that her earlier jesting was merely a tactic in their negotiation. After signing the contract, Yu Xiunga was able to verify the relevant details through her character interface, and after a thorough check, she felt at ease. Zhao Shuang stated, "We will deliver the gold within 3 days. Whenever you visit any outpost, simply inform the staff there. Your information and level have already been recorded in our system, and you currently hold the highest rank among the auxiliary personnel." Glancing at the time, Yu Xiunga noted it was already 3 p.m. If she did not hurry to hunt, her chance for revenge would be delayed until the following day. All right, I won't be going far in the next few days. I shall take my leave now. I still have matters to attend to this afternoon, she said. Zhao Shuang and Zhao Xianin escorted her to the entrance of the outpost, drawing the attention of other players. After departing from the treehouse, Yu Xiunga sprinted into the forest, donning a black cloak that enveloped her entirely. She invoked a transformation spell and arrived at the cave where she had tracked Su Ji that morning, taking her position in a corner to await her opportunity. Utilizing this time, she began to watch alchemy videos in her mind while contemplating her forthcoming strategies. With only 5 days remaining until New Year's Day, she planned to focus on leveling up in the coming days. Once the gold arrived, she would exchange it for coins, using her downtime for alchemy. After all, to exchange the gold, she needed to employ the Thief God's Disguise skill, which required accounting for cooldown times. Working 1 hour for every 5 hours. It would be inefficient to engage in combat during cooldown periods, especially since the environments outside each main city varied, making it challenging to find monsters. Instead, she would practice her professional skills in the sewers or elsewhere. Regardless, she possessed the ability to transform into an animal and utilize shadow movement, ensuring her escape in any circumstance. As dusk approached, Yu Xiunga could hear the approaching sounds of cursing. It was Su Ji and a few burly men, a total of 8 individuals. Yu Xiunga had calculated earlier that their group comprised 21 members, having only eliminated 10 that morning. Why had only 8 returned now? Was she becoming suspicious? Unlikely, as she had previously declined invitations from other teams without a hint of wariness. They must have gone to another outpost. As it had been said, she had no fixed base. Perhaps she would patrol that area tomorrow while hunting monsters. How does she dare venture so deep alone? We only dare tackle level 4, and a few of us perish today. Did you notice how powerful the monsters have become today? I truly was caught off guard. Otherwise, Xiao Si and the others would not have perished. Disregarding their chatter, Yu Xuanga took out a grenade, pulling the pin and throwing one after another, hurling 5 in total before Shadow moving to the cave entrance. Just as she manifested at the cave's mouth, the sound of explosions erupted from within. She patiently waited for 5 minutes, maintaining her illusionary form before stepping inside. From a distance, she gazed at the gruesome sight of 8 mangled corpses strewn across the floor. Rather than approaching, she drew her firearm and fired 3 shots into Suji's head, followed by the burly man, and then one after another. Each head met the same fate. After a moment of silence, she withdrew her longsword, entered the room, and severed each head from its body. Finally, she poured gasoline over them and ignited a fire, all the while preserving her invisibility. It was only after witnessing the charred remains of the bodies that Yu Xuanga felt a sense of satisfaction, using her shadowy teleportation to arrive at Outpost 0003, a journey that took no less than 2 hours from the crime scene. Zhao Shuang had said 3 days, and though New Year's Day had yet to arrive, Yu Xuanga not only settled all her debts of skill crystals, but also received 100 blank skill crystals and 40,000 pounds of gold, an amount sufficient to be exchanged for 100,000 gold coins. Such a sum of gold was astronomical to her. Even for the Su, Liang, and Han families, it was a fortune. However, in the grand scheme of the nation's reserves, it was merely a trifle, and she could envision the heated debates within their ranks regarding this transaction. Once she acquired the gold, she ventured deep into the forest, running into the territory of level 8 monsters. After ensuring no one was following her, she transformed into a goblin and shadow teleported to the edge of the Dark City's teleportation array, where she intended to seek out her goblin friends in various main cities. With 40,000 pounds of gold, she could exchange it for 111 gold coins. If she took a bit more time to haggle with the goblins, perhaps she could secure an even better deal, or so she thought. 180G for 1 coin? Are you serious? Have you heard of Bill, the wealthy man in Dark City? He trades at 170G. Then go to him. But I wish to befriend you. Let us settle on 180G. Upon exiting the Goblin District, Yu Xuanga felt the need to learn a thing or two about negotiation from Zhao Shuang. 200G for a single gold coin. Why don't you just rob them? I never intended to exchange. You're the one asking me. Do you know Bill from Dark City? Yes, why? I heard he spent all his savings on gold and couldn't even afford food for a while. I've heard that too. But he earns 60G of gold for every coin he crafts, which means he could easily amass a coin every 2 days, totaling 182 coins in a year. Plus 50 silver. Right, 182 gold and 50 silver. Over 10 years, that S1, 825 gold. So, will you exchange? 180G for a coin. It can't go any lower. Besides me, no one will offer you such a generous deal. Fine, I only have 1,000 coins. Some goblins in the main cities were impoverished, while others were affluent, yet their bottom line remained fixed at 180G for a gold coin. Pushing for a lower rate could easily incite their ire, and as she navigated through various exchanges, she discovered that Bill was indeed the wealthiest. She had not encountered any goblin willing to exchange 20,000 coins in one go, significantly hindering her efficiency. During each day, she could disguise herself twice, for 1 hour each time. Her initial plan was to allocate an hour to exchange coins and leisurely explore the exotic capital of Zealandstar. However, she soon realized that this time was insufficient. It was rare to encounter goblins like Bill, who could trade 20,000 coins in one go. Instead, she had to engage in conversation with each goblin. Exchanging 800 to 1,000 coins is feasible. With hundreds of goblins in a single capital, she diligently conversed with them one by one. Each day, she could only traverse one capital, needing to split her time into 2 sessions. The remaining hours barely afforded her the opportunity to visit the capital's restaurants and seek out local chefs to learn unique regional recipes. Yu Xiunga adeptly managed her time, utilizing her skill cooldowns to rest. Once the 5-hour cooldown concluded, she would disguise herself and venture into the city to converse with goblins for coin exchanges. Fortunately, the various capitals operated on different time zones, allowing her to consistently find one where it was daytime. Within nearly 4 hours of daily work, she managed to secure 30,000 to 40,000 coins. After several days, Yu Xiunga felt she had become more acquainted with goblins than with her peers in the entertainment industry. Upon returning to the Undercity, she transformed into a cow cat, reminiscent of the one she had encountered in the dwarven capital of Ironforge, which bore a striking resemblance to the cow cat she had initially morphed into upon arriving at Zealandstar. She then proceeded to base 0003, leaped onto a table, announced her name, and stated her intention to find Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang arrived promptly, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing the 100,000 coins exchanged, she finally felt at ease, as there had been whispers of doubt regarding Yu Xiunga's potential to abscond with the gold. Unaware of these speculations, or perhaps indifferent to them, Yu Xiunga acquired an additional 40,000 pounds of gold from Zhao Shuang and resumed her role as a coin purchaser. Chapter 62. Consumption. On January 11th, Yu Xiunga felt utterly exhausted, her physique seemingly diminished by a considerable margin. She had spoken more words in this single day than she had throughout her entire life, and she suspected that she could engage in basic daily conversations with goblins without the aid of a translator. Yet, on a psychological level, she felt immensely fulfilled. Not only had she exchanged her 10,000 pounds of gold for 27,777 gold coins, but she had also accrued an additional 22,222 gold coins through kickbacks, coupled with the 70-odd gold coins remaining from her culinary learning. Her total wealth had for the first time surpassed 50,000 gold coins. She felt as though she could spend a lifetime with such riches. After settling her 200,000 gold coins, she received a 1% commission, amounting to 2,000 gold. At present, she possessed 52,073 gold coins and 87 silver, along with 778 pounds of gold. Yu Xiunga felt a tinge of embarrassment as she grasped the coin pouch. At that moment, the dark circles under her eyes appeared significantly lighter, a pleasant collaboration indeed. Zhao Shuang remarked, "You are the wealthiest among us players." Yu Xiunga, having spoken so much in recent days that her lips felt parched, replied, "Perhaps. I can finally afford to purchase skills." Zhao Shuang pulled out a booklet and said, "Would you like to buy it? This contains our internal skill crystals." Yu Xiunga's eyes sparkled as she reached out for the booklet, but Zhao Shuang pressed her hand down. With a shy smile, Zhao Shuang explained, "This is also a paid service. The information you gain for a fee is invaluable. Many wish to purchase it but cannot, as it is confidential." Yu Xiunga inquired, "How much?" Zhao Shuang responded, 1 gold. Yu Xiunga retorted, "Do I appear so gullible?" Zhao Shuang patted her hand gently. "How can you speak so? This is a friendship price." Yu Xiunga displayed a smile reminiscent of a faux grin. "Your so-called friendship price is identical to the market price." Zhao Shuang, unfazed by any embarrassment, replied, "We had only just met for a day last time. Where would genuine friendship come from?" Yu Xiunga found herself at a loss for words. 50 silver, take it or leave it." Zhao Shuang extended one hand for payment, while swiftly placing the booklet into Yu Xiunga's grasp. Skeptical, Yu Xiunga questioned, "You're not taking a kickback, are you?" Zhao Shuang replied innocently, "Who doesn't take kickbacks these days? Don't you?" Yu Xiunga fell silent. Indeed, she did. She had even taken 2. Upon examining the contents, Yu Xiunga was genuinely astounded. In her previous life, she had lived for 3 years, believing she was well-versed in divine gifts. Yet the knowledge contained within this booklet was but a fraction of what she had acquired. However, the booklet merely contained skill descriptions without additional information. And most skills were priced below 1 gold coin, with only a select few, particularly unique or powerful skills, commanding high prices. Some were even marked as price upon consultation. For instance, on the very first page, she spotted her own skill stone. Once again, happiness. Upon use, it can modify the target's luck value, lasting for 6 hours. Price. Consultation required, such as simple description, devoid of cooldown time, divine gift level, or skill origin. Yu Xuanga couldn't help but marvel at how adept the Special Affairs Bureau was at navigating such matters. She purchased 2 divination-related skill stones. The Spirit Pen reveals answers to the questions you seek, with the complexity of the inquiry directly influencing the detail of the response. Price. 3 gold. The Will I Die allows you to divine the fortune or misfortune of your next actions. Price. 1 gold. Though she held little hope, possessing the ability to shield herself from divination, she decided to purchase the items, deeming the price reasonable for those in need. The cost alone suggested the significance of the skill. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shuang, she promptly activated the Spirit Pen. Clasping the skill stone in her hands, she contemplated, is there still a chance for Yu Xuanhuan to turn the tide? A fog enveloped her mind, and as she pondered the question, the skill stone gradually fractured, dispersing the haze to reveal a scene. In the image, Yu Xuanhuan stood in the center of a formation within the Su family's basement. While not far off, another formation contained a bloodied man. The man wore an eye mask, his disheveled hair obscuring half his face, which was smeared with blood as he shouted curses. Though she couldn't hear his words, the shape of his mouth revealed he was reciting Yu Xuanhuan's genealogy. He appeared somewhat familiar, yet she could not immediately place him. However, the location and formation were all too familiar to her. She had once laid there in her previous life. Wasn't he at the formation that stripped one of their talents? Where and when did Yu Xuanhuan acquire such a sinister formation? She could not discern the date from the divination image, nor could she ascertain the clothing they wore, as the Su family's abode maintained a year-round temperate climate. Yet, she could definitively conclude that this event was not recent. The blood used in the formation was not ordinary. She had witnessed the Su family's ritual to draw the formation, which required the blood of a level 15 boss and several high-grade gems crafted through advanced gem processing techniques. Even if the formation were to be diminished, it cannot be substituted with mere common blood, nor could the gems be replaced. Upon realizing Yu Xuanhuan's next move, her mood did not sour. Rather, it brightened. The prospect of shattering Yu Xuanhuan's hopes once more and witnessing his despair was more gratifying than anything else. She sought out Zhao Shuang, who was dining on the first floor with her sister, and purchased 2 more skill crystals of Spirit Pen. Yu Xuanga prepared to return to the real world, driven by concerns for Yu Xuanhuan and the cat in the backyard, as well as the recent unsettling currents. Zhao Shuang had hinted that she should minimize her presence at the base for the time being. She was indifferent to the unfolding events, yet since they were related to individuals like herself, blessed with divine gifts. The occurrences surrounding Su Ji were not isolated incidents. As she fled the dim city of Yuan, the number of individuals seeking her out had only increased. Fortunately, the authorities intervened, announcing that henceforth, the quota of divine talents bestowed upon Yu Xuanga would be sold through official channels, allowing her some respite. However, considering the imminent invasion of the planet Zealand, Yu Xuanga resolved to return early to guard the treasures that might undergo mutation. Before departing, she made a trip to the Dark City auction house, where she purchased 1,000 exquisite grade belts. Due to their varying styles, they could not be stacked. Thus, she meticulously packed them into a large chest to fit into her game backpack. She also acquired numerous materials required for intermediate and advanced potions. Advanced alchemy only had the most basic herbs available at the apothecary. The majority of the materials had to be procured from the auction house. Many of the components essential for advanced alchemy were products crafted by other professions upon reaching a high level. The materials Yu Xuanga had previously stockpiled had long been depleted during her numerous practice sessions. The path beyond advanced alchemy primarily involved a repetitive cycle of watching alchemical videos for guidance, spending money to purchase materials for practice, and further studying alchemical techniques. This journey demands both patience and dedication, and she was prepared to embrace several years of learning. Although her attempts at practicing advanced recipes had thus far resulted in failure, yielding only marginal improvements, she understood that mere observation was insufficient. She was willing to invest the time, and effort required. Chapter 63. Returning to reality in addition. She acquired 3 new skills. Portal. Grade A. This skill allows one to establish an anchor point at a chosen location, enabling travel to that anchor through a portal. At any given moment, only 2 anchor points may exist simultaneously. Priced at 1526 gold, it is still a more economical option compared to the official portal services. Although the cost is tenfold, it offers permanence and serves as a means of escape. Eyes of the Hunt. Grade A. Upon activation, this skill reveals all life forms within a 50-meter radius to your perception, consuming 100 mana points each minute. Valued at 817 gold, it surpasses the utility of visibility potions. She could transform into an animal to evade official squads, and while it does not disclose the names of these life forms, it is reasonable for an A-grade skill to have limitations. Reign of Hatred. Grade A. This skill unleashes a barrage of energy arrows upon a designated area, inflicting damage to all enemies within that region over a span of 5 seconds. Each use requires the expenditure of 250 mana points and has a cooldown period of 3 minutes. Priced at 1279 gold, it is essential for her upcoming monster farming endeavors. Beast Tongue. Grade B. This skill enables the learning of 27 common animal languages upon activation, costing 388 gold. She has long been curious about what the cats in her backyard might be discussing, and this knowledge could prove useful for gathering intelligence in the future. Spider Silk Trap. Grade F. This skill allows the placement of a trap that ensnares and paralyzes the target, requiring 3 bundles of spider silk for each use. She intended to enhance her villa with such traps. While they are easily escaped, a touch of poison could significantly alter their effectiveness, and at only 17 gold. Along with the spider silk priced in mere copper coins, it is quite affordable. Having spent 3,000 gold on high-level alchemical materials, 3,639 gold on skills, 1,000 gold on a belt, and 388 gold on entertainment, she found herself down by 27 gold in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for her recent lucrative endeavors, such expenditure would have been insufferable. She increasingly believed that the players who honed their skills to advanced levels in her previous life on Blue Star were predominantly nurtured by the official establishment. However, she felt no envy. Such contracts were binding, and without them, it would be impossible to maintain control over such significant matters. Regrettably, after scouring the auction house, she could not locate a skill book detailing the crafting of skill crystals. Perhaps it was a divine gift. Nevertheless, she had no need to purchase one, as the official contract provided her with blank crystals for crafting, and her requirements were not extensive. Exchanging with internal personnel would suffice. Finally, she sought out the bed of the joyful sorceress, which was now discounted to 19 gold per piece. Yet, she hesitated to make the purchase. While she had previously gifted Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan a wedding present, and was willing to spend for the sake of enhancing the World S experience, she could not justify spending 19 gold on Yi Qiuhua and Yu Qingshan. That was out of the question. After some searching, she found a suitable alternative. Handcuffs of the Joyful Demon, Grade D with similar effects. It was available for only 2 gold. This would do. After delivering some bait to Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga departed from the auction house. Passing by a grocery store, she discarded all the props she had pilfered from Su Ji's group, earning over 90 silver coins. She then navigated her way through the sewers, transforming into a cat, then into a spider, ultimately arriving at the underground storage room of a restaurant, where she established an anchor point on the ceiling's corner. Even if she arrived upside down, it mattered little. She deemed the ceiling far safer than the ground, as it lay within the blind spots of most individuals. After completing her tasks, Yu Xuanga scurried back to the sewers, deactivating her disguise skill and changing into modern attire. In the next moment, she crushed the teleportation stone provided by the authorities. Upon arriving at Blue Star, her first task was to sense the teleportation array and confirm that her skills could be utilized at any time, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then set another anchor point within the safe house on the top floor of her villa, thus securing another escape route. Yu Xuanga had finally returned. Su Yitong paused for a moment upon hearing the name, then immediately instructed Yu Xuanhuan to find an excuse to invite Yu Xuanga to dinner. After a brief hesitation, she added, "You can bring your parents along as well." Yushu and Huan, in good spirits, agreed, suggesting, "How about a family feast? I'll handle the cooking." Su Yitong shook her head. "You are the host. What kind of meal would you prepare?" She held a favorable opinion of Yushu and Huan. Good-looking, adept at winning her favor, and with a family that understood the dynamics. Aside from the peculiar requirement of turning off the lights for nighttime communication, there were no significant issues, leading her to feel a sense of affection towards him. Moreover, recent reports indicated that luck was a particularly unique and vital attribute. And Yushu and Huan's extraordinary full-value luck naturally earned him additional patience from her. Yushu and Huan maintained a composed expression and replied affirmatively. Once back in his room, he concealed his smile, sitting quietly for a while, lost in thought before messaging Yushuanga. "Yushu and Huan. Yushuanga, sis, I miss you so much. Let us have a family dinner together." This was not mere flattery. It was his rare heartfelt sentiment. Although Su Yitong had treated him well recently, she never shared significant family matters, especially those concerning their gaming strategies. He was oblivious to the specifics of Su Yitong's divine gift. Even its level remained a mystery to him. In fact, he realized that even a family driver or butler was more informed than he was. Despite the recent improvements in her attitude toward him, they were still minimal. The more he compared, the more he appreciated how considerate Yushuanga had been when she had unhesitatingly revealed the existence of this game to him. "Yushuanga, sounds good when shall we meet? I've also brought gifts for all of you. Happy autumn fruit. Hee, good daughter, your mother adores your gifts." Depressed Qin Shan. "It's acceptable, I suppose." Yushuanga, little face turning yellow. JPG, Yushuanga. There's no need to share everything with the child. Happy autumn fruit. A gift worth 30 gold. What's wrong with sharing my experience? My daughter truly has a thoughtful disposition. Observing the lively chat group, Yushu and Huan couldn't help but smile joyfully. Yushuanga was preparing a meal for the cats in the backyard. Since her departure in mid-December, it was now nearly mid-January. The cacophony of meows echoed around her. Whenever she delayed in cooking, the cats would vocalize their displeasure. Previously, she had been unable to comprehend their sounds, mistakenly believing they were scolding her. However, having acquired the skill of animal linguistics, she could finally understand them. Indeed, they were chastising her. Had she known, she might have chosen not to learn it. With a stoic expression, Yushuanga prepared roasted spider legs and a large bowl of fresh meat and lamb milk soup for them, along with an abundance of dried fish and chicken treats, filling every food bowl in the backyard. She even created a well using Fountain of Light, whose spring water possessed restorative properties. While uncertain of its benefits for the cat's health, she remembered it being quite palatable from her previous encounters during battles. Sure enough, several cats approached the well and tasted the flowing water, becoming so enamored that they momentarily forgot about their meals. Listening to the contented sounds of the cats feasting and drinking, Yushuanga reclined on the lawn, her hands resting behind her head, relishing the rare tranquility. It seemed Su Yitong had come to the banquet with ulterior motives. Although news of players being able to visit Zealand Star could not circulate due to contractual constraints, there are always loopholes. The practicality of the Another Happiness skill had certainly been whispered about, and she doubted the Su family lacked connections within the official circles. However, it was too late. She had already been forcibly conscripted by the authorities. Chapter 64. The rift has formed, yet remains incomplete as for whether there exists a divine gift for detecting lies. There undoubtedly is. Yu Qingshan's skill too enables lie detection. However, she firmly believes that the authorities must possess countermeasures. Otherwise, would her 20% profit be relinquished in vain? Yushuanga contentedly closed her eyes. How long do you think she'll be gone? Perhaps she's off hunting for food. Meow, 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 it's truly delicious. Such delectable food must be challenging to procure. We should bring her a gift next time. What should we bring? A mouse? She cooks so well. Surely, she wouldn't eat mice. I'm not sure, but I feel compelled to bring her something. I feel it too. Meow, it's a strange sensation after hearing this. Yushuanga felt a sense of relief. It seemed the cat den was likely to mutate. After a thorough half-day of relaxation, Yushuanga began her search for small cockroaches. However, after turning the entire villa upside down without success, she ultimately decided to purchase 2 small spiders from a flower and bird market. After dispatching them, She employed her long-and-used ability, "Only the dead will obey," to control them, placing them in her safe house as her surveillance monitors. The following day, she was summoned to the Su family by Yushu and Huan, who, for reasons unknown, did not retrieve Ichiogwa or Yuqingshan. Upon arriving at the Su residence, not only was Su Yitong present, but also Su Baibua and Su Jinxian, along with several of Su Yitong's cousins. Yu Xuanga maintained her smile, even though she was well aware that these two cousins were not of good repute, having gained minor notoriety as internet celebrities before being thoroughly discredited. Yet, she remained composed. In response to the Su family's probing inquiries, both overt and covert, about her recent whereabouts, Yu Xuanga opted for transparency. She had long discovered that a direct approach was far more effective in dealing with these individuals. "I cannot disclose anything. I am bound by a contract and would be silenced immediately. Furthermore, my divine gift's first skill must be crystallized and submitted to the Bureau of Special Affairs for processing." Exchanging glances, Su Yitong and the others could not help but feel that Yu Xuanga was being inconsiderate, not informing them of such significant matters. Though Yu Xuanga did not catch their expressions, she could intuitively sense the Su family's thoughts. In her previous life, once a player joined the Su family's team, it became exceedingly difficult to depart, leaving depended on the Su family's willingness to retain them. If they wished to keep you and you attempted to leave, they would appear amicable on the surface, but their methods could turn quite sinister in private. With a sigh, Su Yitong remarked, "Had I known you had this connection, I wouldn't have meddled by introducing you earlier." Yu Xuanga recognized this as a pointed comment, implying they had previously offered her business opportunities with good intentions, only for her to turn around and collaborate with the Bureau of Special Affairs. While this perspective held some truth, Yu Xuanga was acutely aware that had she not acted swiftly, the Su family would have indeed regarded her divine gift as their own possession. Even now, after just a few collaborations, such signs were already evident. Yet, she did not deny having previously made a small use of the Su family's resources, garnering some gold while ensuring her skills reached the ears of the authorities. Moreover, Su Yitong's comment could not withstand scrutiny, viewed from another angle. Was the Su family truly assisting her in securing business, or were they merely treating her as a resource to befriend others? Feigning ignorance, she chuckled. "I don't wish for this either. I had hoped to amass wealth from it. However, with the authorities knocking at my door, I cannot oppose them, and a 2/8 division is already quite favorable." Su Yitong felt a pang of disappointment towards Yu Xuanga's lack of ambition. She attempted to persuade her, "If you were to collaborate with our Su family, we could negotiate a 50-50 split." The Special Affairs Bureau indeed had members from the Su family, and while important information could not be divulged due to contractual obligations, they were already aware of the significance of luck value in the data. Regarding Yu Xuanga's talent, the informants had rated its importance as a 7, which was equivalent to an A-grade divine gift. Yu Xuanga shook her head, appearing quite content. "I cannot safeguard too much on my own," Su Yitong asserted. "Our Su family can provide protection." She gazed into Yu Xuanga's eyes and reiterated, "You can collaborate with our Su family." Was she suggesting that Yu Xuanga should renege on her agreement with the Special Affairs Bureau? That seemed excessively domineering. Nevertheless, Yu Xuanga had grown accustomed to Su Yitong's assertiveness and unreasonable demeanor. With a hint of resignation, she replied, "The Special Affairs Bureau was just as insistent during our discussions. They wouldn't let me leave without agreeing, even going so far as to pull me along and call me sister. They threatened me, saying that if I walked away, I could forget about returning, as Zhao Shuang would come after me. Moreover, a contract was signed, stamped with the Special Affairs Bureau's official seal recognized by the game. I cannot bear the consequences of violating that contract. The repercussions would be tantamount to a death sentence for me. Losing 10 attribute points and all my gold is no different from being killed." Her tone was earnest and composed. Throughout this exchange, the butler standing behind Su Yitong did not pour her any wine, leading Su Yitong to realize that Yu Xuanga was not lying. Her anger subsided somewhat, yet she still complained, "You should have sought our collaboration sooner." This was hardly the attitude one should adopt towards an equal partner. Yu Xuanga could not believe that after failing to secure a partnership with others, she would complain that they should have approached her earlier. Yuxage chose silence. She was not desperate for the Su family's approval and was unwilling to endure such indignities. Merely sitting there, explaining herself to Su Itong, was already a heavy burden of humiliation. Su Beige, sensing Yu Xuange's displeasure, finally raised his glass and spoke. I apologize. Itong did not mean to blame you. It is merely regrettable that we consider you one of our own, yet failed to establish a partnership with you promptly. Am I indeed one of your own? Yu Xuanga retorted, adopting the practiced smile she had used during her time in the entertainment industry. Perhaps I am better suited to being a citizen of the state. While they may take a share of the profits, they have promised in the contract to protect me. Furthermore, should I perish, they would leverage the divine gift related to the law of causality to identify my murderer and exact vengeance on my behalf. That is far superior to your arrangement. The atmosphere grew tense and cold. The three siblings of the Su family felt displeased with Yu Xuanga for her apparent disregard. Yet more than that, they were deeply alarmed by the implications of the contract. This stipulation indicated that they could not resort to extreme measures against her, such as destruction if she were to be unattainable. Furthermore, this contract increasingly underscored the significance of Yu Xuange's talent. Otherwise, the authorities would not have placed such emphasis upon her. Regret washed over them for not having welcomed Yu Xuanga into the Su family sooner. In contrast, Yu Xuanhuan found a sense of vindication in the situation. The Su family had never regarded the Yu family with any respect, and at this moment, he found himself envious of Yu Xuanga. Although her talent was merely rated as B-level and lacked lethal prowess, it was undeniably practical and conferred a degree of influence. Yu Xuange's assertiveness had awakened the Su family to the realization that she was not the type to sacrifice her dignity and principles for the sake of aligning herself with their power. Nor would she relinquish everything out of fear of their authority. More crucially, Yu Xuanga was backed by the official establishment. The younger generation of the Su family were not ineffectual. Despite their arrogance, they possessed intellect and adaptability. Upon sensing Yu Xuange's stance, they swiftly altered their demeanor. Even Su Itong no longer exhibited the anger that simmered within her. While her inner thoughts were one matter, the current reality was governed by a singular wheel of fate. Until they comprehended the significance of this ability, the Su family was willing to extend Yu Xuanga a semblance of cordiality. Chapter 65. Discontent. Yu Xuanga observed the three siblings of the Su family, smiling and diverting the conversation while raising their glasses in a toast, and sighed inwardly. She had initially hoped to bring out the official party to maintain a semblance of harmony, yet she found herself unable to restrain her emotions, having overestimated her own resilience. Nevertheless, witnessing the Su siblings, clearly irked yet suppressing their discontent, brought her a sense of satisfaction. What delighted her even more was the sight of Yu Xuanhuan, seated beside her, pouring wine for Su Itong. In her previous life, Su Itong often vented her frustrations on Yu Xuanga, leading her to suspect that she was merely a burden to Su Itong. However, considering the culinary talents bestowed by the god of food, she speculated that Su Itong's vexation might have been redirected onto her by Yu Xuanhuan, suggesting that today, Su Itong's discontent could spell trouble for Yu Xuanhuan. The atmosphere was one of fragile tension, a minor rift that had just begun to heal. With a few cracks visible, yet certainly not irreparable, the group resumed their jovial chatter. Although this banquet-style gathering would not see Yu Xuanhuan, as a half-host, cooking the meal herself, Yu Xuanga dared not indulge excessively. Throughout the event, she merely nibbled at her food, and after exchanging pleasantries, she took her leave. Before departing, Su Itong, perhaps in an attempt to mend the slight discomfort at the dining table, sent her home with a generous bounty. Despite not suffering any loss today, Yu Xuanga found herself in a state of displeasure, prompting her to seek a matter to stir up trouble for the Su family. Yet, she recognized that this endeavor would require collaboration. She intended to profit handsomely from the green gear, which would soon be phased out, thereby depleting some of the Su family's golden reserves. Although she suspected that the Su family had connections on Zaijiu Star, they might not possess the substantial initial capital required to exchange for equipment as she did. Her haste to return to reality was driven by this objective. And even if the Su family were adept at gathering information, Only a select few were privy to her trade of 200 gold for 1 gold coin. As long as she acted swiftly, she was confident that she could trade subpar green gear for a pound of gold from the Su family. Furthermore, these items were meticulously selected belts. Since the invasion of the game on February 22nd, the machinery in a factory near S City had undergone a transformation, producing belts that were 2 strength and 1 agility, all of excellent quality for players at levels 0 to 2. The official authorities commandeered the machine under a profit-sharing agreement, enabling the mass production of green gear belts to assist domestic players through the most challenging early stages. Within half a month, the prices for waste equipment plummeted. Even though production could not immediately meet demand, knowledge of a reliable output led players, especially those in S City, to prioritize purchasing other equipment types, as they had easy access to belts. During those months, green gear of the same level could fetch as much as 1 gold, whereas the belts rarely exceeded 40 silver. Given that the officially produced belts were priced at merely 15 silver, Yuxiunga had procured 1,000 belts, with a goal of acquiring no less than 1,000 pounds of gold from the Su family. She could not help but muse that a more direct approach would indeed yield swifter results. However, she has no intention of visiting the Su family's underground treasure vault anytime soon. She can conceive countless strategies to counter such invisible players, and the Su family likely has even more. Perhaps that vault is now brimming with electric grids, leaving anyone who enters incapacitated upon arrival. In truth, she is aware that selling these items to the Su family shortly after the game's official invasion would yield greater profits, but by that time, the news of mutated items in the real world would undoubtedly reach the Su family before ordinary players. Who knows if they might acquire information about the mutated machines from the belt manufacturing factory? The process of selling 1,000 pieces of equipment, from initial contact to negotiation and final transaction, would take several days at the very least. If there is any delay, the opportunity to sell this belt may slip through her fingers, along with the chance to set a trap for Yuxiunhuan. She is not concerned about arming the enemy, as by mid-March, most players engrossed in dungeon runs will possess a belt, putting everyone on an equal footing and preventing the Su family from gaining a significant advantage. However, she can leverage this situation to nudge the Su family into exchanging some gold. As long as they dare to trade, she is prepared to seize the opportunity to snatch it away. Yuxiunga stealthily used her phantom movement to reach the airport, where she found a flight to Port City. Disguised as a small cat, she snuck aboard and took a brief nap. Upon landing, she employed her phantom movement to reach a place she had previously visited to purchase weapons, and then used her disguise skill to transform into a towering 2-meter-tall man. She sought out a player from Hong Kong who was involved in dubious dealings, proposing that he assist her in selling equipment, promising him 3 green items upon success. He readily agreed. Yuxiunga then provided him with Yuxiunhuan's contact information. "This is the buyer I found, wealthy and also a player. His wife's family can handle 1,000 green items. I want 1 pound of gold for each, and anything above that is yours." "All right, leave it to me." After dining with Yuxiunga that day, Yuxiunhuan's mood took a turn for the worse. Su Yitong's anger was not expressed through loud outbursts or overt confrontations. She considered herself a cultured individual, and her silent demeanor inflicted pain. Disturbed by Yuxiunga, she made it her mission to unsettle both Yuxiunga and Yuxiunhuan. Consequently, Yuxiunhuan discovered that much of his personal information had been exposed in recent days. Even after marrying Su Yitong, Yuxiunhuan did not abandon his career as a streamer. It was not merely ambition driving him. Rather, it was one of the few domains where he could position himself as an authority. In the small streaming room, viewers analyzed the opulence of his background, praised his looks and gaming skills, and even speculated on the price of a water cup he casually picked up. No one was aware of his physical shortcomings, nor did anyone openly or covertly disdain the imperfections of his divinely bestowed talents. However, the atmosphere shifted peculiarly in recent days. His previous streaming pseudonym had never revealed his true name, and even when Yuxiunga rose to stardom, he refrained from exploiting that fame. After all, the money Yuxiunga provided them was not something he wished to be scrutinized. He did not want her to be labeled as a brother-in-law supporter, as such accusations could lead to unwanted realizations. Yet now, his true name had been leaked, and not only that, but his relationship with Yu Xiunga as siblings and his status as a son-in-law in a wealthy family had also come to light, though the identity of that illustrious family remained unknown. This revelation momentarily catapulted him into the spotlight. Yet, this flame was not what he desired. Although the times have changed, and many extol the virtues of living off others, those unable to partake can only mock those who do, deeming them pathetic. However, such remarks held little weight for Yu Xiunhuan. He understood his own motivations. Before assuming the role of a son-in-law, he had already steeled himself for the challenges ahead. What truly troubled him was the shifting demeanor of the Su family. They had inexplicably shown him kindness, but lately, their warmth had turned to frost. At times, he felt akin to a mere pet of Su Yitong, his status even lower than that of her pampered border collie. Indeed, it was a harsh truth. Yu Xiunhuan disregarded the barrage of comments in the livestream chat, concluding today's game with a smile before signing off. Just as he was about to close the application, a private message caught his eye in the back end. 428-935-9285. Are you interested in acquiring a Game Green item? What a coincidence. He received countless messages daily. Yet today, he happened to notice this one. Yu Xiunhuan found nothing peculiar about it. His luck was simply extraordinary. Moreover, since he had occasionally prepared meals for the studio's brothers, his endeavors had been remarkably fruitful. He had discreetly gathered numerous resources from his Su family to forge his own influence, all without their notice. According to his premarital plans, he intended to collaborate closely with Su Yitong, leveraging his fortune to aid in her career development, thereby earning the Su family's trust. Yet, Su Yitong had never considered informing him of her entry into the game, which altered his course of action. He now resolved to first bolster his own power through the Su family's resources, gradually elevating his position before seeking collaboration with Su Yitong. However, recently, he found himself struggling within the Su household, possessing no voice. Even at the dining table today, while they engaged in discussions about the game, he felt utterly sidelined. Were it not for the repeated kindness of Yu Xiunga, who made an effort to converse with him, he would have remained an outsider throughout the entire affair. Yu Xiunhuan hesitated, his hand pausing as he contemplated closing the software. Chapter 66. Digging a pit for my good brother K. God. What game? 428-935-9285. Divine Gift. World of Warcraft. 10. 10K God. What piece of green gear? How much? 428-935-9285. 1000 pieces of belt. Can you handle it? Only accepting gold transactions. Initially, he paid little heed to the conversation, merely wishing to connect with another player. However, a sudden chill coursed through Yu Xiunhuan's heart, prompting him to adopt a much more serious demeanor. He swiftly contemplated the potential benefits this situation could yield. The first thought that flashed through his mind was selling it to Yu Sunji, thereby establishing a connection with the official channels. Among those he trusted most, besides Yu Qingshan and Ichio, was indeed Yu Sunji. Yet in the next moment, he dismissed this notion. Connecting with the officials would inevitably offend the Su family, and the risks outweighed the rewards. Nevertheless, he could not consume such a substantial profit alone, as the players he had gathered were fewer than 10. K God, how much gold per piece? Where are the attributes? I want to see the actual items. 428-935-9285. Each piece can grant 3 to 4 attribute points. 2 pounds of gold per piece. 2 pounds of gold, approximately 500,000. This was clearly extortionate. Although Yu Xiunhuan had only participated in a single beta test, he had roamed the auction house. While he was forward-thinking, investing his funds in professional skills and materials, the specific prices of such equipment eluded him. Yet he was capable of crafting. Take jewelry processing, for instance. Despite being merely a novice, he could already create earrings that granted 5 attribute points. The materials, however, were exceptionally rare. Even if he could find substitutes in reality, the cost would easily exceed 1 million. This was significantly tied to the nature of the jewelry processing materials. Nevertheless, from his own circumstances, he could infer that those engaged in leatherworking, tailoring, and engineering could also produce equipment that enhances attribute points, and the cost would undoubtedly be lower. certainly not requiring the purchase of gemstones worth tens or hundreds of thousands. However, therein lay the crux of the issue. Not everyone was like him, able to amass hundreds of gold coins from a single gaming session. Most individuals relied solely on quests for a mere handful of silver coins, let alone purchasing materials. They could scarcely afford to learn skills. Okay, God, I want to see the actual items. Zaijiu spent her days in her family's villa engaged in alchemy, having concocted 1,000 bottles of basic healing potions, intending to sell them to the Su family in exchange for gold. This item became obsolete the quickest, yet it remained valuable. Everyone started with 100 health points, and a potion that restored 60 health essentially represented a lifeline. While ordinary individuals might hide away until their health naturally regenerated, the affluent could hardly tolerate their health dropping below 90. Although uncertain whether the Su family had cultivated their own alchemists, she figured selling them was worth a try, with no loss involved. While it might seem that she was providing the Su family with early assistance, they could acquire these potions regardless of her involvement. Her absence wouldn't hinder their progress in the game. Whether she sold them to the Su family or someone else, it was all the same. She could also take advantage of the early stages of the game, when the importance of gold had yet to be fully realized, thereby diminishing the Su family's gold reserves. Otherwise, if the Su family sought to purchase elsewhere, they would undoubtedly be waving around paper currency. Zaijiu had no intention of presenting herself directly. After disguising herself, she approached the Gun King, entrusting him with the matter and stipulating that the goods could only be sold to the Su family, with each vial of potion valued at 100 grams of gold, the surplus to be his. The basic healing potion was merely sold for 1 silver in the stores of Zealand Star, yet fetching a price of 100 grams of gold was exorbitant, an astounding 50-fold increase. However, such cross-border procurement invariably entails a markup. She left the potions behind, acquiring 200 pounds of gold from the Gun King. She felt no apprehension that he would not adhere to her terms. Both were astute individuals. Her ability to procure such valuable items indicated her connections. Although the nature of her relationship with the Su family remained unclear, whether adversarial or benevolent, the Gun King understood that failing to sell to them would mean losing future opportunities. However, she was less confident regarding the Hong Kong lad. While he was clever, the distance from Port City meant he did not share the Gun King's reverence for reputation. Thus, she limited him to 3 samples, instructing him to return once he secured a deal. In light of the substantial profit potential, both the Gun King and the Hong Kong lad resolutely set their prices. Every day, Zaijiu utilized the teleportation array to visit Zealand Star. During her previous excursion, disguised as a goblin to deliver wine to the necromancer mentor, she had been prompted to present her recent concoctions after the wine was accepted, resulting in a 10-minute lesson. Since then, she brought wine daily to the alchemy shop, engaging with a necromancer mentor, where a single bottle of fine red or white wine afforded her another 10 minutes of instruction. Each visit, she brought 5 bottles, allowing for a 50-minute lesson. And after accounting for walking and re-engraving the teleportation array, she utilized her hour of disguise to the fullest. She would then venture into the wild to level up for 5 hours, and in the afternoon, she would employ her disguise skills once more to seek out the necromancer mentor for another 50 minutes of learning. Although her experience points did not increase, her comprehension of potions expanded daily. While viewing instructional videos only taught her techniques, the necromancer mentor imparted knowledge on potion properties and various pharmacology. Her daily schedule brimmed with activity, leading her to be astonished at how swiftly time passed when, in early February, she received a message from the Hong Kong lad requesting her to bring the remaining belts for trade in Port City. Immediately, she resorted to her usual method, boarding a free flight to Port City and, after employing her disguise skill, arrived at the agreed location. The Hong Kong lad awaited her in a private room at the hotel. Zaijiu had already employed Hunting Eye to survey the surroundings, noticing that the adjacent rooms were filled with patrons. She felt no discontent. The number was within a normal range, with no ambush present. She refrained from touching the tea on the table, inquiring, "Is the deal finalized? Is this the person I introduced?" The Hong Kong lad did not pry into why the individual wished to purchase from him. Yes, you can verify. He and his wife are right next door, he replied. Yu Xuanga nodded. And the gold? The Hong Kong lad opened a box on the table, revealing it brimming with gold bars. Upon seeing them, Yu Xuanga felt a wave of familiarity. The design was so recognizable. She swiftly produced a box of belts, and the two began to inspect the gold and equipment exchanged between them. Gold is easily examined. Her skills in inspecting the Soros watch not only allow her to ascertain personal information, but also to evaluate items. As long as the purity of a piece of gold meets the required standard, she can simply place it in her inventory to see if it can be stacked. Furthermore, she can quickly calculate its weight. However, dealing with the over 900 pieces of equipment posed a challenge, as each item needed to be inspected individually. Nevertheless, Yu Xuanga maintained a commendable demeanor, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the inspection while secretly remaining vigilant against any potential deceit. After half an hour, the Hong Kong player exhaled in relief, genuinely fearing that this might have been a ruse. He secured the equipment and remarked on the pleasant transaction. Should another significant deal arise in the future, he expressed a desire to continue their collaboration. He had no intention of engaging in underhanded tactics. After all, this was the city center, and they were all players, making peaceful transactions the most desirable outcome. Although the Su family was reluctant to part with more gold, offering only £1 per belt, they were willing to increase the cash component. In this transaction, they stood to gain an additional 10,000 for each piece of equipment. With 1,000 items, that totals to 10 million, even after reserving a few for personal use. The remaining sum of over 9 million would suffice to sustain their group for an entire year. Yu Xuanga decisively rose to her feet, feigning that time was limited. In total, she secured 1,200 pounds of gold from the Su family, combining both potions and belts. Chapter 67. The Iron Pot. On the following day, as Yu Xuanga prepared to venture out to procure some wine, she noted the recent depletion of her stock. Determined to stock up, she also intended to gather a few cocktail recipes as a gift for her mentor in hopes of discovering something extraordinary. However, before she could exit the villa community, a message from Yu Xuanhuan arrived, inquiring if she was at the villa, as he had something valuable to present to her. Consequently, Yu Xuanga returned, only to receive a belt from Yu Xuanhuan. Indeed, it was the very item she had sold just the previous day, an exceptional belt that conferred an additional 4 attribute points. Out of 1,000 belts, only a little over 50 boasted this enhancement, while the rest contributed merely 3 points. Yu Xuanga was not surprised. This was typical of Yu Xuanhuan and the Su family. When they acted inhumanely, they were worse than beasts, yet when they chose to play the part of humans, they could be more genuine than anyone else. After performing a charade of sibling affection, she gifted Yu Xuanhuan 3 bottles of her homemade basic healing potions before sending him on his way. Yu Xuanhuan had grown accustomed to Yu Xuanga's behavior. Whatever she offered, she would invariably expect a return. Satisfied, he departed, feeling that not only had he enhanced his sister's goodwill, but he had also come out ahead. Since facilitating the transaction of 1,000 green items, he had gained a modicum of influence within the Su family. He found that he was no longer excluded from any decisions. He understood that the Su family had recently purchased a significant quantity of these potions, each valued at 250 gold coins, thus calculating his own profit. As for the incident that occurred after yesterday's trade, when he was cornered and several members of the Su family perished, what concern was that of his? After bidding farewell to Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga promptly reconfigured her spider silk traps before hastily departing. She remained busy until the afternoon, returning home only then. However, she did not rush to Zaijiu. She had removed all weapons and antique items she had gathered over the past 6 months from her backpack and stored them in the safe house on the top floor. Uncertain of the cause behind the recent anomalies, she feared that her game backpack might isolate those substances capable of inducing mutations in her possessions. Even the whimsical instant camera and durian shells she had acquired in the kingdom of Sawadika were placed there. Each day, she diligently checked the safe house, where every inch was lined with her meticulously poisoned spider silk traps. Corrosive potion. Upon contact, this potion inflicts a loss of 10 health points per second for a duration of 3 minutes. This was the most potent poison Yu Xuanga could concoct. a product of intermediate alchemy, capable of slaying a player within 6 seconds. After inspecting the safe house, Yu Xuanga immediately employed her disguise skill and, with the recently purchased wine in hand, made her way to Zai launching. After attending a class for 50 minutes, she returned, preparing for a night of action that required meticulous planning. Although trading the seemingly useless belts to the Su family had yielded greater value in gold and deepened the rift between Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong, she remained skeptical of the Su family's lack of response, especially since both recent game-related transactions had stipulated gold exchanges. As long as the Su family traded in gold, she would have the opportunity to act. In summary, she had hit 3 targets with 1 arrow. Yet the thought of the Su family acquiring an additional 1,000 green items kept her awake at night. She needed to devise a means to procure something to restore balance. The Su family is numerous, with their assets sprawling across various domains, yet the primary focus lies within 4 major sectors: real estate, pharmaceuticals, catering, and new energy batteries. The dismal performance of stocks in the first 2 sectors serves as a clear indicator of the Su family's recent struggles. However, following the incursion of gaming elements, an extraordinary transformation occurred within a cherished iron wok at the restaurant owned by Su Yitong, a wok that had been in use since the establishment of the eatery. The dishes prepared in this wok inexplicably attained a higher quality. Initially unnoticed by the Su family, the restaurant's business flourished as they served home-style dishes that rivaled the culinary skills acquired by players from foreign races. This revelation eventually surfaced among other players, who discovered the enchanting qualities of the Su family's restaurant. Ultimately, the wok found its way into the possession of Yu Xuanhuan. While the precise classification of the item remains unknown, its acquisition by the male protagonist as his culinary tool undoubtedly signifies its exceptional nature. Yu Xuanga had refrained from claiming the wok earlier, fearing that taking it too soon might compromise its properties. Unlike a cat's nest, which can attract feline visitors with ease, an iron wok requires careful handling and maintenance to retain its luster. With her rebirth, her schedule surpassed that of even the most celebrated stars of the entertainment industry, leaving her no time to nurture the wok. However, with the 10th day upon her, it was time to retrieve her prized cooking vessel. Although the clock had just struck 4, she needed to scout the area. Otherwise, her ability to teleport later in the evening would be compromised. After picking up her aides, Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiogua, they proceeded to the Su family restaurant, which necessitated prior reservations. Once they placed their orders, Yu Xuanga meandered through the corridors under the pretense of admiring the oil paintings adorning the walls, discreetly observing from where the serving staff emerged. Although she had dined there in her previous life, she had never taken an interest in the kitchen's location. After a brief period of observation, she returned to the private room, only to notice that Yu Qingshan appeared visibly unwell. It was an understatement to say he was merely displeased. He seemed utterly dejected. Since the moment they met, he had scarcely spoken, and though the 2 men in the household had recently exhibited signs of despair, she had done nothing to warrant such gloom. What could be troubling him now? Casually, she inquired, "What is bothering you?" Yu Qingshan pressed his lips together, gesturing for the waiter to bring the wine. He was at a loss for words. Recently, he had encountered a player capable of repairing items. Although the cost was steep, he had procured a significant amount of money from Yu Xuanhuan, and the son-in-law of a wealthy family occasionally provided him with funds, allowing him to restore those possessions without touching his savings. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fragility of these repaired items. Any erratic behavior from anyone in the household could lead to their destruction. Since the previous week, Yu Xuanhuan had urged him to convert some of his assets into gold for safekeeping. Just yesterday, he had attempted to sell a few items, only to be informed by the buyer that they were counterfeit. The news had left him feeling utterly deflated. Having left home without even a meal, he sought validation from 3 different appraisers, all of whom confirmed the items were indeed fake. Yu Qingshan felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. He gulped down his drink, his heart heavy with distress. This predicament was one he could not share with Yu Xuanga, as she remained blissfully unaware of the existence of these items within their home. Suspicions arose that he had been duped by players, compelling him to consider enlisting Yu Xuanhuan's help to confront the matter. In this matter, Yu Xuanhuan bears a staggering 95% of the responsibility. Thus he made no attempt to evade it. However, upon leveraging the connections of the Su family to uncover the identity of the individual involved, he chose to retreat. For the person in question belonged to the Liang family. Should he seek retribution, he would require the influence of the Su family. Yet, the Su and Liang families are currently engaged in a delicate collaboration, rendering any action precarious. After a few inquiries, Yu Qingshan remained silent, prompting Yu Xiong'e to refrain from further questioning. Yu Qingshan sought solace in alcohol, while Yu Xiong'e feigned distraction by sharing a drink with him. Meanwhile, Ichioba busied herself capturing moments of her blissful life for social media. Although she was aware of the disappearance of assets worth billions, she perceived these losses as irrelevant. Much like the surnames of future generations, they bore little significance to her. Even if those assets were liquidated, her expenditures would amount to only a few $100 million, leaving her life unchanged. Thus, she felt no sorrow, believing herself to be the most perceptive and clear-minded woman in the household. Chapter 68. The deterioration of Zailan's morality. It was indeed a wise decision to bring Yu Qingshan and Ichioba along. For after sharing a meal and posting a photograph in the group chat, Yu Xuanhuan, ever perceptive, generously transferred gold coins, declaring that he would treat for the meal. Yu Xiong'e, having spent not a single dime, returned the melancholic Qingshan and the blissful Chiogua home before retiring early. At precisely 2 a.m., Yu Xiong'e arose to engage in her usual mischief. Following her customary routine, she first donned a layer of disguise, followed by an illusion spell, and then shadow-stepped her way to the Su family's restaurant. With the aid of a phasing potion, she effortlessly traversed through walls to reach the kitchen. There were 8 pots, all identical in appearance. Lacking the skill to discern their ages, she noted that they appeared clean, free from rust, as if patrons had polished them with their meals. Without hesitation, she stowed all 8 pots into a storage box within her game backpack, refraining from mentioning her intention to purchase replacements, for it is often said that more actions lead to more mistakes, while fewer actions lead to fewer. Contentedly, Yu Xiong'e departed with the 8 black pots, albeit with a tinge of regret that the Su family would not feel the pang of loss from this incident. Contemplating this, she shadow-stepped to the exterior of the Su estate, then transformed into a small bird to flutter towards the villa of Su Ito. After landing near the window, she morphed into a tiny spider to crawl inside. As anticipated, the minuscule weight of the spider was insufficient to trigger the Su family's pressure-sensitive devices, though the ascent proved somewhat laborious, requiring a run of several seconds to cover distances that a human could traverse in a single stride, not to mention the challenge of climbing stairs. Fortunately, having previously been invited by Su Itong to this new residence, she did not waste time determining which room belonged to Su Itong and Yu Xuanhuan, but rather headed straight for the master bedroom. Slipping through the door crack and making her way beneath the bed, a long-lost sense of happiness and security enveloped Yu Xiong'e. This place felt comforting, reminiscent of home. Yu Xiong'e had no intention of stealing from Su Itong. Her target for the night was Yu Xuanhuan. As per her usual practice, she cast a spell of happiness upon Yu Xuanhuan, altering his luck to 1, followed by a trio of stealthy thefts. The result was a null harvest. Yet, Yu Xiong'e was patient. Upon reaching the bathroom, she stood atop the toilet to revert to her human form and consumed a dish capable of sustaining health recovery. With a 3-fold critical effect, she regained 600 health per minute, then transformed back into a spider to continue her thieving endeavors. Once her health replenishment effect waned, she returned to the toilet to indulge in another bite. As Yu Xiong'e savored her meal in spider form, she chided herself, "Yu Xiong'e, you must refrain from such lewdness next time." Throughout the latter part of the night, she successfully pilfered 3 pieces of equipment, 1 item, and 3 attribute points from Yu Xuanhuan. As she transformed into a bird to depart the villa, she cast a glance at her brother, peacefully resting on the bed, and resolved to return the following night. Yu Xuanhuan, indeed, was the little silver coin of the Yu family, boasting the highest attribute value in intelligence. The 3 points she acquired were all intelligence. Currently, Yu Xiong'e's attributes stood as follows: health, 350 mana, 800 strength, 17 constitution, 15 intelligence, 21 agility, 25 The equipment held little significance, being low-level green gear that Yu Xuanga intended to sell, yet the item she acquired piqued her interest. The enigmatic spoon of the culinary deity. This spoon, employed by the culinary deity for tasting the saltiness of dishes, has absorbed the essence of its master through prolonged use. When utilized for dining, it reveals the deficiencies within the cuisine. Although not part of a set, it evokes a sense of belonging alongside the culinary deity's saliva pouch. Yu Xuanga resolved to visit the auction house tomorrow on Zealand Star to search for any additional series from the culinary deity. Upon returning home at dawn, Yu Xuanga prepared a cup of her homemade milk tea, designed to enhance mental acuity, and soon busied herself. She first set out several bowls of food for the cats in her backyard, then commenced cooking 8 dishes in her large iron pots, each intended to restore health points. She planned to maintain this routine daily until the game's invasion, ensuring the pots remained in active use. After seizing the protagonist's opportunity, she took her wine to class on Zealand Star. However, after only 40 minutes, she slipped away to scour the auction house for the keyword culinary deity. Alas, her search yielded nothing. She tried thieving deity with the same disheartening result. With little hope, she ventured to search for water deity, which surprisingly revealed an intriguing item resembling a ruby button. The water deity is my home, a toy of the fire deity, when worn, allows you to siphon one of an opponent's life force if they fail to drain yours. Conversely, should they succeed, the assailant will enter a burning state, losing one of their life each minute for 5 minutes. Priced at a hefty 998 gold, its utility is rather limited. In her previous life, lacking exploration skills, the only vampiric ability Yu Xuanga had encountered was Liang Yuchuan's vampire from the water deity's talent, which had a mere 20 chance to absorb one of an opponent's life. Despite this, she unhesitatingly purchased the item. After all, she toiled for the means to confront that group of individuals. Once the ruby button was in her possession, she bound it with a binding stone and affixed it to her pocket watch chain. Considering the tight constraints of her disguise duration, Yu Xuanga searched for alternative disguise skills. But most had limitations and flaws. Even the most practical anima's restrictions were numerous, and she could not find any disguise skills comparable to thieving deity's armor. Glancing at her dwindling disguise time, she utilized Phantom Shift to venture into the outskirts, commencing her leveling for the day. She also searched for Su Yitong's talent, Holy Light, but found nothing. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Yu Xuanga purchased Emerald Feast, one of the rare skills that restored health based on a percentage, and it was classified as S-grade. S-grade skills are exceedingly rare even in the auction house on Zealand Star, typically numbering fewer than 10. Previously, Yu Xuanga had refrained from buying due to lack of funds or the absence of suitable skills when she did have money. Emerald Feast, S-grade upon use. It instantly restores 50 of a user's health and subsequently restores 10 health every minute for the next 3 minutes, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. One can extract and store the vital essence from plants, with a maximum capacity of 500 of a user's life force. When utilizing the pre-stored vitality to restore health, one has the liberty to control the amount of healing administered, and the skill does not incur a cooldown period. This singular healing technique rivals the most formidable healing skill from her previous life, Su Yitong, but this Emerald Feast can store an astonishing 500 of life force. What does this signify? It implies that she can stealthily evade damage up to 25 times. Goodness, the allure of thievery is becoming irresistible. Priced at 12,999 gold, rounded to a neat 10,000, she promptly made the purchase. She noticed that the auction house recently adopted some questionable practices. Previously, items were listed at whole numbers, but now they are either 99,999 or 99.99, resembling a grand sale, making her feel as though she was not spending money, but rather seizing an opportunity. She had every reason to suspect that Zhao Shuang was the source of this unsavory trend. Though lacking evidence, it was merely an instinctive feeling. Chapter 69. The second brother. The following evening, Yu Xuanga once again found herself beneath the bed of Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan, feeling as at home as she would in her own abode. This time, no attribute points surfaced, only a few worthless pieces of gear. Although her success rate was rather low, The attribute points she pilfered far outweighed the value of the equipment and items. She firmly believed that her luck, rated at a 10, played a significant role in this endeavor. In her eyes, attribute points held far greater importance than material possessions. Yu Xiuanga continued her thievery until 3 in the morning, yet she did not rush to depart. She had been preoccupied for some time and had only recently begun to frequently interact with the two individuals. Soros' surveillance was on energy-saving mode, functioning continuously for 24 hours. Yesterday, all was well, but today, Su Yitong seemed to be occupied elsewhere. Upon entering the room, Yu Xiuanga noticed that Su Yitong's health was not at a full 100, but rather at 99. 8. Initially, she thought little of it, but upon visiting the restroom and discovering an open sanitary pad, the realization dawned upon her that Su Yitong was experiencing her menstrual cycle. However, several hours had elapsed, and Su Yitong's health still remained at 99. 8. Was she experiencing blood loss in bed? Having undergone her own menstrual cycle, Yu Xiuanga understood the slight fluctuations that occurred. Yet, player health points automatically regenerated, a rate determined by their constitution attribute. Although not comparable to the undead's consumption of flesh and blood, nor to the efficacy of potions and skills, it was nonetheless beneficial. Given Su Yitong's current constitution, even with significant blood loss during her menstrual period, she should have been able to fully recover her health. Contemplating a possibility, Yu Xiuanga flitted to the bedside table, transforming back into her human form in an instant and casting a spell of illusion. She swiftly incapacitated both individuals on the bed and carefully extracted blood samples from them. Following this, she hastily proceeded to the Liang family's estate, a private school. There, she uprooted a statue along with the ground beneath it, stowing it away in her game backpack. This statue belonged to an ancestor of the Liang family, specifically Liang Yuchuan's great-grandfather. If his history was indeed accurate, he was a benevolent man whose greatest passion was philanthropy, yet this did not concern her. She was no paragon of virtue. This statue had transformed into a valuable asset that could bestow group buffs upon a team following the game's invasion. After the invasion, the Liang family had paraded their great-grandfather's statue around, engaging in dungeons, much to the amusement of onlookers. However, many envied their fortune, including Su Yitong, who had felt that jealousy numerous times. Yu Xiuanga resolved to keep this great-grandfather statue for herself, intending to auction it off through the game's marketplace once all functions were activated following the official invasion. If the Liang family desired to reclaim their ancestor, they would have to purchase it back. After a night of labor, she returned home just as dawn broke. Yu Xiuanga calculated that she had gone without sleep for yet another 2 days, but she had grown accustomed to it. After a brief meal, she rested for a while, and once the cool-down period for her skills ended, she promptly ventured out to the black market, masquerading as an elderly woman. Entering a clandestine clinic, she produced 2 vials of blood, requesting a health check, promising to return for the results that evening. After 2 hours of sleep at home, Yu Xiuanga attended class on Zealand Star to level up. It was yet another fulfilling and busy day, and upon discovering that both individuals had indeed contracted illnesses later that night, she felt not only satisfied but utterly elated. What a marvelous day it had been. The life points of these 2 individuals can no longer regenerate automatically. It remains uncertain whether there are any additional effects. One wonders if, following the official update of all players' game panels on the day of the game's invasion, this affliction will be revealed. I hope that when Su Yitong deals with Yu Xiuanga, she does not inadvertently splatter blood upon herself. Regrettably, at this juncture, Yu Xiuanga and Liang Yuchuan have undoubtedly not yet become entangled, and she harbors doubts whether, after Yu Xiuan's loss of the title of food god, Liang Yuchuan would ever regard her with favor again. She does not consider those 3 women to be fools. Quite the opposite. In her eyes, Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Xinshan are all astute and rational individuals. Although she perceives each of them as possessing distinct character flaws, arrogance, violence, and malice, these shortcomings arise because they do not feel the need to disguise themselves before someone of her humble stature. Externally, these 3 women wield significant influence and are well regarded within their respective families. It is true that male power holders are not invariably intelligent or exceptional. Many are utterly inept. However, female power holders are seldom straightforward. Each time she reflects upon the events of her past life, she questions whether they truly loved Yu Xuanhuan. Perhaps not. Love cannot be shared, only interest can be. Yu Xuanga reclines in the backyard, surrounded by playful kittens, contemplating how to orchestrate a pitfall for the Su and Liang families. What torment could an incurable disease possibly represent? Yet at this moment, if her memory serves her correctly, Yu Xuanhuan met her second close friend, Lin Xingze, during the time leading up to the official invasion of the game. He is another insufferable character. In this day and age, even the most insignificant individuals can adopt the persona of a lovesick devotee. Lin Xingze embodies that lovesick devotion, not for the three heroines, but for her, Yu Xuanga. However, in reality, he is even more duplicitous than Yidong. When Yidong, after some flirtation, realized he was being ignored, he changed his demeanor. In contrast, Lin Xingze, despite the knowledge that everyone is aware of his affection for her, becomes blind when the Su and Liang families exploit and oppress her. It is one thing to be blind, but after the dust settles, he returns as if nothing has transpired, professing his love anew. In modern times, pursuing a woman typically involves at least presenting a bouquet. After the game's invasion, this man considers granting her a buff as a form of gift. What equipment, gold, or skill books? Not a single one has been seen. Truly a frugal genius. Even if Yu Xuanhuan strives to gain her trust, she must find moments to express her feelings, to accuse her of lacking conscience, to remind her that Lin Xingze loves her dearly, yet she offers no response. Yu Xuanga believes that even if she had not been pursued in her past life, remaining in this wretched place would eventually suffocate her. This man only became a player after the official invasion of the game. Albeit belatedly, his divine talent is classified as S-grade. Such a fate is intolerable. She resolves to take the next few days to follow Yu Xuanhuan to find him. She is not a person driven by a thirst for blood. He has committed no grave offense. After all, is it wrong to love someone? Lin Xingze has not committed any grave transgressions. He merely urged her to endure when she felt wronged. He professed his love for her while passively witnessing others castigate her for her perceived callousness in rejecting him. He harbored feelings for Yu Xuanhuan, yet lacked the courage to express them, fearing that she might discern his true identity as a gay man and expel him from their circle. Thus, he relegated her to the role of a mere prop in his emotional performance. When he eventually uncovered his secret to her, he knelt in supplication for her forgiveness. However, mere days later, rumors began to circulate that Yu Xuanga had acquiesced to his advances, stipulating that Lin Xingze must bestow upon her 1,000 gold coins and a complete set of level 20 blue gear. Ultimately, it is a matter that could be spoken of endlessly. How trivial is this? She has metaphorically plucked out his eyes. Should that not suffice? It seems quite equitable, does it not? In a previous life, she should not have been blind when it mattered. Thus, in this life, she may as well remain blind entirely. Truly, he's gotten off too lightly. Chapter 70, Blind Spot, February 22nd, is a day of great significance. In her previous life, many believed it would mark the commencement of the fourth internal testing phase. During that time, Yu Xuanga was unaware of the game's existence. Yet she was acutely aware of Yu Xuanhuan's grand undertakings. Prior to the Spring Festival, he had recruited several individuals to establish a small studio, comprising both players and affluent individuals of noble lineage. Lin Xingze was one such privileged scion. Just 2 days before the game's official incursion, he had invited a few acquaintances to his home for a meal, while Yu Xuanhuan's own career lay in ruins. The resources introduced through the Su family were far from advantageous, and she spent most of her time at home. On the day of the gathering, she was present as well, amidst a group that included Yi Dong and Lin Xingze. As time passed, it became increasingly evident that the imminent invasion of Zealand Star was approaching, and Yu Xuanga was inundated with engagements, feeling little inclination to attend the meal. Utilizing a spell of illusion, she transported herself to the vicinity of Yu Xuanhuan's modest apartment, and then transformed into a small bird, fluttering to his window. Through the glass, She observed several individuals engrossed in their computers, Yidong, Lin Xingze, and a few familiar faces. They were not engaged in gameplay. Their screens displayed chat windows and forums, suggesting that Yu Xuanhuan had begun to assemble his own faction. Without waiting for twilight to descend, she soared into the restroom, activating her disguise spell to assume the appearance of a Liang family member she had encountered before. Adorning a mask and gloves, she stepped outside, approaching the bewildered Lin Xingze. In a swift motion, she seized his neck, brandishing a dagger to extract his two eyeballs, severing the nerves that connected them. Once the eyeballs fell to the ground, she crushed them beneath her foot with two decisive stomps. Releasing the wailing Lin Xingze, she sheathed her dagger, calmly turning away. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a familiar figurine within the cabinet, identical to the one she had previously dismembered and decapitated. Whether it had been repaired by Yi Dong or replaced with a new one remained a mystery. She pivoted toward it, shattering the glass with a punch, and retrieved the figurine. With a couple of deft squeezes, she obliterated its arms and, with her dagger, crudely assaulted the figurine's flamboyant hairstyle, transforming the handsome figure into a comically disheveled version. She then tossed the figurine aside and exited the room. From her sudden appearance to the brutal ocular extraction and the figurine's destruction, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 30 seconds. The occupants within the room were left in stunned silence, their minds overwhelmed. They had never anticipated that, in broad daylight, someone would enter so effortlessly, as if returning to their own home, and without uttering a single word, proceed to commit such grisly acts. Who on earth is this person? Yidong suddenly exclaimed, jolting the others from their stupor. Only then did they begin to react in a flurry. Some hurried to retrieve the figurine, others chased after her, while a few administered medication or called for an ambulance. Yu Xuange was unsurprised by their frantic response. Her previous life had endowed her with ample combat experience. However, after enduring 10 months of tranquil existence in her rebirth, she too needed to engage in prolonged skirmishes with low-level monsters to reacquaint herself with the thrill of battle. Let alone these individuals. Although they are players now, they have yet to endure the baptism of battle. They are akin to ordinary individuals suddenly armed with a firearm. When confronted with an unforeseen event, might even forget they possess a weapon, let alone draw it to inflict harm. Upon exiting her apartment, Yu Xuange consumed an invisibility potion in plain view of the surveillance cameras. Subsequently, she utilized her shadowy teleportation to journey to Zealand Star, transforming into a cat and slipping out of the city to seek a location for leveling up, while also siphoning the life force of the local flora to replenish the vitality of her emerald feast. Anyone who could befriend Yu Xuanhuan is no ordinary individual. Although the Lin family does not wield the same power as the Su or Liang families, they are still formidable. It remains uncertain how they will act towards Yu Xuanhuan this time. In her previous life, the Lin family had placed their bets on him. Yu Xuange has come to understand that Yu Xuanhuan holds sway within the Su, Liang, and Han families, beyond his innate abilities. His skill in balancing the interests of multiple factions is equally significant. He has deftly orchestrated a delicate web of mutual checks among the three families, with several minor factions lending their support behind the scenes, making him a figure not to be trifled with. After all, why would the Su family strip her of her talents when it would be far simpler to directly deprive Yu Xuanhuan? During her leveling session today, Yu Xuange occasionally erupted in laughter. She also visited the treehouse stronghold, exchanging her surplus equipment with others. She intends to acquire a complete set of gear that enhances agility, allowing her to solo dungeons with her high attack and agility stats. As for the equipment that boosts vitality, she plans to reserve it for team play. She does not conceal her newfound ability to effortlessly teleport between Blue Star, a Zealand Star. Zhao Shuiying is well aware of her wealth, making the purchase of a teleportation portal a trivial matter. For those who are unaware, she sees no need to explain herself. After all, have you ever encountered a powerful individual who feels compelled to justify their strength daily? While she enjoys keeping a card close to her chest, it does not imply she fears others. Once her disguise skill cooled down, Yu Xuange attended another class with a necromancer mentor in the afternoon. Following the mentor's recommendation, She purchased several old notes and professional tomes with gold coins. Yu Xuanga suspects the necromancer is capitalizing on her, yet she lacks concrete evidence. Nonetheless, she currently possesses over 30,000 gold coins and more than 2,000 pounds of gold. As long as it enhances her strength, she is unperturbed by the expenditure. Surely, it is more gratifying than having money without a purpose to spend it on. Money can be earned at any time, but opportunities to bolster one's power are rare. At least from her observations over time, the mentor teaches only her, while remaining indifferent to the spending of other potential players in the shop. Furthermore, a single master-level potion costs several hundred gold. Brighter days lie ahead. This was the statement made by the necromancer when she collected payment from Yu Xuanga. Yu Xuanga no longer seeks master-level concoctions. She would be content with crafting advanced potions that sell for dozens of gold in the auction house. In fact, relying solely on her basic and intermediate alchemy skills, she is unlikely to incur any losses. In her previous life, players skilled in alchemy were highly sought after, with guilds clamoring for their services. Upon returning to the Yu residence in the evening, she noticed 3 missed calls on her phone, all from Ichiogwa. After glancing through the family group chat and finding no messages, she decided to return the call on speaker while preparing dinner, inquiring about the matter at hand. "Where have you been? I couldn't reach you by phone. Your brother's colleague had his eyes gouged out, which is utterly terrifying, especially in broad daylight. Your father and I rushed to the hospital, and just as I was leaving to head home, it appeared that the assailant was no ordinary individual. Your father mentioned that he might seek retribution against your brother, but your brother was not present at the time. It would be unjust to blame him for it." Yu Xuanga suppressed a laugh and reassured, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot rival the Su family. "Do not worry." Ichiogwa seemed to share this sentiment. Otherwise, her tone wouldn't have been so casual and gossipy upon the call, devoid of urgency or anger. Indeed, who could be more formidable than his wife? Yu Xuanga exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Blinded indeed. Chapter 71. The mystic Ayu Qingshan could not shake the feeling that the Yu family was experiencing a streak of ill fortune. His daughter had withdrawn from the limelight. His son faced repeated mishaps, and their precious belongings, which had only recently been restored, had been swapped out. He pondered whether it was Yu Xuanhuan who orchestrated the switch. After all, one does not typically smash treasure possessions in a fit of rage. Had anyone ever seen a family vent their frustrations by tearing up money? He even speculated that Yu Xuanhuan might have deliberately feigned emotional turmoil as a pretext to destroy the counterfeit items, never anticipating that someone would find and repair them. However, speculation was one thing. The fact remained that Yu Xuanhuan had now entered the Su family, and regardless of his suspicions, he had to feign ignorance. As if that were not enough, Yu Xuanhuan had also offended the Lin family, although this incident had nothing to do with Yu Xuanhuan from the beginning. The Lin family swiftly identified the perpetrator through surveillance and discovered he was associated with the Liang family. Yet with their youngest son Si crushed, it was difficult for the Lin family not to direct their ire elsewhere. The Liang family was untouchable, and directly confronting them would likely yield no favorable outcome. However, the other members of the studio were not beyond the reach of the Lin family, even though Yu Xuanhuan was half connected to the Su family. At the end of the day, he was merely a son-in-law. The Lin family, as long as they did not escalate matters directly, could claim the moral high ground. After all, the incident involving their youngest son had occurred within the walls of the studio, and they could reasonably demand accountability. Perhaps it was their troubles that had inadvertently led to their family member being caught in the crossfire. The Lin family chose to act as if they had not uncovered the identity of the assailant, neither pursuing the Liang family nor the Su family, but instead focusing their attention on Yu Xuanhuan and his companions for an explanation. Yu Xuanhuan, Yi Dong, and the others were equally perplexed, although their backgrounds were not inferior to that of the Lin family, and despite their player status providing them with formidable advantages. The Lin family would not dare to openly confront them without certainty of victory. Yet, such matters could not be resolved solely through individual strength, particularly for Yu Xuanhuan. He was in a state of utter disarray. His attribute points had inexplicably decreased by 3, and he had lost several pieces of equipment along with a valuable item. Just as he was grappling with this serious predicament, Another crisis emerged concerning Lin Qingze. By the time Yu Xuange learned that the situation had been resolved, it was already the 19th. Yu Xuanhuan had called her, inviting her to dinner at the Yu residence the following day, where he intended to introduce some friends to the family. This scenario mirrored events from her previous life. Curious, she discreetly inquired with Yi Qiuhua, who, without hesitation, divulged everything she knew. It could only be said that Yu Xuanhuan truly was a child of destiny, as he managed to resolve the matter single-handedly. He had bestowed upon Lin Qingze an A-grade mystic eye he had acquired, and although there was only one, it not only spared Lin Qingze from a fate of blindness, but also afforded him an extraordinary item that was unattainable even with wealth, all without him being a player. This gesture greatly pleased the Lin family. Provided there were indeed plans for a fourth internal test, with this mystic eye, Lin Qingze's entry point into the realm of players would be significantly higher than that of most. The Lin family, naturally, extended their hand in reconciliation. Furthermore, Lin Qingze and several of his brothers became increasingly devoted to Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuange could only shake her head in disbelief. After toiling for days beneath the bed, she had managed to pilfer a few worthless pieces of equipment, while Yu Xuanhuan had somehow acquired this A-grade mystic eye. Moreover, she had not encountered any magical eye during her previous life at Yu Xuanhuan's place. To take a step back, were the Lin family not concerned that this eye could be stolen once again? Yu Xuanhuan was hardly a magnanimous individual. If the Lin family could not provide any substantial support, she was certain that Yu Xuanhuan would devise a means to reclaim the magical eye. At the break of dawn the next day, before the sun had fully risen, Yu Xuange arrived at the Yu family villa, not for any other reason than her fear that Yu Xuanhuan would arrive home early to prepare a meal for her. Such unavoidable gatherings required her vigilant oversight. She wasted no time. Ostensibly lounging on the sofa watching television, she was actually engrossed in alchemical videos in her mind. How aptly one could say that beginning to learn after the age of 25 was just right. In youth, one often underestimates the significance of education, only to realize, after facing the harsh realities of society, the value of knowledge, particularly that which leads to substantial wealth. Despite her current transactions involving thousands of gold coins, during the first year of the game's invasion, her funds had scarcely exceeded 10 gold coins. The expenses on potions, equipment, and skills were exorbitant, especially for potions. Even though the real world had unveiled numerous mass-produced healing medicines, each came with a cool-down period. During battles, one needed to replenish health almost every minute, necessitating various methods to time their usage. Basic healing potions, bandages, modern mutated blood-replenishing pills, and mutated red dates, among others. To achieve efficiency, one could not circumvent the necessity of healing potions. The basic healing potion sold for 1 silver on Zealand Star could fetch as much as 20 silvers in the early stages of the real world. Recalling the batch of potions she had sold to the Su family for 100 gold, Yu Xuange could not suppress her amusement. Did the Su family truly remain oblivious to the real value of these potions? However, it was impossible for them to go to Zealand Star. Those who ventured there were preoccupied with leveling up. Even if they had money, it was spent on strengthening themselves, leaving no time to waste on reselling such trivial items. The cost of travel alone exceeded those profits. For the genuinely affluent, 100 gold was hardly a significant sum. It was akin to a mere drop in the bucket, given that they would casually spend more than that on a single winter worm summer grass. Such a precious item, which could directly restore health, would be gladly purchased even by those who were not players. Yu Xuange contemplated whether she should seek out the Gun King today to sell the Su family some more potions, but quickly dismissed the thought, with February 22nd fast approaching. The Su family, even if not lacking in funds, would not be foolish enough to overpay. The previous 1,000 bottles were already sufficient for their family to handle various emergencies. Now, various factions were likely awaiting February 22nd. If there were indeed a fourth internal test on that day, they could simply purchase in-game. Unlike the nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment which were of such a magnitude that if they could be bought with gold, it would suffice. However, potions were inexpensive. The Su family could easily gather 5 gold coins if truly needed, and they could directly buy them from the pharmacy at 1 silver per bottle. While she was lost in thought, Yu Qingshan approached and sat beside her. After exchanging a few words filled with paternal affection, he got to the crux of the matter. My dear daughter, do you still have any gold coins? Could you lend your father a bit? Yu Sun-gu cast a glance at Yu Qingshan and retrieved a gold coin from the pouch in her backpack, extending it towards him. The funds from the Special Affairs Bureau have yet to be settled for this month. Take this to spend for now. Let's not speak of borrowing. Ever since Yu Qingshan became a player endowed with divine talents, Yu Sun-gu had refrained from deceit in their face-to-face conversations. Her words were not untruthful. She had only signed a contract at the end of last month and submitted a batch of skill crystals on the 15th, which would take until the end of February for settlement. Although the amount was somewhat less than anticipated, Yu Qingshan, having engaged with other players and even experienced the game himself, was well aware of the arduousness of earning gold coins. For many, possessing merely a few dozen silver coins was already considered affluent. He patted Yu Sun-ji's shoulder, offering a multitude of heartfelt reassurances. Yu Sun-gu reciprocated, indulging in a performance of filial piety. Before long, Yu Sun-huan entered, accompanied by 5 friends. Chapter 72. A Shield? Upon spotting Lin Qingze, who wore an eye patch, Yu Xiuenge was immediately captivated by the striking blue eye that was visible, so alluring that it made her wish to pluck it out. She promptly employed her detection ability. Magic Eye, grade A, magical or belonging to Pietri, which had accompanied him on countless adventures across the seas for decades. Skill 1, Time Rewind. Upon usage on a target, it reveals the target's experiences from the past 6 hours. Each use consumes 20 of mana, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Skill 2, Mind Reading. By gazing directly into the target's eyes, one can ascertain their thoughts. This skill consumes 10 mana points per second during use. Note, must be placed within the eye socket to be effective. Upon reading the description of the magic eye, Yu Xiuenge was taken aback, her heart racing. A moment earlier, she had been drenched in cold sweat, but then she recalled that she possessed Soros, which should enable her to withstand such intrusive skills. Moreover, Lin Qingze was not a player. He lacked magical power and could not wield this item. She confidently concluded that his ability to perceive through the magic eye was only due to a player using healing skills on him. Nevertheless, she was determined to acquire the magic eye for herself. Even if she could not utilize it, she was intent on seizing it. As Yu Xiuenge was examining the magic eye, Lin Qingze was also observing her and almost instantaneously conceived a brilliant idea, a way to remain in close proximity to Yu Xiuhuan without arousing Su Yitong's suspicions. He resolved to use Yu Xiuenge as a shield. During their meal, Lin Qingze began to curry favor. Not only he, but several others were also drawn to Yu Xiuenge, whose grace and beauty were indeed exceptional. However, none were as swift as Lin Qingze. Just as he poured her a glass of wine, Yu Xiuenge gazed at him thoughtfully. Lin Qingze stifled his pride, grinning bashfully amidst his delight. Why wait for others to strike before countering when one can preemptively address potential threats? Suddenly, Yu Xiuenge spoke. I feel like I've seen you before. Didn't you have a discussion with Blue City? Her words detonated like thunder, plunging the table into silence. Blue City, a seasoned male actor known for his skills, resided in Hongdian and was a paragon within the industry. Not only the youthful Yu Xiuhuan and Yi Dong, but even the older generation, such as Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiu, had watched his dramas. Lin Qingze panicked for a few seconds before responding with indignation. How can you speak so carelessly? You dare to slander me. Yu Xiuenge, realizing the gravity of her words, swiftly backtracked and poured him another glass of wine. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend. It was my mistake. After apologizing profusely, she patted her mouth in exasperation and then produced a finely crafted belt, presenting it to him. This is a token of apology. I truly regret my indiscretion. She continued to express her remorse, yet she refrained from admitting that her previous statement was false. One could almost imagine her rallying for solidarity against discrimination on behalf of Lin Qingze. Lin Qingze remained silent as he was handed a piece of equipment. Though he wasn't even a player and couldn't equip it, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Xiuhuan. He feared that once Yu Xiuhuan discovered his sexuality, he would distance himself. He discreetly observed Yu Xiuhuan's expressions and only when he noticed surprise rather than disgust on his face did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, Yu Xuanhuan was lost in his own thoughts, consumed by the attribute points he had lost and the A-grade magical I temporarily nestled in Lin Qing's eye socket. However, Yu Xuanhuan's composure did not alleviate Lin Qing's disdain for Yu Xuanga. Yet at the same time, it quelled his intention to use Yu Xuanga as a shield. For he had indeed had a conversation with Lan Cheng, a fact known to very few. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How could he forget that Yu Xuanga had once been part of the entertainment industry, while outsiders were oblivious to his relationship with Lan Cheng? The rumor mill within the industry spun tales at an astonishing speed, and it was entirely possible that Yu Xuanga had heard something and mistakenly believed it. This was not entirely his fault. In his past life, although Yu Xuanga hadn't achieved great success, she had still navigated the entertainment scene. When Yu Xuanhuan introduced her, he would elaborate on her notable works. Lin Qingze had only decided to use her as a shield after confirming that she was unaware of his connection with Lan Cheng. In this lifetime, Yu Xuanga had long since exited the industry, and Lin Qingze had not considered a third-tier star significant enough to take note of. He merely recognized her as somewhat familiar and unilaterally decided to enlist her as a shield. As for this secret, Yu Xuanga had uncovered it in her previous life, realizing that Lan Cheng was the very person who ultimately joined the male protagonist's core team. His entanglement with Lin Qingze had led Yu Xuanga to suspect Lin Qingze's sexuality. One could only say that the author of this novel, rife with absurd fashionable elements, had failed to consider whether the audience of a romantic comedy could accept the notion of a gay character harboring feelings for the protagonist. This minor embarrassment was swiftly glossed over by Yu Xuanhuan's light-hearted banter. The others did not harbor any resentment towards Yu Xuanga, for she was a player and Lin Qingze was not. Moreover, she had compensated for her blunder with a piece of equipment that exuded a faint green glow, clearly of superior quality. This gesture was deemed quite sincere. Whether it was equipment or potions, even though everyone understood that their value would diminish over time, they were precisely what players desperately needed at present and were extremely scarce in the market, with many willing to spend money but unable to procure them. Even Lin Qingze refrained from expressing his discontent, though he disliked Yu Xuanga's lack of tact. He quelled his anger and attributed her behavior to mere thoughtlessness. After their meal, Yu Xuanga took her leave, generously gifting a basic healing potion to each person before departing from the Yu residence amidst the warm gazes of those present. She began to comprehend the dynamics between Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan by offering something trivial that bore no utility for oneself but could enhance another's image. One could indeed cultivate a favorable reputation. Yu Xuanga left a small spider, controlled by the only the dead will obey spell, beside Yu Qingshan's car before driving away in her own vehicle. This enchanted eye, it must be acquired tonight. She has always felt that this mystical eye must have been of great significance to Yu Xuanhuan in a previous life, even if not for her own use. It would certainly be beneficial for his brothers or their wives. How could she have never encountered it? Surely, it cannot be hidden away from her. Never mind. Let her first procure it and then delve into its mysteries. The little spider had long since crept into Yu Xuanhuan's vehicle, concealing itself behind the back seat. Under the vigilant watch of the little spider, Lin Qingze and his companions had barely exited the Yu family villa when Yu Xuanga was already informed. Although they were all brothers, they only collaborated during the day at Yu Xuanhuan's apartment, returning to their respective homes at night. Yu Xuanhuan saw each of them off, leaving only Yi Dong and Lin Qingze behind. The former had resided in Yu Xuanhuan's apartment since arriving in S City, having grown too comfortable to search for a new place. The latter, on the other hand, wished to avoid returning to the Lin family, fearing that its members might seek to pluck out his eyes. In Yu Xuanhuan's abode, at least Yi Dong could offer him some protection. Indeed, the camaraderie of the protagonists is profoundly touching. Lin Qingze places his trust in these brothers he has known for mere months, yet remains wary of those from the Lin family who risk enmity to reclaim compensation on his behalf. Chapter 73. How could you be blind again? At 2 o'clock in the morning, this hour had almost become Yu Xuanga's biological clock. Recently, even on nights when she did not stay up late. She would awaken at this hour, using her disguise skill to transform into a goblin. She crafted 3 gold coins for the day, then donned her gloves and employed the illusion spell to shift to her apartment. First, she activated her hunting eye to ensure there were no ambushes nearby. Only after confirming this did she proceed to the adjacent room, where she incapacitated Yi Dong with a swift blow. As she passed through the living room, she took a moment to inspect the figurine. Excellent. The arm was gone, and the scalp too, yet it still looked pleasing to the eye. Entering Lin Qing's room, she rendered him unconscious as well. Then, drawing a dagger, she pried open his eyelid that housed a magical eye, swiftly extracting a perfect eyeball. The immense pain and injury disrupted the state of unconsciousness, prompting Lin Qingze to reflexively cover his eye and scream in agony. By then, Yu Xuanga had already taken the magical eye and shifted away. Initially, she headed to the seaside, rejuvenating herself a few times and storing the magical eye within the guise of magician's dentures, before finally shifting back to her home. What? Blind again? At noon on the 21st, Yu Xuanga received a call from Yu Qingshan. This call was evidently not for idle gossip, but rather to inquire if she had anything valuable to lend to the Lin family as an apology. Yu Xuanga feigned a state of amused exasperation on the phone, questioning whether they had ever considered that the Lin family might have offended someone. Why was it always Xu and Huan who bore the blame whenever something went awry? Had they forgotten that their family had already compensated with an A-grade item? Did they even comprehend the value of an A-grade item? Being mindful that Xu and Huan might be listening nearby, she deliberately raised her voice slightly, as if overwhelmed by indignation, her tone laced with a hint of grievance and heartbreak. Yu Xuanga mused that if she were to participate in an acting competition, she would undoubtedly receive high marks from the judges, as even though she had distanced herself from the industry after her rebirth, she still practiced her acting skills from time to time. After expressing her grievances on behalf of Xu and Huan, Yu Xuanga shifted to serious matters. She did not merely complain without taking action. Instead, she spoke earnestly. I've already signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau. As for my divine talent, forget it. I can only assist you in finding internal channels to procure equipment or potions, but the Lin family must cover the expenses, and they only accept gold. That is the extent of what I can do. After hanging up, Xu and Huan, who had been eavesdropping by the phone, breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling deeply grateful to Yu Xuanga, he turned to face the members of the Lin family, his attitude growing more assertive. What my sister said reflects the stance of our Yu family. Shouldn't you consider whether you have offended someone? You have seen the attributes of that magical eye. If placed on the market, even if I set the price in the billions, there would be buyers. Forget billions. If you could spend 5 billion, you could acquire an A-grade item capable of time reversal and mind reading, allowing me to do whatever you wish. I have already been exceedingly generous in this matter. While the Lin family members maintained a fade of fury, they were merely acting. Internally, they were anxious. Could it be true that Lin Qingze had offended someone? After all, why was it only Lin Qingze who faced trouble when nothing else had occurred? Certainly, it cannot be dismissed that the other party may have been drawn to the eye of magic. However, regardless of the circumstances, it is unjust to place the blame on Yu Xu and Huan. The other party returned to the Su family last night, and this morning they employed the Lin family's authority to access the surveillance footage. After Yu Xu and Huan departed from the apartment, he did not return, clearly indicative of a player's intervention. They could not help but lament why they hadn't firmly insisted on Lin Qingze returning home. Thus, this matter ended inconclusively. Although Yu Xu and Huan did not offer compensation, he promised that should he acquire any eye-related items in the game in the future, he would ensure Lin Qingze obtained them, enabling him to regain his sight. During this interim, Lin Qingze would remain in his apartment, with provisions made for his care. Through a combination of gentleness and firmness, the Lin family seemingly consented to a reconciliation, yet inwardly they acknowledged Yu Xu and Huan's admirable integrity, while the Lin family suppressed their sentiments. The Su family was in an uproar. Su Yitong, possessing a strong desire for control, did not directly place anyone beside Yu Xu and Huan, yet she received regular updates on his whereabouts. Though the reports did not detail his daily activities, she insisted on being informed of his general movements. Whether it was establishing a studio or forming friendships, to suit Yitong, these were trivial matters. However, what was the report for this week? Yushu and Huan had offended the Lin family yet reconciled. Su Yitong was indifferent to such trivialities, for she was preoccupied with the coveted A-grade Eye of Magic. Such a remarkable item. Why not entrust it to the Su family? Having never uttered a curse word in her life, she instinctively exclaimed, "Damn it!" The ability to monitor someone's recent actions and even read their thoughts. Such an item, even if it meant offending the Liang family, the Su family could surely manage it. Do you realize the immense benefits that a skillful item like this could bring us? Even if you were to keep it for yourself. It was instead used to placate the Lin family? What status does the Lin family hold that warrants such an apology? Even if you were to offend the Liang family, if you handed the Eye of Magic to our Su family, not only would we ensure your safety, but we would also grant you anything you desire. Moreover, what does it matter to you that a Lin family member was blinded? Perhaps they simply offended someone themselves. Even you, Xu and Huan, understood this, yet you are apologizing to them. And what of your sister? Why didn't you mention the channel for acquiring such equipment last time? The more Su Yitong spoke, the more incensed she became, unreservedly revealing that she had sent people to investigate the matter's origins. Yu Xuanhuan, resting his head on his hand, sat quietly on the sofa, staring at the floor while listening to Su Yitong's rare outburst of anger. Beside him, Su Baibua maintained a stern expression as he observed Yu Xuanhuan. Once Su Yitong finally exhausted her tirade, Su Baibua addressed Yu Xuanhuan. "You do not trust our Su family." It was a statement devoid of room for rebuttal. Yu Xuanhuan had no intention of countering. He sighed, leaned back on the sofa, and with a voice laden with fatigue, he said, "Have you ever included me in the core meetings related to the game? Even after I facilitated the purchase of nearly 1,000 items for you, you have consistently excluded me from significant decisions. Under such circumstances, how do you expect me to trust you?" Su Yitong and Su Baibua fell silent. For this was an undeniable truth, one they could not refute, no matter how shameless they were. In their eyes, Yu Xuanhuan was undeniably an outsider, compounded by a seemingly worthless divine talent. Thus, he was regarded as merely fortunate to possess any redeeming qualities, which was precisely why they allowed him the freedom to develop without significant investment in his training. Yet perhaps it was possible that he could yield unexpected surprises. To their astonishment, he indeed proved to be fortunate, acquiring a remarkably powerful A-grade item, only to pass it on to another in the blink of an eye. However, this incident revealed to Su Yitong that Yu Xuanhuan was genuinely generous towards those he trusted. After all, she believed she could never bestow such a powerful item upon those under her command. Thus, it would seem that Yu Xuanhuan possessed a commendable sense of loyalty and affection. Chapter 74. The affectionate and loyal Yu Xuanhuan, with a heart full of emotions, dared not open his eyes, fearing that tears would cascade down the moment he did. He had indeed relinquished the demon eye, but his intention was to retrieve it discreetly after a few days. His meticulously laid plans involved acquiring skills on February 22nd during the 4th internal test, one for disguise and another for attack, only to dig the demon eye back once the game concluded. However, fate had other plans, intercepting him unexpectedly and with remarkable efficiency. After handing over the demon eye to Lin Qingze, he had remained in the company of his brothers, not returning home for several days. Last night marked the first occasion he had separated to return home, contemplating the imminent internal test at 2 a.m. on the 22nd. He reasoned that he could not be wandering about on the 21st, lest he miss any significant moves from the Su family. Yet, calamity struck in the early hours of the 21st. The demon eye was gone. A man seldom sheds tears. Yet the thought of that precious demon eye stirred a profound sorrow within Yu Xuanhuan, compelling him to weep silently, tears trickling down through his fingers. He had toiled for half a year to obtain that eye, refraining from seeking assistance or confiding in anyone, relying solely on his strategic planning, culminating in the elimination of 2 adversaries to secure it. He had envisioned bringing the demon eye into the game during the internal test. Hoping to install it painlessly should that fail, he would resort to surgical removal of his eyeball at a hospital before returning to install it himself. Alas, Plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. One misstep led to another. The thought of the demon, I conjured memories of his divine endowment. Had it not been for the substantial impairment of that gift, he would not have been so driven to scheme for the eye. Reflecting upon his diminished divine talent, he recalled that his primary motive for playing the game was to restore the half of himself that had been lost. As the tribulations of the past year surged forth, Yu Xuanhuan could no longer contain himself, covering his face as silent tears streamed down. Su Bai, surely it cannot be this grave. Su Yitong. Ah, is he truly crying? The siblings were not filled with guilt, but rather recognized that they had indeed been the first to exclude him from their ranks. They both possessed a flaw. While they treated their subordinates with kindness, adept at winning hearts and bending others to their will, they became complacent towards those within their own family. This was a fault they were well aware of, having been admonished by their parents countless times. In their dealings, they were more generous to their subordinates than to distant relatives, and naturally, they treated Yu Xuanhuan with even greater casualness as he had married into the family. Exchanging glances, Su Bai and Su Yitong understood each other's sentiments. Yu Xuanhuan's fortune was indeed remarkable. By acquiring the demon eye this time, perhaps with the Su family's backing in the future, he might obtain even greater treasures. The siblings moved in unison to comfort him, even offering apologies, acknowledging their misdeeds, and promising to treat him as a true member of the Su family, involving him in future decisions. However, beneath their comforting gestures, Yu Xuanhuan's gaze remained cold and venomous. Had Yu Sunji been present, she might have laughed aloud, despite her unwavering kindness towards Yu Xuanhuan. He despised and even resented her for not giving her all, deeming her selfish and subsequently plotting against her. In this lifetime, given how Su Yitong has treated him, it would indeed be peculiar for him to collaborate with the Su family as he did in the previous one. In the past, Yu Xuanhuan had swiftly become a player, standing on equal footing with Su Yitong. Even though, at the beginning of their marriage, Su Yitong's affection for Yu Xuanhuan was largely insincere, more a strategic maneuver to avoid a politically motivated marriage, treating him like a favored toy. Yu Xuanhuan's abilities were undeniable. Although he did not fully reveal his divine talents, Su Yitong was well aware that his gifts were not inferior to her own. How could she possibly overlook such a valuable asset? Matters of the Su family, both trivial and significant, would invariably involve him. Yet in this lifetime, Yu Xuanhuan only became a player during the third internal test, possessing an SS-level talent that was still less effective than a D-level one, rendering him nearly useless. It was indeed remarkable that Su Yitong paid him any heed at all. With reddened eyes, Yu Xuanhuan shook his head, stating softly, "It's fine. I don't blame you. The issue lies with my divine talent. I cannot assist you. I understand." He lowered his voice to Su Yitong. "Have you not always inquired about the one divine talent I can utilize? I was hesitant to disclose it. As long as I cook for others, and they feel happiness from the meal, I will experience a streak of good fortune afterwards." He looked at Su Yitong with urgency. "My talent is still valuable. I assent it. I can be of help to you. My sister's talent is also related to luck. And if the Special Affairs Bureau holds her gift in such high regard, it must indeed be of great significance, correct?" Su Yitong's gaze softened as she embraced Yu Xuanhuan, gently reassuring him, "Of course it's useful. Why didn't you mention it sooner? It's exceedingly valuable." In her embrace, Su Yitong exchanged a knowing glance with Su Baibua. The siblings shared an unspoken understanding, each comprehending the other's thoughts with but a look. "Let us find someone to verify this." Agreed. Yu Xuanhuan, still holding Su Yitong, stared coldly at the curtains. He had anticipated that she would investigate once he spoke, and for the past 6 months, he had been preoccupied either with the magic eye or searching for items or skills to disguise his divine talent. Chameleon T-Pet, Grade A, its shed skin can conceal or fabricate any information, including character panel details, item information, and skill specifications, lasting for 7 natural days. Impervious to any Grade A or lower items or skills during this period. It requires daily nourishment with fine tea. When the T-Pet is satisfied, it can shed its skin once per natural day, allowing 1 piece of information to be altered per skin. Note: the The quality of the team may affect the shedding time. Even the finest tea in the real world is merely ordinary from magical artifacts. After nurturing it for 3 months, he had produced 12 pieces of tea pet skin. Once he confirmed that the output efficiency would sufficiently cover his daily needs, he awaited an opportunity to open his heart to Su Yitong. When Su Yitong and Su Baibo arrived, furious to confront him, they departed with their anger dissipated, leaving Yu Xuanhuan a set of equipment. Yu Xuanhuan opened his character panel. A faint blue light, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. He took a gossamer thin piece of tea pet skin and gently placed it over his singular, radiant divine talent. Skill 5. Those who excel in the culinary arts are seldom met with misfortune. Passive: the divine mission of a culinary master is to bring joy to every patron. As long as the diners find happiness in the dishes you prepare, you shall experience a streak of good fortune in the time to come. The greater their delight, the more fortunate you become, embracing the notion that one's skills may yet be restored in the future. Yu Xuanhuan also revised Skill 4. Is there anything that cannot be resolved with a meal? This skill allows one to mark a diner, transforming their negative emotions into a measure of luck, with a value of luck equivalent to the number of divine dishes they have savored that day. Perhaps influenced by Yu Sun's demeanor, Yu Xuanhuan instinctively linked the effects of these disguised skills to the concept of fortune. Chapter 75. Game Invasion. Yu Xuanga remained oblivious to the audacious maneuvers of Yu Xuanhuan. Yet even without this knowledge, she would not underestimate her adversary. Her willingness to assist the Lin family in forging connections was genuine. After all, why would she shy away from an opportunity to profit? Wasn't it merely a matter of acting as an intermediary? After extracting Lin Cheng's eyes, her ties to him from their past life were severed. She harbored no inclination toward exterminating entire families. Her greatest enemies remained Yu Xuanhuan, Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, Han Qianshan, Han Qianhai, as well as the Su and Liang families, and anyone who had ever wronged her. As Yu Xuanga contemplated this, she found herself momentarily stunned by the length of her list of foes, resembling a lengthy roll call. Nevertheless, she had no intention of targeting the Lin family. While she believed in repaying grievances with grievances and animosities with animosities, she would not allow Yu Xuanhuan and her companions to meet a swift demise. Conversely, those who had not committed unforgivable sins would merely be subjected to a life worse than death. She gently touched her forehead, fearing that a red mole akin to those of bodhisattvas or the Buddha might suddenly manifest there. Indeed, her kindness was excessive. TSK, standing in the backyard, she gazed at the silvery orb of the moon, anticipating that when this moment arrived, she would be filled with excitement and fervor. Yet, as the moment approached, her emotions settled like still waters in a lake. Gradually, intricate crimson patterns began to unfurl within the round moon, swiftly spreading across its surface. She took out her phone to check the time, 2:21. In an instant, that 1 transformed into a 2. Internally, Yu Xuanga counted down 22 seconds. A mechanical voice resonated promptly in her mind. Ding! Game World of Warcraft. Fear Rift officially launched. Connection to Earth server successful. Connection to Zealand server successful. Welcome, player, to World of Warcraft. Fear Rift. Each player may draw their own divine talent. Detected existing divine talents. Thief God. Immortal. God of Food. Sharpshooter. Character panel functionality officially activated. Chat channel functionality activated. Auction house functionality activated. Achievement functionality activated. Map functionality activated. Team functionality activated. Dungeon functionality activated. Mail functionality activated. Detected a player has completed leveling up. Leaderboard functionality activated. Ding! Player Yu Xuanga enters the top 10 of the wealth leaderboard. Can choose whether to conceal information. Yes, no. Yu Xuanga skillfully bypassed the lengthy series of prompts, selecting yes without hesitation. Upon the system's launch, every player's ID was tied to their name as recognized by society. Those with identification used it, while those without defaulted to the name most commonly used to refer to them. She reopened her character panel, with the character panel now fully operational. In addition to the 4 primary attributes of strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility, the previously grayed-out advanced magical attributes illuminated, including critical hit rate, critical damage, movement speed, hit rate, dodge rate, cooldown reduction, health regeneration, and more, over a dozen in total. These attributes could not be enhanced through points, but rather increased through the magical bonuses of equipment. In the lower right corner of the pale blue light screen, 3 additional icons appeared. Clicking on them revealed functionalities such as team, chat channel, auction house, leaderboard, and achievements. She opened the chat channel, causing the character panel to shrink and vanish, while the chat interface expanded. In the lower left corner, she could switch channels, and she selected the World channel. The screen was inundated with various languages, quickly overwhelmed by a stream of new messages, each phrase lingering for no more than a second. The rapid influx of information distorted the text, evoking a sense of mental pollution. She switched to Huaxia, where the scrolling speed remained the same, allowing her to barely discern that the text was in Chinese. Transitioning to S-City yielded similar results. It was evident that there were indeed many people from Huaxia. She then shifted to nearby. Happy autumn fruits. Hi. Is anyone there? Is everyone asleep? Yushuinga silently closed the chat, disinterested in engaging. She took a moment to assess the teleportation array she had set up on Zealand Star, relieved to find it still operational. She then picked up the cat bed from the ground, already smiling as she noticed the red glow emanating from it. This was the residual magical energy from the invasion of another realm, resembling the colors of the magical patterns found in the full moon. Meow Meow Inn. S-level placing this at your doorstep has a chance to attract stray animals. After their stay, if you treat them sincerely, they will leave behind a cherished item as a token of gratitude. She placed the cat bed deep within the cat villa, although items could be bound with binding stones. Once bound, only the binder could touch the item or equipment. This cat bed could only be activated by a cat, so Yushuinga opted to keep it there for now, intending to take it with her when she ventured out, while allowing the Meow Meow Inn to operate at home. Yushuinga ascended to the glass room on the second floor, where the floor was cluttered with an assortment of items, weapon antiques, iron pots, durians, and a statue that had toppled over. These were all treasures she had collected during this period. While she was uncertain about the principles behind the mutations, she had laid them out to ensure they were exposed to the air during the invasion, allowing them to absorb the magical energy generated by the otherworldly incursion. One glance at the Meow Meow and suggested that mutation could occur in an instant. Success or failure would be determined swiftly. To prevent any unexpected changes, she activated the exploration feature and proceeded to store the items and weapons that displayed equipment information into her game backpack, while discarding the ordinary weapons that had not mutated into a nearby storage box. Once these tasks were completed, she opened the door to the safe house, revealing an oval light screen in the corner, approximately 2 meters high, with a very faint lavender hue, not exceeding level 10. Excellent. A dungeon had also appeared. With these confirmations, Yushuinga hummed a little tune as she descended the stairs. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua should be arriving soon. During her wait, the first thing she checked was the pair of meteorite desert eagles that she held in such high regard. Ember, legendary. Each bullet fired from this weapon sparkles like a fallen meteor. Attribute bonuses: Agility 60, 7 Constitution, 21 Strength 14. Magical attributes: 18 critical damage, 15 skill damage. Legendary skill: Ruthless Fury. Upon activation, each bullet you fire will be imbued with flames of wrath, dealing 55 fire damage, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Equipment requirements: Agility 85, Strength 37. Another Desert Eagle possesses similar qualities, with a slight variation. The second magical attribute changes from 15 skill damage to 15 movement speed. What pleases Yushuinga the most is not the attributes themselves, but the equipment requirements for these two weapons. They are a rarity, demanding only attribute criteria without any level restrictions. This is the most invaluable aspect for her, as it signifies that as long as her attributes suffice, she can wield them. Considering the average initial attribute value is 7, the actual requirement subtly implies a character level of approximately 21. If she manages to enhance the attributes of her other equipment, the requirement could be even lower, highlighting the exceptional nature of equipment that necessitates merely meeting dual attribute benchmarks for equipping. Yushuinga is least concerned about attribute requirements. Without hesitation, She bound both guns to herself using binding stones and stored them in the magician's false teeth for safekeeping. These will be her most treasured equipment in the near future, and she conservatively estimates that she will be able to equip them before reaching level 10. While legendary equipment of this caliber and requirement exists in the auction house, it typically costs several thousand gold pieces. She would rather invest that money in acquiring skills or learning specialized recipes. Equipment purchased with real-world currency feels no different from being freely obtained. Chapter 76. Sudden wealth. After gazing upon her most anticipated weapon, she did not hastily enumerate the number of items that had undergone mutation. Instead, she mysteriously retrieved the durian shell she had acquired in the land of Sawadika. Durian shell, grade D, an ominous object exuding an unusual fragrance. It produces a piece of fruit flesh daily. Consumption results in a reduction of luck by 2 for a duration of 2 hours, the more fruit flesh consumed. The longer the effect lasts. On the palm-sized durian shell, a remarkably plump piece of durian flesh had already formed. She leaned in to inhale its aroma, reminiscent of the Muzang King variety. Durian was a favorite of Yushuan. She pondered whether the -2 luck would manifest on the panel. While lost in thought, the doorbell rang. Yushuanga promptly stowed the durian away, as she did not wish to expose such an item to her family until she understood its effects better. There would be ample opportunities for the two of them to partake in it later. Yushuanga hurried to the backyard to tuck the cat's nest in her backpack before returning to open the door for Yu Qing-shan and Ichiogwa. As she descended the stairs, she had activated the detection function of her pocket watch, surveying all visible items in the house to ensure nothing had undergone any transformations. Upon entering the house, Ichiogwa exclaimed, "Oh my, has everyone become a player? Is money going to lose its value? Should we spend it quickly?" Yushuanga made her way to the bar to pour 2 drinks for them, preparing a cup of coffee for herself as well, and brought everything into the living room. Ever since Yu Qing-shan had fallen into depression, he had become not only more taciturn, but his demeanor had altered as well. Where he once exuded the charm of a cultured scholar, he had recently morphed into a melancholic middle-aged prince. Ichiogwa even refrained from letting him out, claiming he had become too handsome and was worried he might attract the attention of young women outside. He silently sat, sipping tea and listening to Ichiogwa and Yushuanga chatter, only occasionally interjecting with a word or two. However, Yushuanga was certain that Yu Qing-shan had activated his lie detection skill upon entering, as she noticed his mana steadily depleting. She and the two of them had exchanged friend requests. "If you still have money, you might as well spend it recently. I too believe money is on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, I'm not in too dire straits, only having a little over 10 million, which I can exhaust in the coming days." Ichiogwa expressed her concerns, asking, "What should we buy that is relatively safe? Equipment? Or perhaps some potions?" Without hesitation, Yushuanga replied, "Gold. If you have money, stock up on gold. My contacts in the Special Affairs Bureau all trade gold for in-game currency. You might also inquire with Xu and Huan. The Su family is surely more reliable than I am. Ask them what retains value." Yu Qing-shan furrowed his brow. "Do you have connections in the Special Affairs Bureau? Can you exchange for something more valuable, perhaps skills?" "Oh, quite astute," Yushuanga acknowledged without reservation. "Sure, but such exchanges inevitably involve kickbacks, and they only accept gold. Can you accept that?" With only 13 of his mana remaining, Yu Qing-shan pressed for details. "How much gold is required for more advanced skills?" Yushuanga provided a rough estimate. C-grade skills range from 50 to 200 gold, B-grade skills from 300 to 1500 gold, with significant fluctuations. A-grade skills are even pricier, potentially exceeding 10,000. Yu Qing-shan continued to inquire, "How can we exchange for gold?" According to the contract, Yushuanga is prohibited from assisting other factions in the game to exchange a significant amount of gold coins. However, selling her own gold coins does not constitute a breach of contract. Yet, she is reluctant to aid Yu Qing-shan, as the back-and-forth exchange would only benefit him. She remarked, "The Special Affairs Bureau has an exchange method, but they take a cut. There's a method that takes 10 and another that takes 30. If you are willing, I can recommend you to join the Special Affairs Bureau, which can offer even better discounts." Ichiogwa immediately inquired, "Can I join?" Yushuanga replied, "Of course." Although Ichiogwa's talent is not extraordinary, The Special Affairs Bureau is in need of personnel, and once you sign the contract, you become one of us. Yu Qingshan shook his head solemnly. No, Xu and Huan is now part of the Su family, and even if it's just you, what would it mean for me to join the Special Affairs Bureau? Yu Xiunge was not surprised by Yu Qingshan's reaction. He then asked, "Can you exchange for gold coins?" Yu Xiunge responded, "I can, but my method is quite expensive and not cost-effective. Do you have enough money?" At this point, Yu Qingshan's magical energy had been depleted, and with regret, he canceled his skill, stating, "Over the years, we have saved the money you provided and have over 30 million. Yu Xiunge smiled, not bothering to discuss trust, and suggested, "Let's first exchange it for gold. My method is 300 gold for 1 gold coin." You might want to ask Xu and Huan if she has any connections. It's better to compare options before making a decision. Holding gold is not a loss. After preparing a meal and patiently conversing with the two for half an hour, she finally saw them off. It was only then that Yu Xiunge closed the door and began to assess her successfully mutated items or equipment. Firstly, there were 3 items intercepted from the Yu family treasury: a jade hairpin, a sapphire ring, and an emerald pendant. All 3 items were ones she had seen in her previous life on Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Qianshan. Now, it was evident that they had mutated into equipment, and all were exceedingly rare jewelry types. All 3 were of legendary quality, and their requirements specified a level of 10 or above, with decent attributes and a market value of around 800 gold each. Conservatively, they could sell for over 2,400 gold collectively. Although the attributes of these 3 pieces were commendable, they were not particularly unique, and she did not intend to wear them herself, as that could lead to exposure. She could sell them on Zealand Star or Blue Star, which would undoubtedly cause Yu Xu and Huan and Yu Qingshan great distress, but she preferred not to take such risks. There were plenty of other ways to evoke their heartache without this one. The 8 iron pots obtained from the Su family tavern had mutated into one. An old iron pot. Upgrade this iron pot, which has witnessed the rise and fall of the tavern over a century, grants a chance to gain insights into the unique culinary techniques of an old chef during cooking, with a 20 probability of enhancing the flavor of the dishes produced. She set aside the non-mutated iron pots to be destroyed another day. The statue of Liang's great-grandfather had also transformed remarkably. An ancestor, grade by touching the statue and praying sincerely, one can increase their maximum health and mana by 10 for a duration of 10 minutes, with this effect being applicable only once every 30 minutes. Note, if the player's surname is Liang, an additional 10 damage is granted, lasting for 15 minutes. In her previous life, Yu Xiunge had never laid hands on such an item. She had only glimpsed it during team battles. This artifact was exclusively reserved for the core members of the Liang family, yet by some twist of fate, it had now come into her possession, causing her to smile until her cheeks ached. This item was exceptionally unique, with a biography of the ancestor inscribed beneath the statue. As long as the Liang family did not wish to be the subject of ridicule from the people of City S, they would undoubtedly seek to acquire it. Its attributes were invaluable to any team, and it was certain that many would be willing to pay a handsome price to obtain it. However, it was regrettable that now was not the opportune moment to sell. They needed to allow time for development and accumulation of wealth, for selling it at a lesser price would be a tremendous loss. Chapter 77. The instance in the bustling harbor city. She invested a substantial sum to amass a collection of 60 historically significant bows, crossbows, swords, and knives. The locals ridiculed her as a foolish spender, for even the finest firearms seldom commanded an 8-figure price. Yet, this collector willingly paid antique-level prices for these items. Ultimately, her investment bore fruit, resulting in 31 mutated pieces. Her expenditure of several hundred million was not in vain. Among them were 27 blue items and 4 purple items, all of which were rare-grade blue equipment ranging from levels 5 to 19. Whether kept for personal use or sold, they promised considerable profit. She meticulously sifted through her collection, selecting a longbow with dual attribute requirements. All killed, rare, bonus attributes, 21 agility, 9 constitution, magical attributes, 7 attack speed, 5 critical damage, equipment requirements, agility 30, strength 25, calculating based on the attribute requirements. This was equipment suitable for around level 8. Currently, with her agility at 25 and strength at 17, she was not far from meeting the requirements. With just 15 attribute points to make up, equipping items that enhanced agility and strength would allow her to easily meet the threshold. Among the 4 purple items, 3 explicitly require the character to be above level 20 to equip. However, the most exceptional piece, a shield, only required dual attributes to be met. In a team, the most expensive equipment is often not the weapon, but the shield that stands at the forefront, absorbing the monster skills. For a level 20 purple item, weapon prices fluctuated between 1 to 2,000 based on their attributes, while jewelry could fetch over 2,000. The starting price for shields, however, was 2,500, highlighting the disparity. Even without considering the 27 blue items, just the 4 purple pieces ensured that she would break even and profit significantly. Though currently unable to liquidate these assets, she was not in need of money. As for the shield, a critical strategic resource that could influence the success rate of dungeon runs, it would naturally be sold to their rivals. She placed all the weapons into a custom display case, sealed the cabinet door, and stored it in her game backpack. The durian shell was placed in the refrigerator to allow it to gradually develop its flesh. After organizing everything, she ascended the stairs and retrieved from her wardrobe the costume that had accompanied her through a tumultuous year in her past life. Did you make money today? Rare, bonus attributes, 32 agility, magical attributes, 17 movement speed, 15 stealth, equipment requirements, agility 21 intelligence 36. This was an extremely specialized piece of equipment, with the 15 stealth being an exceedingly rare attribute, capable of muffling all sound she made. In her previous life, she had relied on this garment to escape numerous perilous situations. Although somewhat disappointed that the outfit had not mutated to be even more formidable in her possession, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Given her rate of attribute growth, she would soon be able to don it. After contemplating for a while, she realized she had indeed become quite wealthy, yet most of the extraordinary mutated items remained unusable. She made a swift journey to Zaijiu, acquiring several exquisite pieces of equipment, each costing less than 1 gold coin. With agility boosted to 30 and strength elevated to 25, she successfully donned the title of All Slain. At this moment, her fully equipped attributes were health 800, 800 mana, 650, 650 strength, 17, 8 constitution, 15, 9 intellect, 21 agility, 25, 27. The Emerald Feast had absorbed the life force of the trees on Zaijiu, reaching a staggering 500 of health capacity. Potions were in ample supply, and arrows were plentiful. After closing the door of her safe house and taking a deep breath, Zaijiu stepped into the pale purple luminescence. The dungeon served as an anchor point established by a foreign realm, not merely a straightforward incursion by an army, but rather a projection of a segment of foreign history, wherein the alien races were compelled to enact that narrative. Should they remain unharmed when the dungeon refreshed, they could transcend the confines of the dungeon and enter reality. Blue Star had previously studied such phenomena, deeming it a form of cultural invasion. As players entered the dungeon, they would inevitably absorb knowledge of the alien race's history through their words and actions, even if uninterested. Races such as trolls, orcs, and goblins were somewhat benign, but the more aesthetically refined races like blood elves, undead, and night elves easily garnered favor, attracting those whose perspectives were swayed by appearances. Each race possessed a history, whether glorious, poignant, or inspirational, leading to a subtle yet profound spiritual invasion. The pretext for Zaijiu's invasion of Blue Star was a dire scarcity of resources in their world, contrasted with Blue Star's population of tens of billions against Zaijiu's several hundred billion residents, some of whom were immortal, living for centuries, while the undead could continue existing even after death. With magical energy nearly depleted, they targeted Blue Star, where the magical essence was over 100 times more concentrated despite its smaller size. Their aim was to forge a mutually beneficial alliance, offering humans the opportunity to sign contracts and collaborate with them, which indeed led to numerous players betraying Blue Star. The dungeon Zaijiu was currently entering depicted a historical conflict between the troll and undead races, classified as a level 3 dungeon. wherein most alien entities were level 3, and the highest-ranking leader was merely level 4. Survival for over 45 natural days was required to gain entry to Blue Star. In contrast, the dungeon located in the city center housed entities around level 10, necessitating survival for 150 natural days for entry into Blue Star. This particular dungeon had been meticulously selected by Yu Xuanga, leveraging her divine bestowed talents to provide both leveling opportunities and equipment farming. The dungeon was also quite secure. Once players commenced their assault on the first monster, the entrance would seal, preventing others from entering. Should she choose to exit, the dungeon would reset. The slain alien entities would reappear, while those who had not been defeated would retain their recorded survival time. Without allies possessing resurrection abilities present, death was final. In her previous life, Yu Xuanga had visited this place 3 or 4 times, each time feeling as though she might bleed from the heart. The thought that this villa was a gift to Yu Xuanhuan filled her with a profound ache. Every time Yu Xuanhuan brought her along to complete quests, she felt obligated to express her gratitude. Upon entering the luminous veil of the instance, Yu Xuanga found herself amidst a lush forest. Her knowledge of this historical moment was scant. She was aware only that it involved a minor skirmish, with the troll encampment to the south and the undead soldiers' camp to the north, while several scouts roamed through the woods. Activating her hunting eye, she subsequently cast her illusion spell and began her reconnaissance. Within minutes, she identified her quarry, a level 3 troll scout with a health bar reading 350-350. Drawing her bow, she aimed and unleashed push shot, the arrow striking the scout squarely in the back of the head. The impact not only sent the scout tumbling from the tree, but also rendered it stunned for 3 seconds, ample time for Yu Xuanga to release a second arrow. With her current agility rating of 51, even without utilizing skills, a single shot could deplete the scout by 180 health points. Had she not been concerned about the scout alerting others, she would have foregone the use of push shot. As she cleared the path of troll minions, she encountered a small patrol squadron of trolls along the way. However, equipped with both explosive arrow and rain of hatred, 2 powerful area of effect skills, she dispatched them in less than 30 seconds. The cost in mana was somewhat steep, as each use of the explosive arrow consumed 100 mana, while the rain of hatred required even more, at 250 mana. Yu Xuanga gradually adjusted her pace, employing shadow manipulation to summon a shadow to draw aggro ahead of her, while she remained behind, methodically shooting. Occasionally, she would unleash an explosive arrow, and with her divine talent, ensuring a critical hit every 7 attacks. Her efficiency in slaying monsters was on par with that of her previous life, when she had joined Yu Xuanhuan and a group to hunt. Chapter 78. Is it crooked? At 3 a.m., Yu Xuanga entered the dungeon and persevered until 6 a.m., vanquishing all 300 troll minions in the troll camp. The most perilous moment arose when over 20 trolls cornered her, and she fought the urge to use her phantasmic escape, instead activating the sharpshooter skill. I'm terrifyingly powerful now. Each arrow transformed into a magical projectile, occasionally striking critical hits, and within a minute, the entire squad was eliminated. Yet, the game's drop rate remained disheartening. Despite Yu Xuanga's luck rating of 10, not every creature yielded loot. After dispatching the 300 trolls, she scavenged a mere 27 silver coins and a handful of copper coins. Remaining in the camp with a level 5 troll leader accompanied by 5 level 4 guards. However, Yu Xuanga was exhausted after her all-nighter. She contemplated stepping out for a meal and a brief rest before returning, even if she had to respawn. It was all about leveling up and honing her skills. Killing was killing, after all. Yet, as she exited the dungeon, she received a friend request from Yu Xuanhuan. With the game's comprehensive features, a friend-adding function had been introduced. However, due to the multitude of individuals sharing the same name, identifying the desired person required either a tedious search through profile pictures, each depicting the actual person, or face-to-face encounters to establish new friendships through the chat channel. There were only a few people sharing Yu Xuanga's name, about several dozen, so Yu Xuanhuan likely recognized her by her avatar. Yu Xuanga accepted the request and glanced at her phone, discovering a staggering 17 missed calls, including those from Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong. The game's unexpected incursion had disrupted many individuals' plans. Most had anticipated that February 22nd would mark the fourth internal test, never expecting the game to manifest in reality. The Su family had initially intended to purchase equipment and potions to equip their team, but it appeared there was no marketplace available. The stockpile of over 900 belts and 1,000 basic healing potions had suddenly become invaluable. Within an hour of the game's arrival, members of the Su family had uncovered the existence of dungeons within their own domain. Many young individuals had dabbled in gaming. If the current reality was indeed a vast game arena, then dungeons represented wealth. A preliminary count revealed 12 such locations. The Su family promptly organized a team to enter the dungeon. However, those sent to gather intelligence perished within 10 minutes. The family dispatched another group to retrieve the fallen's body, only to discover that the deceased could not be revived, prompting a more cautious approach from the Su family. After investigating over 100 dungeons discovered beneath their estate, they selected the lowest level dungeon, a level 2 one. Though this low-tier dungeon could accommodate only 20 players, it sufficed, as the monsters within were also level 2. With 20 players each delivering a strike, they could easily overwhelm the creatures. Moreover, the Su family equipped each individual with firearms and armor. Though inferior to the game's gear, it was better than nothing. However, the monsters dealt significant damage, even with armor. A single blow could inflict 40 points of health, and 2 more would spell doom. Even though the primary objective of the Su family in this instance was not to level up, but rather to gather information, they could proceed at a leisurely pace. If their health dwindled, they could retreat to a safe distance and recuperate. However, to ensure that their subordinates felt valued, it was imperative to distribute potions, enabling them to preserve their lives at critical moments. A minor dungeon, containing merely 100 or so monsters, took them 3 arduous hours to complete, yielding less than 10 silver coins without a single piece of equipment dropping, while depleting over 200 potions in the process. It was a significant loss. Upon exiting the dungeon, a discussion ensued among the group, revealing that to maximize benefits, the optimal number of participants in each dungeon run should not exceed 10. Otherwise, the distribution of experience would be minimal. This, however, necessitated a robust supply of potions as a backup. The Su family had previously endeavored to cultivate relationships with players skilled in alchemy, but following the theft from their treasury, their focus had predominantly shifted towards crafting visibility potions, leaving them with scant supplies of basic healing and mana potions. At that moment, Su Yitong and Su Baihe recalled the earlier promise made by Yu Xuanga to assist Yu Xinhui with the Lin family, seeking not only potions but also equipment. Yu Xuanga listened quietly to Yu Xinhui's words. As for equipment, that was out of the question. Providing over 900 belts to the Su family had already stretched their limits, and there were no opportunities to procure more from other gear slots. Boots, while facing a similar predicament, could not match the production efficiency of belts, thus rendering them less financially viable for bulk procurement. Yu Xuanga patiently awaited the Su family to approach her with an opportunity, and she spoke with a calm demeanor. I inquired about the equipment last night. The other party lacks sufficient in-game currency. However, if you possess game currency, I could attempt negotiations on your behalf. As for basic healing potions, I can find someone to assist you in purchasing them. There are many stockpiled that could be acquired for gold. But are you certain you wish to proceed now? Prices tend to be elevated in such circumstances, which may not be prudent. With the phone on speaker, Su Yitong and Su Baihe stood nearby as Yu Xinhui glanced at their expressions and continued her inquiry. What are the prices for basic healing and mana potions? Yu Xuanga replied, if using game currency, they are 5 silver coins per bottle. However, when I purchased them previously, they were 100 gold coins each, and the price has undoubtedly increased since then. How many do you require? If you're in urgent need, I can provide you with 3 bottles right away. Su Yitong pinched the bridge of her nose, her patience waning. She took the phone, her voice soft as usual. Xuanga, this is Yitong. Yu Xuanga ceased her pretense. Realization dawning. Oh, you from the Su family want them? That is quite a quantity. I assent it. How many do you need? I can negotiate on your behalf. Or I could directly provide you with the contact information of the supplier for you to negotiate yourself. Yu Xuanga's straightforwardness caught Su Yitong and Su Baihe off guard. They had anticipated her to act as a middleman seeking to profit from them. Su Yitong silently marveled at Yu Xuanga's perceptiveness and, maintaining her patience, responded courteously, "That will be splendid. Thank you. I will remember this favor." Yu Xuanga relayed Zhao Shuang's contact information, advising, "This is a person from the Special Affairs Bureau. Doing business with them does not obligate you to join their ranks. In fact, they are quite reasonable." After hanging up the phone, she crossed her arms and stared at her device in anticipation. Was Zhao Shuang a legitimate businessman? Certainly not. He was akin to a king in Myanmar. In less than 5 minutes, Su Yitong called again. On the other end, her voice dripped with sweetness. "Hello, sister. Have you eaten?" Yu Xuanga thought to herself, how swiftly the facade changes. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Su Yitong had addressed her as sister, which was rather off-putting. Chapter 79. Are you not afraid of being hit with such a price? Su Yitong found herself in a predicament. After hanging up the phone, she promptly dialed the number provided by Yu Xuanga. From Zhao Shuang, she learned that the price for 300 grams of gold in exchange for a bottle of basic healing potion was exorbitant. Yu Xuanga was unscrupulously quoting 100 grams of gold for an item worth merely 1 silver coin, a staggering 50-fold increase. Zhao Shuang, even more audacious, seemed either certain that these prominent families would readily spend to expand their influence or simply unwilling to sell at all, as she quoted a price that was 150 times the original. As for equipment, the auction house sold items for 1 gold coin, yet they were demanding 2 jin of gold, a price of 500,000 for a single piece of equipment. At first glance, it may not seem exorbitant, as Su Yitong herself possessed jewelry worth more than that. However, with over 1,000 subordinates, even if each were to receive just 1 piece, it would require 2,000 jin of gold. Moreover, having played games before, she knew that such basic equipment would soon become obsolete, replaced at a pace far quicker than that of Apple products. In the future, these items would be discarded on the ground, with a mere 500,000 yielding only a few additional attribute points. It would be more worthwhile to indulge in culinary delights instead. When Yu Xuanhuan sought out individuals, he managed to procure a belt for just 1 jin of gold. Though it was a stretch, it was not entirely out of reach, serving as a means to reward subordinates and win their loyalty. After hearing the quotes, Su Yitong could not restrain herself. "Are you truly a member of the Huaxia Special Affairs Bureau?" "Not from the Myanmar Special Affairs Bureau." Zhao Shuang, accustomed to such inquiries, replied with confidence, "Of course. You can even find me on the official Special Affairs Bureau website." Upon concluding the call with Zhao Shuang, Su Yitong realized the forthrightness of Yu Xuanga. Addressed as sister by Su Yitong, Yu Xuanga did not feel particularly elated. She directly inquired, "Did the negotiations fall through?" Su Yitong evaded the question. "What price are you offering on your end?" "I just sent a message and was told they would only provide me with an allocation of 500 bottles of basic healing potions and 500 bottles of basic mana potions, each priced at 150 grams of gold, with no room for negotiation. However, they can throw in 50 basic tourniquets. While the healing effect is not instantaneous like potions, if applied to a wound, it can restore 1 health point per second for a minute, which is quite effective." Pausing, she added somewhat shyly, "But if I facilitate this transaction for you, my brother and the Lin family matter will require your resolution, as this deal has cost me considerable goodwill, which I originally intended for the Lin family." Casting a glance at Yu Xuanhuan, who was lost in thought while staring at her phone, Su Yitong readily agreed. "No problem." The efficiency of accruing only a few dozen silver coins over 3 hours shattered the morale of the Su family. In stark contrast to Zhao Shuang's outrageous pricing, 150 grams of gold for a bottle of basic healing potion seemed a sincere offer, whereas Zhao Shuang's quote was blatantly coercive, pressuring the Su family into collaborating with the authorities. In the current chaotic market, with sufficient time and effort, one could acquire currency or potions at a low price from short-sighted individuals. Waiting a few days, or even less than a week, could stabilize prices, potentially allowing these items to be purchased with cash. However, while they could afford to delay on equipment, the urgency of obtaining potions for life-saving purposes was non-negotiable. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. In the absence of direct access to purchase resources from the game store, they have discovered a means to exchange gold for in-game resources, for which they owe a debt of gratitude to Yu Xiunga. Are you truly unable to procure any equipment on your end? The price is negotiable. Su Yidong attempted to acquire more vital equipment from Yu Xiunga. Meanwhile, Su Baizha had already made a call to acquire additional gold. During previous transactions for belt equipment, the counterpart only accepted gold, prompting the Su family to deliberate on stockpiling more gold. It has become evident that this gold possesses unique significance, and stockpiling it is undoubtedly wise, far more secure than a currency destined to collapse. Yu Xiunga was reluctant to sell equipment to the Su family, quoting an exorbitant price. I have inquired as well. I would like to purchase it myself, but I only accept in-game currency. Neither cash nor gold is accepted. Well, there's another trading model, but I find it rather unprofitable. Su Yidong pressed, what is it? Yu Xiunga replied, if you lack in-game currency, you may exchange items. An A-level item can be traded for 1,000 pieces of current low-tier gear. Tell me, how is this any different from robbery? Well, there's a distinction. Robbery is not so ruthless. Su Yidong, genuinely concerned, asked, have you offended him? Yu Xiunga merely responded with silence. After much persuasion, Su Yidong managed to convince Yu Xiunga to procure for her 2,000 potions. 1. 500 basic healing potions, 500 basic mana potions, and 150 grams of gold per potion, which they would purchase. Yu Xiunga, seemingly considering Su Yidong's interests, remarked, this price is outrageous. If you wait a few days, it might become cheaper. In the game, 1 silver coin per potion, to which Su Yidong replied nonchalantly, it's merely 600 pounds of gold. Yu Xiunga fell silent, realizing she had underpriced the deal. Where could she find such a gullible buyer again? For 2,000 potions, she would exchange 600 pounds of gold. The cost was merely 20 gold coins, supplemented by some bandages produced while honing her first aid skills, items that bore no indication of their creator's ID, making them safe to sell to anyone. This method of earning was significantly faster than exchanging gold for coins with the goblins. It was no surprise that Su Yidong had spent her life purchasing potions and equipment. Some matters could be deduced through simple reasoning. In her previous life, Yu Xuanhuan's talent was the most alluring benefit, requiring almost no investment, just by virtue of that talent, which increased attribute points through sustenance. Advanced players were drawn to pledge their loyalty to the Su family. Moreover, it was likely that after the initial closed beta, they began to recruit and bolster the core team's attributes. Thus, when the game officially launched, even in the absence of equipment and potions, it would not hinder their swift progression through dungeons, allowing them to rise rapidly. However, in this life, for the Su family to retain these players, they would need to offer commensurate benefits. Otherwise, the Special Affairs Bureau also provided substantial perks. Why would anyone choose to serve the Su family instead? In good spirits, Yu Xiunga accepted friend requests from Yu Xuanhuan, Su Yidong, and others, and upon encountering a request from Zhao Shuang, she promptly approved it. Zhao Shuang, hi Yu Xiunga. Zhao Shuang, so indifferent. Yu Xiunga, how much do you sell the basic healing potions for here? Zhao Shuang, 300 gold coins for a bottle. Yu Xiunga, aren't you afraid of being beaten for quoting such a price? Zhao Shuang, indeed I am. The price is different when discussing face-to-face. After all, we're just separated by a network line or a phone. Yu Xiunga. However, Yu Xiunga did not regret it. The price of 150 gold coins was just right. She did not expect to make a fortune from this. She merely wished to let the Su family know that she had connections while maintaining a facade of harmony among them. Nowadays, everyone has become a player, with billions competing to purchase the few basic healing potions available in the market. 150 gold coins. She hardly made any profit at all. Chapter 80. A transformation in the previous life. Although the situation stabilized rapidly, alchemical players in the closed beta began to sell their crafted basic healing potions, and the official channels also started to distribute a substantial quantity to assist players through the initial challenges. At the same time, Modern technology was capable of producing medicinal substances with healing properties, including syringes, tablets, and capsules in a myriad of forms. However, in a market with over 1 billion players, even the swiftest progress necessitated a process. These items were not akin to belts, where each individual could only wear one regardless of wealth. Once purchased, most would not buy again, as healing items were consumables that would be snatched up the moment they became available. The market for basic healing potions would likely remain fervent for at least 2 weeks. Determined, she resolved to devise a method to sell Su Yitong some potions in the coming days. She did not believe that the Su family had truly reached a dead end. After all, they were a family that had begun preparations after the first closed beta. If alchemical potions were insufficient, there were always emergency bandages. And if worst came to worst, culinary dishes could serve as alternatives. Presently, the situation was fortuitous. She had earned money, resolved Yu Xuanhuan's issues with the Lin family, and simultaneously garnered favors from both Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong, leaving the impression of having connections within the Su family. More importantly, her words consistently reflected concern for them. Such a supportive relative was hard to come by. The thought of having subtly taken advantage of them, while they expressed profound gratitude, filled Yu Xuanga with a sense of relief. She could distinctly feel her inner pain and resentment being healed. Yu Xuanga did not specifically inform Yu Xuanhuan about her resolution of the Lin family matter. He would discover it on his own, and drawing attention to it would be superfluous. After finishing her breakfast, she placed the cat nest in her game backpack and drove out, evading a few followers before parking near the entrance of the black market. Finding a discreet spot, she activated her disguise skill and ventured to Zealand Star. Although she had ample potions at hand from her alchemical pursuits, this was not merely to showcase the arduous journey of acquiring them. She attended a 50-minute lecture from the undead female mentor, meticulously sorting the potions required by the Su family into 2 storage boxes before returning to Blue Star. Thus, after enduring numerous trials, she successfully delivered 2,000 potions to the Su family in exchange for 600 pounds of gold. While she could have utilized the game's mail function to send these items to Su Yitong, she preferred the tangible exchange of delivering the goods in person, primarily to ascertain if the Su family had acquired any new equipment. Once inside the house, she instinctively scanned Yu Xuanhuan's divine talent. She was rendered speechless by his current skills 4 and 5, which were strikingly pristine and beneficial to both himself and others. However, the descriptions of these skills appeared ephemeral after her examination, quickly followed by a black line crossing out the skill descriptions, revealing a line of tangible small text that contained the most authentic information regarding the divine talent skills. Feigning ignorance, Yu Xuanga surmised that such a disguise was likely not intended to deceive someone who she met only once every few days or weeks, but rather aimed at concealing something from the Su family. Now was not the time to unearth the truth. Yet, these matters were not the crux of her concerns. What truly mattered was the red blood drop symbol following the names of Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong. Intriguingly, the blood drop associated with Yu Xuanhuan appeared ethereal, while Su Yitong's was distinctly more solid. Her mind shifted to the blood droplet, and with a thought, she probed for detailed information. Unknown curse level 1. All healing effects reduced by 5. Life points cannot be automatically restored. Possesses infectious properties. Ah, what a curse. This is indeed it. It's AI. Yu Xuanga stifled a laugh, exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan, and then declined the Su family's invitation to stay for lunch, citing her need to settle the final payment as her excuse. She feared that if she lingered any longer, she might burst into laughter. Level 1. She wondered if it might escalate with the severity of the affliction. However, upon recalling the infectious nature of the curse, she realized she must exercise caution in the future to prevent these two from discovering the curse and retaliating against society, infecting everyone around them. She pondered whether Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong had already made the connection. If they did, that would certainly be entertaining. Yet, considering that the blood droplet and the skills of the god of food manifested in an illusory form, she suspected that Yu Xuanhuan had already sensed something amiss and had taken steps to conceal it first. Keeping this matter close to her heart, she resolved to closely monitor the reactions of the others before departing the Su residence. During her drive, she made a special trip to the black market, where she meandered for 10 minutes before returning home. After placing the cat's nest in the backyard, she washed up and forced herself to lie down, determined to sleep for a few hours. She had been awake for 2 days and nights, having waited for the game invasion early this morning and delving into the demon eye the night before. Although her body had been digitized, various adverse conditions still plagued her. Otherwise, how could Yushu and Huan and Su Yitong have fallen ill? Hadn't she herself succumbed to severe weakness from frequently shifting through shadows? Rest was imperative. She closed her eyes for 5 minutes, and just as she was on the verge of slumber, the description flashed through her mind, jolting her awake with laughter. Yushu and Huan had indeed noticed something was off. Once the game officially invaded, he promptly checked his divine bestowed talent, eager to see if a miracle had occurred. However, rather than a miracle, he stumbled upon a perplexing curse. Although he was unaware of the specifics of this unknown curse, the mere fact that it was infectious was enough to raise his alarm. At that moment, Su Yitong was hastily seeking out Su Baibua and others to discuss how to address the situation. Almost the instant Su Yitong exited the room, he cleverly concealed the curse's information using the skin shed from his chameleon tea pet. Until dawn, Su Yitong was preoccupied leading his subordinates in conquering dungeons, while he distractedly practiced cooking skills in the kitchen. He considered checking on his condition, but given the recent events involving the Lin family, Su Yitong would undoubtedly be closely monitoring his whereabouts. He couldn't afford to visit the hospital himself, nor did he trust those brothers. What if the test results provided them with leverage against him? That would be akin to delivering himself into their hands. He pondered for some time and ultimately concluded that Yu Qingshan was the most trustworthy option. When Yu Xuanga had arrived earlier, he had intended to find an opportunity to converse with her, hoping she could take a vial of his blood back to Yu Qingshan. However, Yu Xuanga was preoccupied, scarcely having a moment to sit down for a drink, let alone engage in private conversation with him. As Yushu and Huan's thoughts spiraled, he grew increasingly restless. Was this curse unique to him? Regrettably, he lacked any investigative tools or skills. Reflecting on the game, he directly messaged Yu Qingshan. Yushu and Huan, "Father, what are you doing?" Yu Qingshan, "I am searching for a dungeon." Yushu and Huan, "Could you come to the Su residence?" Yu Qingshan, "What is the matter? Has something happened?" Before Yushu and Huan could respond, Su Yitong entered the room with someone, claiming they were a friend, and initiated introductions. Yet, Yushu and Huan was acutely aware that this was merely Su Yitong's ploy to investigate his divine talent. The so-called friend was merely a fade to avoid hurting anyone's feelings. Chapter 81. Why not tattoo it on your buttocks? With a smile, Yushu and Huan welcomed the guests, yet within his heart sank, hoping that the probing skills of the individual before him were insufficient to unveil the secrets of the chameleon tea pet. In the past, he had believed in his good fortune, feeling untouchable and that his wishes would invariably come true. However, the tribulations of the past year had eroded his confidence. Even with a luck score of 10, uncertainty gnawed at him. After 10 minutes of tedious small talk, Su Yitong bid farewell to the visitor and, with a cheerful demeanor, settled beside Yushu and Huan, allowing his anxious heart to finally ease. The player had been hired by Su Yitong, possessing a rare A-grade probing skill. The Su family had long desired to invite her to join their ranks, but had always been met with refusal, only accepting a one-time contract. It was only after learning from that individual about Yushu and Huan's complete divine talents that Su Yitong comprehended the tension that had enveloped him during that period. Anyone would have crumbled under such pressure. Yushu and Huan was merely more sensitive than most, yet he had managed to maintain a semblance of emotional stability. Reflecting on the 4 unusable divine talents, when Yushu and Huan had confided in her, Su Yitong had initially thought he was merely boasting to impress her. To her astonishment, he spoke the truth. Although it was regrettable that those 4 talents were not functional, she swiftly regained her composure. Their ineffectiveness might be a blessing in disguise. Had they been usable, the Su family would have struggled to contain Yushu and Huan, who would inevitably leverage his position as a springboard. Skill level 5 sufficed. Su Yitong embraced Yushu and Huan, softly comforting him while apologizing for her earlier disbelief. Following an intimate heart-to-heart, their bond deepened once more. Su Yitong encouraged Yu Xuanhuan to diligently practice his culinary skills, assuring him that the equipment obtained by the Su family would prioritize his armament, preparing him for future quests. Since the early hours spent in raiding dungeons, the Su family had gleaned considerable information, particularly regarding luck. It was not merely a matter of bringing a lucky individual into a dungeon to enhance drop rates. The primary determinant of monster drop rates hinged upon the luck of the player delivering the final blow. While Su Yitong could assertively dictate that others weaken the monsters before Yu Xuanhuan struck the final blow, such a tactic would ultimately deprive her subordinates of experience. It was unnecessary for her to harm their morale for Yu Xuanhuan's sake. The most prudent approach was to bolster his attributes, allowing him to engage in battles independently, gradually enabling others to witness his higher drop rates and accept his final blows without objection. Yu Xuanhuan, touched, embraced Su Yitong and jested about becoming her dependent, vowing to support her wholeheartedly as the logistics of his Su family. Before her, he never exhibited excessive pride. Since Su Yitong appreciated his compliance and humility, he willingly obliged. When she favored his melancholic and pitiable demeanor, he donned that guise as well. With his status as a son-in-law, what need had he for pride? Should he dare to overstep and demand more, the Su family would ensure he could not stand tall again the following day. Yu Xuanga slept soundly until nightfall. Upon awakening, her first task was to check on her cat's nest in the backyard. The anxiety of possessing such a treasure and the fear of theft weighed heavily upon her. She prepared 2 pots of meat soup and privately messaged Zhao Shuang. Yu Xuanga, is there anything that can bind items? Zhao Shuang, the binding stone is rated A level. I can offer you a friendly price of 100 gold for one. Yu Xuanga, if I recall correctly, this item is sold at the auction house for 99 gold. 99 silver and 99 copper, isn't it? Zhao Shuang, I'm only making a profit of 1 copper coin. Yes, Yu. I genuinely consider you a friend to offer you this price. Will you take it? Yu Xuanga, I want an item that, once bound, can still be accessed by others. Zhao Shuang, is this even a legitimate item? Yu Xuanga, yes. Do you still want to earn a commission on it? Zhao Shuang, the tattoo ink is rated B level. Once used, it can turn an item or piece of equipment into a tattoo sticker, binding it to your wrist. Even if the item is on Earth and you are on Zealand Star, you can retrieve it at any time. Even if it is stolen and placed in someone's game backpack, you can still reclaim it. Yu Xuanga, how much is it? Zhao Shuang, 38 gold. Yu Xuanga, that is significantly cheaper than the binding stone. Zhao Shuang, it has a drawback. Although this tattoo is waterproof, it is not immune to skills. If the area of skin with the tattoo is destroyed, the item will automatically unbind from you and drop out. Yu Xuanga, that drawback is indeed quite significant. Zhao Shuang, why not just tattoo it on your backside? Yu Xuanga, thank you for the conversation. You always bring me countless little surprises. Zhao Shuang, you're welcome. Feel free to contact me for good news. Yu Xuanga promptly sent Zhao Shuang 38 gold coins via mail, along with a recently crafted Happiness Again skill crystal. Soon, a box of black ink was sent back. After ensuring the cats were fed in the backyard, she followed the usage instructions and poured the black ink onto the cat bed. Although it was merely a few milliliters in a bottle, the ink quickly spread across the entire cat bed. Following that, the cat bed shrank and flattened, transforming into a tattoo sticker the size of a coin, perfectly resembling the original cat bed. Yu Xuanga picked up the sticker, and Zhao Shuang's suggestion flashed in her mind. She shook her head vigorously, finding it rather unsettling. She did not believe that the most conspicuous and perilous places were the safest. It was wise to keep wealth hidden. Ultimately, she decided to place the coin-sized tattoo over her heart. If that area were to be destroyed, it would signify a moment of life and death. Defeating her enemies would allow her to reclaim the cat bed, while failing to vanquish them rendered her existence inconsequential irrespective of the cat bed. She pressed the tattoo and distinctly felt the presence of a cat bed in the void. She released the cat bed and attempted to place a cat inside. The cat rolled around eagerly, then quickly climbed out to eat. Yu Xuanga pressed the tattoo again, clearly sensing the cat bed's location and the ability to retrieve it at will. She opened her collar, revealing her fair skin adorned with a faintly dark tattoo, a striking contrast to the deep hue it bore when first applied. With her primary concern regarding the cat bed resolved, Yu Xuanga felt an increasing sense of comfort. Yet she still placed the cat nest in the far corner of the feline villa, casually strewing a few cat cushions and soft pads around it. As for the A-grade magical eye, Yu Xuanga remained at a loss. This peculiar artifact, akin to a magician's false teeth, necessitated the occupation of a part of the human body. The false teeth required the alveolar ridge, while donning the magical eye demanded the sacrifice of an eyeball, an unavoidable predicament. It was not that she was unwilling to part with her natural eye, but rather that the origins of this magical eye were dubious, making it unwise to wear it openly. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 2 a.m. For reasons unknown, every time this hour approached, she felt invigorated, as if she could not bear the discomfort of idleness. Chapter 82. She indulges in smoke and spirits. Yu Xuanga first made her way to the Yu family villa. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had divulged the secrets of the game to them in this lifetime, but the villa had recorded her fingerprint, and she possessed the key to the outer iron gate, granting her unrestricted access. Moreover, the second floor had a room reserved for her, unlike in her previous life, where even though she had purchased the villa, her fingerprint was absent from the main entrance. With purpose, Yu Xuanga approached the wine cabinet, selecting 2 bottles of liquor. As she was about to leave, she noticed a recently unsealed pack of fine cigarettes nearby. If her memory served her correctly, a single cigarette cost more than 10 yuan, and she casually pocketed a pack. How unfortunate was that her thieving talent had led her to such vices. Upon returning home with her contraband, she employed her hunting eye to confirm the vicinity was devoid of others before proceeding to the safe house on the rooftop, intending to level up in a dungeon. Her current experience stood at 0 level 89. 46. The 300 level 3 troll she had encountered that morning had propelled her experience by a remarkable 6. This exemplified the advantage of soloing dungeons, while a 5-person team would only garner about 1-2 experience each from such a number, and it would take at least 3 hours to accumulate such a bounty. She could enjoy the entire yield of the dungeon for herself. Navigating the challenges with familiarity, Yu Xuanga swiftly dispatched the scouts and made her way toward the troll encampment. To hone her combat skills, she refrained from consuming any dishes that would enhance her attack power, consciously opting to engage 3 troll squads at a time, reserving her ultimate abilities for dire situations. The trolls were far more agile than the undead, and their cognitive awareness allowed for coordinated assaults. With 15 trolls in total, even at level 3, she was able to practice for a considerable duration without resorting to her most powerful moves. At 5 in the morning, Yu Xuanga exited the safe house, refreshed herself, and prepared 2 servings of meat dishes, 1 without salt for her cat and 1 seasoned for herself. After her meal, she prepared another 2 servings to take to Zaijiu. Confirming safety with her hunting eye, she transformed into a goblin in her bedroom before heading to Zaijiu. Zaijiu, much like Earth, experienced time differently in various locales. Yet there was no time difference between the Undercity and Huaxia. Upon arriving at the alchemy shop in the Undercity, she found it just opening its doors. The undead worker, now familiar with her, welcomed her inside. Yu Xuanga handed 1 serving of breakfast to her and entered the shop, where the undead female instructor was groggily descending the stairs, her fingers attempting to tame her tousled hair. Yu Xuanga placed the 2nd serving of breakfast on the table, alongside a bottle of liquor. Her respect for the instructor stemmed from a recent discovery. The primary healing potions she crafted were consistently placed in the potion bag gifted to her by Hufflepuff, as they could stack up to 999. Being somewhat obsessive-compulsive, akin to monitoring her phone's battery level, she endeavored to keep them filled. However, one day, despite having a potion with a count of 998, there was 1 potion that simply would not fit. Upon closer inspection, she noted that although the name remained unchanged, the potion's description differed, stating that it could restore 61 health points. 61, although it was merely a slight enhancement over the usual potion. The significance of this achievement far surpassed that of her crafting an advanced elixir. She presented the vial to Hufflepuff, and that day marked the first occasion when Hufflepuff inquired about her name. After contemplating the 2 wanted posters at the city gate, Yu Xuanga hesitated to connect with Hufflepuff on a deeper level and replied, "I am Ravenclaw." Upon uttering this name, She sensed an odd look in Hufflepuff's gaze. Yet the latter did not pursue the topic further, allowing it to fade into silence. The lesson continued, and despite their extensive time together, Hufflepuff had yet to share any potion recipes with her. However, Yushunga felt no urgency. She recognized her proficiency in advanced alchemy was stymied by foundational issues. It was akin to a chef struggling with cooking. Although every step had been articulated clearly by others, her skills fell short. Her cuts were not fine enough, her slices too thick, her control of the heat inadequate, and her tossing uneven. Thus, she diligently absorbed whatever Hufflepuff imparted. To her surprise, this proved to be a source of immense delight. Yushunga had no intentions of betrayal, but as that early access player had noted, their encounters on the battlefield would inevitably spiral into a life-and-death struggle. Still, Hufflepuff would forever remain her mentor. After finishing breakfast, Hufflepuff, curious, picked up a cigarette from the side. She was no fool. After inspecting it closely, she instinctively ignited it with fire magic and took a drag. In that instant, Yushunga noticed Hufflepuff's eyes sparkled vividly, and it was no exaggeration to say that in that moment, her dark circles appeared considerably lighter. Hufflepuff tapped the cigarette box with her fingers and, in a raspy voice, declared from now on, tuition will be exchanged for this. A peculiar thought flashed through Yushunga's mind. She indulged in both tobacco and alcohol privately, didn't she? She asked, do you still want the alcohol? Hufflepuff replied, both. Bring me some of each. Yushunga pondered. How could her use of tobacco and alcohol to corrupt the minds of talented individuals from other races not be considered contribution? Today's lesson extended longer than anticipated. After 55 minutes, they had yet to conclude. Yushunga, reluctant to depart from the most crucial part, ingeniously transformed into a chubby orange and white cat, settling by Hufflepuff's feet. This feline form resembled the plumpest cat she had encountered recently in the backyard. Though such weight was unhealthy for a cat, it appeared undeniably adorable. Hufflepuff glanced down at her, paused momentarily, and resumed her lecture. When lionfish bones are ground in fine powder, it is best to gently warm them with residual heat. The gall of an armadillo requires only 3 drops. If by chance you exceed the amount, it is inconsequential. I have previously covered this knowledge point. What should you do if you accidentally add too much? Yushunga responded. I perceive that you are intentionally challenging the cat. Meow. Use the juice of moonlight flowers to neutralize its toxicity. She earnestly attempted to answer, but her response emerged as a meow. To her astonishment, Hufflepuff seemed to genuinely comprehend her, nodding in approval as she took a drag from the cigarette held delicately between her fingers. Well done. After transforming into a feline, Yushunga was in no rush to depart. She listened intently to Hufflepuff, savoring every moment of his discourse. Whether it was the pleasant effects of today, as smoke lifting her spirits, or the undeniable charm of the chubby orange and white cat, Hufflepuff meticulously brewed his potion, explaining each step in detail, from technique to underlying principles. The little specter, after attending to the guests, would scurry over to listen, and Hufflepuff never shooed her away. At noon, while Hufflepuff took a break for lunch, Yushunga hurried back to Blue Star, eager to seize the opportunity while Hufflepuff was in high spirits. She dashed from her home, sped to the Yu family villa, and seized all 5 fine cigarettes belonging to Yu Qingshan. With Yu Qingshan absent, only Ichigo remained at home, who curiously inquired, "Where you up to?" Yushunga replied without hesitation, "I'm leveraging connections to procure potions. Just yesterday, I facilitated the purchase of 2,000 vials for the Su family and helped Sun Huan resolve matters with the Lin family. I urgently need these cigarettes." Ichigo would not only step back, but also pointed to another cabinet, saying, "There are 2 more over there." Yushunga exclaimed, "Mother S vision is indeed grand." With that, she took the additional 2 packs as well. Upon returning to Zaijiu Star, Yushunga placed the 2 packs of cigarettes on the table. With these, she immersed herself in her studies for an entire day, her head spinning from the lessons until the alchemy shop was ready to close. Hufflepuff, gripping the nape of her neck, unceremoniously tossed her out, marking the conclusion of today's class. Chapter 83. If you continue like this, I will block you. When Yushunga returned to Blue Star, it was already 9 p.m. She mustered her strength to add a few bowls of broth from her game backpack for the cats in the backyard, and after washing up, she collapsed into bed. She remarked that studying was 100 times more exhausting than battling monsters. Upon awakening the next day, Yu Xuanga felt a bit dazed. Her days and nights had become inverted. A glance at the time revealed it was already the 24th. She opened her friends list, disregarding the friend request from strangers, and accessed the message sent by Zhao Shuang. Although this person occasionally sent erratic messages, they were typically important, and it was best not to overlook them. Zhao Shuang. Can you still exchange for gold coins? We still need them. I will continue to offer you a 1 commission. Yu Xuanga. I can't exchange anymore. She had initially thought that exchanging 200,000 gold coins for 36 main cities would be more than sufficient, but in reality, the goblins did not possess such wealth. Bill was already the richest goblin among them. Although they could produce gold coins, much like the alchemy she had learned, their private minting was also limited. If it weren't for Yu Xuanga's favorable exchange rate, they would have never agreed to trade. That 200,000 gold coins had taken her immense effort. She had traversed 25 main cities and conversed with nearly 1,000 goblins to acquire them. Yu Xuanga calculated that, including the Undercity and Blood Moon City, she had emptied the coffers of goblins from 27 main cities, leaving only 7 main cities yet to be acquainted with. To run around and meet them individually would be too time-consuming. She needed to remain vigilant regarding the Su family. The undead spider she had stationed in the Su household had already overheard their recent acquisitions of gold, and she was contemplating stirring up trouble. Moreover, as her own reserves of gold increased in the future, she too would need to seek exchanges with the goblins. If the remaining goblins had been depleted by the Special Affairs Bureau, where would she exchange then? Even if the commission could be increased, a 1 commission was the limit. Any more could lead to trouble. Although she was greedy, her greatest strength lay in her self-restraint. Yu Xuanga, that's the limit. Even if you offer me a 10 or 20 commission, I still cannot exchange right now. According to our contract, I will inform you of the methods to exchange for gold coins after 1 year. And at that time, you can do it yourselves, but currently, it is indeed impossible. Zhao Shuang relayed Yu Xuanga's response to the others in the conference room, then added, it seems this is indeed the limit. A middle-aged man seated opposite her frowned and spoke in a low voice. Could it be that she does not wish to exchange with us? After all, she can exchange for herself. Zhao Shuang. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Before collaborating with us, she had earned a batch of gold through her divine gift. But it wasn't much. She only began accumulating gold later. Another person chimed in. Could she be the player who ranks first on the wealth leaderboard? The most staggering in the top 10 is that first place, possessing over 30,000 gold coins, which exceeds the amount in the Special Affairs Bureau's treasury. He leans towards the idea that she might belong to a significant faction, merely speculating. Zhao Shuang recalled Yu Xuanga's frugal demeanor. The likelihood is quite low. Middle-aged man. Ask her again if she is willing to sell her gold coins. 20,000 gold coins represent an immense fortune for an individual, one that could never be exhausted in a lifetime. However, in the grand scheme of the entire nation of Huaxia, it is but a drop in the bucket. Zhao Shuang. Do you sell gold coins over there? Yu Xuanga. Do you possess anything more valuable than gold coins? Zhao Shuang. The trust of my homeland. Yu Xuanga. Yu Xuanga. If you continue like this, I shall block you. Zhao Shuang. You truly won't sell? Yu Xuanga sensed Zhao Shuang's urgency. It seemed that the pressure on the Special Affairs Bureau had intensified since the game's arrival. She rummaged through her bag, sorting through the miscellaneous items, and unearthed some objects she had crafted while enhancing her engineering proficiency. Yu Xuanga, I have utilized all my gold coins to refine my professional skills. Exquisite hunting rifle, 400 units. Explosive packs, 383 units. Telescopic sights, 500 units. Inferior hunting rifles, 700 units. Landmines, 1,000 units. The telescopic sights could be affixed to firearms to enhance accuracy, while landmines and explosive packs served as one-time area attack items. As for the 2 types of rifles, the exquisite hunting rifle required level 2, while the inferior hunting rifle could be wielded at level 0. Both had been crafted during her initial engineering projects in the game, progressing at a pace of 1 second per item. In reality, they would take no less than half an hour to produce. Yu Xing'a, interested? I can package them for you. For the trust of my homeland, I shall not demand gold coins. Zhao Shuang. Why are all the other quantities whole numbers? Yet the explosive packs are not. Yu Xing'a, mind your own business. Zhao Shuang. All right, how much for the entire package? Though these were low-level weapons readily available in the auction house, acquiring them without using in-game currency would be quite a bargain. Yu Xing'a, you decide the price. She wished to test the Special Affairs Bureau's attitude. If they accepted these items in exchange for genuine trust in the homeland, she would carefully consider future collaborations with them. She understood the Bureau's necessity to extract resources from players through various means for the greater good. Yet such transactions were typically transparent and consensual. However, acquiring items without compensation bore a different connotation. If the Bureau was fair in its dealings, there would be future opportunities. If not, after concluding that thought, Yu Xing'a sent the items she had long neglected. Although these were low-level items, primarily suited for levels 0 to 2, selling them at the auction house could yield around 600 to 700 gold coins combined. Zhao Shuang, having handled numerous valuable items worth hundreds or even thousands of gold coins, did not regard these as worthless trash. On the contrary, they were precisely what was needed at this moment. After handing the boxes of weapons to a colleague, she sent something back to Yu Xing'a. The other members in the meeting room voiced no objections. Gold will shine regardless, and Yu Xing'a's brilliance was impossible to conceal. Furthermore, given her amicable disposition towards the Bureau, they naturally felt inclined to reciprocate. Yu Xing'a glanced at the diminutive dragon-shaped coin in her hand. Huaxia contribution points. Its material was indiscernible, yet it was evidently not easily replicable. She emptied her cloth bag, revealing a total of 5 dragon-shaped coins. This item was heard of in her previous life, yet never seen. It was said to be used as currency within the official circles. Legendary-grade equipment or items produced by the official team during their ventures could only be acquired through individual contribution points in competitive bidding, with no acceptance of gold coins. Moreover, contribution points were non-transferable, meticulously recorded within the official records. Rumor had it that the Su family had collaborated with the authorities on several occasions. However, they found it impossible to procure desirable items with gold. Eventually, they ceased their cooperation, and Yu Xuanhuan had voiced her grievances, claiming that the Special Affairs Bureau lacked vision. An organization that drew complaints from Yu Xuanhuan must surely possess integrity. While uncertain of the value of this item, Yu Xing'a decided to secure it diligently. She retrieved several large storage boxes filled with items that enhanced culinary proficiency, most rated around 65 points, neither doubling the food's effects nor augmenting the consumer's attributes. They would fetch little in the market,